Terrifying transformations have unfolded on Earth, leading to the evolution of all living beings. Long before this, predictions were made. A tome known as Huanjing recorded these changes 50 years ago. In the quest for survival, humanity has sought this elusive manuscript. Simultaneously, on the planet Miso, 3 million years ago, another Huanjing was penned by the same author. Is this mere coincidence or a cosmic design? Earth Chronicles Prologue. At a certain moment in time, two indistinct figures engaged in fierce combat. Nearby, an entity that existed nowhere observed the unfolding drama, declaring, "Whosoever emerges victorious shall be bestowed with wisdom." Years later, one perished while the other was grievously wounded. The observer addressed the victor, stating, "You have triumphed, and thus I shall grant you wisdom. However, you shall soon confront new adversaries, for in the cosmos, it cannot be solely you and I, unless you can vanquish me." Millennia passed, and humanity ascended from a multitude of species to dominate Earth, yet challengers persisted. In 1985, an article titled Huanjing was published on a website, garnering a mere 2 clicks over the span of 50 years, rendering it almost forgotten. However, with no one to witness its obscurity, it remained unnoticed until 2035, when solar radiation surged to unprecedented levels, bombarding Earth with tenfold intensity. The intense solar radiation incited extreme temperatures, raising ground levels to a scorching 100 degrees Celsius, even at night reaching 50 degrees. Under such conditions, humanity faced rampant mortality, with daily death tolls exceeding 1 million and the pace of demise accelerating. Humanity teetered on the brink of extinction. In this dire moment, an elderly man recalled a book that seemed to contain similar accounts. Having only read the first 2 volumes over the past 50 years, he could not recall its location. Thus, he scoured numerous texts and websites, eventually discovering it on an obscure site. However, upon accessing it, he found only the first 10 volumes, the remaining 40 mysteriously absent. With the 10 volumes of Huanjing in hand, he approached the esteemed Dr. Li Wenbo of Huaxia a year later. In human metropolis, a 10-meter-long creature, known as the frog beast, suddenly appeared in the city center, its tongue snatching up several individuals in a single motion. The police swiftly arrived, unleashing a barrage from dozens of handguns. Yet, after a minute, their ammunition proved futile. The captain, visibly distressed, seized the phone and called for reinforcements, specifically heavy artillery support. 10 minutes later, an armored vehicle arrived, deploying a dozen heavily armed Special Forces soldiers wielding heavy machine guns capable of pulverizing stone. Yet this time, their firepower was ineffectual, as none of the bullets inflicted harm upon the frog beast. The Special Operations Captain, resigned, dialed for armored unit assistance. Half an hour later, 5 tanks approached, taking position at a safe distance to commence firing. The thunderous blasts of 10-centimeter shells rained down, yet the frog beast remained unscathed, its attention now drawn by the commotion. It leapt atop a tank, crushing it, and with its tongue obliterated the remaining 4. The loss of 5 armored vehicles caught the attention of higher authorities, and within an hour, a missile-laden aircraft hovered above the frog beast, launching a direct assault. The explosion created a vast devastation, yet the frog beast stood unharmed amidst the chaos. The unthinkable unfolded. Humanity's mightiest weapon proved impotent against a mere 10-meter beast. In Huaxia's highest conference room, an elder held a book, its cover marked with the title Huanjing. He solemnly addressed the assembly. "This day has inevitably arrived, yet we remain unprepared. Time waits for no one. Let the youth take their stand." At the Evolver Academy, 100 oddly attired youths emerged. Clad in black, their movements were agile, each bearing a blade reminiscent of ancient warriors. Upon reaching the city, they surged forth like a swarm of hornets. With swift precision, several blades penetrated the frog beast's hide. It roared in agony, retaliating by lashing its tongue, cleaving several of its assailants in two. The battle raged fiercely. Within 5 minutes, the frog beast was grievously wounded, while only 20 of the 100 warriors remained. "Captain, what are our orders?" one inquired, fear evident in their voice. "Humanity's future is bleak. We shall perish fighting," the captain replied gravely. At that moment, the frog beast leapt into the air. Just as they prepared to make a final stand, a figure emerged. A man named Su Sanshao, once deemed a failure at the Evolver Academy, now wielded a blade that swiftly carved a 5-meter gash into the frog beast, blood erupting as it fell lifeless to the ground. "Is that Su Sanshao?" murmured someone from the crowd, bewildered. Wasn't he the one dismissed as useless? Everyone be cautious, Su Sanshao warned, as the ground outside erupted with roars. What are those? They gazed outward, spotting thousands of strange creatures surging toward the city, some towering 10 meters tall. Simultaneously, nations worldwide heightened their alertness. Monstrous beings appeared across the globe, impervious to artillery, resulting in hundreds of cities falling within a single day. The fifth volume of Huanjing states that when evolved beasts emerge among animals, a human evolver will rise. The sixth volume foretells that upon the first evolver's victory, more evolved beasts will arise among animals, ushering humanity into a graver trial. An elder, having read these passages, gazed helplessly at the moon hanging in the sky. Earth Chronicles Chapter 1, The Evolver. Little Fish asked, "Why does the sky rain down food when we are hungry?" Big Fish replied, "In our unknown world, a deity orchestrates all." Little Fish inquired, "You speak of a deity? Where is this god? I have searched every corner of the world and found nothing." Big Fish responded, "The deity does not dwell in our realm. He resides in a higher plane." Little Fish asked, "If the deity is not in our world, what does he consume and drink?" Big Fish replied, "The deity differs from us. He exists beyond our comprehension." Tang Long, enlighten us on the significant events of Earth in 2035, the teacher demanded, noticing Tang Long dozing off in class. Tang Long, groggy, stood to recount. In 2035, the sun underwent a transformation, unleashing harmful radiation that pierced Earth's atmosphere. Within a mere decade, this led to the loss of 5 billion lives. Excellent, the teacher continued. Now tell us what transpired in 2045 that in the year 2045, Li Wenbo, renowned as the foremost doctor of Huaxia, referenced a science fiction novel and asserted that the moon, as Earth's satellite, would defend the planet in critical moments. Inspired by this narrative, Li Wenbo united the last 4 remaining nations on Earth to seek out lost relics, ultimately discovering a key that activated the moon. And then, the teacher inquired further. Once the moon was activated, the radiated light it reflected neutralized the sun's harmful radiation, restoring Earth to its former state. And, subsequently, following that, a new breed of evolved beings emerged among humanity, capable of harnessing lunar radiation with extraordinary strength and endurance. Among them, Level 1 of all beings could lift 1,000 pounds, Level 2 could crush boulders, and Level 3 could unleash a force of 3,000 pounds. Very well, the teacher probed, but why, despite the existence of evolved beings, do humans still prefer to remain as they are? This is because humanity is not the ultimate beneficiary of lunar radiation. Other life forms on Earth, known as evolutionary beasts, are the true beneficiaries. They absorb lunar radiation at a rate several times greater than humans, boasting physical strength that far exceeds ours. In certain instances, it may take 2 or 3 evolved beings to contend with a single evolutionary beast. Excellent. Now, what is humanity's current objective? According to Professor Lee Bowen's final words, humanity is faced with 2 paths. The first is to deactivate the moon, allowing Earth's life forms and humanity to revert to their primordial state. The second is for humanity to grow increasingly powerful, strong enough to eradicate the evolutionary beasts. However, for now, humanity is primarily pursuing the first option. Why is that? This is due to the overwhelming power of the evolutionary beasts, which far exceeds human capabilities. They are undeterred by nuclear weapons, frequently attacking human cities. Scientists predict that in 20 years, humanity will vanish from Earth. Compared to the second option, humans are desperately searching for the fragmented tome written by the Little Wild Man. What does the tome contain? The tome, known as the Illusory Scripture, is a science fiction work consisting of 50 volumes authored by the Little Wild Man. It chronicles the events of the next 50 years for humanity with an accuracy exceeding 99. Unfortunately, the scripture is incomplete, with only the first 10 volumes remaining. The whereabouts of the other 40 volumes are unknown. Nations around the world are striving to locate the missing portions of the illusory scripture. Very well, you may take your seat. The teacher resumed the lesson. Sighing, Tang Long slumped back onto his desk to sleep. He attended an academy for evolved beings, where all students were evolved. In this institution, academic performance held little significance. What mattered was one's strength. Currently, like most of his peers, Tang Long was not a true evolved being, but rather a potential candidate, referred to as an evolved seed. Evolved beings differ fundamentally from ordinary humans. The cells of an ordinary person lack surplus energy, and their corporeal form would disintegrate into mere flesh upon contact with hard objects. In contrast, evolved beings possess cells imbued with energy, allowing them to withstand even the impact of a rocket. To determine if one can become an evolved being, one must assess the energy value of their cells, also referred to as their physical strength value. The higher the cell energy value, the more lunar radiation one can absorb. Level 1 evolved beings have a cell energy value of 10, while seeds possess a minimum value of 3. If the energy value falls below 3, one is merely an ordinary human. Tang Long's cell energy value barely passed, registering at exactly 3. Individuals like Tang Long, with a cell energy value of exactly 3, constitute the majority in the academy. Such individuals have an 80 probability of failing to evolve. However, in the face of humanity's crisis, even those with a 99 probability of remaining ordinary refuse to give up. Tang Long after class, a malicious voice called out. Tang Long turned to see his rival, He Chong. Both he and He Chong had developed affections for a girl named Lu Wenwen from another class. Yet, Lu Wenwen seemed uninterested in either of them. This rivalry began only after their feelings for her had been established. Now, every day felt like a battle against He Chong. He Chong's energy value was also 3. Shall we meet at the usual place? Tang Long inquired. The usual place referred to the forest behind the school, where trees soared 100 meters high due to lunar radiation. Yes, that place. This time, I will ensure you cannot get back up, He Chong declared, leaving the classroom. Only Tang Long remained. Sighing, Tang Long reflected on his reluctance to confront He Chong. After all, he had come to this place to train. However, knowing that he had little chance of becoming an evolved being, it was difficult to maintain his interest in training. He found himself indulging in mischief. My parents. Tang Long reminisced about his parents, both level 1 evolved beings, who had vanished during an expedition to find relics. Their absence signified death. In a world rife with evolutionary beasts, only human bases offered safety. Everywhere else was perilous to be. 6 in the evening, Tang Long arrived at the designated forest outside the school as promised. You've come, He Chong said, as if he had been waiting for a while. I have, Tang Long replied. Today, I'm in a bad mood. He Chong suddenly tossed a bottle of alcohol to Tang Long. Today, we will not fight. Instead, we will drink. Oh, Tang Long then noticed the moisture in He Chong's eyes, stirring a sense of curiosity within him. After taking a sip, He Chong turned away, speaking in a low tone. Today, I saw Lu Wenwen with another boy, seemingly in a romantic relationship. Is it that person? Tang Long immediately thought of Fan Wenming, the academy's top prodigy. This individual was a genius anomaly, having become a level 1 evolved being by the age of 20, hailed as the greatest genius in history. Recently, he had been seen frequently in Lu Wenwen's company. This thought caused Tang Long a pang of heartache. With level 1 evolved beings possessing an energy value of 10, and himself at merely 3, the disparity was vast. If Lu Wenwen was uninterested in him, competing with Fan Wenming would only lead to mockery, akin to a frog aspiring to court a swan. Tang Long, He Chong suddenly declared earnestly after a moment, I wish to explore the relics. The relics? Tang Long's heart skipped a beat. A relic from 40,000 years ago lay 100 miles from the school. The principal had once taken 2 senior teachers there and discovered a prehistoric weapon, incredibly sharp and capable of easily slaying evolutionary beasts of similar rank. However, the path to the relic was fraught with peril, potentially encountering terrifying evolutionary beasts. Currently, they were merely stronger than ordinary humans, and facing a formidable evolutionary beast could spell death. Tang Long, He Chong reiterated seriously, we are both candidates for evolution. Yet due to our innate abilities, we have fallen behind others from the starting line. Now, the relics represent our only escape. If we can enter the relics and find a prehistoric weapon, we will become heroes at the academy, and that vial of evolution potion may also belong to us. The evolution potion? Tang Long felt a stir of excitement. Each year, the academy awarded a vial of evolution potion to promising students. With a single sip, even the most ordinary individual could potentially become an evolved being. Chapter 2, The Pseudo-Beast. Tang Long agreed to He Chong's proposal. After a brief preparation, they equipped themselves with basic gear and embarked on their journey. He Chong carried a particle gun, a weapon with significant recoil, usable only by those with a cell energy value exceeding 3. Tang Long, like He Chong, was equipped with a particle gun. However, while Tang Long wielded a sniper variant, He Chong bore a scattergun that could unleash 5 rounds in a single burst. On Earth, Particle guns were the most commonly utilized weapons among ordinary individuals, emitting high-temperature lasers that inflicted severe thermal shock upon their targets, often capable of shattering even the largest boulders with a single shot. Yet, when confronted with evolved beasts, particle guns might prove ineffective. Both evolved beasts and evolvers harbored energy within their cellular structures. When amassed, this energy formed a protective membrane at the skin surface, rendering conventional weaponry nearly impotent against them. "That I also have this," He-Chang declared, shaking 3 bombs from his pocket. However, this theory lacked credibility, as previous excavations had uncovered spacecraft within the ruins, suggesting that if Earth were uninhabitable, humanity could have sought refuge on other celestial bodies. Proponents of the second theory argued that Earth was once much smaller, with a diameter less than 1/3 of its current size. Given a constant mass, but a significantly reduced volume, the density would have been exceedingly high. If humanity still existed before the dust clouds emerged, they would have been buried and sealed underground. Thus, over 4.6 billion years, numerous civilizations were entombed. Are there evolved beasts in those ruins? Tang Long inquired tentatively, realizing his ignorance about the site. He had only heard that the principal had once excavated a prehistoric weapon from the ruins, but he knew nothing else, not even whether it was a sword or a knife. Based on his previous knowledge of ruins, evolved beasts were typically absent. The ruins, located 1,000 meters underground, were beyond the reach of moonlight, making it improbable for evolved beasts to inhabit them. "It's hard to say," He-Chang replied, shaking his head. "I asked the teachers, and they claimed not to have encountered any evolved beasts. However, that was a month ago. It's uncertain whether the situation has changed. If evolved beasts were to appear now, we wouldn't be afraid." He patted the 3 bombs in his pocket as he spoke to Sigh. Tang Long sighed internally again. These bombs were core collision explosives. Once detonated, they would disrupt the atomic forces, capable of penetrating even 10-meter thick steel plates. The mouse bore several visible wounds. "That an evolved beast?" Tang Long immediately regretted their reckless venture. "Not quite," He-Chang replied, puzzled. Although both the caterpillar beast and the mouse beast were pseudo-beasts, there were varying degrees of strength among them. For instance, a pseudo-beast with a cellular energy value of 7 would surpass one with a value of 3. Half an hour passed, and finally, the 2 pseudo-beasts stirred. The first to act was the mouse beast, which lashed its tail violently at the caterpillar beast, sending it flying. However, the caterpillar beast curled into a ball mid-air, as if gravity had intensified, and crashed down upon the mouse beast. The impact created a 10-meter-wide crater in the ground as the mouse beast narrowly dodged. "Are these pseudo-beasts?" Tang Long asked weakly. The destruction wrought by these 2 creatures rivaled that of ordinary evolved beasts. "Perhaps. They are pseudo-beasts with cellular energy values of 7 or 8, He-Chang replied uncertainly, equally astonished. Although the school often showcased battles between evolved beasts, nothing compared to the raw reality before them. The 2 pseudo-beasts were fiercely battling, utilizing their most potent abilities to vanquish one another. Tang Long aimed his scope at the mouse beast. Should it prevail, it would likely turn its wrath upon them. Thus, his plan was to eliminate the mouse as soon as it emerged victorious. While the particle gun boasted immense power, capable of pulverizing boulders, it could not guarantee a single fatal blow against a pseudo-beast, especially one with a cellular energy value of 7 or 8. For such foes, they would need to resort to explosives. "Aim for the eyes," He-Chang instructed. "Understood," Tang Long nodded in agreement. Regardless of the creature, the eyes remained the most vulnerable point. As the caterpillar beast grew weaker, its gravity-defying spike form could create a 10-meter-wide pit upon impact. Yet, its speed was insufficient. Each time it drew near the mouse beast, the latter would leap away. The mouse beast's tail struck with incredible speed, landing blows upon the caterpillar point 10 minutes later. The caterpillar beast lay still, motionless. The mouse beast had triumphed. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and one of the mouse beast's eyes was blinded. "Not good, Run!" Tang Long exclaimed, turning to flee. He had miscalculated. More accurately, he had erred in logic. For an ordinary creature, a shot to the eye would surely be fatal. However, for a pseudo-beast, losing one eye merely meant it was now impaired. Its life was not necessarily in jeopardy. Earth Chapter 3, The Eye of the Moon. The mouse beast let out a piercing roar, its tail striking the ground where Tang Long had just crouched. Crash. A half-meter-deep impression marred the earth. What incredible strength! He-Chang scrambled up the nearest tree, Gazing at the mark, it was evident that at least 500 pounds of force had been exerted to create such a dent, indicating that the mouse beast possessed a cellular energy value of at least 5. 5 exceeded 3. Hichong internally acknowledged that this mouse beast would not be easy to contend with. Meanwhile, Tang Long concealed himself behind a tree 100 meters away, observing the unfolding events with his peripheral vision. The mouse beast, having lost one eye, now had a significantly reduced field of vision. Mammals typically possess a visual field angle of around 120 degrees. With one eye impaired, it was reduced to a mere 60 degrees. The mouse beast prowled between the trees, searching for Tang Long. Hichong called out, "I'll distract it. You focus on the kill," that Hichong communicated through radio dialogue. "No problem." Tang Long nodded in understanding. Moments later, Hichong fired his weapon. All 5 bullets struck the body of the mouse beast, yet only one inflicted a wound, a mere pinprick that bled for just a second before healing itself. Damn it. Hichong felt a surge of frustration. Although he was aware of the formidable regenerative abilities of the pseudo-beasts, he had not anticipated them to be this potent. A wound the size of a thumb healed within 3 seconds. Under such circumstances, a slower-firing weapon would be utterly ineffective against a mouse beast, as it would take at least 5 seconds to discharge a single bullet. For instance, Tang Long's sniper rifle required 5 seconds between shots, and this was merely a pseudo-beast. If they encountered an evolved beast, even rocket launchers might fail to take it down. The mouse beast, attracted by Hichong's firepower, approached the tree where he was stationed. He initially believed himself safe, as a 3-meter-long mouse beast would find climbing trees quite challenging. However, he was mistaken. The mouse beast was surprisingly adept at climbing, albeit at a slower pace. Its sluggishness was not due to a lack of speed, but rather a visual impairment. Had its eyesight been intact, it would have undoubtedly captured Hichong by now. "Hurry up, Tang Long. My life depends on you," Hichong shouted as he fired a few rounds at the mouse beast and began to ascend to a higher branch. The mouse beast was now 20 meters away, with numerous branches obstructing its path. Without these branches, Hichong was certain he would have already been caught. Tang Long arrived at the base of the tree, carefully aiming for the mouse beast's weak spot. His crosshairs were now fixed on the creature's neck. Bang! Tang Long fired. The mouse beast shuddered and let out a shriek before pausing momentarily, only to resume its pursuit of Hichong. Tang Long. "Hurry!" Shortly thereafter, Hichong reached the top of a branch, but his path ahead was blocked. The mouse beast had also positioned itself on the same branch, causing it to sway precariously under their combined weight. Tang Long continued to aim at the mouse beast's neck, now only able to see that specific part of its body. Bang! Another shot rang out. This time, the mouse beast yelped in pain, losing its balance and plummeting from the tree. Ha! Hichong breathed a sigh of relief. Falling from such a height would surely be fatal. The mouse beast had just fallen from 70 meters. Yet, to his astonishment, the creature was still alive. "Tang Long, be careful," Hichong quickly cautioned. As the mouse beast landed beside Tang Long, it suddenly leapt up, attacking him. Tang Long, bewildered, instinctively used his hands to block the beast's gaping jaws. The mouse beast was incredibly powerful, causing Tang Long's feet to carve deep grooves into the ground. But what's happening to Tang Long? Hichong gasped, eyes wide in disbelief. With a cellular energy value of 3, Tang Long should not have been able to withstand a pseudo-beast with a value of 7. Yet, he was managing to hold his ground. Perhaps the mouse beast had sustained severe injuries and was significantly weakened. As Hichong pondered this, he jumped down from the tree and grabbed the mouse beast by its tail. Bang! The mouse beast whipped its tail, sending Hichong flying backward. "What's going on? Why am I?" As he soared through the air, Hichong wondered why. Despite having the same cellular energy value of 3 as Tang Long, he could not contend with the mouse beast. At that moment, Tang Long was unlike his usual self. His pupils were not black, but crimson. The moon's eye? Hichong stared in astonishment at Tang Long's eyes. That was indeed the moon's eye. Following the activation of the moon by the renowned Dr. Li Bowen from Huaxia, a group of evolved beings had emerged on Earth, their power formidable, with eyes resembling a blood moon. When confronted with a full moon, they could unleash a 100-fold increase in combat prowess, easily tearing apart level 3 and 4 evolved beasts. However, this group seemed to consume their vitality, leading to tragically short lifespans, with the longest living only 3 years. Tang Long. Hichong felt both amazement and sorrow. From this moment onward, Tang Long's life was on a countdown. With a ferocious effort, Tang Long tore the mouse beast in half from its mouth downwards. After the beast's demise, Tang Long collapsed onto the ground. He Chang approached him, offering comfort. Tang Long, are you all right? Just now you die. Tang Long appeared bewildered, asking that mouse beast. How'd I just... He seemed oblivious to how he had killed the creature, especially in such a brutal manner, which was far beyond what an evolved seed could achieve. Perhaps. He Chang hesitated to divulge the truth about the moon's eye. After a moment of contemplation, he suggested, if possible, that the mouse beast was already severely injured and lacked the strength to fight back. With your cellular energy value of 3, it should not be impossible to tear apart a mouse beast. Is that so? Tang Long accepted this explanation. An evolved being with a cellular energy value of 3 theoretically possessed the strength to lift 150 kilograms, making it plausible to tear a 3-meter mouse beast apart, at least, in theory. However, this applied only to a deceased creature. A living one would not yield so easily. Yet, with no better explanation available, the moon's eye vanished after he had torn the mouse beast asunder. Approaching the carcass, He Chang exclaimed, "This is incredible," pointing at the remains as though discovering treasure. Although the mouse beast was merely a pseudo-beast and lacked the core of an evolved beast, it possessed its own pseudo-core. Nestled within the area corresponding to its pineal gland was a crystal, the size of a fingernail, transparent with a hint of black. Is this the pseudo-core? Tang Long inquired, having only seen pictures of such cores at school, but never the real thing. Indeed, He Chang nodded. This should be the pseudo-core. We need not worry about ammunition any longer. While the pseudo-core had limited utility, it could yield pure energy. This was particularly beneficial for low-level evolved beings engaged in combat, as they often wielded high-powered weapons. For example, a single high-powered energy bullet could equate to the total energy of a standard particle gun. In the wilderness, without sufficient energy, weapons could become burdensome. This pseudo-core is sufficient for 100 rounds of ammunition. I shall take this, and that one is yours, He Chang indicated toward the nearby caterpillar beast. The caterpillar beast was likely on par with the mouse beast, also classified as a pseudo-beast with a cellular energy value of 7. Tang Long approached, retrieving his particle knife to begin severing the head of the caterpillar beast. Nothing, he said, parting the creature's brain, but finding no pseudo-core. Impossible. Search again. He Chang expressed his confusion. Without a pseudo-core, it cannot be classified as a pseudo-beast. It would merely be an ordinary animal. Yet, how could such a creature have battled for so long against a mouse beast with a cellular energy value of 7? Could this be the pseudo-core? After a moment, Tang Long discovered a crystal the size of an infant's fist within the caterpillar beast's abdomen. What is this? He Chang's heart raced at the sight. Typically, pseudo-cores were only the size of a fingernail. A fist-sized crystal was indicative of a beast core. However, beast cores could only be formed by evolved beasts. Could it be that this caterpillar beast was an evolved beast? Earth Chapter 4, Evolved Beasts. The 1-meter-long caterpillar beast contained a beast core, which defied common sense. Level 1 evolved beasts typically measured at least 10 meters in length, yet this caterpillar beast was only 1 meter long. The only explanation was that this caterpillar beast is on the verge of evolution. It might evolve to level 1 within 2 hours. We have truly been fortunate, He Chang remarked, still trembling from the encounter. Typically, a pseudo-beast nearing evolution would be among the strongest, but there were exceptions due to species conflicts. Everyone knows that the mouse beast is the fastest of the pseudo-beasts, while the caterpillar beast is the slowest. When the two clashed, even if the caterpillar beast evolved to level 1, it would still not stand a chance against the mouse beast. However, if a human were involved, it would be a different story. A level 1 evolved beast with its 10-meter size could disregard all resistance and breach human bases with ease. Tang Long and Chang were merely 2 ordinary individuals from the human base, hardly formidable opponents against a level 1 evolved beast. Luck. Tang Long wiped the sweat from his brow. Had a rodent beast not unexpectedly appeared and slain the almost evolving caterpillar beast, they would have been faced with a 10-meter-long level 1 evolved beast in just 2 hours, teetering on the brink of life and death. Let us proceed. Following this unforeseen incident, Chang exhibited heightened caution. The path ahead concealed even greater dangers. They were merely seed-evolved beasts with a cellular energy value of 3, too weak to confront even moderately powerful pseudo-beasts without taking a detour. After traversing a little over half the distance, they encountered a genuine evolved beast. It's a Bada who, Chang remarked. His expression grim. A 10-meter-long butterfly hovered 100 meters ahead. What shall we do? Tang Long inquired. Although Bada, who did not typically attack humans indiscriminately, it possessed a strong territorial instinct, striking at anyone who ventured too close. There was a tale of a seed squad of 100 that unwittingly entered Bada, whose territory. In an instant, all succumbed to its potent venom. The wings of Bada, who emitted a copious amount of toxic pollen, rendering it impossible for ordinary individuals to approach. Use this. Chong handed Tang Long a powerful countercharge bomb, solemnly stating, "I will throw one to you shortly. Bada, who will be temporarily blown away, allowing us to dash past. In the meantime, we will throw another to detonate nearby trees and obstruct its path." Will this truly work? Tang Long questioned, skepticism evident in his voice. Happy Ada, who was a level 1 evolved beast, and while the countercharge bomb could penetrate 5 meters of steel, it could only displace Bada, who by 200 meters. Given that distance, Bada, who could recover in mere seconds. Moreover, once it pursued them, the air would be filled with toxic pollen, creating a lethal zone extending a mile around it. Even the swiftest escape would not guarantee their survival. What do you suggest then? Chong responded, equally at a loss. Level 1 evolved beasts were notoriously formidable. This particular Bada, who was classified among the most dangerous evolved beasts by the human base. Typically, when evolved beasts threatened human settlements, the base would deploy energy cannons for defense. Yet, the emergence of Bada, who prompted an immediate response from evolved beasts to thwart its advance. The two fell silent. The path ahead was blocked by Bada, who, leaving no alternative routes. "We must take a risk," Chong finally declared, rising. "We will throw all 3 bombs and sprint past with utmost speed." Tang Long said nothing, merely gazing at Chong, whose eyes shone with determination. "Shall we give it a try?" Chong extended his hands, each holding a countercharge bomb. "Very well, let us gamble," Tang Long acquiesced, taking 1 bomb. "Fate will decide." Chong nodded excitedly. "I will run first. When I'm 50 meters from Bada, who, you will throw a bomb. Then we both run. When Bada, who descends, you need not worry about anything, just run forward. I will hold it off." Tang Long silently nodded. This was indeed a gamble. If the countercharge bomb failed to displace Bada, who, they would have provoked a fearsome beast, courting death. With preparations complete, Chong took the lead. When Chong reached a distance of 50 meters from Bada, who, Tang Long exerted all his strength to hurl the countercharge bomb. With a cellular energy value of 3, his strength remained adequate. The bomb reached Bada, who before Chong, and with a resounding explosion, it created a shockwave that sent Bada, who reeling. Chong did not pause. As Bada, who was propelled away, he dashed past the spot where it had been. Tang Long, having thrown the bomb, also accelerated his pace. Roar! As Tang Long passed the site recently occupied by Bada, who, its furious roar echoed through the sky. At that moment, Chong threw his 2 remaining countercharge bombs in opposite directions, one skyward and the other towards the ground. "May the gods protect us," he muttered, racing forward with all his might. All he could do was run relentlessly. Boom! The first bomb detonated, sending Bada, who soaring. However, it was only a matter of seconds before Bada, who began its dive back down. At this juncture, Tang Long found himself the closest to Bada, who, a mere 50 meters away. "It's over." Tang Long shut his eyes and sprinted desperately. Just then, an explosion resounded from behind. It was the 3rd countercharge bomb, timed by Chong, detonating at a critical moment. Bada, who dove towards the ground, its wings parallel to the earth. The explosion hurled it far from the scene. The two continued to flee with abandon. Time lost its meaning as they ran. Suddenly, Tang Long noticed Chong had come to a halt. "What's wrong?" Tang Long asked, stopping as well. "Look," Chong pointed towards a vast crater ahead. "Ruins?" Tang Long was taken aback. The ruins had appeared so rapidly. It indicated that they had sprinted over 30 miles in one breath. In moments of life-threatening peril, human potential indeed knows no bounds. "Do you sense anything?" Chong abruptly inquired. "Sense?" Tang Long, still catching his breath, only felt exhaustion. "I believe I have broken through 2 levels. My cellular energy value has reached 5, Chong boasted, a hint of pride in his voice. He had not made any progress in 3 consecutive years, and this risky expedition into the ruins was his last resort. I think, Tang Long clenched his fists, excitement illuminating his face. "I too seem to have reached 5. Indeed. We are fortunate," Chong proclaimed, heading towards the ruins. "Very fortunate," Tang Long echoed, following him into the remnants. Both he and Chong were of similar aptitude, having seen no advancement for 3 years. This breakthrough felt almost surreal. However, this was merely a minor progress. Becoming evolved beasts was the true advancement that would earn them recognition, especially from their secret crush, Lu Wanwen. In this era of heroes, lacking strength made it difficult to even converse with one's beloved. Now, as they entered the ruins, they began their search for ancient weaponry to exchange for evolution potions. The Huaxia headquarters dispatched 1 vial of evolution potion to each school monthly. Ordinary individuals who consumed it stood a chance of evolving into evolved beasts. However, with a student population of 500,000, those without contributions were unlikely to receive such potions. Tang Long, what do you see over there? At a depth of 800 meters underground, Chong suddenly pointed at a glowing object, a gun. Tang Long replied, puzzled. The weapon was twice the size of their own, measuring over 1 meter in length. It's a heavy particle gun. Chapter 5. The secondary time-space, a heavy particle gun, distinct from an ordinary one due to its substantial recoil, can only be wielded by a first-level evolutionary. The presence of this heavy particle gun implies that an evolutionary has perished here. What should we do? Tang Long inquired. A formidable evolutionary could obliterate hundreds of beings like them, yet one has met its demise here. What dangers lurk in this place? The fact that an evolutionary could die here indicates the existence of a force capable of slaying them, an existence that can only be attributed to an evolutionary beast. They have witnessed the terror of these beasts, as even 3 strong particle collision projectiles failed to vanquish them. Perhaps this is merely a gun, unintentionally left behind by a previous individual. This is not a forbidden zone. Even people like us are permitted to enter, let alone others. Saying this, Chong picked up the gun. After a brief examination, he handed it to Tang Long, stating, "You should take this sniper rifle. It enhances our chances of survival." Wait, this is not just a heavy particle gun. It is an advanced heavy particle gun. Tang Long trembled as he accepted the weapon. This advanced heavy particle gun is not an ordinary one. It can only be used by a second-level evolutionary, with fewer than 100 in existence, strictly regulated, and each one meticulously logged. Typically, advanced particle guns bear the name of their user. As Tang Long gazed at the gun's handle, a chill coursed through him. Inscribed at the end were 3 characters, Su San Shao. It belonged to San Shao. The astonishment was not limited to Tang Long. Chong was equally taken aback. If anyone had not heard of Su San Shao, they could not be considered a true inhabitant of Earth. 20 years ago, at the tender age of 10, Su San Shao became the first evolutionary on Earth. He evolved to the 2nd level in a remarkably short time. Yet, for reasons unknown, he has remained at the 2nd level for the past 20 years without further evolution. During that time, the evolutionary beasts on Earth were mere pseudo-beasts, which San Shao could typically dispatch single-handedly whenever they threatened humanity. He was hailed as humanity's greatest hero. However, 2 decades later, everything has changed. The once easily dispatched pseudo-beasts have evolved to levels 4 and 5, while humanity's highest evolution is merely level 4. Faced with the menace of evolutionary beasts, humanity has been compelled to resort to desperate measures. If this gun belongs to San Shao, it suggests that he may have met a tragic end. Impossible. Chong felt a sense of dread. San Shao is a 2nd-level evolutionary. The presence of his weapon here indicates the existence of a beast surpassing the 2nd level. The strength of a 2nd-level evolutionary beast is exceedingly formidable. If such a creature were to attack their school, it could spell disaster. A 2nd-level beast could slay 2 evolutionary beings of the same tier. Although the principal possesses ancient weaponry, mastering such relics requires time. What should we do? Tang Long asked. I don't know, Chong replied, equally at a loss for words. The reality lay stark before them. Even the legendary hero Su San Shao could have perished here, making their venture potentially suicidal. Both fell silent. Having reached this point, retreating would invite ridicule, especially for Chong, who had stolen controlled weapons like the strong particle collision projectiles, and would certainly face severe punishment if he returned. Yet remaining here was no solution. Lurking deep within the ruins could be a beast beyond the 2nd level awaiting their arrival. Half an hour later, Tang Long pressed his ear to the ground. What is wrong? Chong also leaned down to listen. There's a ticking sound, emanating from the northwest at a 60-degree angle. Tang Long mused. estimating the distance to be around 200 meters. Chang pointed towards a large rock ahead. Tang Long nodded in confusion. A moment ago, the ticking noise had come from behind this massive stone. The rock appeared to be an ordinary boulder, with uneven edges and a weathered look. Chang then attempted to touch it. Whoosh! As soon as his hand made contact, a strong force pulled him inside. Long Chang, Tang Long shouted, not pausing to think as he followed suit. Inside the stone was a peculiar space. In this realm, Tang Long did not see Chang, but instead, a series of stone coffins meticulously arranged, 12 in total. Where is this? Tang Long approached the nearest coffin. As he stepped through the door, the ticking sound became clear. Following the noise, he passed through 2 doors and beheld a figure. The individual was wielding a hoe, tirelessly digging at the wall, with debris scattered about. The person caught a glimpse of Tang Long, but continued working. Who are you? Tang Long ventured closer to inquire. The individual finally paused, glanced at Tang Long, and his gaze fell upon the gun in Tang Long's hand, expressing curiosity. This looks familiar. May I see it? Before Tang Long could react, the stranger snatched the weapon with remarkable speed. Tang Long was astonished. This person's ability indicated at least a first-level evolutionary. That speed could only be achieved by someone above the first level. The man examined the gun S-handle, murmuring, Su San Shao, how familiar. Who is this person? And why does he seem so recognizable? Do you know him? Tang Long asked. He suspected that if this person recognized Su San Shao, he might have arrived here with him. I don't know him. The man shook his head. I just have a vague sense of familiarity. Disappointed, Tang Long pressed further. Then who are you, and why are you here? I don't know, the man replied, glancing at his hoe, puzzled. I seem to have been digging here for an eternity, unaware of anything else. How long have you been here? A long time, perhaps around 10,000 years. I can't recall the exact duration. 10,000 years. Tang Long felt a twinge of skepticism. If this person was not lying, then he might be insane. After a moment, Tang Long asked again, Sir, how did you end up here? I don't know, the man repeated, shaking his head. I only remember excavating stones. The reason for my toil escapes me. If not for your arrival, I might have forgotten my own existence. How could this be? Tang Long pondered. This individual held too many secrets. First, how did he arrive here? Second, why did he claim to have been here for 10,000 years? He also expressed familiarity with the name Su San Shao, who was a contemporary, while the man seemed to belong to a time long past, a stark contrast. Sir, please think carefully about how you came to be in this place. Tang Long implored once more. The man caressed the particle gun, closing his eyes. After what felt like an eternity, he suddenly opened his eyes with newfound clarity, exhaling slowly. I remember now. What do you remember? Tang Long sensed a surge of power emanating from the man. I am Su San Shao, the man declared, his presence intensifying. You are Su San Shao? Tang Long questioned, perplexed. Did you not say you have been here for 10,000 years? How can you be Su San Shao? Indeed, I am Su San Shao, and I have been here for 10,000 years, the man affirmed. It is all due to this space. This space? Tang Long surveyed his surroundings, contemplating. Is there something amiss with this realm? This is a secondary time-space. It possesses its own temporal framework, the man stated gravely. To exist here for 10,000 years is but a fleeting moment, or perhaps even less, in the outside world. Chapter 6. Time and Consciousness. Tang Long accepted that the man was indeed Su San Shao. However, he remained perplexed about the concept of secondary time. Su San Shao claimed to have spent 10,000 years here, yet he was aware that the ruins had only been discovered a month ago. Their principal had been among the first to arrive just last week. This indicated that Su San Shao must have arrived here 2 or 3 days after the principal. For Su San Shao, those 2 or 3 days had equated to 10,000 years. How could this be possible? I too do not fully grasp the notion of secondary time, Su San Shao admitted. Nevertheless, I am certain that I have endured 10,000 years. In that span, I have forgotten who I am and what my purpose was. I firmly adhere to the belief that as long as I persist in my excavation, I shall eventually carve my way out. Is that not so? This time, Tang Long noticed that behind Su San Shao lay a rugged path of gravel, stretching 10 meters in length. Each stone was exceedingly hard, with a hardness rating exceeding 10. Diamond, known as the hardest natural substance, possesses a hardness of 10. The hardest material synthesized by humanity to date is iron kingstone, rated at 19, beyond which lies the realm of prehistoric weaponry. Yet, such weapons can effortlessly shatter implements forged from Iron King's stone. Observing the gravel beneath him, Tong Long realized that each fragment was even tougher than diamond. If these stones were indeed hewn from the rock by Xu Sanxiao, then a span of 10,000 years was plausible. Is there truly no other way out? Reflecting on the fact that Xu Sanxiao had remained trapped for 10 millennia, Tong Long felt a pang of anxiety that he too might share a similar fate. I have scoured this place thoroughly. There is simply no escape. Just then, Xu Sanxiao inquired, "How did you enter?" "I came in through a massive boulder." Tong Long recounted his entry. "Is that so? Our experiences differ." Xu Sanxiao sighed. "I entered through a portal deep within the ruins. That entrance is nothing extraordinary. It does not vanish. However, after I entered, I could no longer locate that door." Oh, Tong Long felt a profound sense of despondency. It seemed that unearthing the prehistoric relics was far from simple endeavor. After a moment, he asked, "I have a companion who also entered. Have you seen him?" "No." Xu Sanxiao reassured him. "Since we are all trapped here, he must be around. I am quite familiar with this place. Locating him should not pose a problem. Follow me." With that, Xu Sanxiao proceeded towards the nearest door, and Tong Long followed closely behind. After passing through 3 doors, Tong Long's eyes widened in astonishment. Long Xiang was lifelessly wielding a hoe, digging into the wall. The scene mirrored that of Xu Sanxiao in the past. What on earth is happening? Long Xiang. Tong Long approached and shook Xiang's shoulder, urging him to awaken. "Who are you? You seem so familiar." Xiang's memory of Tong Long was completely erased. Tong Long continued to shake him, saying, "I am Tong Long. You're Xiang. Do you remember Liu Wenwen? Did you not say you would come to the ruins to seek prehistoric weaponry and affirm your existence? How could you forget? You must remember." Realizing Xiang's predicament, Tong Long intentionally brought up provocative topics. Sure enough, after a brief moment, Xiang's eyes gradually regained their luster. "Tong Long, you are Tong Long. I thought you were dead." Xiang exclaimed, his face alight with emotion as countless memories flooded back. "What has happened to you?" Upon witnessing Xiang's revival, Tong Long inquired about his experiences. "I do not know. After entering, I felt time passing swiftly to the point where I lost track of its passage. Perhaps a century has elapsed. Overwhelmed by solitude, I forgot who I was and why I had come here. At that moment, I spotted a hoe and began to dig at the wall. With each strike, it seems even more time has slipped away. You have been digging for 10,000 years." Tong Long pointed to the 10-meter-long path of gravel behind Xiang. "The stones here are so hard that it would take 10 millennia to carve just that length." "What is happening?" Xiang asked. "It is all a matter of subjective time." Xu Sanxiao replied. "Who are you?" Xiang queried. "He is the human hero, Xu Sanxiao. Like you, he is also excavated for 10,000 years. Sanxiao." Xiang instantly felt a kinship. No one could comprehend the experience of digging for 10 millennia, losing track of time and self. Xu Sanxiao explained, "Here, subjective time operates within its own framework. The duration of your stay here bears no influence on the primary time outside. Why then do I feel as though I have endured 10,000 years while Tong Long has not?" This seems indeed to be the case. Tong Long distinctly felt that he had been here for less than 3 hours, while Xiang had entered almost simultaneously, yet felt as though he had existed here for 10 millennia. This is certainly not an illusion. Even the most advanced human technology could not excavate stones with a hardness exceeding 20 in just 3 hours. It must be a matter of consciousness. Xu Sanxiao said with resignation, "Are you suggesting the Panama hypothesis?" Xiang hesitated to utter the term. 50 years ago, the mad philosopher Panama proposed that time arises from consciousness. Without consciousness, time does not exist. When an individual finds themselves on a deserted island, time becomes meaningless to them, as they lack any concept of its utility. They cannot witness the growth of flora or the rise and fall of the sun. All they perceive are lifeless entities. When everything ceases to move, an individual's consciousness may fade. Without consciousness, there is no time. Initially, the philosopher's assertion was met with ridicule. However, in light of current circumstances, it appears his ideas are not so absurd after all. "And what of our present situation?" Xiang asked anxiously. "If consciousness were to fade again, it would mean enduring another 10,000 years. "It will not happen," Xu Sanxiao assured. "I have studied that philosopher's works. He posited that an individual's consciousness is easily extinguished by loneliness, but the consciousness of two individuals is more resilient. Now that we are three, our consciousness shall not easily fade. As long as we maintain our awareness, we shall govern this space-time. With that, Shu Sanxiao exuded an aura of confidence, a manifestation of a level 2 evolved being. What shall we do now? Qiang inquired. For now, we must remain together and locate that door, Shu Sanxiao instructed. Time is now under our control. We have plenty of it. Oh, in the presence of a level 2 evolved being, both Tong Long and Qiang felt a sense of deference. Following Shu Sanxiao, they traversed the area but failed to find the aforementioned door. Additionally, Tong Long discovered that the massive boulder through which he had entered was also missing. Sanxiao, Tong Long suddenly exclaimed, noticing that Long Qiang had become oddly still. This is troubling. Shu Sanxiao hastily pulled Qiang back, admonishing, I told you not to stray too far. Now listen to me. You are Qiang, a human being with many friends. Remember them all. With that, Shu Sanxiao harnessed his aura to invigorate Qiang. Sure enough, after a brief interval, Qiang awakened, alarmed. I suddenly lost sight of you both and felt fear. I've stood here for 10,000 years, waiting for you. Another 10,000 years? Tong Sanxiao contemplated this notion of 10,000 years. Just a minute ago, Qiang had conversed with him, then inexplicably drifted away, only to endure a solitary 10,000 years. Could it be that 10,000 years signifies the limits of time here? In the Earth Volume, Chapter 7, the Elusive Scripture, Volume 11, it is posited that time, too, has its limits, though none know what those limits entail. Previously, scientists proposed two theories. The first was the disorderly time theory. At the end of time, one could traverse to any moment desired. For instance, if one were born in the year 2000, they could journey to 1800 or 2200, standing at the end of time, detached from its constraints, free to venture wherever they wished. However, compared to this first theory of temporal limits, humanity struggles to fathom what the end of time truly signifies. Thus, some proposed a second theory, the time stasis theory. At time's conclusion, all matter remains motionless. For example, the air ceases to flow, birds no longer sing, and even light waves halt their propagation. For as long as there is motion, time persists. Hence, if everything is still, it cannot be deemed the end of time. Naturally, this phenomenon bears semblance to time stasis. Yet, is not time stasis itself a form of temporal conclusion? What, then, was my experience just now? Qiang affirmed that he had indeed endured another 10,000 years. The first 10,000 years marked his initial entry, while the second occurred just moments ago. He had traversed a millennium in solitude, yet for others, it was but a fleeting instant. This sensation, unless experienced firsthand, cannot be comprehended by outsiders. Shu Sanxiao refrained from elaborating further, urging Qiang to remain close. According to that philosopher, the consciousness of two individuals would interdepend, preventing it from being extinguished by time. Sanxiao, what has become of Tong Long? Qiang pointed at Tong Long, who remained motionless. At this moment, Tang Long was indeed motionless. Damn it! Su Sanxiao thought that Tang Long's consciousness had been extinguished by time and hurried over to rouse him. Suddenly, Tang Long spoke. I'm awake. Look at this. Following the direction Tang Long pointed to, Su Sanxiao saw a stone pillar, densely inscribed with characters. Volume 11. Level 5 evolution beasts are a significant hurdle for humanity. They may intentionally or unintentionally assault human bases. Faced with the attacks of level 5 evolution beasts, humans can only choose to flee, ultimately leading to a startling realization. As Su Sanxiao read on, his expression began to change dramatically. In just over 100 characters, it described reality with uncanny accuracy. Could this be the legendary illusory scripture? Qiang interjected. Illusory scripture? Hearing Chang's words, Su Sanxiao reread the passage, then glanced back at the title, his face lighting up with excitement. Indeed, this was the illusory scripture. The illusion comprises 50 volumes, but only 10 have survived, and what lay before them might be the 11th. How could the illusory scripture be here? Tang Long inquired. At that moment, Tang Long had come to believe this was indeed the illusory scripture. But how could it be here? This was a secondary space-time. The first person to arrive here was Su Sanxiao, followed by himself and Qiang. There was no one else. If this was the illusory scripture, it implied that the author must have visited this place 50 years ago. It must have been left behind by that writer. Su Sanshao pointed to the inscriptions on the stone pillar and said, "The handwriting is identical to that of the author. The handwriting of the illusory scripture's author, Xiao Xiao Yi Run, is recognizable to any earthling. If he came here and then left, there must be an exit," Tang Long speculated. "Yes. The exit should be close to the stone pillar. Everyone, search carefully." As he spoke, Su Sanshao found it strange. He had never seen this stone pillar before. He had traversed this area thoroughly and remembered every detail, but this stone pillar was unfamiliar. This space remained enigmatic. The three of them lined up and advanced in search of the exit. Eventually, they found a location that was unmistakably an exit. "Is this the exit?" Chang asked. The exit was so obvious, resembling an open door. From there, one could clearly see some unfamiliar surroundings. Yet, why hadn't he been noticed before? "Enough chatter. Stay close to me and do not wander off." Su Sanshao stepped out without hesitation. Ahead lay unknown dangers, perhaps more terrifying than what they had just experienced. As the three emerged, they instantly felt a stark contrast to their previous location. Here, there was no oppression. Every cell in their bodies felt invigorated. "We made it out," Chang exclaimed, on the verge of tears. He had been trapped inside for 20,000 years, a suffering that no one could fathom. In that space, a moment of panic equated to a millennium. This 1,000 years was not a mere figment of imagination, but a tangible reality. Everything inside was authentic. For instance, the stone pathway that Chang had excavated took him 1,000 years to complete. Now they stood outside the secondary space-time, feeling as though they had emerged from hell. "This is a relic," Su Sanshao stated. "I must have entered from here." He sighed in frustration. The exit was so close. Yet it had taken him a millennium to find it. The dreadful secondary time was enough to instill fear at the mere thought. "Well then," Su Sanshao continued, "let's part ways here." "Sanshao, you're leaving?" Chang was reluctant for Su Sanshao to go. This place was too terrifying, with its strange secondary time and fearsome evolution beasts. If Su Sanshao departed, their chances of survival would diminish significantly. "Do not worry," Su Sanshao reassured them. "This is a relic. I've already explored it and found no danger. Whatever you do inside will pose no threat. Of course, if you encounter any frightening doors, it is best not to enter. Otherwise, you may end up in a situation like before." Su Sanshao referred to the door of secondary time. "Sanshao, what about your gun?" Tang Long asked, still holding Su Sanshao's firearm, which he had found on the way. "You keep it. I must go. Be careful." As he spoke, Su Sanshao seemed to have urgent matters to attend to and headed in another direction. Only Tang Long and Chang remained. "It's up to us now," Chang said as he opened fire with a machine gun, marking the door to indicate it was a hazardous area. At that moment, they were already 1,000 meters underground. Ahead lay the relics from 40,000 years ago. This ancient civilization was the most recent known to contemporary Earth. Scientists claim that approximately 40,000 years ago, there existed a remarkably advanced civilization, one whose technology surpassed that of modern Earth. Among its remarkable creations were weapons capable of penetrating the energy shields of cell membranes. Typically, if a weapon was sufficiently sharp, it could injure an evolution beast. Currently, fewer than 20 such weapons have been unearthed globally, making them exceedingly rare. "This is ours. We won't leave until we find a prehistoric weapon." With that, Chang began digging with a hoe. That hoe had originated from the secondary space-time and had likely been with him for a millennium. Tang Long, lacking a hoe, drew out the particle knife he always carried. The soil of the relic was very hard. After 10 minutes, Tang Long had only managed to excavate a hole the size of a fist. Chang fared better. Perhaps due to his millennia of digging experience, he quickly unearthed a larger pit. Nothing. The pit was 5 meters deep, and Chang sighed, seeking another spot to dig. Although this was a relic, many valuable items had already been retrieved. Just last week, the principal had brought the most advanced equipment for a thorough sweep of the area. After the principal, Su Sanshao had conducted another extensive search. The probability of finding prehistoric weapons here had diminished significantly, perhaps even to the point of being non-existent. Suddenly, Chang exclaimed, "I found something." He unearthed a dagger. The dagger was teal, half a foot long, adorned with strange animal patterns. Bang! However, when Chang pulled the dagger out, it broke. The dagger had snapped at the hilt, with some rust still visible on the tip. "How unfortunate," Chang muttered, tossing aside the broken dagger. Tang Long observed this scene. He picked up the dagger and compared it to the particle knife in his hand, realizing that this damaged dagger was far superior. While his particle knife could only carve out a thumb-sized hole in the soil, this dagger could create a fist-sized one. Indeed, this was a prehistoric weapon. Tang Long cherished it and began to use the broken dagger for excavation. Time passed quickly, and a day had gone by. Chang had dug many large holes, yet had not uncovered a single prehistoric weapon, not even a fragment. "Let us venture deeper," Chang suggested. They were still at the periphery of the relic and had yet to enter the main gate. "Agreed," Tang Long nodded. "However, we must exercise caution. While the book states that there is little danger within the relic, one can never be too sure of unexpected events." The relic resembled a castle. Upon entering the grand entrance, they would be inside. The stone doors were ajar, and Chang hoisted his hoe and stepped inside, with Tang Long closely following. Inside the relic, the conditions were not much different from outside. The buildings were dilapidated, many lacking roofs, perhaps once present but now collapsed after 40,000 years. After all, even the most durable materials succumbed to time. Chang found a corner and began to dig. The soil inside was harder than that outside. Even with his hoe, he could only manage to scrape a little. Tang Long also began to dig, knowing that prehistoric weapons appeared randomly. They could be found anywhere or nowhere. Just as Tang Long prepared to excavate, Chang suddenly shouted, "Look, I've uncovered something." Tang Long glanced over and was rendered speechless. In Chang's hand was a palm-sized stone statue. Yet, this was no ordinary statue. It emanated an air of significance that was indescribable. It is said that ancient weapons possess a unique aura. Each prehistoric weapon bears a distinct essence. Although this statue is not a weapon, its aura suggests that it is extraordinary. "What is this statue?" Tang Long inquired as he approached. "The statue is not humanoid, but resembles a lion with 3 heads." "I do not know," Chang replied, shaking his head, yet excitement lingered at the corners of his mouth. "At least my visit was not in vain. I will present this to the school, and they will surely reward me with a vial of evolution serum. Then I shall become an evolver, and I will have the means to pursue Lu Wenwen." "Indeed, you will," Tang Long thought, filled with envy and nothing more. Just then, the ground trembled slightly. Tang Long pressed his ear to the earth, puzzled by the sound's origin, which seemed to emanate from outside and approached swiftly. "That can't be." Chang's expression changed dramatically. He recognized the cacophony, a chorus of various animal sounds. The earth is no longer as it once was, now teeming with evolved beasts. This clamor indicated that at least 10 evolved beasts were making their way toward them. Tang Long's complexion also grew pale. They could hardly handle a single evolved beast, let alone a dozen. The sounds drew nearer. "We must find a place to hide," Chang declared, eyeing a larger structure. The building was constructed entirely of stone. Its entrance flanked by 3 stone pillars, allowing only one person to pass at a time. That will do. Time was of the essence, and hesitation was not an option. Just as the evolved beasts were about to enter the ruins, they slipped into the building. Inside, they could clearly hear the roars of the evolved beasts outside. There were many more than they had anticipated, around 100 pseudo-beasts and 20 or so evolved beasts. "We're doomed this time," Chang gritted his teeth. Perhaps there is still hope. Despite believing their fate was sealed, Tang Long harbored a flicker of optimism. This hope was not unfounded, but rather a belief rooted in the unknown. Suddenly, the evolved beasts began to assault the stone pillars. Within moments, the pillars began to show signs of cracking. 5 minutes passed. When the last pillar shattered, Chang unexpectedly appeared before all the evolved beasts. "Long Chang?" Tang Long could hardly believe his eyes. Chang's body shimmered with a flowing black light. This black luminescence was not the lifeless glow of a bulb. It resembled a vibrant, ethereal essence. One of the evolved beasts lunged at Chang. It was merely a 5-meter-long coyote, its sharp teeth gleaming ominously, and its claws left trails in the air. Yet, this single evolved beast was rendered null by the black light emanating from Chang. He began to advance outward, causing the evolved beast to instinctively retreat. This was the pressure of dominance. All creatures of the food chain adhere to this principle. Outside, the evolved beasts remained obstinate, encircling Chang. At that moment, Tang Long emerged from the structure. The entrance had been breached, and hiding was no longer an option. If Chang fell, his demise would only be a matter of time. Hundreds of evolved beasts lunged at Chang simultaneously. In response, Chang intertwined his index and middle fingers, intoning solemnly to the darkness deeper than dusk, to the crimson brighter than blood. I vow here to you, grant me the power of annihilation. As he finished, a pillar of light began to grow within the circle formed by his hands. This beam seemed to truly embody the force of destruction, and all the evolved beasts that leaped toward him were instantly obliterated. When the light dissipated, not a single evolved beast remained on the ground, leaving only a crater as if struck by a meteor, with Chong standing at its center. Long Chong, are you all right? Tang Long called from a distance. Chong laughed maniacally. Tang Long, evolvers are far too weak. Come, learn magic with me. Magic? Tang Long thought Chong was jesting, as magic was said to exist only in tales. However, recalling Chong's earlier actions, which mirrored the magical descriptions, Tang Long sensed a tangible truth within. Magic does exist, though it is not of our human era. As he spoke, Chong produced a statue. This statue is the source of magical power, containing knowledge that our era cannot decipher. Yet I believe that in time, I shall unravel it. Now, I require a partner. Will you join me? Without waiting for Tang Long's response, Chong shot a beam of light into Tang Long's forehead. You are my friend. I wish to share everything with you unconditionally. Now you are nearly like me, capable of wielding the magic of the source. Chong's tone shifted. However, I know you are an upright person and would eschew the use of black magic. Indeed, within the memories imparted by the beam, Tang Long came to understand the nature of black magic. Unlike other forms of magic, all magic not derived from one's own power is deemed black magic. Such individuals typically lack innate magical talent, making it difficult for them to progress in magical cultivation. To obtain magic, they would barter their souls for the power of the source. Thus, black magic resembles usury, where one must repay borrowed power with their soul, compelling practitioners of black magic to seek ways to lend their acquired power at a higher cost to regain their lost essence. Moreover, Tang Long was aware that humanity had indeed mastered the technology of black magic 150 years ago. At that time, the United States invented the concept of Superman, as well as the precursor to the generator. Nikola Tesla developed a coil capable of transferring energy from one location to another, achieving energy sharing. However, due to concerns from Morgan Bank that this would allow everyone to access free energy, the technology was halted. In hindsight, the Tesla coil was the initial model of human magic, yet was prematurely stifled. Chapter 9. Journey to the Living Meat Grinder. The Tesla coil is the ancestor of modern transformers. The genius Tesla used the Earth as an inner conductor and the atmosphere as an outer conductor. Based on the skin effect, which dictates that current travels along the outer conductor, Tesla successfully transmitted electricity across the Pacific Ocean without any wires, illuminating a light bulb. The principles of black magic are similar. Black magic transmits power through a unique method, delivering magical energy to the sorcerers in need. What do you think? Chong asked. Are you considering joining me in establishing a magical kingdom? No, Tang Long replied without hesitation. Why? Chong queried, puzzled. I have already shared half of my magical energy with you. You are now a black magician like me, capable of unimaginable feats. Why refuse? Do you not wish to create a magical realm governed by ourselves, where we can do as we please? That is not the case. Tang Long shook his head. I do not wish to harm others for the sake of my own soul. Practitioners of black magic, in their quest for power beyond themselves, sacrifice their own souls, leaving them fractured. The only means of compensation is to lend their borrowed power at a higher price. This inevitably leads to chaos and darkness in the world. At this point, Chong and Tang Long could be considered primary agents of a magical source, able to lend their acquired power at a higher cost to others in exchange for their lost souls. However, Tang Long seemed reluctant to proceed down this path. Is power not enough to signify everything? I do not know. In any case, I will not employ black magic. Very well. With that, Chong spat blood. What is wrong? Tang Long inquired. Nothing. It is merely a side effect. Chong's complexion darkened. My body is still too fragile, with an energy level of only 5, unable to withstand such repercussions. It is time to part ways here. Perhaps we shall meet again in the future. After uttering these words, Chong staggered out. Tang Long was astonished by Chong's departure. They had been the best of companions not long ago, and now they were separated so swiftly. Chong did not glance back as he exited. At the entrance, a pseudo-beast lunged at him, but before it could make contact, it dissipated into nothingness. Long Chong? Tang Long temporarily set aside his concerns for Chong. Although Chong appeared frail, his strength remained undiminished. It was worth noting that not long ago, with a single blow, Chang had slain a level 2 evolved beast, a dozen level 1 evolved beasts, and hundreds of pseudo-beasts, a prowess that approached that of a level 3 human evolver. Tang Long lingered alone for a day, and the following day he departed from the ruins. On his journey home, he encountered no formidable evolved beasts, likely having been cleared by Chang. Along the way, Tang Long observed numerous carcasses of evolved beasts and pseudo-beasts, most of which bore the marks of magical injury. From the memories Chang had imparted to him, Tang Long learned of a spell known as decay. This elementary magic utilizes mana to induce a rapid proliferation of bacteria within an animal's body, leading to a grotesque infection that causes the caster to suffer a slow, rotting demise. Many animals met such cruel fates, their eyes wide open in death. Alas, Tang Long felt a renewed disdain for magic. Freed from the nuisance of pseudo-beasts, Tang Long returned to school in half a day. In the administrative office, a stern man reproached Tang Long. Do you understand what you have done? You and Chang have stolen school supplies and ventured into the ruins. Now, Chang is missing, and you have returned alone. What do you propose to do? The man was the head of the administrative office, tasked with disciplining errant students. The school took the matter of Chang seriously, given the theft of school supplies. Everything awaited the school's decision. Tang Long chose not to divulge details about Chang, willing to accept full responsibility. Very well, the director contemplated for a moment. The school's outpost is currently understaffed. You will intern there for a month as punishment. You are not permitted to return to school during this time. If you perform well, you may return early. Prepare yourself. Understood. Tang Long accepted the terms without question. Upon returning to the dormitory, his roommate Hong Naoyang embraced him briefly before sighing. Tang Long, this farewell may render our next meeting exceedingly difficult. Tell me, what is your wish? I would go to any lengths to fulfill it. No need. I will return alive, Tang Long replied as he packed his belongings. Return alive? On Nilian exclaimed incrédulity. Do you even know what an outpost is? It is a veritable meat grinder for the living. None who go there return unscathed, and often no bodies are found. Just 2 days ago, 100 civilians sent by the school fell in battle that very afternoon. You will surely struggle to survive. I am aware. Tang Long felt a sense of helplessness. The school's outpost served as a communication hub with other human bases, frequently besieged by countless evolved beasts due to its precarious location. Typically, the personnel at the outpost were civilians, ordinary people. Exceptional circumstances might warrant the deployment of evolvers. Like Tang Long, who had erred, the school maintained a dismissive attitude towards the outpost. When it was attacked, they merely sent replacements for repairs, indifferent to whether the sent individuals lived or died. Often, those dispatched met their end on the same day, and sometimes, those lost on the journey compelled the school to send multiple waves of reinforcements. Tang Long, my dear brother, grant me a task so I may feel useful. Hong Naoyang expressed his fear of never seeing Tang Long again. How about this? Tang Long pondered before suggesting, for the next month. Ensure that Fan Wenming does not pursue Lu Wenwen. That is no problem, Hong Naoyang assured him with a pat on his chest. The next day, Tang Long led 100 civilians toward the outpost. According to information from the school's command center, a wave of evolved beasts had recently attacked the outpost, severing communication with the school and other human bases, and Tang Long was instructed to expedite repairs without delay. This felt like a march toward death. The distance from the school to the outpost stretched over 200 li, requiring at least a day's travel, during which they would undoubtedly face numerous assaults from evolved beasts. Each individual was equipped with a rudimentary particle gun designed for ordinary people. This weapon possessed limited power to slay a level 1 evolved beast. 100 guns had to fire simultaneously over 30 seconds. In theory, as long as they did not encounter more than one level 1 evolved beast at a time, they could arrive safely. However, reality proved far more terrifying than anticipated. Midway through their journey, they were ambushed by a level 1 evolved beast accompanied by hundreds of advanced pseudo-beasts. After a fierce battle, they managed to eliminate all the evolved beasts and pseudo-beasts, leaving only 30 of the civilians, including Tang Long. As the leader of this mission, Tang Long understood there was no retreat. They either completed their task or faced being devoured by the evolved beasts. This truth resonated with all. In a time of human crisis, there were no deserters. If given a chance to flee, one would only find themselves consumed by evolved beasts. Once A team that failed their mission fled to the school gate only to be turned away, perishing at the hands of the beasts. Fear, helplessness, and sorrow enveloped the group in a suffocating silence. "You will not perish. Rise," Tang Long declared, resolved to exchange his soul for the source of magic to save these individuals. In the Earth chapter, Chapter 10, The Messenger of the Gods, Tang Long silently intoned, "To that which is darker than dusk and redder than blood, I vow here, grant me the power of destruction." Haiden Kreft. In an instant, some individuals noticed a change. Their skin had become as hard as stone, capable of being crushed. What was happening? They wondered, bewildered by their transformed bodies. Tang Long explained, "Our world is inhabited by gods, and I have possessed the ability to communicate with them since childhood. Just now, I prayed for divine protection. Is that true?" Even those who doubted the existence of gods found belief, as the evidence unfolded before their very eyes. "Let us move. Divine protection is time-sensitive. We must reach our destination within 2 hours." As he spoke, Tang Long felt a wave of weakness, having used his soul to barter from magic to safeguard these individuals. He now struggled to maintain his footing. Their bodies, now exceptionally resilient against pseudo-beast harm, enabled them to journey safely to the outpost, shielded from danger by their hardened forms. Upon reaching the outpost, a civilian inquired, "Commander, what shall we do next?" At that moment, Tang Long embodied their deity. Even if he commanded them to die, they would not hesitate. "First, repair the base station. Do not concern yourselves with anything else." Tang Long sat on the ground, recuperating his magic. Drawing upon the magic of his source was akin to a drug. Once one indulged, the body developed an insatiable thirst for mana, compelling them to seek it again. Following the fragments of memory imparted by Chong, Tang Long realized he should give his body's magic to exchange for his soul, filling the void within. However, Tang Long hesitated. Losing his soul was sufficient. He need not allow others to suffer the same fate. The essence referred to here encompasses both life and the soul factor. Life signifies the lifespan of an individual, while the soul factor pertains to a person's memories, emotions, thoughts, and all such attributes. Generally, the exchange of magical energy requires only life, excluding the soul factor, unless the latter bears a significant cost. Tang Long estimated that by employing the hardening spell on these 30 individuals, he had sacrificed at least 3 months of his life. The hardening spell is merely a basic form of magic, devoid of lethality against evolved beasts and pseudo-beasts. To harm evolved beasts, one must utilize intermediate magic, which consumes a minimum of 1 month of life, with some spells requiring even a year. Sighing deeply, Tang Long felt that dark magic resembled usury. 3 hours elapsed. Reporting, "Commander, the base station repairs have been completed. Please provide further instructions." A civilian soldier informed Tang Long traditionally, when base station repairs concluded. The majority of the repair personnel had perished. However, under Tang Long's leadership, far more individuals had survived than usual, and thus, the base station was now operational, leaving them with a sense of purposelessness. 20 individuals will guard the posts. The rest follow me to inspect the ammunition depot, Tang Long commanded. The ammunition depot was a rudimentary armory containing a single machine tool, capable of producing a simple particle gun in half an hour or 100 luminous energy bullets. Typically, the armory lay dormant, as no one had managed to survive a night watch in the past decade. This time, Tang Long intended to stay overnight. The armory was situated 50 meters underground. The school had expended considerable resources to establish this facility. Yet it was not until 10 years later that it would be put to use. Upon arriving at the armory, Tang Long noted its satisfactory condition. Within the armory lay several tons of iron ore and 2 tons of energy ore, sufficient for a month's consumption. 5 individuals were tasked with ammunition production, while the others accompanied Tang Long on a hunting expedition. After issuing instructions, Tang Long and the 5 individuals remained vigilant around the sentry post for any pseudo-beasts. 2 types of edible pseudo-beasts lurked nearby. The rhinoceros beast, which not only possessed ample meat, but was also easy to capture, and the zebra beast, which, though yielding less meat, never attacked humans. However, neither of these beasts was within their hunting capacity, as their weapons struggled to inflict fatal damage. They wielded only simple particle guns, whose power was alarmingly low, requiring simultaneous targeting to achieve lethality. This was merely theoretical. Unless one was a sharpshooter, others cannot achieve it. Yet, With limited rations at the sentry post, it was imperative to hunt at least one pseudo-beast today. Otherwise, they would lack the strength to confront more formidable foes. It was solely up to Tang Long. He held a heavy particle gun, previously owned by Su Sanshao, renowned for its immense power, capable of piercing a pseudo-beast's body, and occasionally even killing with a single shot. However, the gun required 5 seconds of preparation time and demanded the pseudo-beast remain still for a fatal strike. Climb the trees and create disturbances to cover me, Tang Long instructed, pointing at a rhinoceros beast. The others hastily ascended the trees and, under Tang Long's direction, began firing at the rhinoceros beast. Due to the simple particle guns and the rhinoceros beast's thick hide, it took the 5 individuals 10 minutes to lure the creature closer. Meanwhile, Tang Long concealed himself beneath a tree, aiming for the beast's neck. This rhinoceros beast appeared to possess a cellular energy value between 3 and 5. With a resounding bang, he shot through its neck. However, the sound attracted the ire of other rhinoceros beasts. These creatures, immensely powerful, could collectively shatter a towering tree. With individuals still in the tree, Tang Long had no choice but to expend a portion of his soul to cast the hardening spell on one of them, ensuring their survival. Once the rhinoceros beast departed, they retrieved the slain beast. On the 3rd day, the time for hunting arrived once again. Tang Long sighed, realizing that hunting alone was unsustainable. Addressing the group, he proclaimed, "You are now aware that I am no ordinary individual. I possess magic and can converse with the divine. Indeed, my true identity is that of a divine emissary, tasked with your protection. The divine has decreed that all are equal, and anyone can become a divine emissary, possessing magic. Henceforth, each of you has the potential to become a divine emissary." A profound silence enveloped the crowd, yet each individual's gaze shimmered with reverence and excitement. Tang Long continued, "However, the requirements for becoming a divine emissary are somewhat stringent. One must possess a cellular energy value of 3 or higher. Do any of you meet this criterion?" Disappointment swept through the crowd, for they were ordinary individuals, with a cellular energy value of 2 being commendable. Yet, Tang Long reassured them, "Fear not. The divine's expectations are modest. Basic spells require minimal physical prowess. Repeat after me. Tian Ling Ling, Di Ling Ling. Please grant me the power of the Black Swamp technique." In unison, the 30 individuals recited the incantation, albeit with confusion, glancing at one another as no phenomena manifested. At this juncture, Tang Long began to collect the incantatory information. The spell he had just devised allowed him to receive requests from those who recited it. In his memory, this was known as incantation magic, or contract magic. When the spell was uttered, it constituted an agreement with the magical provider. Presently, Tang Long was the provider, while these 30 individuals were the contractees. He could choose to grant them magic or withhold it. To instill an understanding of the difficulties of magic, Tang Long resolved to permit only the 5 physically strongest individuals to wield it. With a series of thuds, 5 small swamps emerged on the ground, each 2 meters in diameter and filled with black, muddy water. "I succeeded," one individual exclaimed, elated as they approached the site of their magical release. "Me too. Me too." The 5 individuals authorized by Tang Long had learned to harness magic. Of course, they had not truly mastered magic. They had merely learned to utilize it. The divine remained benevolent. Even if their bodies fell short of divine standards, some among them had been favored to become divine emissaries. Pointing to the 5 who could wield magic, Tang Long declared, "From today onward, you 5 shall be responsible for hunting. Remember, the magic you employ is of the basic variety, suitable only for low-tier pseudo-beasts. When encountering evolved beasts, you must evade them." The 5 listened respectfully, aware that they were no longer mere mortals. Tang Long added, "The power bestowed by the divine differs from conventional magic. To better attract the divine's favor, you must cultivate your bodies. Only with sufficiently robust physiques will the divine generously bestow their strength upon you. The same applies to the rest of you. Rigorous training is essential. Only with formidable bodies can you become divine emissaries." Tang Long spoke passionately, and the audience listened with reverence, having borne witness to the miracle of the divine. Once the crowd dispersed, Tang Long returned to his quarters to begin his training. While providing magic to the 5, he sensed a resurgence of soul energy, compensating for a fraction of his prior soul loss. In the realm of potent memories, soul energy equated to life force. Thus, anyone utilizing Tang Long's magic would passively grant him a fraction of their life. Tang Long accepted this predicament. If he were to perish, so too would these individuals. Rather than face mutual demise, it was preferable to trade a portion of life for prolonged survival. On the 5th day, an aide assisted an unfamiliar individual into the room. "Commander, we found this person on our journey. He does not appear to be from our base." The insignia on the stranger's clothing indicated he was from Hong Kong base. Amidst the global onslaught of evolved beasts, human bases had emerged across various regions. Within these human bases, some possess formidable strength, housing multiple evolvers, while others are considerably weaker, lacking any evolvers at all. Among them, Hong Kong GD is one such base devoid of evolvers. However, Hong Kong GD boasts advanced technology, managing to sustain itself for 2 decades despite the absence of evolvers. A man gradually awakens, his mind seemingly unclear, muttering, "Sister, sister, I will save you." Alas, Tang Long reflects silently that he is yet another abandoned soul. Once the man is fully conscious, Tang Long inquires, "I am from Illusion Academy. May I ask who you are?" In this era, those who identify themselves by their schools are invariably from Evolver Academies. "I am CF Fong from Hong Kong GD. Our team became separated during a mission, and we request your assistance." Tang Long responds that such a request is difficult to fulfill. They are among the castaways, and there is nothing significant enough to warrant a return to school, especially since there are no communication facilities here. "I see." The man understands Tang Long's predicament. In this apocalyptic world, the incapable are often forsaken. However, Tang Long continues, "We can assist you, but under certain conditions." "What conditions?" the man asks. "Assist us in transforming this place into a fortress," Tang Long states. "I fear that may be beyond my capabilities," the man replies, his expression troubled. "In truth, I too am like you, one of the forsaken. I cannot return to the base until my mission is complete. However, if you have the necessary equipment, I can provide you with a design blueprint." The man gazes earnestly at Tang Long, as if that is all he can offer. "Very well," Tang Long nods. "We possess a simple machine tool. Do you think it will suffice?" Accompanying the man, Tang Long leads him to the ammunition depot. The machine tool appears to be an antiquated relic from a decade ago, and the man contemplates silently for a long while. "What do you think? Is it feasible?" Tang Long inquires. "It could work," the man replies uncertainly, "but it will require some time for modifications." "That is acceptable," Tang Long assures him. "I will send someone to find your teammates." The man provides Tang Long with a rough location, approximately 20 miles away from their current position. Tang Long dispatches 5 magicians to rescue them. At this point, these 5 individuals possess a physical strength level of 3 and can continuously utilize basic magic. 3 days later, the 5 magicians return with 20 individuals to the lookout station. "Brother," a 16-year-old girl in the crowd exclaims, tightly embracing CF Fong. This girl, Sci-Fi, is CF Fong's younger sister. "This is my sister, Sci-Fi. She is a mechanical designer. With her assistance, I can expedite the modifications to that machine tool." CF Fong introduces his sister to Tang Long, implying that she is a valuable asset who should not be abandoned in critical moments. CF Fong, now 30, has witnessed many of his peers cruelly forsaken over the years. This is no one's fault. Humanity is destined to vanish from Earth in 20 years. For the sake of human civilization, the sacrifice of some is inevitable. They are among those engaged in life-threatening tasks. Last month, they were assigned to clear a mining route to the base, a task fraught with peril. Typically, a team of 100 can only endure 3 days before being annihilated by evolver beasts, and this grim reality has persisted for 2 decades. At this moment, Xiefang hopes to spare his sister from dangerous work. "Brother," Xia Yifei gazes at her sibling with tears in her eyes. Tang Long, moved by the scene, declares, "No one shall be forsaken. We are all equal. If sacrifices must be made, I hope to be the first. Long live the commander. Long live the leader." The others chant enthusiastically. "Thank you for your sincere words." Xiefang suddenly vows to Tang Long. "I, Xiefang, swear before heaven to follow leader Tang Long." "We pledge our allegiance to leader Tang Long," Xiefang's companions echo. Xiefang makes this declaration because he recognizes Tang Long's strength. In this lookout station of merely 30 individuals, Tang Long has managed to endure remarkably without sustaining any injuries, and he dispatched only 5 individuals to rescue his comrades, who had been trapped in a cave surrounded by hundreds of pseudo-beasts. Such a formidable figure is undoubtedly worthy of loyalty. Chapter 12. The nest of evolving beasts. The inhabitants of Onkong GD are all scientific prodigies, each possessing remarkable skills. Within a mere 5 days, the rudimentary machine tool has been transformed into a multifunctional apparatus capable of producing various high-precision components. The first to be improved is the particle gun. Before Tang Long departed from school, apart from his own heavy particle gun, the others were equipped with simple particle guns. These simpler models demand little from the user's physical strength but lack power. Following the enhancements from Onkong technology, the simple particle guns now boast the power of heavy particle guns while remaining accessible to users of any physical strength. The second improvement entails the energy bullets, which are now the core of modern weaponry. Their potency has tripled post-enhancement. The third enhancement concerns the energy cannon, the primary weapon of the lookout station, typically employed against evolving beasts. However, due to the swift nature of these beasts, the cannon's accuracy is usually low. Yet, after modifications, both its accuracy and power have significantly increased. It now only requires 10 seconds of continuous fire to eliminate a single evolving beast. The recovery rate of these beasts is formidable. Without sustained fire, it is nearly impossible to eradicate one, which explains why a single evolving beast can devastate a human base. To prevent such destruction, Tang Long must also construct a fortress. This fortress is to be a stone structure rather than a metallic one. Among the evolving beasts exists a type capable of expelling corrosive acid, known as the acid spitter, whose acid can erode any metal, including gold. Against these acid spitters, only stone fortifications will suffice. The advantages of stone fortifications lie in their acid resistance, durability, and resilience against evolving beast attacks. Currently, the periphery of most human bases is fortified with 3-meter thick and 10-meter high stone walls, while the base itself is encased in 10 meters of stone. The responsibility for constructing the fortress falls upon the CS siblings. Tang Long, not idle during this time, recruits 2 additional magicians. To monitor distant threats, Tang Long is compelled to establish a watchtower. All estimates predict completion within 10 days. However, an issue arises during the construction of the watchtower. On the very day of its construction, 2 level 1 evolving beasts attack the workers, resulting in the deaths of over 10 ordinary individuals and 1 magician. With 50 personnel at the lookout station, the loss of 20 is a devastating blow to morale. In response, Tang Long personally oversees the construction of the tower. Accompanied by 10 individuals, he ventures 20 miles from the lookout tower. Leader, 1 magician remarks, "Not far ahead lies the nest of the evolving beasts. Are we truly going to eradicate them?" The speaker is Jia Xiaoyu, a newly recruited magician whose cellular energy level has reached 3. "We must eliminate them. I do not wish for any threats to linger near our personnel," Tang Long asserts seriously. With just a few days until a month's end, he intends to eliminate all nearby threats to the lookout station before returning to school. Upon entering the nest, the atmosphere grows dim and carries a hint of sulfur. The nest may not be extensive, but it features a 100-meter-long winding path. At the end of the path, 2 10-meter-tall spiders lie in wait, their gazes predatory, akin to hunters eyeing their prey. "Are these the 2 evolving beasts?" Jia Xiaoyu exclaims in astonishment. These monstrous spider beasts not only tower in size, but also exude an air of menace. Each leg, when fully extended, measures 20 meters. "You will handle the green one. I shall confront the red one," Tang Long commands, casting a painful spell on the red spider to draw its attention, while the others open fire on the green spider. The power of the particle gun is insufficient to harm the spider beasts. However, it is capable of pulling them in. "Tian Ling Ling, Di Ling Ling, Grint me strength." O Black Swamp Technique. Jia Xiaoyu had learned a swamp technique from Tang Long. Whenever the green spider launched an attack, he would create a deep pit, 2 meters in depth in the ground. The green spider found itself helpless against the black swamp as it emerged unexpectedly. When the green spider's movements slowed considerably, dozens of particle guns opened fire on its legs simultaneously. Within 20 seconds, one of its legs was shattered. While trained, Tang Long praised the combatants. In ordinary times, he urged them to engage in practical drills, with the mages restraining the evolved beasts while others concentrated their attacks on a single point. Although the particle guns possessed limited power, their cumulative effect could inflict considerable damage on a single target, even making a level 4 evolved beast resentful. This is akin to the principle of water dripping through stone. Tang Long himself was not without challenges. While he could bind the red spider, he lacked firepower support. If the red spider broke free, he would have to restrain it again. The rotting technique proved ineffective against the red spider, as its regenerative abilities were formidable. The decayed areas vanished in the blink of an eye. Now, Tang Long was waiting for the green spider to be eliminated, so that everyone could join forces to eradicate the red spider. 5 minutes passed, and the green spider was finally defeated. When everyone prepared to strike down the red spider, a sudden tremor reverberated from outside. "What is happening?" Jia Xiaoyu inquired with confusion. "It's bad. A swarm of pseudo-beasts, an overwhelming number of spiders," someone shouted. The cave was crawling with spiders, both large and small. Indeed, it was a swarm of pseudo-beasts, and they posed a significant threat. Tang Long found himself at a loss. These pseudo-beasts varied in strength, but were capable enough to annihilate them all. One individual was unfortunate enough to be killed by a spider. Their remains swiftly consumed. "Damn it! Everyone, gather around me." As everyone clustered around him, Tang Long unleashed 10 black swamp techniques, forming a defensive line. Though numerous, these pseudo-beast spiders were small. Once they fell into the black swamp, they were lost. "What do we do now, leader?" someone asked anxiously. "At this rate, death is merely a matter of time." "Do not fret, leader. The problem will be resolved," Jia Xiaoyu admonished the individual. "Everyone will be fine." Tang Long replied calmly, "If death is to come, I shall be the first to go." "Leader." Some were moved by his words. Tang Long spoke thus because he still had a trump card, the ability to draw upon the source of magical power to unleash a devastating spell. However, the toll on his soul was immense, measured in years. He would not dare to use it frivolously. "Now, everyone recite the same incantation with me. Tian Ling Ling. Di Ling Ling, grant me strength, O black swamp technique." Initially taken aback, everyone soon recited in unison. Tian Ling Ling, Di Ling Ling, grant me strength, O black swamp technique. In this world, there were only 2 mages, one formidable and one named Tang Long. Both were dark mages, the only type capable of authorizing others to use magic. Those granted permission could cast spells simply by uttering the incantation. A dozen individuals, who should have been ordinary people, were empowered by Tang Long to wield magic. If Tang Long could share a portion of his magical essence, they would become true mages. Yet he hesitated. Should he distribute his essence, they would become prime agents of the magical source, selling the borrowed power at a steep price, leading to the death of others. This outcome was not what Tang Long desired. With a resounding crash, the several swamp techniques were unleashed simultaneously, creating a vast black pit. "I can use magic," someone exclaimed. "So can I." The group erupted in excitement, having been granted magical abilities by Tang Long. The immense black pit seemed to possess a life of its own, writhing as black tendrils emerged sporadically, dragging nearby spiders into its depths. "No." Tang Long's expression changed to one of alarm. The colossal swamp began to spread uncontrollably toward them. Chapter 13. The Touch of Darkness. This phenomenon resembled a magical backlash. Just as a gun would explode if its barrel were suddenly obstructed, so too did magic react similarly. Yet, Tang Long did not understand why this backlash was occurring. He only knew that it was indeed happening. The gigantic swamp, formed from the amalgamation of several swamp techniques, was advancing toward them, devouring everything in its path, including the smaller spiders. The red spider was still alive, but its considerable size, one leg measuring 20 meters, made it susceptible to the encroaching swamp even when coiled. "Leader, what shall we do?" someone asked, their voice trembling. The situation was truly dire. Although they had a defensive line of several small swamps to temporarily ward off the larger one, it would not last long. "It's all right. Everyone gather close to me." Tang Long's mind raced for a solution, to harness the power of the magical source and unleash the mid-level spell, Fire Dragon Pillar. The Fire Dragon Pillar was the most powerful spell among mid-level magics. In the ruins, when the formidable one had used it, he had instantaneously vanquished hundreds of evolved beasts, including a level 2 evolved beast. However, casting the Fire Dragon Pillar might cost Tang Long half a year of his life. "Leader," someone pointed at their surroundings. Everyone's hearts sank. The nest had transformed into a vast swamp, with darkness enveloping them and tendrils occasionally extending from within. The great swamp had gone out of control. At this moment, the entire nest was reduced to a mere 5-meter diameter space surrounding Tang. Long time was running out. To the entity darker than dusk, more crimson than blood, I vow here, lend me the power of destruction, O fire dragon pillar. Tang Long formed a circle with his index fingers and thumbs. In an instant, a beam of light began to materialize from the circle, growing larger and thicker as it shot toward the great swamp. Boom! The fire dragon pillar pierced through the swamp, and the ground instantly hardened. Hurry! Tang Long shouted. The fire dragon pillar carved a path 2 meters wide and 50 meters long through the swamp. This path, everyone felt as though they were traversing a swaying bridge. With a sudden snap, one person lost their footing. Some hesitated momentarily. Hurry, there's no time. Tang Long urged again. The path was melting away. To the entity darker than dusk, more crimson than blood, I vow here, lend me the power of destruction, O fire dragon pillar. With another invocation, the fire dragon pillar was unleashed, creating a direct route to the exit. Everyone, fueled by their very essence, rushed forth. Upon escaping the nest, the first path reverted back into swamp, while the second path was barely wide enough for one person. Leader. At this moment, Tang Long collapsed to the ground, his face pale and black blood oozing from his mouth. Leader. Leader. Panic gripped everyone. Tang Long was their pillar. Should he fall, their hope for survival would vanish. In this era dominated by evolved beasts, many would not survive until dawn without protection. I'm fine. Just need to rest a moment, Tang Long replied. Though his condition was dire, as a low-level mage, he had just expended 2 mid-level spells in succession, causing severe strain on his body. While an ordinary person might live to 100 years, their life capacity was limited to 6 months. Under normal circumstances, they would replenish a day's worth of life for each day lived, maintaining that 6-month capacity. Though Tang Long, as a low-level mage, had a life capacity double that of an ordinary person, the 2 mid-level spells he had just cast had drained him of a year's worth of life, nearly pushing him into depletion. The consequences of depletion were severe, often resulting in the loss of limbs. Fortunately, Tang Long had merely suffered from the death of numerous cells in his body. Just then, a gigantic flying beast descended from the sky. The flying beast resembled a lizard adorned with wings, stretching an impressive 50 meters in length, its entire body covered in impenetrable scales. A level 5 evolved beast. The sight of such a colossal creature instilled a profound sense of dread among all onlookers, akin to descending into the depths of hell. Under ordinary circumstances, a level 1 evolved beast measures around 10 meters. A level 2 evolved beast reaches approximately 20 meters. A level 3 evolved beast spans 30 meters. A level 4 evolved beast extends to 40 meters. And a level 5 evolved beast reaches an astounding 50 meters. The creature before them, stretching 50 meters long. Could it truly be a level 5 evolved beast? The strongest known evolved beasts on Earth are only level 5. We are doomed. With the leader injured, our fate seemed sealed. Despair enveloped everyone, as they could barely contend with a level 1 evolved beast. A level 2 could easily annihilate them. Now faced with a level 5 evolved beast, they were left with no option, not even death. A level 5 evolved beast possesses the unequivocal power to obliterate any human stronghold. After a long separation, my friend, from the level 5 evolved beast descended a figure clad in a black robe, his complexion pale, exuding an aura of dominion over all. It is you, Long Chong. Tang Long was taken aback. The one who descended from the level 5 evolved beast was indeed Chong, yet he now emanated an entirely different presence. His demeanor, tone, and gaze were markedly altered from what they once were. My friend, your actions have caused quite a stir, which astounds me. Chong gazed at the mountain that was on the verge of melting away. I too am astonished, Tang Long thought, for 2 reasons. Firstly, Chong possesses a mount that is a level 5 evolved beast, a strength that could nearly sweep across the earth. Secondly, the mountain was shrinking, revealing numerous writhing tendrils, each stretching over 10 meters in length. It is not you. Chong suddenly shook his head, asserting that you lack the ability to unleash the dark touch. Dark touch? A sense of foreboding gripped Tang Long. He now comprehended everything as he beheld the mountain nearing dissolution. Dark touch is a forbidden magic, only attainable by dark sorcerers who can harness the source of magical energy. Once unleashed, it can dissolve a mountain, perhaps even the entire earth. The crux lies in the presence of living matter, such as animals and plants. Where dark touch is unleashed, it acts like high-voltage electricity, with flora and fauna serving as conductors. In essence, wherever life exists, dark touch will extend. Chang's gaze fixed upon Jia Xiaoyu, his expression momentarily stunned, stating, "The dark body can trigger any magic unconditionally." "What did you say?" Jia Xiaoyu bellowed. "It is of no consequence," Chang replied, shifting his tone. "The one who unleashed it must also be the one to contain it." "Long Chang, what are you intending to do?" A sense of menace emanated from Chang, felt keenly by Tang Long. "It is nothing," Chang replied. "Simply cast that boy into the mountain, and the magic will be automatically dispelled. Otherwise, given the current state of the earth, all will perish. Weigh the gravity of the situation for yourself." Indeed, as Chang asserted, life flourished throughout the earth. Should the dark touch spread unchecked, the entire planet would face annihilation. "Is there no alternative?" Tang Long inquired. "None. For dark touch is forbidden magic, with few solutions available," Chang lamented. "Is that so?" Tang Long pondered, struggling with the implications. "Is there not that one method?" "You are mad," Chang retorted angrily. "You would sacrifice yourself for an ordinary person?" Dark sorcerers are unique. In critical moments, they can transform into darkness, sealing everything at the cost of their own existence. However, once transformed into darkness, that individual is lost forever. Chapter 14. 11 Sorcerers. Chang could not bear to witness such an outcome. Tang Long was his friend. How could he allow his friend to perish? Binding technique. At Chang's command, the ground erupted, ensnaring all present, including Tang Long. "Long Chang, what are you doing?" Seeing Chang approach Jia Xiaoyu, Tang Long cried out in alarm. Chang paid no heed to Tang Long's words, stepping before Jia Xiaoyu, declaring, "You have erred, and thus must bear the consequences." As he spoke, the earth binding Jia Xiaoyu transformed into a colossal hand, hurling him into the mountainside as if casting a stone. Boom! Jia Xiaoyu's body plunged into the mountain, triggering a violent reaction as explosions erupted incessantly. "Xiaoyu!" Everyone shouted in unison. Jia Xiaoyu was their comrade, their friend. "Long Chang, how could you do this?" Tang Long could not accept the death of Jia Xiaoyu. "If I do not act thus, what else can be done?" Chang's words were directed at the others. They all bowed their heads. Chang spoke the truth. If Jia Xiaoyu were to survive, their leader would certainly take his own life. It was better to lose one Jia Xiaoyu than to save a leader. Was that not a fair trade? Tang Long. Chang suddenly spoke in an unusual tone. "Lu Wenwen is in danger." "What?" Tang Long's head shot up. Yet Chang had already mounted the flying beast and swiftly soared into the sky. Once Chang had departed, the earth that had bound them fell away. Tang Long stood in a daze. "Lu Wenwen is in danger?" Reflecting on those words, he was left confounded. What peril did Lu Wenwen face? If she were indeed in danger, why would Chang not intervene, considering his apparent affection for her? "I must return to the school. There are only 10 days remaining until the month's end. Everyone, hasten to construct the observation tower, striving to complete it in the shortest time possible," Tang Long commanded. Time was of the essence. He needed to provide assurance for all present as swiftly as he could, and the observation tower was of utmost importance. However, what would happen to those here once he departed? That night, while the 11 rested, Tang Long discreetly infused a portion of his magical essence into each individual. The allocation was minimal, insufficient for further division. This meant that should anyone among them choose to share their magical essence with another, their own would vanish. In essence, the number of these 11 sorcerers would remain constant. The next day, as the 11 awoke, Tang Long proclaimed, "You have witnessed the might of magic and aspire to become emissaries of the divine, to be sorcerers. Yet you are also aware that becoming a sorcerer is no trivial feat, however. You are fortunate. You have all become true sorcerers. Is it true, leader? Have we truly become sorcerers?" The 11 expressed disbelief, for they understood their limitations. Incapable even of evolving, how could they possibly become sorcerers? "Indeed, you have become genuine sorcerers. No longer reliant on incantations to wield magic," Tang Long affirmed with a nod. He had endowed these 11 with a small measure of magical essence, without imparting the incantations for accessing the source of magic, thus curtailing their ability to communicate with the source and preventing the chaos that could ensue from excessive use. In a moment, One individual pointed to the ground, and a 2-meter-wide black pit appeared. It is indeed possible. Others followed suit, and with a series of thuds, several black holes emerged in the ground, filled with dark sludge. We have all become sorcerers, emissaries of the divine. Excitement radiated from each face. From that moment forth, they no longer feared evolved beasts. The cells of evolved beasts contained vast reservoirs of energy, encased within a minuscule protective shield that rendered them impervious to ordinary bullets, even to direct hits. Now, armed with magic, they could directly affect the cells of evolved beasts, thus vanquishing them. Once the observation tower was completed, 11 sorcerers stood watch. These sorcerers could wield magic without the need for incantations. Tang Long concealed much. He declared, "You have all become true sorcerers, transcending the realm of ordinary beings. However, I hope you will use your strength to protect our compatriots rather than inflict harm upon them. If I discover anyone using magic to harm our own people, I shall be the first to hold them accountable." Tang Long unleashed his formidable aura, causing everyone to lower their heads in submission. At that moment, no one dared to question Tang Long's words, and each person understood that the additional dozen or so magicians were conjured by him and could be effortlessly retracted. Although Tang Long often proclaimed that they too were representatives of the divine, they all knew that there was only one true representative of the divine, Tang Long himself. Having conveyed everything, Tang Long intended to return to the school. He had been dispatched by the institution to repair the watchtower, yet he also felt abandoned by it. No one had ever returned alive from the watchtower repairs. Yet this time, Tang Long had returned. However, standing at the school gate, he opened his eyes wide. Where was the school? Before him lay a desolate ruin. What had happened? At this moment, Tang Long experienced two sensations. First, the nagging feeling that he had arrived at the wrong place, and second, the grim realization that the school had been attacked. Nevertheless, he could not be mistaken. He was intimately familiar with this area, knowing every nearby mountain and forest. Thus, the only explanation was an assault by evolved beasts. It was commonplace for evolved beasts to attack human cities, with an average of 1 or 2 cities falling prey to such assaults daily. Yet, to see this calamity befall his school was something Tang Long found difficult to accept. How infuriating! Gazing upon the ruins, Tang Long felt an overwhelming sense of loss. Within the school was Lu Wanwan, the object of his unspoken affection. Although he had never exchanged a word with her, he had always viewed her as someone he was destined to protect. Now that the school lay in ruins, it seemed he might never see Lu Wanwan again. Sighing heavily, Tang Long resolved to return to the watchtower. At that moment, he spotted someone approaching, Su Sanshao. "Sanshao, what brings you here?" Tang Long inquired, puzzled. Su Sanshao bore numerous wounds, evidently having encountered evolved beasts. "Ah, it's you. I thought no one was left here," he responded, shifting his tone. "Why are you still here? Weren't the students and faculty from your school relocated to Haima Academy?" Haima Academy was the only other institution in this region apart from Tang Long's school. "Why should I go there? And what do you mean when you say the other students and faculty have gone to Haima Academy?" Tang Long suddenly felt a flicker of hope that Lu Wanwan might still be alive. In the Earth chapter, Chapter 15, Biological Commands, Su Sanshao recounted the events. Tang Long began to comprehend the situation. It turned out that 20 days after he had left the school, it had been attacked by a level 3 evolved beast. Faced with such a formidable foe, neither the principal nor several teachers stood a chance. Level 3 evolved beasts were not only resilient, but also possessed remarkable regenerative abilities. Typically, if they were not killed outright with a single blow, they could recover from even the gravest wounds in an instant. That battle had resulted in the total destruction of the school, with the survivors fleeing to Haima Academy. Hearing this, Tang Long felt a modicum of solace, knowing that many had survived. Su Sanshao stated, "That is the situation. Your classmates and teachers have all gone to Haima Academy. And what are your injuries?" Tang Long gestured towards Su Sanshao's wounds, many of which were fresh and still bleeding. "These minor injuries are of no consequence," Su Sanshao replied suddenly. "Do you remember that relic?" "I do. What about it?" Tang Long sensed there was more to Su Sanshao's words. "The relic belongs to the Tabir civilization, which you probably do not know about." Su Sanshao spoke gliptigo. The Tabir civilization was the civilization preceding humanity. This civilization was technologically advanced, particularly in alchemy and metallurgy. The weapons they forged could easily pierce evolved beasts with an energy value of 10, and the elixirs they concocted were remarkably potent. What happened to this civilization? Tang Long asked, puzzled. Su Sanshao replied, I discovered the first alchemical formula. Is that so? In mere words, Tang Long grasped everything. It became clear why Su Sanshao was the first evolved human. He had relied on the evolved elixirs. He also understood why Su Sanshao had remained at level 2 for 20 years. It was also due to the elixirs. However, relying on elixirs to become an evolved human ultimately necessitated breaking through with them. Su Sanshao continued, that formula is merely an ordinary one, and the elixirs it produces are likewise ordinary. I have been searching for more advanced formula. Have you found one? Tang Long inquired. If I told you, you would not believe me. The first formula was not discovered but rather consumed, Su Sanshao stated earnestly, devoid of jest. Yet, anyone who heard this would likely find it absurd. A formula, one that had existed for 40,000 years, had been consumed. Did I hear you correctly? How could it be consumed? Tang Long asked, bewildered. Indeed, it was consumed, Su Sanshao affirmed. On the first day the evolved beasts appeared, the city was devastated, roads congested, and food supplies were cut off that very day. This dire situation persisted for a month, leaving the city devoid of any sustenance. In order to survive, many began to hunt the evolved beasts for food. Fortunately, the evolved beasts at that time were all low-level pseudo-beasts, easily dealt with. The slain evolved beasts became the primary food source for everyone. I too subsisted on the flesh of the evolved beasts. When I was 10 years old, I consumed the meat of an evolved beast and suddenly gained a wealth of memories. Those memories incessantly surfaced in my mind, and only by writing them down could they cease. My father was a teacher, and upon seeing what I had written, he became obsessed, fervently extracting the knowledge contained within. Thus, the first evolved elixir was born, and I became its inaugural user. Unaware of the elixir's side effects, I became uncontrollably violent and accidentally killed my father. Hearing this, Tang Long felt a chill run down his spine, sensing something unsettling about Su Sanshao. Let me finish, Su Sanshao urged. In truth, my father had already perished when he first laid eyes on that formula. What do you mean? Tang Long asked, perplexed. That formula was not an ordinary formula, but a series of biological commands. Biological commands? Tang Long was familiar with this term. Every organism possesses instincts, such as an infant's reflex to suckle or a plant's phototropism. None of these behaviors are taught, yet they are inherent to the species. Scientists refer to the genetic codes for these biological instincts as biological commands. Indeed, it was a biological command, Su Sanshao confirmed. When my father first saw what I had written, he activated that command. From that moment on, he began to behave according to its dictates. I was still young and unaware that my father had already died until I came into possession of another formula. Another? Are you implying? Tang Long felt that Su Sanshao was becoming increasingly extraordinary, having simultaneously discovered two formulas. The second was not something I discovered. It sought me out, Su Sanshao clarified. Is that even possible? Tang Long could not fathom what that scenario might entail. That formula had transformed into a command and was injected into a person's body. That person approached me, Su Sanshao explained. I was 20 at the time, my strength among the pinnacle of humanity. Yet that individual's power far surpassed mine. I was defeated in one blow. Afterward, that person took a drop of my blood and told me he was a bearer of the formula, tasked with collecting all formulas. It was only later that I learned I was also a bearer of the formula, and there are a total of 9 such bearers. Is that so? Tang Long nodded in understanding. The biological commands had originated 40,000 years ago and re-emerged in some individuals' memories after a span of 40,000 years, compelling those who possessed such memories to relentlessly seek out other formulas. Yet, why was Su Sanshao sharing this with him? He was merely an insignificant pawn, often used as cannon fodder. Was he to be cannon fodder once again? Su Sanshao earnestly stated, I hope you will accompany me to the relic. I found myself unable to act. Tang Long declined the request, perplexed as to why Su Sanshao sought him out. Had word of his magical abilities spread? Currently, on Earth, you're the only one capable of surviving in the next time. Su Sanshao explained, I have just returned from the ruins. I had intended to re-enter the next time, but I lacked the courage. Upon seeing you, I thought perhaps there are individuals in this world who are unaffected by the next time. It seemed true. Listening to Su Sanshao, Tang Long felt that he too had initially remained unscathed by the next time. I have shared this with you not for any ulterior motive, but simply in the hope that you might trust me. Su San Shao continued, "My journey to the ruins was driven by a desire to retrieve a formula trapped within. If I can obtain that formula, I will be able to create a third-level evolution potion. Imagine at that moment, many third-level evolved beings will emerge among humanity. Very well, I shall accompany you." Tang Long agreed, not for any other reason, but for the sake of humanity. Humanity now faced attacks from evolutionary beasts and could only rely on a few. However, if humanity's strength were to increase by a tier, the situation could be reversed. Thus, this unknown third-level evolution potion represents a pivotal moment for humanity. Chapter 16. Time suspension. Following Su San Shao, Tang Long easily reached the ruins. As a second-level evolved being, Su San Shao was virtually invincible in this forest. The path was littered with pseudo-beasts, and even first-level evolved beasts were scarce. Initially, he had relied on the strength of the evolution seed to pass through. With Su San Shao by his side, the pseudo-beasts along the way were swiftly vanquished. This is it. Standing before the gateway to the next time, Su San Shao hesitated, contemplating whether to enter. It is challenging for one to act according to their will within the next time. When one realizes they are alone, they become susceptible to its influence. Within the next time, every moment felt like an eternity, and it was not a mere illusion. It was a tangible experience. For instance, if you held a clock, it would advance 1,000 years in that time. Outside the gateway, a powerful gaze scrutinized them. Initially, Chong had endured 2,000 years in the next time, fostering a deep-seated fear of it. Tang Long touched the threshold as they entered. The two of them were not affected by the next time. According to the Panama hypothesis, an individual's consciousness is easily lost, but this does not apply to two individuals. They stepped into the next time. "Let us proceed this way." Su San Shao gestured to the left. "Oh," Tang Long expressed a hint of confusion. To the left lay the location of the Illusion Sutra pillar, and beyond it was a dead end. Nevertheless, as Su San Shao claimed there was a formula there, Tang Long followed with curiosity. As they passed the Illusion Sutra pillar, a sudden flurry of green arrows shot forth, aimed directly at Su San Shao. Su San Shao appeared to have anticipated this, swiftly drawing his sword. In a flurry of movements, he deflected the incoming arrows. Tang Long's gaze fell upon one arrow that had fallen, his eyes widening in bewilderment. This arrow was indeed a magical arrow. No one understood magical arrows better than he did. Formed by condensed magical energy, they resembled colored glass, with only an outer shell being solid while the center remained hollow. Picking up a magical arrow from the ground, he crushed it effortlessly. It was indeed a magical arrow. Looking again at the Illusion Sutra pillar, Tang Long felt that it concealed a magical array. At that moment, Su San Shao raised his sword and struck the Illusion Sutra pillar. With a thunderous crash, a dragon coiled around the pillar, and Su San Shao's sword met the dragon scales. A golden dragon guards. Tang Long gazed in astonishment at the magnificent creature. The dragon's scales, eyes, and claws were vividly lifelike. This was a genuine golden dragon, summoned forth. How is this possible? Tang Long's thoughts were thrown into disarray. The more he understood magic, the more astounded he became. This dragon was indeed authentic, as its aura clearly indicated. "San Shao, what have you done?" Tang Long called out. "I will explain later," Su San Shao replied, as he was pursued by the golden dragon. The dragon was 10 meters long and as thick as a barrel. Before the dragon, Su San Shao seemed outmatched, fleeing in desperation. Tang Long approached the Illusion Sutra pillar. The magic emitted from the pillar had not attacked him at any point. A scream echoed from afar. Tang Long turned to see that Su San Shao had, at some point, become entangled with the golden dragon. "San Shao." Tang Long wished to save him, but was at a loss as to how. "Do not worry about me. Go deeper," Su San Shao commanded. "How can I abandon my companion and leave alone?" Just as Tang Long was about to employ magic to rescue Su San Shao, he spotted a figure. San Shao. The figure was also Su San Shao. There are now two Su San Shaos. Tang Long was bewildered. In this next time, there existed two Su San Shaos. Which one was the real one? What was happening? There must be something unknown at play here. What should he do? "Who are you?" Tang Long demanded of the Su San Shao before him. Su San Shao did not respond, as he was too preoccupied with the golden dragon to speak. "Let's take a gamble." Tang Long ventured to the left. The left path was merely a minute's journey, and he would soon return. Tang Long ventured alone to the far left. Upon reaching the end, his eyes widened in shock. Sanshao, at the far end, lay another figure. And it was yet another Su Sanshao. Tang Long was flabbergasted. If this Su Sanshao was included, he had now seen 3 Su Sanshaos. Why were there so many? Stunned, he remained rooted to the spot, unsure of his next move. The Su Sanshao before him had no signs of life. It appeared he was dead. After examining closely, Tang Long noticed that the deceased Su Sanshao's hand bore the inscription copy. Copy? Contemplating these words, Tang Long seemed to grasp everything, yet struggled to articulate it. If 2 of the 3 Su Sanshaos were replicas, who was the real one? Tang Long departed from this place, heading toward the Illusion Sutra pillar. At this moment, the Su Sanshao was still ensnared by the golden dragon. How curious! Tang Long found this scene oddly familiar. When he had left earlier, Su Sanshao had been in this very posture, and yet after more than 10 minutes, he remained unchanged. The same pose, unaltered in the time he had been absent. Why are you still here? Su Sanshao exclaimed. Suddenly, Tang Long understood everything. The Su Sanshao and the golden dragon before him were existing in time due to his consciousness. When he stepped away, they lost their sense of time and were thus suspended. Upon his return, their time resumed. This was akin to watching a video. When he left, he pressed pause, freezing the frame, and upon returning, he pressed play, and the scene came to life again. Was this what the next time entailed? Tang Long gained a fresh understanding of the next time. Within this realm, one could accelerate or suspend an individual's time. Quickly, save the person inside. Su Sanshao urged again. Oh, understood. In the absence of knowing who the true Su Sanshao was, Tang Long treated each one with courtesy. Once more reaching the end, he gazed at the lifeless Su Sanshao. How do I save him? I lack the ability to bring the dead back to life. Tang Long sat on the ground, unsure of his next step. A deceased person could hardly be revived. Yet why was the Su Sanshao outside so certain he could resurrect this one? Did he possess an ability he had yet to realize? As Tang Long pondered, his hand rested upon the shoulder of the deceased Su Sanshao. Hey, wake up. Don't sleep. Someone is calling for you. Tang Long took a leap of faith. Since the Su Sanshao outside claimed he could revive this one, he would treat the deceased as if he were merely asleep. Of course, this was entirely Tang Long's wishful thinking. Reviving the dead is a feat even the most powerful beings would find challenging. Yet, astonishingly, the person truly came back to life. The moment Tang Long's hand made contact with the shoulder of the Su Sanshao, his heart began to beat and breath returned to his lips. In but a moment, the deceased Su Sanshao rose from the ground. Sanshao, you have awakened. Tang Long felt a sense of wrongdoing as the resurrected Su Sanshao cast a venomous glare upon him. Chapter 17. The Soul Factor, is it you? Su Sanshao's tone brimmed with fury, as though he were poised to slay Tang Long Sanshao. I, Tang Long, am unable to comprehend your words. In that instant, Su Sanshao resembled a powder keg, with a single utterance capable of igniting his wrath. Su Sanshao drew his sword from his waist, striking towards Tang Long. At that moment, Tang Long was armed solely with a particle gun. Bang! Bang! After firing several shots at Su Sanshao and realizing their ineffectiveness, he discarded the particle gun and resorted to his magic. Swamp technique. Su Sanshao, oblivious to the danger beneath his feet, stepped into the mire, leaving only his head above the surface. Indeed, it is you, Su Sanshao fumed, to possess such a bizarre power. What nonsense are you speaking? Tang Long's expression faltered, retreating several steps. The swamp technique began to lose its potency, cracks forming in the earth beneath. This was unprecedented. Someone could withstand magic through sheer physical strength. Su Sanshao's muscles bulged as he let out a roar, the ground erupting as if laden with explosives. Pain technique. As Su Sanshao swung his blade towards him once more, Tang Long hurled a pain technique at him. Damn it! Su Sanshao's sword was about to strike Tang Long when a sudden pain jolted through his hand, causing the sword to plummet from the air. Sanshao, are you truly Sanshao? Tang Long observed Su Sanshao's murderous intent, his gaze still malevolent. Swamp technique. For safety's sake, Tang Long cast the swamp technique upon Su Sanshao again, ensnaring him in the mire with only his head exposed. This time, Su Sanshao did not struggle and appeared considerably calmer. After a lengthy silence, Su Sanshao uttered, "Kill me." "What do you mean? Why should I kill you? And why do you wish to kill me?" Tang Long was consumed by questions. "Tang Long," Su Sanshao spoke with bitterness, "if I am not mistaken. Your name is Tang Long, correct?" "Indeed, I am Tang Long." Tang Long sensed that the relationship between him and Su Sanshao had become exceedingly tense. "Do you know why I seek to kill you?" Su Sanshao inquired. "I do not." Tang Long shook his head. "Humph." Su Sanshao scoffed. "I suspect you will not know. I hail from the future." "The future?" Tang Long seemed to grasp the essence of it all. Yet he was unable to untangle the complexities. "In the future, because of you, humanity will face annihilation." Su Sanshao's tone was markedly stern. "What on earth is happening?" Tang Long pressed. "In 3 years, a beast resembling a gorilla will emerge, wielding an uncanny power that will render all life on Earth into nothingness. According to the records in the 50 volumes of the Illusion Scripture, that gorilla is a human named Tang Long. How can this be? Surely, there has been a mistake." Tang Long's initial reaction was disbelief. How could he transform into a gorilla? Though he possessed magic and could indeed annihilate the Earth when sufficiently powerful, he would never do such a thing. Furthermore, this was to occur within 3 years. After 3 years, he would at most attain the status of an intermediate mage. To obliterate the Earth would require the strength of a grand mage, a realm he could never hope to reach within his lifetime. "I come from the future. How could there be an error?" Su Sanshao firmly asserted. Tang Long found himself befuddled and inquired. "Then explain, what exactly is happening? How did you arrive here?" "This is not an ordinary alternate time," Su Sanshao replied. "Here, past, present, and future converge." Realization dawned upon Tang Long. The Su Sanshao before him was the one from the future, while the current Su Sanshao had brought him here. And the fleeting figure was the Su Sanshao of the past. Past, present, and future are all 3 Su Sanshaos converged in this alternate time to eliminate me? After a moment, Tang Long questioned, "Why did you die, and what is the significance of the inscription duplicate on the ground?" "Humph." Su Sanshao remarked, "This is not my body. When I fell into slumber, the owner of this body awakened. Perhaps the owner took their own life while I was asleep. You did not truly traverse time. Rather, you experienced something akin to a soul transfer." Tang Long was taken aback. Typically, if not a physical traversal, it would be a soul traversal. Yet, in the memories forcibly imparted to him, souls were nothing but certificates of existence. How then had he made this transition? In this alternate time, there is no distinction between past, present, and future. The present is both past and future. My physical form remains in the future, but my soul factor has arrived in the present. "You mean the soul factor?" Tang Long was somewhat astonished. The term soul factor was not of this era, but rather a relic of pre-human civilization, specifically the Tybor civilization. The so-called soul factor refers to an individual's code, encompassing their will, memories, emotions, and everything that constitutes their being. When a person's body perishes, if their soul factor can swiftly inhabit another's body, that individual may continue to exist. However, this action is perilous, as every body possesses its own soul factor. When 2 soul factors collide, annihilation ensues. "Why did you not perish?" Tang Long inquired. "I do not know." Su Sanshao shook his head. "Perhaps I carry the weight of fate, which is why I survived. The person whose body I inhabit is extraordinary, capable of simultaneously accommodating 2 soul factors. While one is asleep, the other awakens. Now is my time to awaken, while he remains in slumber. I cannot fully trust your words. You must allow me to meet someone. Is it another version of myself?" Su Sanshao referred to the current time as Su Sanshao. "Precisely." Tang Long released Su Sanshao and approached the Illusion Scripture pillar. The frozen golden dragon and the Su Sanshao of this world clashed once more. However, the golden dragon's form began to dissipate, indicating that the summoning time had elapsed. Indeed, after 3 minutes, the golden dragon vanished. Su Sanshao descended from the air. "Sanshao." Tang Long rushed to assist him. Su Sanshao did not meet Tang Long's gaze, instead looking at another version of himself. Expressing relief, "I knew I was not dreaming." "What's happening?" Tang Long inquired. "I apologize, Tang Long," Su Sanshao said somberly. "For the past month, I have repeatedly dreamt the same dream, always urging myself to bring you here. Initially, I thought it was merely a dream and paid it no mind. Yet, the dream felt too real, as if dire consequences would ensue if I did not act. Thus, I searched for you until I finally found you and brought you here. I have surmised much. Tang Long began to piece together the puzzle. At that moment, the future Su Sanshao remarked, "It was I who imparted the dream to him." As the Su Sanshao from the future, he is the Su Sanshao of the present, and there exists a temporal gap between us. To arrive in the present, I entrusted him with the dream, allowing our thoughts to resonate, thereby transcending time. Is this akin to Einstein's hypothesis? Tang Long queried. 150 years ago, the illustrious scientist Einstein postulated that exceeding the speed of light would permit one to traverse time and return to the past or future. Yet, light is the fastest entity in existence, with nothing surpassing it. However, before his death, Einstein stated that the fastest thing in the universe is not light, but thought. Certainly, he did not mean thought as mere contemplation, but rather thought waves. Chapter 18. The 50 volumes of the Illusion Scripture, How Swift is Thought? It has been said that when a beam of light travels across the universe, it requires billions of light years, while thought occurs in an instant. 3 years hence, Su Sanshao, relying on dreams, achieved a mental resonance with the current Su Sanshao, tearing a rift in time to traverse to the present. Perhaps the traversal was merely of the soul, not the body. Thus, Su Sanshao's arrival consisted solely of a code. The code encompasses will, memory, thought, and emotion, and is referred to as the Ling Hun In Zi by the Taibo civilization. I am aware that the future is immutable, yet I yearn to attempt a change. The future Su Sanshao lowered his head. What could possibly be happening? At this moment, Tang Long was even more perplexed. Why would he seek to obliterate the earth 3 years hence? Furthermore, what is the significance of the 50 volumes of Huan Jing? The known Huan Jing, including the one presently before him, comprises merely 11 volumes. Could it be that by 3 years hence, there would be a total of 50 volumes compiled? The future Su San Duo remarked, 3 years from now, the Huan Jing will still be incomplete with only 28 volumes in existence, including the final volume, the 50th. The 50th volume contains but a few dozen characters, which state, a youth named Tang Long transforms into an evolved beast, leading to the destruction of the earth. It is possible that others named Tang Long exist as well. Tang Long felt that this individual might not be himself. The future Su San Duo continued, I once doubted it was you, but now I am convinced. Just now, the peculiar power you exhibited was identical to that of the evolved beast. The 41st volume of Huan Jing records that the evolved beast, resembling a gorilla, can gather a terrifying energy sphere in its hand, capable of erasing an entire mountain with a single strike. Tang Long fell silent. The energy sphere was evidently a form of magic. The only individuals capable of wielding magic were himself and Chong, perhaps along with a few others he had instructed. However, it was inconceivable that those few could attain the status of magicians in a mere 3 years. Most importantly, he was the sole individual named Tang Long who possessed magical abilities. Presently, Tang Long, as Su Sanshao, inquired, Are you concealing something from us? I am not. Tang Long began to confess. In truth, I am a magician, having inherited the magic of a bygone civilization. However, I am merely a novice magician, struggling to even break a single tree. And given the speed of a magician's training, I could not possibly reach the power to obliterate a mountain within my lifetime. That is correct, the future Su Sanshao replied. According to the 35th volume of Huan Jing, a group of magicians emerged among humanity, their strength enabling them to contend with evolved beasts, often repelling them when humanity faltered. Tang Long was astonished. 3 years from now, will there be many magicians on Earth? No, the future Su San Duo shook his head. At least, I have not encountered any magicians. The 25th volume of Huan Jing recounts events of the future. He was already in the future, which may be a decade away from now. Tang Long declared, Regardless, I will never annihilate humanity. However, the records of Huan Jing cannot be erroneous. The future Su Sanshao insisted. Huan Jing is a science fiction work authored by Xiao Yuren. The events recorded therein closely align with reality, boasting an accuracy exceeding 99. Yet, for reasons unknown, humanity can presently access only the first 10 volumes. At that moment, the expression of the future Su Sanshao shifted, his visage transforming into that of another individual. Alarmed, the future Su Sanshao stated, The tail chain of my Ling Hunin Z is beginning to activate. I must depart. The future Su San Shao had traversed to this era through the Ling Hunin Z, which constituted a sequence of code. Each code comprises a head chain and a tail chain. The head chain facilitates the search for a host, completing a time travel, while as time passes. The code reaches the tail chain, indicating the time to return. The tail chain typically signifies the departure from the code. The future Su San Shao completely transformed into another person, a 20-year-old youth who appeared quite uninformed. The individual gazed vacantly at Tang Long and Su San Shao, inquiring, "Who are you and why am I here?" "We are from the Illusion Academy," Tang Long courteously replied. "I am Zhang Xiaochong from Hima Academy. I was cleaning when I suddenly lost consciousness, and now I am here," Zhang Xiaochong expressed, clearly unaware of the events that had transpired. "Have you ever attempted to take your own life?" Tang Long probed. According to the future Su San Shao, when he was asleep, Zhang Xiaochong awakened and committed suicide, leaving the cryptic words copy on the floor before passing. "I do not know." Zhang Xiaochong shook his head, utterly oblivious. Tang Long refrained from further inquiry. Zhang Xiaochong had unwittingly become the vessel through which the future Su San Shao arrived in this world, possessing no knowledge of the circumstances. "Oh." Zhang Xiaochong then approached the Huan Jing pillar, exclaiming, "Our school has one of these as well." "Are you referring to Hima Academy?" Su San Shao queried. "Indeed." Zhang Xiaochong nodded. "In my teacher's laboratory, there's one just like it, inscribed with characters." He was responsible for cleaning the laboratory daily and was well acquainted with its contents. Curious, Su San Shao remarked. Why did he not trigger the mechanisms within? In Su San Shao's understanding, the arrows and the golden dragon that had attacked him earlier were mechanisms. "Su San Shao, what have you discovered?" Tang Long asked, perplexed. When Su San Shao passed by the Huan Jing pillar, numerous magical arrows had shot toward him, ultimately activating the summoning of the golden dragon. Previously, they had visited this place, copied the contents above, and nothing had transpired. Yet this time, as soon as they approached, the Huan Jing pillar assailed Su San Shao. Furthermore, what was most peculiar was that the pillar targeted only Su San Shao, sparing the others. "I shall attempt it again," Su San Shao declared, rising to approach the Huan Jing pillar. Whoosh! As he neared the pillar, a multitude of magical arrows surged toward him. Su San Shao was prepared, skillfully deflecting each incoming arrow. Returning, he remarked, "Perhaps there is something about me that triggered the mechanisms of the Huan Jing pillar. Look, there's a person over there," Zhang Xiaochong pointed out. Tang Long and Su San Shao simultaneously turned to look. The individual was another Su San Shao. Tang Long inquired, "Did the past version of you also send you a dream?" "I do not know," Su San Shao shook his head. "In dreams, I cannot distinguish between past and future." The other Su San Shao vanished through a stone gate. Tang Long and the others approached, discovering that the individual was excavating stone, with a 10-meter path of rubble behind him. Has time been altered? Tang Long mused aloud. The Su San Shao before him seemed to have traversed through time. When one feels utterly alone, they may become lost in this altered time. In this altered time, a moment for others can span an eternity. Within that eternity, they forget everything, including themselves. Tang Long approached and shook the individual. "Hey, wake up." According to the Panama hypothesis, time is birthed from consciousness. When multiple consciousnesses exist, time emerges. After a moment, the individual regained clarity, exclaiming, "How did I end up here?" "Oh, Xiaochong. Who are you?" Zhang Xiaochong felt a sense of familiarity in the voice, questioning, "Are you Dali? What is happening?" The past Su San Shao astonishingly recognized Zhang Xiaochong. Earth Chapter 19. Four-dimensional technology and prophecy. The individual was Wang Dali, a friend of Zhang Xiaochong, who had been missing for a month. "Xiaochong, is that really you? I must be dreaming." Wang Dali's voice trembled. In this altered time, a moment can equate to 1,000 years. Experiencing a single moment as if it were an eternity, forgetting others and oneself, is a sensation that many cannot comprehend unless they have lived it. Now, Wang Dali's memories were regressing 1,000 years, a harrowing ordeal. Recalling what had been forgotten is profoundly painful. Scientists assert that remembering events from 10 years ago is 10 times more painful than recalling those from 1 year ago. And remembering events from 100 years ago is 100 times more painful. Following this pattern, recalling events from 10,000 years ago is 10,000 times more agonizing. Dali, what has happened to you? Zhang Xiaochang still harbored doubts. At that moment, Wang Dali bore the visage of Su Sanshao. I do not know. I remember nothing. Wang Dali clutched his head, a look of anguish upon his face. Dali, what has transpired? Please tell me. Do not be like this. Zhang Xiaochang, unaware that Wang Dali had spent 10,000 years in this altered time, believed he had merely been separated for a month. Tang Long urged Zhang Xiaochang to refrain from further inquiries. This altered time is something that cannot be believed without first-hand experience. Even if Zhang Xiaochang were told, he would likely not comprehend. After a brief moment, Wang Dali regained his composure and declared, I remember now. Everyone listened intently. As I was engaged in cleaning, a sudden beam of light pierced through my body, and I felt an overwhelming lightness, as though I were floating. I became oblivious to my limbs, as if they had vanished. All that was visible to me was an expanse of darkness, and I drifted aimlessly until I beheld you. Wang Dali pointed towards Zhang Xiaoqiang. Zhang Xiaoqiang, was taken aback. Indeed, I could not see anyone else, yet I could perceive you, and then I flew towards your being. Wang Dali continued. It seemed as though something resided within your form. As I approached, I was drawn in. Panic surged within me, and I attempted to detach myself from your body. But regardless of the direction I took, I felt an inexplicable connection binding us together. Four-dimensional technology, Tang Long suddenly interjected. In the recesses of his memory, he recalled that the Tabir civilization had mastered such technology. The essence of this four-dimensional technology lies in its ability to enable objects to traverse the temporal axis. Wang Dali and Zhang Xiaoqiang became one entity. However, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt nothing. This signified that Wang Dali existed within the four-dimensional space. In this realm, time imbued a different perspective, allowing one to perceive events in a manner incongruent with the ordinary. For instance, an average person observing someone entering a store from a telephone booth perceives it as a continuous action. Yet, for someone within the four-dimensional space, the scene unfolds differently. They can see time, rendering it a scalar quantity, thus witnessing the individual exiting the booth and entering the store almost simultaneously. This raised an unsettling question. How could Wang Dali possess the technology of the Tabir civilization? I do not know. Wang Dali responded in a state of alarm. I am aware of nothing. I called out to Xiaoqiang repeatedly, but he remained unresponsive, as if I were non-existent. Thus, I was carried along by Xiaoqiang until arriving here. This place is the nexus of time. Wang Dali remarked, it appears there exists a force here that separates me from Xiaoqiang, granting me freedom. Yet, I observed that neither Xiaoqiang nor I resembled our original selves. We bore the faces of others, and our physical proportions differed. At that moment, I panicked, sensing that we were mere replicas of others. How could I not remember? Zhang Xiaoqiang questioned, devoid of any recollection. You were unconscious at the time. No matter how much I called, I could not awaken you. Wang Dali continued. Although you bore a different face then, I recognized you. Seeing you remain in slumber, I sought a way out, and before departing, I inscribed the words copy on your hand, intending to remind you that we may both be replicas of others. So that is how it is, Tang Long mused, finding it somewhat amusing. Yet, in moments of panic, such reactions are common. The subsequent events were predictable to Tang Long. In this nexus of time, as soon as Wang Dali departed from Zhang Xiaoqiang, he would enter a state where a fleeting moment could stretch into an eternity. At this point, Su Sanshao regarded Wang Dali with a tinge of discomfort. This Wang Dali before him was a projection of his future self, having split from Zhang Xiaoqiang's body. Now, Wang Dali bore an uncanny resemblance to Su Sanshao, evoking a sense of unease. Just then, Wang Dali pointed at Su Sanshao and declared, this individual, who looks exactly like me, is in grave danger. He shall perish in 3 days. What nonsense are you spouting? Su Sanshao, already harboring discontent towards Wang Dali, reacted vehemently upon hearing this proclamation. Do you dare challenge me? I might just end your life right now. I'm not speaking in jest, Wang Dali replied softly. Tang Long intervened, stating, what Dali says may indeed hold truth. Even you acknowledge this. Su Sanshao's anger escalated. Tang Long continued, Dali's existence is distinct from ours. He can exist independently of time and perceive that which eludes our sight. A being from the four-dimensional space can witness both the birth and demise of an individual simultaneously. Regardless, I refuse to believe it. I am living well, Su Sanshao asserted. Fixing his gaze on Wang Dali. Explain how I am to die. Otherwise, I shall take your life." "I do not know," Wang Dali replied. "I can only perceive that you die suddenly, but beyond that, I see nothing." "Enough," Tang Long interjected. "Perhaps Dali's words are not entirely accurate, but that does not negate the potential implications for you. Fate lies within one's grasp. Yet how many can truly wield it? Now that you are forewarned of impending peril, you possess the opportunity to alter your destiny." Su Sanshao fell silent, for he could not fathom his own demise. His future self had traversed time to meet him. How could he possibly die? If he were to perish, how could his future self exist? Such notions seemed preposterous. The four individuals commenced their departure. Initially, Su Sanshao had fabricated a lie to entice Tang Long, aiming to safeguard his future. In truth, there was no so-called heir to the elixir formula. It was all a fabrication of Su Sanshao's creation. Nonetheless, he was indeed the first to discover the formula, which resided upon an ancient stone tablet now safeguarded at the Huaxia headquarters. Upon exiting the ruins, Su Sanshao appeared to have further tasks, wandering off alone, while Tang Long, Wang Dali, and Zhang Xiaoqiang made their way towards Haima Academy. Following the destruction of Erzhong Academy, both faculty and students had relocated to Haima Academy. As a student of Erzhong, Tang Long was also bound for Haima Academy. The distance to Haima Academy was not great, spanning merely half a month's journey. 2 decades prior, the roads had withered away, hence their progress was slow. As they approached a fork in the path, Wang Dali suddenly remarked, "Not far ahead. A girl shall meet her demise." "Dali, do not speak recklessly," Zhang Xiaoqiang responded, skeptical of Wang Dali's claim, believing him to be delusional. In that moment, Tang Long remained composed, stating, "It may indeed be true. I trust Dali's words. If a girl is destined to perish here and we do not intervene, our consciences will weigh heavily upon us." The Earth Chapter, Chapter 20, Werewolf. Wang Dali's prophecy was believed solely by Tang Long, possessing fragments of Tabir civilization's memory. He understood more than the average person. Prophecy was a unique capability of the four-dimensional beings, allowing them to perceive the entirety of an event simultaneously. For instance, the acts of eating, sleeping, and using the restroom are distinct processes to humans. However, to a four-dimensional individual, they occur concurrently without sequence. As time elapsed, the ground suddenly trembled, reminiscent of a stampede of countless horses. "It is a herd of beasts." Tang Long's expression darkened. "How could there be a herd here? We must climb the trees." As denizens of this era, climbing trees was an essential skill for all. Soon, Tang Long, Wang Dali, and Zhang Xiaoqiang ascended to a relatively tall tree. As the herd approached, all were left breathless. A 20-meter beast resembling a lion led a pack of 10-meter-tall, hyena-like creatures towards them. The classification of evolved beasts depended on their size. The 20-meter beast was a level 2 evolved creature, while the 10-meter ones were classified as level 1. "Look, there's a person," Zhang Xiaoqiang pointed, his gaze fixed upon the lion-like beast. Perched atop the creature's head was a young woman, approximately in her 20s, clad in white, with flowing hair cascading over her shoulders. Exuding beauty. Beauty and the beast? A shared question arose among them. How had this girl come to sit atop the lion-like beast? And curiously, it appeared the beast did not oppose her presence. The three pondered, could there be an anomaly among evolved beasts that would protect humanity? Perhaps the situation was not as straightforward as it seemed. As the lion-like creature passed by their tree, the hyena-like beasts suddenly lunged at it in unison. Within moments, the lion-like beast was enveloped by the pack. What was happening? The trio perched in the tree were bewildered by this spectacle. First, the union of the lion-like beast and a human, followed by the brutal conflict among evolved beasts. All of it defied logic. Should we intervene? Zhang Xiaoqiang raised the query. Let us wait, Tang Long advised. Given our current strength, it would be arduous to offer assistance. The pressing issue is not whether to save, but rather whether we can save. Now, there's only Tang Long possessing some martial prowess, while the other two, Zhang Xiaoqiang and Wang Dali, are mere ordinary individuals. If there were to be a rescue, it would solely fall upon Tang Long to plunge into the throng of beasts. Although Tang Long possesses strength, he can only contend with one evolved beast at a time. Encountering two would spell his demise. The lion beast has already slain 4 or 5 ground wolf beasts and is beginning to weaken, its body riddled with wounds and blood staining the ground. At this moment, a ground wolf beast lunges at the girl. I must save her, Zhang Xiaoqiang shouts, leaping down from the tree. Are you insane? Tang Long attempts to intervene, yet fails to do so. In an instant, Zhang Xiaoqiang has charged towards the ground wolf beast, which promptly devours him in one swift motion. Xiaoqiang, you fool! Wang Dali exclaims, feeling powerless. How could an ordinary person confront an evolved beast? This, however, does not unfold as expected. The ground wolf beast that swallowed Zhang Xiaoqiang begins to tremble violently, howling incessantly. Moments later, it stands upright on its hind legs, its body undergoing a transformation. A werewolf? Tang Long gasps in shock. Upon standing, the creature morphs into a towering werewolf, exceeding 10 meters in height, its fists capable of being clenched like a human's, its feet resembling those of a man, possessing an impressive stature that allows it to kick a ground wolf beast of equal size effortlessly. The sole distinction is that this werewolf has the head of a wolf, a legendary creature of folklore. The werewolf is frenzied, charging into the pack of wolves, striking them with its fists, each blow rendering the ground wolf beasts powerless to resist. What incredible strength! Tang Long struggles to gauge the werewolf's power. Historically, the rank of evolved beasts has been determined by size. A 10-meter beast is ranked at level 1, a 20-meter beast at level 2, and a 50-meter beast at level 5. Yet this werewolf, judged by size, is level 1, yet its strength seems to reach level 2, even level 3. The lion beast is level 2, yet against more than 20 ground wolf beasts, it appears feeble. In contrast, the werewolf can contend with 20 ground wolf beasts simultaneously without faltering. What is the meaning of this? What level of strength does this werewolf possess? The 20 ground wolf beasts encircle the werewolf, just as Tang Long anticipates a new wave of attack from the pack. The leading ground wolf beast suddenly lowers itself in submission, followed by the others, all bowing before the werewolf. It appears the werewolf anticipated this, tilting its head back in delight. Witnessing this scene, Tang Long is at a loss for words. This phenomenon does not align with any memories he possesses. Suddenly, the werewolf's form diminishes rapidly, its fur vanishing. Xiaoqiang? As the werewolf reverts to the size of an ordinary human, only Zhang Xiaoqiang remains. Hey! Zhang Xiaoqiang waves to Tang Long and Wang Dali in the tree. Come down, there's no danger now. Although Tang Long is perplexed, he descends. What on earth just happened? Wang Dali inquires. I have no idea. Zhang Xiaoqiang scratches his head, chuckling. I was solely focused on saving her, never anticipating such an outcome. Now, I am their new leader. They have all sworn to obey me. Just then, the girl who had been on the lion beast descends and says to Zhang Xiaoqiang, I am Yi Chen, a student from the Hippo Academy. Thank you for saving me. Yi Chen is a sensible girl, having witnessed everything. Zhang Xiaoqiang simply grins sheepishly, subsequently uttering something to the wolf pack, which begins to disperse. This scene leaves Tang Long and Wang Dali astounded, yet Yi Chen remains unfazed. Moments later, Yi Chen pats the lion beast's head, and it too departs. What kind of ability is this? Tang Long attempts to inquire. Humans and evolved beasts have almost no common language, yet the preceding spectacle indicates that communication is possible. It was Zhang Xiaoqiang who spoke. I too am unsure. I just suddenly understood what they were saying. Yi Chen explains. If you listen with your heart, you can hear their words. Tang Long muses that it is futile. Those who can converse with wild beasts are beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. At that moment, a fissure suddenly appears on Wang Dali's forehead. Dali, what is wrong? Zhang Xiaoqiang exclaims in concern. I am fine, Wang Dali replies, yet with each word, the fissure deepens. Tang Long interjects, it may be a backlash. Backlash? Everyone is perplexed. Yes, a backlash, Tang Long asserts. Originally, Yi Chen was meant to perish, yet she has been saved. This has caused a disturbance in the fabric of time. What will be the outcome? Although Yi Chen is somewhat skeptical, she acknowledges her miraculous rescue. Dali possesses the ability to foresee the future. He once witnessed your demise. Now that you have been saved, death is averted. However, the distortion in time manifests as a backlash upon Dali. He now faces two potential fates. Either he shatters like glass or he endures. Dali, you must hold on. Zhang Xiaoqiang encourages Wang Dali, for they are the best of friends. Wang Dali appears to struggle to maintain his composure, even in silence. The fissures on his face inexplicably multiply, and speaking only exacerbates the situation geometrically. Chapter 21. Confronting the forces of time, Wang Dali, having foreseen the future and attempted to alter it, suffers the repercussions of time's backlash. This unprecedented occurrence defies all logic. However, after undergoing a series of extraordinary events, Wang Dali acquires the ability to perceive time. He can glimpse a person's past and attempt to alter it. Yet, any alteration of time inevitably invites a dreadful backlash. Dali, hang in there, you can do it. Zhang Xiaoqiang shouts. Before long, Wang Dali's body is covered in cracks, resembling shattered glass. Brother Long, please save Dali. Zhang Xiaoqiang pleads. Although Tang Long initially intended to refuse, the desperate gazes of 4 individuals compel him to acquiesce. I will give a try. Within Tang Long's repertoire of magic lies a particular spell known as the substitution technique. This technique allows one to transfer personal harm onto other objects, such as stones or trees. However, this spell is classified as intermediate magic, and Tang Long currently lacks the requisite magical energy to cast it. He must draw upon a source of magical power. The advantage of being a dark sorcerer is that when one's magical energy is insufficient, one can tap into a magical source, albeit at the expense of one's own life force. The price for utilizing such a source is the sale of one's soul. By the shadows darker than twilight, and the crimson deeper than blood, I swear my allegiance here. Grant me strength. Tang Long's hands emanate a dark red glow, a concentration of magical energy. Gumos. Tang Long extends his arms, drawing forth a beam of light, one end of which penetrates Wang Dali's body while the other connects to a nearby tree. Bang! The moment the tree comes into contact with the light, it shatters. What is happening? Zhang Xiaoqiang inquires, fearing failure. No, the energy within Dali is too potent. Ordinary objects cannot withstand it. As he speaks, Tang Long's hands tremble. The force emanating from Wang Dali is overwhelming, making it difficult for him to maintain control. He continues to release the energy from Wang Dali. Boom! Boom! Trees in the vicinity explode, one after another. As Tang Long diverts the energy from Wang Dali to the trees, each one detonates like a powder keg. It is worth noting that these are not ordinary trees. Each stands over 100 meters tall, with a diameter exceeding 5 meters, their hardness unquestionable. Boom! The explosions persist, and in an instant, not a single tree remains within a 100-meter radius. Yi Chen suddenly cries out. Dali's body is glowing. The light emanating from him resembles that of a bomb primed for detonation. Is he about to vanish? From memories gleaned from the strong, it is known that when one suffers the backlash of time, failure to endure results in obliteration. At this moment, Wang Dali's body exhibits signs of impending annihilation. Time is running out. Tang Long raised one hand to his mouth, silently reciting, "Something darker than dusk, something redder than blood. I swear to you, grant me immense power." The earthquake wave. This intermediate level magic, earthquake wave, possesses tremendous impact. Directed at the ground, it can create a deep chasm. As Tang Long pressed his hand onto the ground, a bottomless pit emerged. He then channeled the energy emanating from Wang Dali into that pit. This time, it was a high-power release, and the beam of light instantaneously transformed into a column of light with a diameter of 1 meter. Due to the overwhelming output of energy, Tang Long began to lose control. "Xiao Chong, lend me a hand," Tang Long shouted. Xiao Chong was momentarily taken aback. Then his body expanded, transforming into a 10-meter-tall werewolf. As soon as Zhang Xiaochong touched the light column, he felt as if he had encountered high-voltage electricity. His entire being was overwhelmed with discomfort. However, thinking of saving his friend bolstered his resolve, and he clutched the light column tightly, preventing it from spiraling out of control. The ground, an unknown depth below, absorbed the power from Wang Dali, and explosions echoed incessantly. Crack! Within moments, cracks began to appear on the surface. This power. At this moment, Tang Long was somewhat stunned. The force that could distort time and space was so immense that it was shaking the very earth. Suddenly, due to the tremors, a surge of energy burst forth, piercing through Zhang Xiaochong's arm. Witnessing this scene, Yi Chen could no longer remain passive. Although she did not believe in prophecies, these individuals had indeed rescued her. "I cannot stand by and do nothing." Yi Chen approached the light column, her heart heavy with guilt. This guilt clouded her judgment, and she grasped the light column. The force of the light column was tremendous. The moment Yi Chen made contact, she was flung away. The occurrence transpired so swiftly that no one noticed her being thrown aside. However, at the instant she was hurled back, the light column shrank suddenly and then vanished. Wang Dali was unharmed. Zhang Xiaochang's attention was solely on Wang Dali. At the moment Yi Chen was cast aside, Wang Dali's body restored in an unusual manner, and the cracks rapidly faded from view. Once Wang Dali was safe, Zhang Xiaochang finally noticed Yi Chen lying on the ground. "Brother Long, what happened to Yi Chen?" Yi Chen was bleeding profusely. "This is bad." Tang Long suddenly realized something. "Quick, take her to the nearest hospital." In truth, Yi Chen had already perished, but Wang Dali utilized his precognitive abilities to help her escape calamity. However, the backlash from his temporal escape nearly cost Wang Dali his life. Now, with Yi Chen's life force dwindling, time was realigning towards the correct course. This meant that Yi Chen was at risk of death at any moment. To the Shimu base. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Xiaochang cradled Yi Chen and sprinted eastward. "Let us hope we make it in time," Tang Long sighed helplessly. Bases generally rarely accepted outsiders. In this era of scarce resources, ordinary individuals were seen as burdens, making it uncommon for bases to extend a helping hand. Zhang Xiaochang ran swiftly, transforming into his werewolf form along the way. Upon reaching the Shimu base, the personnel inside ignored Zhang Xiaochang's pleas. "Let me in. I am from Haima Academy, and I need to save someone," he shouted from outside the gate. 5 minutes passed, and the personnel inside, growing impatient, replied, "Are you not aware of the Base S rules? Outsiders without an introduction letter are not permitted entry. Are you truly going to let someone die?" Zhang Xiaochang's tone turned menacing. "We've already stated this is the rule. Move aside, or we will not be so courteous." Saying this, the personnel fired a few warning shots near Zhang Xiaochang. In an instant, Zhang Xiaochang transformed into a werewolf. Boom! The 5-meter-thick iron gate was shattered by a single punch. The base personnel were thrown into disarray, and soon, various artillery began to rain down on Zhang Xiaochang. This is a level 2 evolved beast. After the artillery fire proved ineffective against the werewolf, the personnel heightened their alert, categorizing Zhang Xiaochang as a level 2 evolved beast. To combat a level 2 evolved beast, only evolved individuals could be deployed. Chapter 22. The Frenzy of the Werewolf. The Shimu base was home to 5 level 2 evolved individuals, all rushing from different directions. Enraged, Zhang Xiaochang had transformed into a werewolf, losing his human speech, and, facing the onslaught of cannon fire, his fury intensified. Buildings were uprooted and hurled into the distance, shattering even more structures. By the time the 5 evolved individuals arrived, the front row of buildings had been reduced to rubble. "How to get in?" The leader of the evolved individuals exclaimed, utterly perplexed by the sight of the werewolf. In his mind, this werewolf was at most level 1. It had not been intercepted. No matter how powerful a level 1 evolved beast was, it could still be defeated through sheer numbers. What does it matter? The higher-ups have ordered us to attack simultaneously. This is clearly not an ordinary evolved beast, another evolved individual responded. The 5 evolved beasts positioned themselves atop a large building. Their weapons were not particle guns, but rather heavy blades. "Go!" The leading evolved individual suddenly leaped, swinging his blade towards the werewolf's head. This is merely child's play. He believed that with a single strike, the werewolf would perish, requiring no follow-up attack. Yet he was mistaken. Before his blade could descend, the werewolf's claws sliced through his body. Puff! A fountain of blood erupted as he was cleaved in two, crashing to the ground. Boss! The other 4 evolved individuals, witnessing this, no longer dared to underestimate the situation. They quickly regrouped, splitting into 2 teams. One carried the leader's remains towards the medical room, hoping to save him with the current medical technology, while the other 3 took a defensive stance against the werewolf. At the onset of the battle, they had already suffered the loss of 2 combatants, which compelled them to confront the werewolf with utmost seriousness. The werewolf, seemingly dissatisfied, continued to wreak havoc among the buildings. Attack! The 3 individuals, adopting an offensive posture, sent one of their number to slash at the werewolf's thigh. The thigh is the pillar of movement for any creature. Injury to it would drastically diminish strength. Bang! The blade struck, feeling as though it had collided with a steel rod. Impossible! The individual gasped in shock. He was a level 2 evolved individual, and his full-powered strike had failed to inflict damage on the werewolf. The only explanation for this was that the werewolf was a level 3 evolved beast. To contend with a level 3 evolved beast, at least 2 level 3 evolved individuals would be required. Yet at this moment, there were merely 3 level 2 evolved individuals. The disparity in power was evident. The individual, serving as the deputy leader, thought further ahead than his companions. After a brief moment, he picked up a radio and said, "Connect me to the commander." Moments later, the radio connected, and the deputy leader spoke. "The situation is more serious than anticipated. The incoming evolved beast is likely level 3, and we may not stand a chance against it. I hope you will order everyone to retreat. We will cover the escape." There was a long silence on the other end of the line before the commander finally replied, "I entrust this to you." The deputy leader hung up the phone, glancing helplessly at the werewolf. Normally, a complete evacuation would take at least 3 hours for the entire faculty and student body to reach a safe zone. This meant they had to hold off the werewolf for 3 hours. With the werewolf at level 3 and their own ranks at level 2, the challenge was formidable. "Combined attack," the deputy leader shouted. Hearing this, the other 2 rushed over to form a cohesive unit. The so-called combined attack meant that all their energies would be focused on a single individual, delivering a decisive blow. However, this ultimate strike was merely a name. Its power could only eliminate a level 1 evolved beast, and against a level 3, even scratching its fur would be a feat with the deputy leader at the forefront. The trio commenced channeling their strength into him. After a brief moment, the deputy leader's blade glowed a striking crimson, as if it had been heated to a fiery red. Sky-piercing strike. The deputy leader leaped, his long blade resembling a shooting star as it aimed for the werewolf's head. Bang! In the sky, the long blade was effortlessly severed by the werewolf, sending the deputy leader and the broken blade flying far away. The deputy leader landed on the ground, his eyes filled with reluctance. The werewolf's power was insurmountable, and he couldn't even withstand a single minute of its onslaught. The entire faculty and student body of the school requires 3 hours for evacuation. How can we maximize this time? In a moment, the vice leader rose from the ground, leaning against the wall. He connected the call to the commander and solemnly reported, "Commander, the approaching evolved beasts may be more formidable than anticipated. We cannot stop them. Please do not take anything with you. Just evacuate everyone. We will do our utmost to buy you time." There was silence on the other end of the line. However, anyone could imagine the expression on the commander's face. This is a human base, home to millions. If they leave, where will they go? To other bases? That would mean living in subordination, confined to tents without food or water, enduring the torment of hunger and cold. Rebuilding the base. That is also unfeasible, as this place is swarming with evolved beasts. Finding a location devoid of them is as difficult as reaching the heavens. The current human base is the result of our ancestors' sacrifices, built over decades of relentless effort. It seemed the call had ended. The vice leader helplessly raised his head, prepared to sacrifice himself to confront the werewolf. Yet, as he looked up, his pupils suddenly constricted. What? The werewolf had vanished. Surrounding him were the ruins of flattened buildings. Yet the werewolf was nowhere to be found. At that moment, a stranger stood atop the rubble, shouting, "I am Zhang Xiaoqiang from Heima Academy. I have someone who urgently needs your help." The vice leader felt bewildered, but one of his subordinates approached and whispered, "Commander, that person might be the werewolf. I saw it with my own eyes." "Are you certain?" The vice leader began to doubt. With the terrifying werewolf now absent, only this unknown man remained, increasing the likelihood that he was indeed the werewolf. However, a human is a human, and a werewolf is a werewolf. How could they be the same? Another subordinate came over, nodding, "Commander, I also witnessed it. The werewolf transformed into this person. I was about to strike him, but as I lunged, the werewolf rapidly shrank and morphed into this man." The vice leader fell silent. In truth, he hoped the werewolf was indeed this individual. That way, they could avoid confrontation. After a moment, the vice leader asked, "Why did you attack our base?" Zhang Xiaoqiang replied, "I only wished to save someone. Your people were the first to strike." The vice leader said, "Very well, it appears we were in the wrong. I apologize for the misunderstanding. Now, please bring the person you wish to save. I will escort her to the medical room and do our utmost to assist her." Zhang Xiaoqiang carried Yi Chen to the medical room. The attending physician was renowned. Yet after examining Yi Chen, he shook his head and said, "The girl's brain waves are in a dormant state. She cannot awaken at the moment. I will observe her for a while to see if there are any reactions, and then we can treat her accordingly. Perhaps there will be improvement. In reality, with advanced technology, as long as there are brainwaves present, even if a head is severed, it could be reattached. However, once the brainwaves cease, even most advanced technology would be unable to revive a person. Doctor, you wouldn't deceive me, would you? Zhang Xiaoqiang suddenly exclaimed in anger, creating a hole in the ground beneath him. Although he lacked medical knowledge, he understood that the cessation of brain waves equated to death. The physician was rendered speechless by fear. At that moment, a man with deep-set eyes entered. He exchanged a glance with the attending physician, who hurried away in alarm. Two others followed him, carrying a box. Inside the box lay a vibrant, dragon-headed object. Mr. Zhang, the man said while presenting the item, this is dragon blood, known for its miraculous ability to revive. The so-called miraculous ability refers to its power to reignite a person's brainwaves. Chapter 23. Dragon Beast and Dragon Blood. The man who entered was the commander of the Shenmue base. He had brought dragon blood, derived from an evolved beast bearing dragon scales and horns, known as a dragon beast. The blood of the dragon beast can reignite brainwaves. Yet dragon beasts are typically evolved beasts of level 3 or higher, making them exceedingly rare for ordinary individuals to encounter. Is this truly dragon blood? Zhang Xiaoqiang asked in disbelief. Indeed, it is dragon blood, the commander of Shenmue replied courteously. 5 years ago, our team discovered the remains of a dragon beast in the back mountains and extracted several vials of dragon blood from it. Standard dragon blood, once refined, has its efficacy tripled. What are we waiting for? Let us save her. Zhang Xiaoqiang failed to grasp the underlying implications of the base commander's words. His mind solely focused on rescuing the girl. The base commander paused for a brief moment before instructing that Yi Chen be taken to the treatment room. Within the treatment room stood a large apparatus. This is our most remarkable technology at Shenmue, the revitalization machine, the commander explained to Zhang Xiaoqiang. Whether the patient is alive or deceased, as long as they have a single functioning brain cell, we can revive them with sufficient dragon blood. I hope this is true. Zhang Xiaoqiang was uninterested in the machine's capabilities. He only wished for Yi Chen's safety. Yi Chen was placed within a crystal coffin. Various laser conduits inserted into her body to administer the dragon blood. The so-called dragon blood infusion was not a blood transfusion. Rather, it served as a stimulus. Since Yi Chen's brain waves had ceased, a certain catalyst was necessary to stimulate her brain and rekindle the waves. Dragon blood was that catalyst. The brain is a collection of neural cells, with the outermost layer being the cerebral cortex. Under normal circumstances, the cerebral cortex releases brain waves in response to stimuli. An ordinary person's cerebral cortex is perpetually receiving external stimuli, whether asleep or awake, thus making it impossible for brain waves to cease under normal conditions. However, individuals in a vegetative state are an exception. Their cerebral cortex struggles to receive external stimuli. To reactivate the cerebral cortex of a vegetative individual, dragon blood is required. Dragon blood contains an unknown substance that directly stimulates the cerebral cortex, reviving its activity and releasing brain waves. However, this process is slow, requiring 3 days and nights of continuous dragon blood infusion. Is the dragon blood insufficient? After a day, Zhang Xiaoqiang noticed that the dragon blood was depleting rapidly, insufficient for the required 3 days. Indeed, the Shenmue commander explained, this dragon blood represents our entire reserve. If it is inadequate, there's a bat dragon beast in the back mountains. However, with our current strength, it will be quite challenging. The Shenmue commander expressed his dilemma, but also indicated his intention. He wanted Zhang Xiaoqiang to slay the bat dragon beast. Is that so? Zhang Xiaoqiang stroked his chin and replied, leave the bat dragon beast to me. At that moment, someone spoke to the Shenmue commander. The commander instructed that person to leave and turned to Zhang Xiaoqiang, saying a few individuals who claim to know you are waiting outside. Would you like to meet them? Oh, Long Gu and Ali. Zhang Xiaoqiang realized that Tang Long and Wang Dali had arrived. Initially, in his haste, he had come to the Shenmue base in werewolf form. Now, considering the time elapsed, Tang Long and Wang Dali should have reached the base as well. In a private room, upon hearing that Yi Chen might become a vegetative person, Tang Long inquired cautiously, how is she now? If someone who should be dead does not die, time and space would twist, and the consequences are unimaginable. I have administered dragon blood to her. She should be fine. In truth, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt uncertain as well. Due to the repulsion of time and space, even the best medicine would struggle to remedy the situation. Nonetheless, he believed that human determination could conquer fate, rendering the impossible possible. The next day, Zhang Xiaoqiang ventured to the back mountains, accompanied by Tang Long and Wang Dali. Faced with a level 3 bat dragon beast, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt no chance of victory. Regardless of its weakness, the bat dragon beast bore the name dragon, and any evolved beast with dragon in its title is invincible among its peers. One could assert that a dragon beast could easily eliminate 3 or 4 evolved beasts of the same level. Thus, whether they could defeat the bat dragon beast hinged upon Wang Dali. Although Wang Dali lacked combat prowess, not being a mage or an evolved individual, his physical strength was unparalleled. In the last event, Tang Long discovered that Wang Dali possessed a remarkable physique. Nothing could leave a mark on him, not even a nuclear explosion. If one were to argue that anything could leave a scar on Wang Dali's body, it would only be the backlash of time and space. Upon reaching the cave, Zhang Xiaoqiang transformed into his werewolf mode, leading the way, while Wang Dali, due to his unique physique, walked at the rear. Tang Long, a magician, positioned himself in the middle. Among the three, the most at ease was Wang Dali, for he was nearly invulnerable. In this world, only the backlash of time and space could bring about his demise. As long as he refrained from deliberately altering the timeline, he would remain unaffected by such backlash. The cave was lengthy, populated by numerous bat beasts. These level 1 creatures had once been capable of easily annihilating human strongholds, yet they were swiftly vanquished by Zhang Xiaoqiang, who was anxious about Yi Chen. Yi Chen should have perished, yet he had miraculously survived, now existing as a vegetative state. Theoretically, dragon blood could awaken Yi Chen, but the possibility of unforeseen complications loomed. During that encounter, he had witnessed the immense power of time-space backlash, which caused the earth to tremble with but a mere hint of its force. Although dragon blood was a valuable substance, it was merely the blood of a level 3 evolved beast, significantly inferior to the power of time manipulation. Currently, Zhang Xiaoqiang was merely taking one step at a time, allowing Yi Chen to survive for another second. Upon reaching the end of the tunnel, they finally laid eyes on the bat dragon beast. The creature was far larger than they had anticipated, a colossal bat measuring 30 meters in length, adorned with a pair of dragon horns. Any evolved beast exhibiting dragon-like characteristics was classified as a dragon beast. With its dragon horns, this bat beast clearly fell within that category. The bat dragon beast's gaze fell upon Zhang Xiaoqiang, and it initiated the attack. Its massive wings, when flapped, generated a tempest, while devoid of lethal force. The swirling dust severely obscured visibility. Being both a bat and a dragon beast, the bat dragon could ascertain the enemy's location using echolocation, independent of sight. Just as Zhang Xiaoqiang was blinded by the sandstorm, he felt an immense force strike him from behind, sending him sprawling. It was a formidable adversary. Tang Long sensed the dire situation, but felt powerless. The bat dragon beast's enormous size rendered swamp magic ineffective, and spells of torment and decay were equally futile. The only combatant left standing was Zhang Xiaoqiang, who rose from the ground. Since his transformation into a werewolf, he had never encountered a worthy opponent. With a furious roar, he charged at the feet of the bat dragon beast and embraced it with all his might. Despite the 30-meter height of the beast compared to his mere 10 meters, this disparity did not diminish his strength, as he too possessed the power of a level 3 evolved beast. With that embrace, the bat dragon beast lost its balance and toppled to the ground. As the bat beast prepared to rise, Tang Long suddenly recited an incantation. To that which is darker than dusk, to that which is redder than blood, I vow to you here. Grant me the power of destruction. Summoning the great swamp technique. With a thud, a 10-meter diameter pit of foul-smelling black muck appeared beneath the bat dragon beast. This intermediate magic, which Tang Long had spent several months of his life to conjure, proved remarkably effective. Half of the bat dragon beast's body sank into the swamp, and no matter how it struggled, it found it exceedingly difficult to extricate itself. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Xiaoqiang's wolf claws left a deep gash on the bat dragon beast's body, drawing blood. "Haha, I have arrived as well," Wang Dali proclaimed, stepping forward. In his hands was a photon sniper rifle, a weapon typically requiring a solid meter-thick metal plate for stability due to its substantial recoil, making it challenging for individual use. However, Wang Dali's unique physique allowed him to wield even the most powerful weapons without issue. With a resounding boom, a cannonball as thick as a human arm struck the Bat Dragon Beast. This was a close-range attack, boasting a high probability of hitting, and it created a gaping wound the size of a human head in the beast's abdomen. Another shot. Wang Dali dared not hesitate, for the wound he had inflicted was visibly healing at an alarming rate. The terror of evolved beasts lies not only in their destructive capabilities, but also in their formidable regenerative powers. Typically, a wound of such magnitude could heal in the blink of an eye. Boom! 2 seconds later, Wang Dali unleashed another round, reopening the wound that had almost closed. The Bat Dragon Beast let out a furious roar, its sharp claws scraping the ground, launching a barrage of massive stones toward Wang Dali. In that moment, there was no one who could save him. He had to rely solely on himself. Thud! The stones buried Wang Dali beneath their weight. However, he emerged unscathed, for his body was incredibly resilient. Even a train collision would unlikely prove fatal. With a hearty laugh, Wang Dali clawed his way out from the rubble, moving closer to the Bat Dragon Beast for another onslaught. This time, he stood a mere 10 meters away, a distance the Bat Dragon Beast could not reach. While the Bat Dragon Beast was mired in the swamp, its claws could only reach a mere 5 meters from the shore. Boom! Wang Dali boldly stood at the water's edge, relentlessly bombarding the Bat Dragon Beast's abdomen. Every strike targeted the same spot, and no matter how formidable its regenerative powers, it would eventually be penetrated. With the 20th shot, a hole finally appeared on the Bat Dragon Beast's body. However, it did not succumb to death. Based on past experiences, only by shattering the heart of the Bat Dragon Beast could one ensure its demise. Nevertheless, the damage inflicted had significantly diminished its strength. During this time, Zhang Xiaoqiang did not cease his assault, employing his teeth and claws in an effort to incapacitate the Bat Dragon Beast as swiftly as possible. Suddenly, the Bat Dragon Beast shattered the ground of the swamp, creating a shockwave that sent Wang Dali flying. Everyone be cautious. The magic's duration is nearing its end, Tang Long urgently warned. The Great Swamp technique could only be sustained for 10 minutes. Just as Tang Long's warning fell, the Bat Dragon Beast emerged from the swamp. Zhang Xiaoqiang, prepared to bite the beast's neck, was seized and violently hurled against the wall, creating a 2-meter deep crater. Next was Wang Dali, who was also in close proximity. As the Bat Dragon Beast emerged, it forcefully stomped him into the ground. Everything transpired too rapidly. The Great Swamp technique was supposed to have 20 seconds left, yet the Bat Dragon Beast had managed to escape so effortlessly. In truth, as the Great Swamp technique neared its expiration, its potency waned. With half its body submerged in the foul muck, the Bat Dragon Beast had only been utilizing one claw and its somewhat sluggish head. As the swamp's strength diminished, it could finally use its legs to break free. This was perilous. Tang Long, standing at a distance, clearly observed the wound on the Bat Dragon Beast's abdomen healing. Once the injury closed, the beast's power would be restored. However, both Zhang Xiaoqiang and Wang Dali had lost their combat effectiveness. At that moment, Zhang Xiaoqiang rose from the ground, his eyes seemingly aflame with bloodlust. Bang! The Bat Dragon Beast's tail whipped around, sending Zhang Xiaoqiang flying. Yet, as the Bat Dragon Beast attempted to retract its tail, it found something gripping it tightly. Xiaoqiang? Tang Long, observing from afar, was astonished. Zhang Xiaoqiang was astonishingly using the Bat Dragon Beast's tail to hurl it about like a flail. Bang! Bang! The Bat Dragon Beast swung through the air like a meteor, tossed back and forth by Zhang Xiaoqiang. At that moment, Wang Dali emerged from the ground. What has transpired? Observing the Bat Dragon Beast soaring in the air, he could hardly believe that this was the work of Zhang Xiaoqiang. Although Zhang Xiaoqiang possessed the strength of a level 3 evolved beast, the Bat Dragon Beast was invincible among its peers. This was dire. Tang Long felt a sudden pang of dread. Zhang Xiaoqiang appeared to be physically exhausted, his pace slowing with each rotation. Darker than dusk and redder than blood. I hereby vow to you, grant me the power of destruction. The Great Swamp technique. With Tang Long's incantation, a massive pit with a 10-meter diameter abruptly formed in the ground. Simultaneously, Zhang Xiaoqiang seized his opportunity and hurled the Bat Dragon Beast into the abyss. The creature was now head first. It was nearly certain that its demise was imminent. Wang Dali picked up the energy cannon from the ground and aimed directly at the rear of the Bat Dragon Beast, unleashing a powerful shot. The Bat Dragon Beast seemed resigned to its fate, remaining motionless. Zhang Xiaoqiang collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. He too was utterly spent. Such a formidable opponent. Tang Long also sat down, having exerted significant energy from 2 consecutive sources of magical power, which took a toll on his body. The only one still capable was Wang Dali, who relentlessly bombarded the Bat Dragon Beast's rear with the energy cannon, producing a barrage of impacts in mere moments. At that moment, the Bat Dragon Beast suddenly unfurled its wings, generating a powerful gust of wind as it emerged from the swamp. Save me. It was Wang Dali's voice. Once freed, the Bat Dragon Beast seized Wang Dali and soared into the sky. Observing this, Zhang Xiaoqiang, despite his fatigue, leaped onto the Bat Dragon Beast, biting down hard on its flesh. Yet the Bat Dragon Beast seemed to fear this place, propelling itself upwards until it reached an altitude of 1,000 meters. The Bat Dragon Beast was undoubtedly supersonic. Let go of me. At 1,000 meters, Wang Dali fired at the Bat Dragon Beast from close range. Boom! Boom! Several shots rang out, piercing through the creature's neck. However, it still refused to release its grip. In reality, the Bat Dragon Beast held a deep-seated grudge against Wang Dali. The damage inflicted upon it by Wang Dali was the most severe. Yet due to Wang Dali's unique physiology, it was unable to kill him. Clinging to the Bat Dragon Beast, Zhang Xiaoqiang suddenly tore open a wound on the beast's body, revealing a pulsating organ, its heart, the heart of the Bat Dragon Beast. Without hesitation, Zhang Xiaoqiang plunged his claw into it, crushing the heart. Once the heart shattered, any living creature would lose its bodily functions. In that instant, the Bat Dragon Beast plummeted from the sky in a state of resentment. Earth Arc. Chapter 25. A tribe detached from humanity at 1,000 meters high. As the Bat Dragon Beast fell, it created a massive crater with a 50-meter diameter upon impact. Fortunately, neither Zhang Xiaoqiang nor Wang Dali were ordinary beings. Zhang Xiaoqiang, being a werewolf, could swiftly recover from even the most severe injuries due to his remarkable regenerative abilities. Wang Dali, being an anomaly, would not perish even if the earth exploded, as his physical structure was not composed of terrestrial matter. The Bat Dragon Beast landed on a high mountain, 3 days' journey from the Shimu base. I will keep watch here. You go back and summon help, said Wang Dali. He understood that Zhang Xiaoqiang could transform into a werewolf and, with the speed of a wolf, could return to Shimu base in half a day to fetch assistance. Very well. Take care of yourself. Zhang Xiaoqiang nodded. Wang Dali stood guard over the carcass of the Bat Dragon Beast, ensuring complete security. With his unique constitution, nothing could harm him. Coupled with the energy cannon in his possession, he was akin to a mobile fortress. It could be said that unless he encountered a level 3 evolved beast, Wang Dali was nearly invincible. As for Tang Long, he remained in the lair of the Bat Dragon Beast. After the Bat Dragon Beast had carried Wang Dali and Zhang Xiaoqiang out of its den, Tang Long attempted to pursue them, but by the time he emerged, the Bat Dragon Beast was already out of sight. In truth, the Bat Dragon Beast had already descended. Tang Long remained in the lair because he discovered a relic. The relic had yet to be opened, but a profound fissure was visible. This fissure was created by the Bat Dragon Beast's impact on the ground. The relic lay beneath the surface, separated by a 10-meter thick stone slab. It was uncertain how many thousands of years old this relic was. Tang Long stroked his chin, his expression uncertain. According to history textbooks, relics are typically around 40,000, 80,000, 120,000, or 160,000 years old, and so forth. In other words, relics are usually multiples of 40,000 years, with no mention of 30,000, 70,000, or 90,000 years. Harden. Tang Long's arms transformed into stone. This was a low-level magic spell, hardening, which allowed a layer of solid rock to form at the surface of the skin. Tang Long began to excavate. The stone slab was only 10 meters thick, and it took merely half a day to break through. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaoqiang led the personnel from Shinmu base to collect dragon blood, but upon arrival, the Bat Dragon Beast was nowhere to be found, nor was Wang Dali present. What happened? Zhang Xiaoqiang's first thought was that the Bat Dragon Beast was not dead. It had taken Wang Dali away. Although Wang Dali possessed an immortal body, he was still an ordinary human. Observing the surroundings, Zhang Xiaoqiang noted tire tracks on the ground. In this era of evolved beasts, automobiles had become obsolete, as there were no roads left for their use. Only a few specialized vehicles could be seen in urban areas. However, this was a rural mountain area, with not a single road in 100 miles. Why were there tire tracks conveniently located beside the carcass of the evolved dragon beast? Could it be that someone had come earlier and taken the evolved dragon beast away? Zhang Xiaoqiang could only entertain this possibility. Following the tire tracks, he arrived at the foot of a mountain. Curious, Zhang Xiaoqiang stood thoughtfully at the mountain's base. The tire tracks abruptly vanished at the foot of the mountain. The only explanation was that the mountain was hollow, containing a hidden path within. Zhang Xiaoqiang transformed into a werewolf and struck the mountainside with a powerful punch. Boom! The mountain crumbled, revealing indeed a passage inside. Wait here. I will go take a look. Zhang Xiaoqiang instructed the 100 or so individuals behind him. The 100 personnel were transporters, each carrying a large barrel meant for collecting dragon blood. With the bad dragon beast missing, they could only stand outside and await news. Zhang Xiaoqiang ventured inside, uncertain of the dangers that lay ahead. It could be safe, or it could be perilous. It was deemed safe because the adversary might be human, as suggested by the tire tracks. Yet it was deemed dangerous since they had already taken his friend Wang Dali. Near Shimu Base, there were 3 other bases, which rarely interacted and followed the orders of the Huaxia headquarters independently. Everyone felt helpless regarding the situation. Typically, when an evolved beast attacked a human city, other cities could only watch helplessly, seldom coming to aid. This was not due to a lack of compassion, but because the distances between the bases were too great. By the time reinforcements arrived, the attacked base would have already been destroyed. In the age of evolved beasts, automobiles and airplanes could no longer appear freely outside human bases. There was once a commander who, while flying from his base to another, was attacked by a group of flying beasts shortly after takeoff. The aerial evolved beasts traveled in swarms. Upon entering, Zhang Xiaoqiang discovered various human artifacts, leading him to conclude that this was indeed a human base. This was a base belonging to a race known as the Lost Tribe. During the 20 years since the emergence of evolved beasts, hundreds of human bases had been destroyed, and among the survivors, some were relocated to other bases, living under the patronage of others, while others may have hidden away, rebuilding their own bases. Some of these rebuilt bases maintained contact with humanity, while others had formed their own tribes, detaching from human society. Naturally, those bases that managed to separate from humanity were quite powerful. Currently, the third level 5 evolved being on Earth hailed from such a base. Who goes there? As Zhang Xiaoqiang approached the stone door, a warning voice echoed from within. Step closer, and we will open fire. Wait, there's been a misunderstanding. I am from Shimu GD, and my friend may have been captured by you. I'm here to find him and hope that you can release him, despite not knowing the strength of his opponents. Zhang Xiaoqiang maintained a cordial demeanor. There is no one you seek. You may leave. The other party issued a dismissal. Is that so? Zhang Xiaoqiang, awaiting the chance to rescue, chose not to elaborate further and transformed into a werewolf, smashing through the grand door with a single punch. As the door crumbled, panic ensued within the confines of the base. This was an assault by an evolved beast. Zhang Xiaoqiang stood as a 10-meter-tall werewolf, indistinguishable from the ordinary evolved beasts. Boom! Boom! The artillery within the base unleashed a barrage towards Zhang Xiaoqiang. Is this the extent of your firepower? He mused, unperturbed by the incoming assault. These cannons were designed to combat level 2 evolved beasts, whereas he was a level 3. Against a level 3 evolved beast, no number of cannons would suffice without an evolved human. Zhang Xiaoqiang advanced, dismantling defensive artillery along the way, careful not to harm any humans. Upon reaching the end of the corridor, he spotted Wang Dali bound to a stone pillar. Dali, seeing his friend unconscious, Zhang Xiaoqiang hurriedly freed him from his restraints. Moments later, Bang Dali Awuka, furios. Those scoundrels dared to attack me. What happened? Zhang Xiaoqiang inquired, puzzled. With Wang Dali's near-invulnerable physique, it was perplexing that anyone could capture him, let alone render him unconscious. I saw many people approaching and thought they were sent by you, so I greeted them politely. But to my surprise, they must have used some method to knock me out as soon as I approached them. Wang Dali expressed his frustration. Despite his body being as resilient as a train, he had been incapacitated by a mere blow to the back of his head. Clearly, These people are not simple. Chapter 26. The uncommon loss of humanity. Having rescued Wang Dali, Zhang Xiaoqiang began searching for the corpse of the bat dragon beast. This was an unknown human base. The term unknown referred to bases not found on human maps, often called lost bases. Their builders were humans who had severed ties with the rest of humanity. Along the way, Zhang Xiaoqiang stopped a passerby, asking, "Where's the bat dragon beast?" The individual hesitantly replied, "It has been offered to the gods." The so-called offering involved sacrificing biological remains to deities, a superstitious practice prevalent only in lost bases. The inhabitants of these bases felt abandoned by humanity and began to venerate non-existent entities. Scientific studies indicate that when individuals perceive their fate as beyond their control, they often turn to divine intervention for guidance. This phenomenon is particularly common among students and civil servants, where students rely on teachers for grades and civil servants depend on higher authorities for promotions. "How do I reach the altar?" Zhang Xiaoqiang inquired. "Through the sinkhole," the person responded. "The sinkhole?" Zhang Xiaoqiang's heart skipped a beat. The sinkhole served as an entrance to a ruin. Was there truly a ruin here? The individual led them to the sinkhole. Indeed, it was a ruin. Ruins share a distinct characteristic, a deep hole leading straight to the Earth's core, known as a sinkhole. This hole can be perfectly vertical or slightly slanted, yet it remains perpetually unfilled and unchanged. The sinkhole before them measured 50 meters in diameter, resembling a volcanic crater leading underground. "Let us descend," Zhang Xiaoqiang declared, transforming into a werewolf and leaping into the abyss. With his level 3 evolved beast physique, he could withstand any height without fatal injury. Wang Dali followed suit, his body equally indestructible. Upon reaching a depth of 1,000 meters, they discovered that this was a ruin dating back 40,000 years. Ruins of this age typically resided at depths of 1,000 meters. Anything deeper would be over 80,000 years old. At the entrance of the ruin, a dozen guards obstructed their path. "Halt! Entry is prohibited here." These guards bore no extraordinary traits, yet wielded energy cannons. "What is going on?" Wang Dali queried. Energy cannons require a high physical threshold to operate, typically only usable by individuals with cellular energy levels exceeding 20. Those with such energy levels are classified as level 2 evolved beings. Why would they resort to such impractical weaponry? These individuals were indeed exceptional. Zhang Xiaoqiang, wary, refrained from making any rash movements. Those who had distanced themselves from humanity often possessed hidden capabilities. After a brief moment, Zhang Xiaoqiang stated, "Our belongings were mistakenly taken by your people. We have come to reclaim them." From among the guards stepped a man, declaring, "In this world, nothing belongs to anyone. It is merely a matter of who uses it first. You should leave. Then there's nothing more to discuss." Zhang Xiaoqiang transformed into his werewolf form. Boom! Boom! Simultaneously, the guards opened fire. It was indeed energy cannons. How could they manage that? From the power of the cannons, Zhang Xiaoqiang sensed that their might rivaled that of Wang Dali's. Yet, only Wang Dali's unique physique allowed him to wield energy cannons. These guards appeared ordinary. How could they achieve the same feat? A barrage of energy cannons rained down on Zhang Xiaoqiang. It was ineffective, given his current physical resilience. As long as he avoided a simultaneous attack from the same direction, he could disregard the energy cannons. However, the pressure generated by their firepower hindered his advance. Akin to a gale force 10. "I'm coming, grandfather. I am the god of cannons." With that, Wang Dali retaliated, launching a strike that shattered the ground beneath the guards. As they diverted some of their energy to counter him, they soon discovered that Wang Dali was also indestructible. His body could withstand the force of a train without harm. "Haha, I'm still the strongest." Wang Dali confidently pressed forward. While the energy cannons did exert considerable pressure on him, they could not thwart his advance. Upon landing, he countered with his own firepower, and unlike Wang Dali, the guards were left in tatters. As time passed, Wang Dali gained the upper hand. When he charged forward, all opposing guards fell to the ground. "They are not dead," Wang Dali exclaimed in confusion. The bodies lay in ruins, yet the flesh writhed as if still alive. "Be cautious," Zhang Xiaoqiang warned, reverting to his human form. He sensed that the energy of these dismembered forms was intensifying. Indeed, moments later, the fragments began to converge, melding into a larger mass of flesh. "What is happening?" Both Zhang Dali and Zhang Xiaoqiang widened their eyes in disbelief. The sight before them defied their understanding. Despite being remnants, the pieces appeared to possess life. Rolling towards the largest fragment. Boom! Wang Dali unleashed another shot, pulverizing one of the fragments. Do not attack, Zhang Xiaoqiang urgently cautioned, pointing at the smaller remnants. These cannot be killed. The larger mass transformed into smaller pieces, yet they continued to writhe, gravitating towards the central mass. Bang! Wang Dali fired again, obliterating the central fragment. Strange. Even after the central piece was destroyed, the remaining fragments continued their inexorable march toward the same spot. This indicated that it was not merely a matter of size, but rather an invisible force at play, a force absorbing the smaller remnants, striving to create a new life. Sure enough, within moments, a colossal creature emerged before them. This monstrosity stood 20 meters tall, boasting 2 heads, reminiscent of a double-headed Tyrannosaurus rex. Zhang Xiaoqiang instantly transformed into a werewolf, delivering a powerful strike with his claw against the double-headed tyrant. It is indeed a level 3 creature. Upon contact, Zhang Xiaoqiang recognized the creature's formidable strength, confirming that the double-headed tyrant was also a level 3 being. However, the size of a level 3 evolved beast is typically 30 meters, while this one measures only 20 meters. Could it be that, like itself, it possesses extraordinary characteristics? Zhang Xiaoqiang, transformed into a werewolf, stands at a height of 10 meters, yet possesses the undeniable strength of a level 3. Before him, the 2-headed Tyrannosaurus rex, towering at 20 meters, also boasts level 3 prowess. Might this be related to the extra head? In the realm of multi-headed creatures, each surviving specimen is a formidable entity, as scientists have stated. Multi-headed beings exhibit reaction times several times superior to those of ordinary organisms. For instance, while a typical human may not dodge a bullet, a 2-headed individual can. Each head of a 2-headed being governs half of the body, enabling the most precise judgments and swiftest reactions. In large creatures, due to their immense size, the brain struggles to coordinate every part of the body, resulting in clumsiness akin to that of a child with cognitive impairment. However, such phenomena are absent in multi-headed organisms. Take the 2-headed elephant from a century ago, which could nimbly climb trees like a monkey. Of course, having multiple heads does not equate to possessing multiple minds. Those extra heads are akin to organs, serving solely as appendages. Don't forget about me. At that moment, Wang Dali aimed a light energy cannon at the legs of the 2-headed Tyrannosaurus rex and unleashed a barrage. The light energy cannon possesses lethality against level 2 evolved beasts, yet proves insufficient against level 3. Nevertheless, persistence can yield results. Wang Dali fired at the 2-headed Tyrannosaurus rex at a rate of 2 shots per second, and soon, the creature's leg revealed bone. Suddenly, the 2-headed Tyrannosaurus rex roared, first launching Zhang Xiaoqiang into the air before crushing Wang Dali beneath its foot. Chapter 27. Artificial evolved beasts. Everything unfolded too rapidly. Zhang Xiaoqiang crashed against the wall, reverting to human form, while Wang Dali fared worse, trapped beneath the 2-headed Tyrannosaurus rex. At that moment, a man emerged from the stone door. Clad in a long robe adorned with red patterns and wielding a staff, he exclaimed, "Outsiders. What do you intend to do?" The term outsiders refer to those beyond the confines of the lost base. Zhang Xiaoqiang rose and replied, "We merely wish to reclaim what belongs to us." "That faux dragon?" the man inquired. "Indeed, we request your permission to take it back." "That is impossible," the man retorted. "It has already been sacrificed and ascended to godhood. It cannot be retrieved." "Is that so?" Zhang Xiaoqiang pressed. "Is there not a single drop of blood left?" "None. It has all been claimed by the gods." The man shook his head. Then, Zhang Xiaoqiang, agitated, felt his eyes suddenly burn crimson before transforming into a werewolf. However, this werewolf was unlike any before. Its fur shimmered silver, and its teeth and claws appeared far more menacing, with its height seemingly increased to approximately 15 meters. It was astonishing to possess power rivaling that of a deity. The man's expression reflected surprise. At that moment, the 2-headed Tyrannosaurus rex charged at Zhang Xiaoqiang. With an explosive force, Zhang Xiaoqiang's claw swiped, severing one of the dragon's heads. Level 4. In that instant, Zhang Xiaoqiang undoubtedly displayed the strength of a level 4 evolved beast. The two-headed Tyrannosaurus Rex had reached the pinnacle of level 3. Yet, Zhang Xiaoqiang's effortless strike had decapitated one of its heads, indicating his remarkable power. Though your strength is formidable, you are still not a creation of the gods, the man remarked dismissively. Sure enough, moments later, the severed dragon head suddenly levitated from the ground, snapping its jaws onto Zhang Xiaoqiang's leg. The guardians of the gods are beyond your comprehension. The man's tone shifted to one of reverence. Under the assault of both dragon heads, Zhang Xiaoqiang found himself on the defensive. The two heads attacked from above and below, leaving him unsure of how to guard against their strikes. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The key point was that the two-headed Tyrannosaurus Rex seemed indestructible. For instance, the dragon head that clamped onto his leg continued to move even after being severed. Don't forget about me. I'm the true embodiment of immortality. Wang Dali's voice suddenly echoed from the ground. Accompanying his declaration was the sound of cannon fire. Thud! The one collapsing was not the two-headed Tyrannosaurus Rex, but rather the man standing within the stone door. A gaping hole appeared in his chest. You! The man struggled to utter another word, his eyes wide as he succumbed. Simultaneously, the dragon head that had been severed transformed into a puddle of flesh, devoid of strength. Xiaoqiang, it is not immortal. It is merely controlled, Wang Dali exclaimed. Zhang Xiaoqiang recognized this as well. With rapid strikes from his wolf claws, he dispatched the remaining dragon head. Since it was not immortal, Zhang Xiaoqiang would not hold back. Xiaoqiang, what is happening to you? After the two-headed Tyrannosaurus Rex fell, Zhang Xiaoqiang appeared unsteady, intermittently striking the wall with his hands, as if in great pain. I am fine, Zhang Xiaoqiang replied, returning to human form, though sweat glistened on his brow. Xiaoqiang, what is truly wrong? Wang Dali pressed. I assure you, I'm fine. Ultimately, Zhang Xiaoqiang revealed a long-held concern. I fear that the doctor has altered my genes. When Zhang Xiaoqiang was 5 years old, he had been sent to the care of Sang Qiuyu, known as the father of biology. Sang Qiuyu was unparalleled in the field of biological genetics, particularly regarding his artificial genetic warriors. In the 5 years preceding the emergence of evolved beasts, many human bases lacked evolved individuals. At that time, the Ningxia base suffered the gravest consequences, with its population of 20 million dwindling to a mere 200,000 within a month. The massive loss of life weighed heavily on the Ningxia base, where Sang Qiuyu was also present. During the final assault by evolved beasts, the Ningxia base witnessed the appearance of 100 genetic warriors. They bore no external distinctions from ordinary humans, yet a slit adorned the center of their right palms. Once that slit opened, it would unleash light energy projectiles, each possessing destructive power comparable to standard light energy cannons. The primary reason light energy cannons could not serve as main battlefield weaponry was their lack of maneuverability. Targets would often evade just as they were aimed at. This was akin to a person attempting to swat a fly. The moment the hand moved, the fly would already have escaped. Consequently, possessing a weapon capable of annihilating the Earth proved futile if one could not hit their target. Sang Qiuyu resolved this issue through genetic technology, merging light energy cannons with the human body to create mobile light energy cannons. Thereafter, the Ningxia base emerged as the most powerful stronghold, free from harassment by evolved beasts. You are from Group C, Wang Dali inquired cautiously. At that time, all children under the age of 10 were sent to Sang Qiuyu's laboratory as experimental subjects. These children were divided into 3 groups, A, B, and C. Group A consisted of ordinary genetic warrior materials, capable of firing light energy projectiles from their hands. Group B was Sang Qiuyu's ambitious project to create artificial evolved beings, though it seemed to have failed. Lastly, there was the enigmatic Group C, whose purpose remained unclear, although those in the know recognized it as the site of experiments aimed at creating artificial evolved beasts. I am from Group C, Zhang Xiaoqiang nodded. The experiments conducted on Group C were notoriously inhumane, with over 2,000 children ultimately reduced to a mere 10 survivors, likely forced to cease due to a lack of experimental subjects. Has the Dr. S experiment succeeded? Wang Dali was uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. During the era of evolved beast attacks, everyone yearned to contribute to humanity's defense, yet they were woefully inadequate, witnessing the demise of others while being powerless to intervene. Such a sense of helplessness is incomprehensible without personal experience. It was Sang Qiyu who instilled hope in everyone, suggesting that each individual could potentially attain absolute strength to combat evolved beasts. It can be said that all willingly became Sang Qiu's experimental subjects. And now, Wang Dali observed beads of sweat forming on Zhang Xiaoqiang's forehead. I fear I can no longer maintain my human form. With that, Zhang Xiaoqiang let out a cry, transforming once more into his werewolf guise, his fur now gleaming silver. Xiaoqiang you. Wang Dali sensed that at this moment. Zhang Xiaoqiang was different from before. His gaze appeared indifferent and devoid of warmth. Zhang Xiaoqiang strode directly into the stone gate. Inside, numerous soldiers had initially gathered, but as the double-headed Tyrannosaurus fell, they had mostly retreated. Xiaoqiang approached an altar within the stone gate. Upon the altar lay the lifeless body of a bat dragon beast. As Zhang Xiaoqiang was about to strike the corpse, a warning echoed, forbidding him from touching the divine, for such an act was a great disrespect to the deity. Zhang Xiaoqiang's gaze shifted, revealing his confusion. Standing at a distance was Wang Dali, his eyes equally perplexed. How could this man, previously pierced through the heart by his energy cannon, still be here? Not far away, the man's corpse remained visible. If this were not the same individual, it would mean the existence of two indistinguishable beings. Yet, why did his tone resemble that of the same person? Could he be a clone? The man's appearance mirrored that of the recently slain individual, with identical demeanor, gestures, and expressions. If they were not two distinct persons, even Wang Dali would find it hard to believe. Outsider, please maintain your distance from the divine, the man admonished Zhang Xiaoqiang. At that moment, Zhang Xiaoqiang was not the individual he once was. He had transformed into a level 4 silver wolf beast, losing his former self. He paid no heed to the man's words, drawing nearer to the altar, his attention fixated on the corpse of the bat dragon beast. Your gaze profanes the divine. You shall not be forgiven, the man declared, forming an equilateral triangle with his thumbs and index fingers. In dreams, I slumber. In reality, I awaken. I pledge my everything. Grant me your power. Fire burst hunter gun. The man's right hand raised high, clutching a gleaming red spear. This was a magical gun, 2 meters long, enveloped in flames, emanating an aura of destruction. The divine is not something you can profane, he stated, hurling the spear towards Zhang Xiaoqiang. The spear seemed to possess the ability to traverse time or lock onto space. To Zhang Xiaoqiang, it felt simultaneously near yet distant, rendering evasion impossible. With a piercing sound, the spear pierced through Zhang Xiaoqiang's body, creating a 1-meter-wide hole. Zhang Xiaoqiang was wounded, kneeling on the ground. It was not that he did not wish to evade. Rather, no matter which direction he moved, he would still be struck. The spear had compressed space. This so-called space compression meant reducing distance, transforming a 10-meter gap into merely 1 meter. However, compressing space did not equate to compressing time. The duration remained unchanged. The moment Zhang Xiaoqiang saw the man release the spear, it was aimed directly at his chest. In the ensuing moments, he felt that no matter where he dodged, the spear would find its mark. Ultimately, he managed to shift slightly, otherwise, he would have been pierced through the heart and perished. The man's eyes remained filled with murderous intent. In dreams, I slumber. In reality, I awaken. I pledge my everything. Grant me your power. Fire burst hunter gun. The man once again summoned a fiery spear in his hand and hurled it towards Zhang Xiaoqiang. Severely wounded, Zhang Xiaoqiang had a gaping wound below his chest, blood flowing incessantly. He found himself exceedingly weak, struggling to move. This time, the spear aimed for Zhang Xiaoqiang's forehead. Had he not swiftly evaded, he would have met his demise. With a thunderous impact, a figure appeared in midair, intercepting the spear. Do not regard me as a mere bystander. It was Wang Dali. At a critical moment, Wang Dali shielded Zhang Xiaoqiang with his body. Although Wang Dali was neither an evolved being nor a magician, his unique physique rendered him impervious to blades and bullets. Even an explosion on Earth would leave him unscathed. Xiaoqiang, I shall protect you. Confronted with the ominous spear, Wang Dali believed that only he could withstand such an attack. Youth, the divine is not something you can fathom. The man retorted disdainfully. In dreams, I slumber. In reality, I awaken. I pledge my everything. Grant me your power. Prison cache technique. The man pressed a hand to the ground, causing it to bulge and form a straight line that ensnared Wang Dali. continuously rising to create a stone prison. You scoundrel! Though Wang Dali was impervious, he was neither an evolved being nor a magician, lacking the power to break free from the stone cage. At that moment, the man once again conjured a spear in his hand. I warned you, desecration of the divine shall not be forgiven. He hurled the spear towards Zhang Xiaoqiang. Utilizing the regenerative capabilities of his werewolf form, Zhang Xiaoqiang had managed to recover from his wound during this interval. As the spear appeared before him, he grasped it and crushed it. What is this? Yet, where one spear had been, another swiftly followed, thrusting toward him. With little time to react, he was pierced once more. This time, it seemed to have struck his heart, leaving him sprawled on the ground, breathing faintly. This is the power of the divine. It is not something you can profane, the man declared, gathering a massive fireball in his hand, which continued to swell. As the man approached Zhang Xiaoqiang, the fireball expanded to 5 meters. Xiaoqiang, flee! Wang Dali cried out from within the stone cage. Trapped, he could not assist Zhang Xiaoqiang. The man sighed, saying, outsider, you should not have come here, nor should you have desecrated the divine. With that, he hurled the colossal fireball into the air, tracing an arc towards Zhang Xiaoqiang. Xiaoqiang, get up! Wang Dali shouted. The power contained within the fireball was more terrifying than that of the spear. Should it strike Zhang Xiaoqiang, survival would be unlikely. Yet, Zhang Xiaoqiang found himself incapacitated, unable to evade. At that moment, another fireball appeared in the sky. Boom! The two fireballs collided, producing a deafening sound. As the noise subsided, Tang Long materialized beside Zhang Xiaoqiang. Brother Long, please save Xiaoqiang. Upon recognizing Tang Long, Wang Dali felt a glimmer of hope. Who are you? The man's expression shifted to one of astonishment, as if confronted by a formidable adversary. In his understanding, there was only one deity, the one at his altar. However, this individual before him did not appear to be a follower of the divine, yet possessed divine power. Thus, it could only be inferred that another god existed in this world. I am but a passerby. Tang Long had traversed from the remnants of the bat-dragon beast's lair to this point, but he had not anticipated encountering the injured Zhang Xiaoqiang and witnessing the world's third original sorcerer. The term original referred to those granted magical essence by the source of magic, akin to a primary agent receiving magic directly from the source. Initially, Chang had discovered the source of magic and, upon being endowed with magical essence, became the first original dark sorcerer. Without a second thought, he divided the magical essence in half, sharing it with Tang Long, thereby making him an original dark sorcerer as well. Yet, the individual before him also appeared to be an original dark sorcerer. You are a heretic. The man accused Tang Long outright, declaring, I will punish you in the name of the divine. With that, he summoned a spear in his hand. Is it an intermediate magical fire burst hunter gun? Tang Long's expression wavered. The spear in a man's hand was indeed an intermediate magical fire burst hunter gun, formidable in its power. When thrown, it compressed space, making it appear as if the spear was right before the opponent, thus impairing their reaction. It was akin to having a gun pointed to one's head, instantly rendering all reflexes null. However, to someone familiar with this principle and capable of countering it, such tactics were mere theatrics. Something darker than twilight, redder than blood. I vow here to you, grant me the power of destruction. Earth Shield. Tang Long's hands glimmered with a gray aura as he pressed them to the ground, extracting a colossal shield. Bang! At nearly the same moment, the Yinbao shotgun struck the shield. Earth Chapter 29. The Incommensurable Power. How formidable! The spear gave Tang Long a sense of overwhelming strength. The Yinbao shotgun is a mid-level magic, just like his Earth Shield, which is also mid-level. Logically, his Earth Shield should be stronger, as shields counter spears. However, the might of the Yinbao shotgun was too great. Upon contact, cracks began to appear in his shield. What could this possibly mean? Tang Long pondered, perplexed. As a dark magician, why was the man's magic so much stronger than his own? Crack! The Earth Shield bore more fissures. Its shattering was merely a matter of time. Darker than dusk, redder than blood. I vow to you here, grant me your powerful strength. Foretold technique. Tang Long hastily retreated from the Earth Shield, simultaneously conjuring an expanding fireball with his right hand and hurled it at the man. At the same moment, the man launched a fireball as well. Bang! The two fireballs collided with a resounding explosion. Yet, the man's fireball proved superior. the aftermath of its eruption engulfed Tang Long. How powerful! Rising from the aftermath, Tang Long's expression grew more perplexed. He could not fathom why the man's magic consistently surpassed his own. Both wielded the same mid-level fireball technique, yet the man's magic was significantly stronger. Each time he drew from the magic source, it exacted a toll on his soul. Was the other party? Suddenly, Tang Long realized a serious issue. In the Tabir civilization, aside from dark magic, there existed white magic. Dark magic exploits the powers of others at the cost of one's soul, while white magic also utilizes others' magic, but does not require the sacrifice of one's soul. It appears that white magic is more rational and harmless, a choice for the masses. However, this is a misconception. White magic establishes a master-servant relationship. Thus, employing white magic binds one to the magic source, influencing one's will and thoughts. Conversely, dark magic operates on an equal footing, creating a reciprocal relationship between the user and the magic source. Utilizing the magic from the source extracts a portion of one's soul, yet abstaining from it severs all ties. Additionally, a distinction exists. Dark magic users can overdraw their power, even employing low-level magic, mid-level, or even forbidden arts. However, white magic users are confined to spells that align with their own level. Low-level magicians can only wield low-level spells, while mid-level magicians are restricted to mid-level spells, unable to transcend. Now all makes sense? With this understanding, Tang Long knew how to confront the man, yet he felt somewhat helpless. The man was undoubtedly a mid-level magician, continually drawing from the magic source. Otherwise, he could not cast so many spells in succession. However, countering the man posed a challenge, as it required the use of high-level magic. Tang Long possessed knowledge of a few high-level spells, yet forcing such magic through his low-level magician's body would inflict irreversible damage. The term irreversible implies that the harm would be permanent. For instance, a blinded eye could never be opened again, a severed leg would always result in a limp. The man gazed at Tang Long with confidence. Heretic, prepare to die. With these words, he conjured another fireball. The fireball technique harnesses magical energy to agitate the atoms or molecules in the air, creating high-temperature plasma capable of demolishing a building. Faced with this fireball, Tang Long did not intend to confront it head-on, as it was not worth the risk. The man was no longer a complete being, having lost his freedom. Upon obtaining free magic, he had become a slave to the magic source, devoted to serving his deity for life. For ordinary individuals, this might be inconsequential, as their achievements would never surpass that of a deity. Tang Long, however, held little regard for his dark magic. The essence of dark magic lies in passive cultivation. One can achieve greater heights without deliberate training. When surrounded by negative emotions such as fear, sorrow, and helplessness, dark magic practitioners absorb these sentiments, transforming them into their own magical energy for cultivation. Thus, as long as dark magic exists, the world shall remain shrouded in darkness. Heretic, you are defeated. At this moment, the man's fireball had fully coalesced, while Tang Long was still unprepared. Yet, he had no intention of engaging directly. He swiftly appeared beside Wang Dali's stone cage, broke it open, and pulled Wang Dali in front of him as a shield. Dragon brother, you have no conscience. Wang Dali sighed, reluctantly closing his eyes, realizing he was of some use at this moment. His body was special, impervious to harm. Boom! The fireball was halted. What other tricks do you have? With that, Tang Long approached the man. With Wang Dali present, any attack could be disregarded. You heretics! The man appeared flustered, seemingly at a loss. Just then, the statue on the altar stirred. The deity is enraged. You foolish mortals shall perish. Before he could finish, the man was crushed into a pulp. What just happened? Both Tang Long and Wang Dali widened their eyes. The one who acted was the statue, the very god the man had referred to. The god had killed his own servant. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The significant revelation was that the statue could move, indicating that this god was alive. How could this be possible? This was unfathomable. Tang Long, who understood the Tabir civilization best, was taken aback. That civilization had been lost for 40,000 years. Even the mightiest of beings could not have survived. However, the animated statue before him indicated otherwise. This magic source might be alive. After 40,000 years, it had revived. Dali, take Xiao Chong and leave. Tang Long urged Wang Dali. Dragon brother. Wang Dali hesitated, yet had no choice. Although he possessed an indestructible body, he lacked strength. Wang Dali approached Zhang Xiaoqiang, who had resumed human form after being wounded in the heart by the man. The outcome of life and death remained uncertain. After Wang Dali and Zhang Xiaoqiang departed, Tang Long gazed at the 50-meter-tall statue. The statue, once on the altar, had now descended and delivered a fatal blow to its servant. Indeed, it was as such. Practitioners of white magic share a master-servant relationship with a magic source, allowing the master to dispose of servants at will when displeased. Such phenomena are less common among dark magic practitioners, who maintain an equal and free relationship with their magic source. There was no other option. As he watched the statue drawing closer, Tang Long had to resort to that spell. Darker than dusk, redder than blood. I vow to you here, grant me your powerful strength. Hellfire eruption. Boom! The ground suddenly cracked, releasing several columns of lava. The statue, caught in the magical center, found its feet ensnared in the scalding magma, leaving only one hand above the surface. This was high-level magic, Tang Long's sole offensive high-level spell. However, upon casting, his right hand turned to ash. He had overdrawn his magic, yet at least he had triumphed. The statue possessed at least the strength of a level 5 evolved beast, and extinguishing it at the cost of one hand was worth it. Just as Tang Long believed he had vanquished the statue, the hand that remained above the surface suddenly moved. Not dead, Tang Long's face turned pale in an instant. He had sacrificed his right hand by overexerting his magic, yet he had failed to eliminate the statue. Earth Chapter 30, the will divided in two within the lava. That hand emitted a mysterious azure glow, and in the blink of an eye, the searing lava transformed into solid ice. How could this be? Tang Long instinctively took a step back. He had sacrificed his right hand, yet had failed to vanquish that statue. It was his advanced magic, hellfire explosion, powerful enough to obliterate an entire city. For the sake of this spell, he had endured irreversible damage. Now his right arm was gone. Although contemporary technology could revive a person as long as one brain cell remained, he had suffered irreversible harm. Even if he were to be multiplied 1,000-fold, none would possess a right arm. The statue had completely emerged from the molten pit. Was he destined to perish? Having witnessed the statue's formidable power, Tang Long did not consider himself a match for it. In truth, even 100 versions of himself would falter against the statue. This statue was a super existence from 40,000 years ago, its true strength beyond measure. At that moment, a voice echoed from behind Tang Long. An outsider. Who? The voice sounded somewhat familiar. As Tang Long turned around, he beheld an astonishing sight. The man who had been pulverized by the statue was now standing behind him. You're not dead? Tang Long asked in disbelief. To be crushed into a pulp and yet survive. Outsider. The man replied, in truth, I should thank you. Your actions have allowed my will to merge as one. What is happening? Tang Long felt he had done something wrong. I was once human, but now I transcend humanity. The man declared as he approached the statue, which humbly knelt, extending a hand for him to ascend. When the man was placed upon the statue's shoulder, he proclaimed, the power I possess is beyond your imagination. Yet it encountered a problem from the outset. What do you mean? Tang Long inquired. I was an ordinary person. After the base was destroyed, I fled here. Fortune smiled upon me, leading to the discovery of this prehistoric relic. The man paused before continuing. Surely you are aware that the Taibo Air civilization was a complex era, replete with extraordinary weapons, elixirs, and enigmatic magic. Indeed, Tang Long nodded. Only a select few knew of the magic inherent in the Taibo Air civilization. Like you, I am a successor of magic, possessing the primordial magic essence. However, my magic essence was so potent that it split me into two. The man sighed. At the moment I inherited the magic essence, my subconscious warned me. If I could not bear its power, my existence would cease. Only by dividing my will could I survive, each inheriting a portion of the magic essence. Upon hearing this, Tang Long suddenly recalled how Chang had forcefully divided his magic essence with him, initially under the guise of friendship. However, upon reflection, something seemed amiss. Perhaps Chang had also realized he could not withstand the power of the magic essence, prompting him to distribute it. My body has been capable of enduring the complete power of the magic essence for a decade. Yet my will was divided, creating two distinct selves. Each possesses independent thoughts, and neither desires to revive me. Only when they both perished did my will truly merge. Is that so? Congratulations to you. Tang Long's gaze fell upon the bat dragon beast upon the altar, for that was the cure for Yi Chen. You should congratulate me, the man said, his tone shifting, but that dragon beast body cannot be given to you. Why not? Tang Long asked. Because it belongs to the divine, the man replied with reverence. Tang Long was taken aback. Aren't you the divine? I'm not a god, nor is there a god in this world. However, that belongs to the divine, and none may touch it. Tang Long listened, feeling a contradiction in the man's words, yet he refrained from pressing further. The man's power far surpassed his own. To inquire further would be perilous. After a moment, Tang Long said, Since it is divine, I shall take my leave. Wait. As Tang Long turned, the man called out to him, tossing a book his way. This is a magic book from the Taibo Air Civilization. It may aid you in restoring your arm. However, this is merely the first part. The specific effects depend on your own efforts. Tang Long accepted the book, momentarily stunned. Why was this man being so benevolent towards him? Was this his true nature? Initially, when Tang Long battled the man's avatar, he felt it was nothing more than a fervent zealot, consumed by doctrine and quick to resort to violence. Yet now, the true self appeared to be an entirely different individual, exhibiting a much more amiable demeanor. The man continued, There is one thing I hope you will agree to. What is it? Tang Long thought to himself. As expected, there is no free lunch in this world. I hope you will not speak of this place to anyone. The man pleaded. Oh, I will not, Tang Long replied, initially taken aback, then nodding in agreement. This is a lost base, a sanctuary apart from humanity, governed by its own survival laws. If others were to discover that there remains a human base here, they would inevitably seek to invade, causing irreparable damage. There was once a lost base that, upon discovery, was besieged by those claiming to fight for all of humanity, demanding the base's inhabitants join in battle against the evolved beasts. The outcome was as one might expect. All who participated vanished without a trace. It is important to note that the evolved beasts are the greatest beneficiaries of moonlight radiation. No matter how much humans evolve, they cannot surpass them. As Tang Long exited, Wang Dahlia waited outside. Brother Long, your arm. Upon seeing Tang Long's remaining limb, Wang Dali felt a pang of sorrow. It's nothing. I can just have one transplanted, Tang Long said, offering words of comfort. In truth, his arm was irrevocably lost and would never be restored. One could say Tang Long had become a new human species, destined for future generations to inherit but a single arm. Such was the cost of overexerting magic. An irreversible injury. What's Xiao Chong? Tang Long inquired, noticing Zhang Xiao Chong still unconscious. Xiao Chong's condition has stabilized, but he seems to be in trouble. Wang Dali explained, revealing that Zhang Xiao Chong had once been a subject in the experiments involving evolved beasts. So that was it. Tang Long sighed. He had heard of the artificial evolved beast experiments conducted by Sang Qiuyu. Many had opposed it at the time because the experiments involved living subjects, and the mortality rate was alarmingly high. Although Sang Qiuyu claimed that only over 2,000 children had perished, those with discerning eyes understood the true toll exceeded 20,000 lives. The crux of the artificial evolved beast experiment lay in cell fusion, melding the cells of evolved beasts with those of humans. However, the conditions for fusion were strict. Only children under 10 could undergo such procedures, as their somatic cells were in a state of initial division, rendering them less capable of recognizing foreign cells and thus more amenable to acceptance. Even so, the mortality rate remained at a staggering 999. Back then, all the children in the Ningxia base had vanished or perished for this experiment. Earth Chapter 31. Neither human nor beast Zhang Xiaochong was transported to the medical room. The doctor treating him looked perplexedly at the data displayed on the screen. How could this be? The screen revealed that Zhang Xiaochong cells consisted of half human cells and half wolf cells. It is commonly understood that what defines a human is the presence of human cells, while a wolf is characterized by wolf cells. Thus, it could be said that cultivating a human cells would yield another human, never a wolf. Conversely, cultivating a wolf cells would result in a wolf, not a human. Therefore, a complete life form possesses fixed cellular characteristics. A human has only human cells. A wolf has only wolf cells. Yet now, Zhang Xiaochong exhibited both wolf cells and human cells, each occupying an equal share. Such a phenomenon had never been witnessed among humans. At that moment, wolf first sprouted from Zhang Xiaoqiang's body, followed by claws, fangs, and ultimately, he transformed into a werewolf. Help! Zhang Xiaoqiang's appearance terrified the doctor. Soon after, Tang Long and Wang Dali arrived at the medical room. How can this be? Upon observing Zhang Xiaoqiang's appearance, Tang Long was momentarily taken aback. At this moment, Zhang Xiaoqiang had transformed, appearing distinctly different from his former self. In the past, upon his metamorphosis, he would become a 10-meter-tall gray werewolf, and upon further transformation, a 15-meter-tall silver werewolf. However, this time, after transforming into the gray werewolf, Zhang Xiaoqiang's height remained unchanged and imposing 1 meter 80, retaining his human form. Just then, his eyes suddenly snapped open. He had awakened. Xiaoqiang. Upon seeing him awake, Wang Dali exclaimed joyfully. Yet, Zhang Xiaoqiang's gaze was indifferent, as if he did not recognize Wang Dali at all, abruptly tearing off the devices attached to him. Everyone, step back, Tang Long commanded urgently. If Zhang Xiaoqiang were to lose his temper at this moment, the entire base would be doomed. When he transformed into the gray werewolf, he possessed the strength of a level 3 evolved beast, a force capable of sweeping away everything in its path. Should he transform into the silver werewolf, his power would escalate to that of a level 4 evolved beast, which could obliterate humanity's strongest base. The personnel in the medical room hastily dispersed, while 100 large trucks stood ready outside. After awakening, Zhang Xiaoqiang did not utter a word and coldly made his way outside. Strangely, he did not harm anyone. When encountering people or vehicles, he simply maneuvered around them. If he could not avoid them, he would punch through walls, effortlessly shattering 5-meter-thick steel plates. Furthermore, one individual, in a panic, fired a shot at him, yet Zhang Xiaoqiang paid no heed, continuing his path outward. How peculiar, Wang Dali murmured. Where is Xiaoqiang headed? Follow him, Tang Long instructed. Upon exiting the base, Zhang Xiaoqiang headed toward a nearby forest. Although there were still 5 evolved beings within the base, they were insufficient to confront Zhang Xiaoqiang. Tang Long, unlike Wang Dali, was not an evolved being, but was nonetheless a novice magician with some abilities. Wang Dali, while neither an evolved being nor a magician, possessed a unique physique that rendered him nearly impervious to harm. Following Zhang Xiaoqiang, they arrived at the Sana Forest. This dense woodland was dominated by 3 formidable creatures. To the north, the level 3 evolved beast, One-Eyed Thunder Beast. To the east, the level 3 evolved beast, Flying Bird Beast. And to the west, the Crimson Canine Dragon Beast. As Zhang Xiaoqiang headed westward, Tang Long suddenly felt that he intended to confront the Crimson Canine Dragon Beast. Yi Chen had yet to awaken, and the dragon blood that saved her could only sustain her for 1 day. If no additional dragon blood was found within that time, her life would be in jeopardy. Zhang Xiaoqiang must be seeking the dragon beast for Yi Chen's sake, yet Wang Dali was equally perplexed. If Zhang Xiaoqiang had lost his self-awareness, why would he remember to look for dragon blood to save Yi Chen? Conversely, if he retained awareness, why did he not recognize them? Keep up, Tang Long urged. Following Zhang Xiaoqiang, they indeed encountered the Crimson Canine Dragon Beast. This level 3 evolved beast lacked dragon horns and claws, yet its body was covered in dragon scales. Standing 30 meters tall, the Crimson Canine Dragon Beast loomed before the trio like a massive mountain. Is he truly going to take on that dragon beast? Wang Dali wondered, fear creeping in as he gazed upon the colossal creature. Perhaps, Tang Long replied with a nod. Though the Crimson Canine Dragon Beast was large, its power was merely level 3, while Zhang Xiaoqiang, after transforming into the silver werewolf, possessed level 4 strength. A level 4 evolved beast could easily dispatch a level 3 opponent. With a sudden movement, Zhang Xiaoqiang launched himself into action, propelling off the ground like a cannonball. His fist aimed directly at the head of the Crimson Canine Dragon Beast. The beast, with a head the size of a house, opened its mouth wide and quickly snapped it shut. Not good. Quickly save Xiaoqiang, Wang Dali shouted in alarm, having seen Zhang Xiaoqiang being swallowed whole by the dragon beast. Wait, Tang Long maintained his focus on the Crimson Canine Dragon Beast, having witnessed the scene unfold. However, he did not believe that Zhang Xiaoqiang had been devoured. Sure enough, moments later, the mouth of the Crimson Canine Dragon Beast suddenly exploded, and Zhang Xiaoqiang appeared, clutching a tooth larger than himself, landing on the ground. The tooth belonged to the dragon beast. Xiaoqiang is unharmed. Wang Dali breathed a sigh of relief. The mouth of the crimson canine dragon beast lay in ruins, with several of its teeth scattered on the ground. It seemed that Zhang Xiaoqiang had grown significantly stronger. Tang Long contemplated his power just a few days prior. They had battled a level 3 bat dragon beast, yet at that time, Zhang Xiaoqiang, in his gray werewolf form, had been no match for it. Now, the crimson canine dragon beast, comparable in strength, was entirely outclassed by Zhang Xiaoqiang. At this moment, Zhang Xiaoqiang had reached the peak of level 3. Roar! The crimson canine dragon beast's wounds began to mend. Such formidable regenerative capabilities. It truly lives up to its reputation as the king of evolved beasts. Wang Dali marveled at the dragon beast's remarkable healing. The recovery rate of ordinary evolved beasts was already frightening, and that of dragon beasts was 3 to 5 times greater. Just moments ago, the dragon beast's mouth had been completely shattered, with few teeth remaining. Yet, in no time, not only had its mouth healed, but new teeth had also sprouted. With its injuries healed, the crimson canine dragon beast let out a roar and lunged toward Zhang Xiaoqiang. Its enormous body blocked Zhang Xiaoqiang's line of sight like a mountain. Just then, Zhang Xiaoqiang suddenly brought his hands together, forming a beam of light in his grasp. That's a light energy cannon, Wang Dali exclaimed in shock. In the experiments conducted by Sang Qiuyu, only Group A had the capability to unleash a light energy cannon, while Zhang Xiaoqiang belonged to Group C. How could he possibly do the same? Boom! A red beam shot forth from Zhang Xiaoqiang's hands, piercing through the crimson canine dragon beast. That is not a light energy cannon, Wang Dali exclaimed again, astonished. The color of a light energy cannon was white with a hint of silver. Yet this beam was red. Boom! The body of the crimson canine dragon beast exploded mid-air. It was indeed not a light energy cannon. This time, even Tang Long was at a loss regarding what it was. No matter how powerful a light energy cannon was, it could not reduce an evolved beast to fragments. Chapter 32 of the Earth, whose apocalypse in less than a minute, Zhang Xiaoqiang had vanquished the Qi Quan Long beast. Wang Dali, astounded by Xiaoqiang's formidable prowess and the terrifying display of strength, found himself at a loss for words. Particularly remarkable was the mysterious red light that shattered the Qi Quan Long beast into fragments. It was important to note that this creature, adorned in dragon scales, would not easily succumb to destruction, as its cells contained vast amounts of energy, rendering it resistant to nuclear explosions. Tang Long's gaze fixed on the beast core, suspended in the air. As the Qi Quan Long beast disintegrated, a crystal the size of a beehive plummeted from above. This was the beast core of the Qi Quan Long beast, exceedingly rare. If dragon blood could resurrect a single individual, then the beast core had the power to resurrect many. Moreover, the dragon beast core could be utilized multiple times. Wang Dali inquired about Xiaoqiang's intentions as he picked up the beast core. To their astonishment, Zhang Xiaoqiang held the core towards the sky, from which surged an immense amount of lightning. This lightning, unlike the ordinary golden hue, was a striking red. In a brief span, the red lightning filled the surrounding space, forming a colossal sphere of electricity with a diameter of 100 meters, obliterating all trees and the ground beneath. In short, wherever the red lightning sphere appeared, nothing remained. Zhang Xiaoqiang continued to hold the beast core aloft. At that moment, a massive flying dragon approached. Long Chong? Tang Long recognized it as Chong, the only one capable of subduing a level 5 evolved beast on Earth. The flying dragon settled near the electric sphere. Long Chong, Tang Long called out as he approached. Is it you? Chong finally noticed Tang Long and asked, what has caused such a commotion? Tang Long, unable to comprehend Chong's words, shook his head in confusion. Do you know what that is? Chong gestured towards the enormous red lightning sphere. No, Tang Long replied. Chong's expression darkened as he lamented. That is an omen of temporal distortion. If we do not find a way to stop it, the entire Earth will be obliterated. Tang Long felt Chong's concern might be exaggerated. You'll understand soon enough, Chong said solemnly as he regarded the red lightning sphere. More ominous than dusk, more crimson than blood. I swear here, grant me the power of destruction. With that, Chong invoked the Great Apocalypse spell. Instantly, the ground trembled, splitting open with a chasm 1,000 meters long. What is happening? Wang Dali struggled to maintain his footing as gravity seemingly vanished, replaced by an upward pull. Trees were uprooted and soared into the sky, alongside lightweight boulders. Is this the end of the world? Tang Long's expression turned grave. This was forbidden magic, the Great Apocalypse spell, a form of sorcery few dared to wield even in the Tiber civilization, for its use heralded the end. Thunder rumbled as dark clouds amassed above, unleashing torrents of lightning that shattered the trees in the sky. What is happening? What is going on? Wang Dali cried out, overwhelmed by the apocalyptic scene unfolding before him. Under the Great Apocalypse spell, the earth quaked, stones ascended, and everything was sent skyward, obliterated by the bolts of lightning. More ominous than dusk, more crimson than blood. I swear here, grant me strength. To ensure safety, Tang Long cast a mid-level gravity spell on himself and Wang Dali. What is happening? Wang Dali asked once he regained his balance. The end of the world, Tang Long could only utter these 4 words. In the Tiber civilization, any forbidden magic possessed the capacity to annihilate the earth. However, every forbidden magic has its counter. For instance, the counter to the forbidden magic of dark touch was simply to cast the wielder into it. Similarly, the counter to the Great Apocalypse spell was to throw Chong into the dark clouds. Yet, Chong had previously stated that he invoked this spell to save the earth. Could it be that Zhang Xiaoqiang was the one seeking to destroy it while Chong aimed to save it? Tang Long pondered as he observed the red lightning sphere, now expanded from 100 meters to 300 meters in diameter. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Tang Long resolved to stop Chong. Just as he prepared to intervene, the red sphere exploded with a thunderous roar, sending Chong hurtling backward, blood spilling from his mouth. What happened? Tang Long rushed to support Chong. Too powerful, Chong gasped. Who is that individual? And why do they possess such immense power? What is going on? Tang Long remained unaware of the unfolding events. There is no time left. Chong insisted. If we do not intervene, the earth will collapse and everything will vanish. What must I do? Tang Long inquired, acknowledging the severity of the situation as Chong had warned. Find a way to destroy the beast core in his hand. Before Chong could finish, he coughed up more blood and lost consciousness. As Chong succumbed, the effects of the Great Apocalypse spell dissipated, yet the apocalyptic scene remained. In Zhang Xiaoqiang's vicinity, countless materials were drawn into a black vortex, vanishing into nothingness. Xiaoqiang, he truly intends to destroy everything, Wang Dali realized. Witnessing trees and boulders being rapidly consumed by the vortex, Dali found it hard to deny the reality. There is no choice. It seems I must resort to that technique. Tang Long sighed. Before losing consciousness, Chong had imparted the Great Apocalypse spell to him. More ominous than dusk, more crimson than blood. I swear here, grant me strength. As Tang Long invoked the Great Apocalypse spell, Wang Dali sprinted forward. Dali, what are you doing? Tang Long shouted. Brother Long, if anyone can stop Xiaoqiang now, it must be me. Wang Dali had reached the vicinity of Zhang Xiaoqiang. Dali's form, unique in nature, was originally intertwined with Zhang Xiaoqiang's body. However, during this critical moment, he had been separated by the force of time, forming a distinctive body immune to harm. Regardless of the method employed, no wounds could mar him. Unfortunately, Wang Dali's form could not accept Tang Long's magic. Tang Long practiced dark magic, which held no secrets and could be learned by anyone. Practitioners of dark magic could serve as signal towers, radiating magical signals, allowing authorized individuals to select the magical power they could withstand based on their cellular energy. For instance, novice sorcerers would opt for basic spells, while intermediate ones would choose mid-level spells. However, Wang Dali's unique body struggled to accept these magical signals. To this day, he remained an ordinary person, capable of lifting only 200 pounds. Wang Dali approached Zhang Xiaoqiang. Xiaoqiang, are you out of your mind? He exclaimed, anger evident in his tone. Although he was unaware of Xiaoqiang's intentions, he had gathered from Chong's words that Xiaoqiang was on the path to annihilating the earth. Zhang Xiaoqiang merely cast a glance at Wang Dali and paid him no further heed. With a powerful impact, Wang Dali charged at Zhang Xiaoqiang. However, a lightning shield obstructed him at a distance of 1 meter from Zhang Xiaoqiang. I refuse to believe that I cannot stop you. Wang Dali collided with the lightning shield again. Bang! Bang! After several attempts, cracks began to appear in the shield. At that moment, a black vortex, capable of absorbing all things, soared above his head. Dali, be careful, Tang Long exclaimed from afar, his heart racing. The vortex was undoubtedly a black hole, otherwise it would not possess such an ability to consume everything. According to current scientific understanding, A black hole is a celestial body with immense mass that can devour other celestial entities, even light itself. However, the knowledge of the Tabir civilization describes a black hole not as a celestial body, but as a phenomenon. At the center of a black hole exists a particle that emits a type of radiation known as particle annihilation radiation. This radiation differs from ordinary radiation. It consists of two types of rays, forming a double helix structure reminiscent of human DNA. When a substantial amount of particle annihilation radiation converges, it creates a vortex. This vortex is invisible to the naked eye, as it does not reflect light, similar to a tornado. People cannot see or touch a tornado, but they can observe the objects it lifts. At this moment, the black vortex appeared above Wang Dali's head. Xiao Qiang. Wang Dali shouted one last time before being drawn into the black hole, or rather, being annihilated. The annihilation process did not occur piece by piece. It was a complete obliteration. Under the influence of particle annihilation radiation, objects shrink until they vanish. For example, a table exposed to this radiation would reduce in size continuously, even until it reaches atomic dimensions, yet retains the semblance of a table. Dali. Witnessing Dali being consumed by the black hole, Tang Long clenched his fists. At that moment, Chang awakened. He wiped the blood from his lips, stood up, and gazed at the sky, saying, "It may be too late." What has happened? Until now, Tang Long was still unaware of the events unfolding. Someone is altering the fabric of time and space. Chang stated, if the side effects of this alteration are not managed properly, it could lead to the destruction of Earth. Are you suggesting that Xiao Qiang is manipulating time and space? Tang Long stammered, seemingly grasping a fraction of the situation while remaining largely confused. 2 days prior, Yi Chen, presumed dead, was saved due to their foreknowledge, resulting in a disruption of time. Now, Yi Chen was advancing through the corridors of time, but soon would meet his demise. However, at present, Zhang Xiaoqiang had employed an unknown method to attempt to reverse time and save Yi Chen. Reversing time means allowing everything to flow backward. Scientists have calculated that this is impossible. Time is a vector with direction. Even if it could flow backward, it would require unimaginable forces. What constitutes unimaginable forces? If time were to reverse by 1 second, the entire Earth would revert to its state 1 second prior. The entire solar system would also regress by 1 second. And the Milky Way, relative to the solar system, would need to reverse by 1 second as well, ultimately resulting in the entire universe flowing back 1 second. Calculations indicate that to reverse the Earth by 1 second requires millions of units of energy, while reversing the solar system is beyond calculation. The energy needed to reverse the Milky Way and the universe by 1 second is unfathomable. Yet, the unfolding scenario seems to suggest that nothing is impossible. The black hole, continuously emitting particle annihilation radiation, was consuming Earth, having already drawn in a mountain. Is there no way? Tang Long inquired. Chang's previous memories were merely a fraction, less than 1,000th of the knowledge possessed by the Tabir civilization. He believed that the civilization, far surpassing human technology, must have a solution. There is, Chang affirmed. What is the method? Tang Long asked. We shall perform the great apocalypse spell together. Chang replied, a hint of sadness in his voice. Given Tang Long's current condition, invoking the forbidden magic of the great apocalypse could result in death. All right, Tang Long, impulsive by nature, responded. Let us commence preparations. Chang explained. The reason the great apocalypse spell can counter that boy's black hole is because it itself generates a black hole. However, the black hole produced by the great apocalypse is a counterclockwise black hole, while that boy's black hole is clockwise. So that is the case, Tang Long seemed to understand. A counterclockwise black hole is one that should not exist. It is not a naturally occurring black hole, but rather an artificial construct. Conversely, a clockwise black hole is a natural phenomenon formed through the forces of nature. When a clockwise black hole encounters a counterclockwise black hole, annihilation occurs. Are you ready? Ready. Together, Tang Long and Chang chanted the incantation, drawing upon the power of the magical source. By the darker than dusk, by the redder than blood. I swear to you here, grant me the power of destruction. Great apocalypse spell. Great apocalypse spell. As the two completed their incantation, the fabric of space began to collapse. And before the massive stones could ascend from the ground, they were shattered by an unknown force. This was the power of the black hole, incessantly annihilating matter within the space. When there is no matter in space, it creates an absolute vacuum, transforming into vacuum bombs that obliterate the rising stones. Meanwhile, the black hole created by Zhang Xiaoqiang appeared to be slowing down. A figure emerged. At that moment, within Zhang Xiaoqiang's black hole, Tang Long saw a person. The figure was a woman, clad in white, with long flowing hair, stepping out of the black hole. Yi Shen. Chapter 34 of the Earth Arc. Volume 12 of the Illusory Canon. The figure was indeed Yi Chen. How could this be possible? Yi Chen was undergoing treatment at the Shimu base with dragon blood. How could she appear here? Yet, the person emerging from the black hole was unmistakably Yi Chen. This is bad. Time and space have been reversed. Chong clenched his fists. What will happen now? Tang Long inquired with concern. There are two possibilities. The first is that we will cease to exist, not through annihilation, but through total obliteration, resulting in our never having existed at all. The second is that time and space have truly been reversed, and everything remains intact. We are merely acting according to the normal sequence of time. What is the likelihood of the second possibility? Tang Long asked. The probability of the second scenario is exceedingly low, nearly impossible, and just then, Chong's eyes widened as he looked at Tang Long. At that moment, Tang Long's body transformed dramatically to the point where he could hardly be recognized as human. He resembled an alien. His head sprouted two horns, his body became robust as if clad in armor, and a third eye appeared on his forehead. This was not the main point. The critical issue was that his height was increasing nearly a meter every second. This transformation continued for 50 seconds, resulting in Tang Long reaching an astounding height of approximately 50 meters. Tang Long. Witnessing the 50-meter-tall Tang Long, Chong was uncertain if this was truly Long Chong. Tang Long did not respond to Chong, his gaze fixed on Yi Chen emerging from the black hole. As Yi Chen fully stepped out, the black hole behind her vanished. At that moment, Tang Long's height surged to 60 meters. Simultaneously, bases around the world suffered severe devastation. The U.S. Aphili base, humanity's strongest stronghold, housed 3 level 5 evolved beings. Yet at this moment, this most formidable human base was under siege. Towering above, it was a 60-meter-tall behemoth, ravaging the area. While the 3 level 5 evolved beings battling it were all injured, one having even lost a leg. This was unprecedented. A 60-meter-tall beast indicated it was a level 6 evolved creature. Level 6 evolved creatures had never been seen before. Previously, the most formidable evolved creatures had only reached level 5. However, in just a brief moment, not only did the Aphili base witness the emergence of level 6 evolved beasts, but similar occurrences transpired across the nation. Faced with these formidable creatures, humanity found itself utterly powerless. In the Huaxia Command Center, a man puffing on a cigar expressed his anger. A mere instant ago, 9 level 6 evolved beasts had appeared on Earth, 3 of which were located in Huaxia, swiftly annihilating their respective bases. Commander, just a moment ago, the moonlight radiation from the lunar surface intensified, resulting in a surge of evolved beasts and evolvers, reported an officer. Meanwhile, in a cave, 3 evolvers were excavating a stone pillar. Third young master, this must be the 12th volume of the Illusory Scripture. The search for it has been arduous. One of the evolvers exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement upon seeing the 5 characters inscribed on the pillar. Their relentless efforts to uncover this 12th volume led them to meticulously excavate the entire site. Let us see what it says, urged Su Sanshao, eagerly digging. The 11th volume had already confirmed humanity's current predicament, indicating that level 5 evolved beasts represented a significant hurdle for mankind. Now, with the 12th volume about to be unearthed, the uncertainties of what lay ahead for humanity loomed large. 5 minutes later, the entire stone pillar was unearthed. Su Sanshao read aloud. The werewolf tore apart the first seal of Earth to resurrect his beloved. Upon finishing, he and the other 2 were rendered speechless. The 12th volume of the Illusory Scripture had delivered a profound revelation. There's a seal on Earth? Isn't this magical? Stop talking. Send this to headquarters for their decision, Su Sanshao insisted. Unlike the others, he was more aware of the implications, having previously encountered magical attacks and individuals wielding magic. The mention of the first seal indicated several critical truths. First, Earth had been sealed before. Second, there were multiple seals. And third, once a seal was broken, both humans and animals would undergo further evolution. On another front, Tang Long's body rapidly diminished, soon returning to a normal human size. Tang Long, he was interrogated. What did you just do? I don't know. See what happened to Xiao Chong, Tang Long responded, utterly unaware of his previous actions. His consciousness had vanished for a moment, as if he had suddenly fallen asleep. At that moment, Zhang Xiaochong had also reverted to his normal state, with Yi Chen standing beside him. The 3 black holes had vanished, and everything had returned to normal, though the area within 100 miles had transformed into a colossal pit. Xiaochong, are you all right? Tang Long inquired, though his gaze was fixed on Yi Chen. Logically, she should have been at the base. Brother Long, I'm sorry. Zhang Xiaochong suddenly knelt down. What's going on? Tang Long asked. Brother Long. Tears streamed down Zhang Xiaochong's face as he explained. I don't know when it started, but a subconscious voice began urging me to do various things. By following its guidance, I reaped numerous benefits and kept it to myself, until I saw that Yi Chen was beyond saving. That voice told me it could save her. Because of previous experiences, I relinquished my body to it, but unexpectedly, it took control and harmed you and Ali. It must be a return to ancestral traits. Chong suddenly interjected. Return to ancestral traits? The mention of this term left Tang Long, Zhang Xiaochong, and Yi Chen momentarily stunned. This phenomenon referred to the sudden appearance of physiological characteristics from ancestors that had long since disappeared, such as tails or wings. It's not what you think. Chong stated with gravity, returning to ancestral traits is a very troubling phenomenon. Some ancient beings on the brink of death inject their soul fragments into their descendants in the hope of resurrecting themselves in some form at a later time. As he spoke, Chong glanced at Tang Long, noting that Tang Long's situation was likely a manifestation of the same phenomenon. What should I do now? Zhang Xiaochong inquired, initially believing it to be merely another subconscious voice, akin to a split personality. He had relied on it during times of difficulty and had seen nothing amiss. However, now, with Chong's explanation, he felt the situation was far more complex and potentially harmful to himself and his friends. For now, do not worry, Chong advised after a moment's thought. Returning to ancestral traits is not so easily achieved. It's merely a fragment of a soul and cannot truly revive anyone. Moreover, even if revival were possible, Chong was interrupted by the sound of shattering glass emanating from Yi Chen. Yi Chen, how could this happen? Zhang Xiaochong exclaimed in panic, while Tang Long and Chong looked on in confusion. Yi Chen's body seemed to be made of glass, with even her clothing producing the sound of breaking glass. In Chapter 35 of the Earth Arc, it is foretold that Yi Chen is destined to die. However, at the moment of her foretold demise, Tang Long and Zhang Xiaochong, who were aware of this fate, intervened. Unfortunately, their attempt at salvation was unsuccessful, leaving Yi Chen in a limbo state, neither alive nor dead. Subsequently, a return to ancestral consciousness emerged within Zhang Xiaochong, instructing him on how to utilize time and space to resurrect someone. The potency of this ancestral awareness successfully drew Yi Chen from another timeline, constituting a form of revival. Yet at this moment her body was disintegrating. Yi Chen, Zhang Xiaochong cried out. The sudden intensity of his voice seemed to hasten her disintegration. Do not make a sound, Chong admonished. Any slight disturbance could lead to her complete destruction. What now? Zhang Xiaochong could only watch in anguish as Yi Chen continued to fragment. Do not panic, Chong reassured them. The notion of reversing time to revive someone is inherently unrealistic. Moreover, this is not her true body. Disintegration is to be expected. You should return and see if her original body has vanished. Dragon Chong, you must leave, Tang Long noted as he observed Chong heading toward the flying dragon beast. Indeed, I have matters to attend to, Chong replied. You both should focus on this girl. If her body shatters and her original form is also destroyed, then she will truly perish. However, if either form remains intact, she will be safe. Now, you must manage this. I have other affairs to address. With that, Chong mounted his flying dragon beast and departed. Wait, level 6? As the flying dragon beast ascended, Tang Long noticed its impressive length of 60 meters, indicating it had transformed into a level 6 evolved beast. How is this possible? Just hours ago, it was merely a level 5 evolved beast. How could it have evolved so rapidly? Tang Long could only comfort himself with the thought that perhaps he was mistaken. After Chong's departure, Tang Long utilized levitation magic to carry Yi Chen back to the Shimu base. Her condition was exceptionally delicate, unable to endure any vibrations. Any such disturbance would lead to her shattering. Furthermore, while she could not speak, her eyes conveyed thoughts, indicating she retained consciousness. Upon returning to the base, a peculiar occurrence awaited them. Everyone in the facility had turned to glass, shattering upon contact. What was happening? Zhang Xiaochong immediately thought of Yi Chen and rushed to the medical room. Inside, 3 figures stood. Doctor. Zhang Xiaochong recognized one of them immediately. The short man with a mustache was Huang Haisher, the assistant to Sang Qiuyu from 20 years ago. Xiaochong. Huang Haisher exclaimed in astonishment, having recognized Zhang Xiaochong. A month earlier, Zhang Xiaochong had been a janitor in his laboratory, but suddenly went missing. In this era of evolved beasts, disappearance signified death. After discovering Zhang Xiaochong's absence, he hadn't given it much thought, yet here he was, unexpectedly reunited with him. Doctor, what are you doing up here? Zhang Xiaochong inquired. Huang Haisher hesitated briefly, realizing that Zhang Xiaochong now exuded a much more formidable presence, leaving him somewhat taken aback. For a brief moment, he inhaled deeply and stated, "The discovery of an unusual magnetic field here has prompted my visit to ascertain the situation." However, he did not anticipate that the circumstances were far more dire than he had imagined. As he spoke, he approached a glass figure and gently prodded it. With a crack, the figure shattered, and the fragments, upon touching the ground, dissipated into nothingness. What on earth is happening? Zhang Xiaochong inquired. The current situation remains unclear, but it may be related to this girl, Huang Haisher replied, gesturing towards Yi Chen, who lay on the hospital bed. In this facility, everyone had transformed into lifeless glass figures, except for this girl. Moreover, we have discovered a peculiar magnetic field within her body. Huang Haisher was about to elaborate when a figure emerged from behind Tang Long. That girl? Huang Haishi's eyes widened as the girl who entered the room bore an uncanny resemblance to the one on the bed. Yet this girl was marred by cracks, as if she might shatter at any moment. Indeed, when the girl approached Yi Chen, she disintegrated completely, leaving no trace behind. The soul particle, although the others were oblivious. Tang Long witnessed it. At the instant the glass girl shattered, a soul particle infused itself into Yi Chen's body. The glass girl was also Yi Chen, but she had been transported from an unknown timeline due to a distortion in space-time. Now that she was broken, the soul particle had entered Yi Chen's being. The others held their breath as Yi Chen opened her eyes. Doctor. Her first utterance was directed at Huang Haisher. You recognize me. Huang Haisher felt perplexed, having never met this girl before. At that moment, Zhang Xiaochong interjected. She is also from our Haima Academy. Oh, Huang Haisher realized. With a student body of 500,000, he was not acquainted with many individuals. Just then, a thunderous boom echoed through the sky. What is happening? The thunder sounded unlike any before, imbued with an emotional resonance that instilled panic. As everyone stepped outside, they noticed that dark clouds had gathered, accompanied by thunder and lightning. With a resounding crash, a bolt of lightning, as thick as an arm, surged towards them. As many scattered to evade it, they suddenly realized this lightning was unlike ordinary strikes. Lightning that can turn? Huang Haisher had never encountered such a phenomenon. The lightning weaved around them, darting into the room. Not good, it's Yi Chen. Zhang Xiaoqiang rushed into the room, his body brimming with wolf-like fur. With a tremendous explosion, the lightning detonated within the confines of the room. As the smoke cleared, a werewolf stood in the center, cradling Yi Chen in his arms. What is happening? Huang Haisher gazed at the werewolf, recalling the description in the 12th volume of the Illusion Scriptures. The werewolf, in a bid to save his beloved, tore through the first seal of Earth, signaling that the evolutionaries on this planet would once again undergo evolution, heralding a new era. Contemplating this account, Huang Haisher felt a shiver coursing through him, for the events were indeed unfolding as noted in the 12th volume. On that very day, 100 evolutionaries were born at the Academy, while those who had not advanced beyond level 3 suddenly broke through to level 4. At that moment, as everyone stood in astonishment, another thunderous clap echoed from the heavens. This time, Zhang Xiaoqiang placed Yi Chen down, his body swelling as he braced against the oncoming bolt of lightning. It's not over. Silence enveloped the crowd as the sky brewed yet another formidable bolt. Sure enough, Within a minute, a lightning strike as thick as a barrel began its descent. With a roar, Zhang Xiaoqiang transformed into a silver werewolf, his height surging to 15 meters. Upon impact, the bolt left a gaping hole in his form. Xiaoqiang. In the Earth chapter, chapter 36, and the 18th volume of the Illusion Scriptures, the power of that lightning was sufficient to pierce through Zhang Xiaoqiang. How is this possible? His silver werewolf form possessed the strength of a level 4 evolutionary beast. How could it be penetrated? Xiaoqiang quickly dodged. Tang Long shouted. Although the lightning had pierced Zhang Xiaoqiang, he was not dead. It merely left a wound in his abdomen. Yet the storm above was still brewing. And the subsequent bolt promised to be even more potent. The first was as thick as an arm, the second as thick as a thigh, the third as thick as a barrel, so the fourth would undoubtedly be as thick as a vat. At that moment, Yi Chen began to run away. With a crash, as soon as she moved, the brewing lightning ceased and struck her directly. How could an ordinary person like Yi Chen withstand such an onslaught? Yi Chen, Zhang Xiaoqiang cried out. But the lightning left nothing in its wake. At that moment, Tang Long perceived Yi Chen's soul particle. The so-called soul particle signifies an individual's essence, encompassing their will, memories, emotions, and entirety. As the soul particle cannot be seen by the naked eye, only those skilled in magic can perceive it, which is why the others were oblivious to Yi Chen's. The soul particle of Yi Chen began to disperse. In that instant, Tang Long employed a basic absorption spell to draw the soul particle towards him, placing it within a vial he carried. While every individual possesses a soul particle, those of ordinary people dissipate instantly upon death, with only a few exceptional individuals able to linger for a brief time. For Yi Chen, it began to vanish nearly 3 seconds later. On the scene, Zhang Xiaoqiang wept bitterly. However, the others exhaled in relief. For at the moment Yi Chen was struck by lightning, all the dark clouds above dissipated. Strange, Huang Haisher mused, stroking his chin in bewilderment. He could not fathom the weather phenomenon. According to his reasoning, the black clouds should have been a dense mass, thick enough to obscure sunlight and appear black. Yet how could such a thick cloud vanish so suddenly? Ordinary clouds disperse due to wind, but these black clouds simply disappeared. They ascended, Tang Long remarked, utilizing the basic eagle eye spell to observe as the black clouds collectively ascended into the sky. That makes sense, Huang Haisher nodded. Since so many black clouds did not scatter in all directions or precipitate rain, they must have risen. Yet he could not comprehend why they ascended. There were too many peculiarities, particularly regarding the lightning, which clearly targeted Yi Chen. Zhang Xiaoqiang was deeply saddened by Yi Chen's demise. Huang Haisher approached him, offering comfort. Xiaoqiang, you need not grieve. That girl has not perished. Zhang Xiaoqiang was taken aback. Do you remember the stone pillar in the laboratory? Huang Haisher attempted to jog his memory. Yes, Zhang Xiaoqiang nodded. The stone pillar had been discovered by Dr. Sang. It was an illusion scripture pillar, containing the contents of the 18th volume. However, only Dr. Sang and I have seen its contents. No one else has. As he spoke, Huang Haisher regarded Zhang Xiaoqiang. The 18th volume contains accounts of werewolves and their beloved. Are you serious? Zhang Xiaoqiang asked earnestly. The werewolf undoubtedly referred to himself, and his beloved was Yi Chen. If the 18th volume detailed werewolves and their loved ones, then did that not imply that Yi Chen was still alive? How can we bring Yi Chen back? Zhang Xiaoqiang pressed again. The 18th volume does not specify, but perhaps the 17th volume contains the answer. If you can locate the 17th volume, you might discover the means of resurrection. Huang Haisher, acknowledging Zhang Xiaoqiang's prowess, sought to enlist his help in finding the 13th volume of the Illusion Scriptures. With the 12th volume already in hand, everyone was eager to uncover the records of the 13th volume. This was not merely Huang Haishi's task. It was a collective endeavor. Such tasks are typically reserved for those of remarkable strength. I shall seek it out, Zhang Xiaoqiang stated with great seriousness. Subsequently, Huang Haisher escorted Tang Long and Zhang Xiaoqiang back to Haima Academy. During their journey, Tang Long learned that Volume 12 had been located, and he also discovered the reason behind the transformation of Chang's Fei Qianlong beast into a level 6 creature. It was all due to Zhang Xiaoqiang's ancestral consciousness. The black hole summoned by Zhang Xiaoqiang shattered the seal on Earth, allowing it to absorb a greater influx of moonlight radiation. With the moonlight radiation doubling, Many who were once non-evolved individuals became evolved beings. However, humanity is not the primary beneficiary of this moonlight radiation. In the animal kingdom, evolution has progressed at an astonishing rate. Presently, there are no ordinary animals left. The lowest tier are all pseudo-beasts. Upon returning to the academy, Zhang Xiaoqiang, being a native of the place, was taken away by Huang Haisher, while Tang Long was assigned to a tent surrounded by many similar structures. Tang Long had little to say about this arrangement, as outsiders in other bases typically reside in tents. There had once been an outsider who arrived at another base without even a tent. The population here exceeds 200,000. Tang Long felt a pang of anxiety. His school had once housed 500,000 students, and with less than half having arrived here, it implied that the other half had perished. He wondered if Lu Wenwen was safe. The vastness of the area made it difficult for Tang Long to locate anyone familiar. At that moment, rain began to pour outside. With a sigh, Tang Long lamented that he had intended to seek out Lu Wenwen and Jia Naoyang today, but the rain thwarted his plans. Reluctantly, he returned to his humble tent, which contained merely a blanket, a radio, and a cup. He retrieved the magic book he had received from the person controlling the statue at the lost base, who claimed it could heal his arm, which had been rendered useless due to overexertion of magic. Yet, Tang Long remained puzzled. When he had employed advanced magic, his arm had failed, but he had suffered no such consequence when casting the forbidden spell, the Great Doomsday Technique. Only Chong possessed the answer. At that time, after casting the forbidden spell, Tang Long had transformed into a 50-meter-tall giant, a sight only witnessed by Chong. If Chong did not reveal the truth, Tang Long would remain in ignorance forever. Opening the first page of the magic book, Tang Long was dismayed. The book contained 6 pages, yet he found it difficult to continue reading the first page. The method described was rather simplistic, stating that Tang Long need not exert effort to restore his arm. It would naturally regenerate. The principle behind this was that whenever someone utilized Tang Long's magic and incurred a deficit, there was a chance that their own arm would be transferred to him. "I cannot do this," Tang Long declared, flipping to the second page, which, to his surprise, was blank. What could this mean? He continued to turn the pages, only to find that aside from the first page, the remaining 5 were devoid of text. Did it imply that he must act according to the instructions of the first page? If he followed its guidance, Tang Long would have to cultivate followers, compelling them to wield his magic. In the Earth chapter 37, God, the practitioners of dark magic, it was suggested that one could serve as a signal tower, imparting magic to others. However, Tang Long was reluctant to pursue this path. Those who employed his magic would lose a fragment of their souls, thus siphoning away their vitality. It could be said that anyone who utilized his magic would forfeit a portion of their essence, which would then flow into his being. According to the records of the Taibo civilization, the soul represents life. Without a soul, one cannot truly live. As Tang Long hesitated, a fierce wind suddenly swept through, accompanied by cries for help. "Someone save my son. He is still on a mountain." Amidst the tempest, a mother in her 30s wept bitterly on the ground. Upon inquiry, it was revealed that her 10-year-old son had accompanied a hunting party up the mountain, but while the others had returned, her son was still missing. With the tempest raging, she feared her son might never return. "Ma'am, please return. Your son is surely safe," others urged her. "Indeed, once the rain ceases, we shall send people to search for your son." Yet the mother cried out, "My son went missing on his way back. He is near." The onlookers fell silent. On the return journey, her son had indeed been with the others, but he had vanished 10 miles from here. Tang Long gazed into the distance, employing his basic magic, the Eagle Eye technique. This spell enhanced visual acuity, allowing one to perceive object from a distance of 10 miles. Yet, the towering trees of the forest obscured his view, limiting his sight to less than 3 miles. "Before the dusk deepens, I vow here, grant me immense power," he chanted, invoking the 1,000-mile eye. The Eagle Eye technique provided a linear view, but when obstacles obstructed the line of sight, it could not continue. Reluctantly, in order to locate the mother's son, Tang Long drew upon the power of the magic source and cast the intermediate magic 1,000-mile eye. As its name suggests, this spell enabled the user to see a distance of 1,000 miles, but the perception was not linear. Rather, it followed a curved path. For instance, if a circular mountain with a diameter of 10 miles obstructed the view, the gaze would traverse the mountain circumference, effectively extending the line of sight to over 15 miles. At that moment, Tang Long employed the 1,000-mile eye to search for the little boy. Although he did not know the boy's appearance or name, there were likely not many boys in this forest. After a brief time, he indeed spotted a frail little boy hiding in a tree hollow. "What is your name?" Tang Long inquired using the basic magic sound transmission technique. "Who is it?" The boy peered outside, his eyes wide with trepidation, yet he found no one there. "There is no need to search. I'm a deity here. You cannot see me, but I have come to save you." Tang Long fabricated a lie. "You are a god." The boy, still innocent and untainted by the world, readily accepted Tang Long's words. Scientific studies indicate that when individuals feel their fate is out of their control, they tend to believe in the existence of deities. For example, students after an exam often resign themselves to fate regarding their results, while civil servants and those in positions of authority cannot dictate their own promotions. Suddenly, the little boy knelt down, earnestly pleading, "God, please let me return home. My mother must be worried sick about me." Tang Long glanced at the grieving mother nearby, whose sorrow was palpable. To her, without someone to rescue her son, he would surely not survive the night. In this age of evolved beasts, it was rare for anyone to live through a night outdoors. Even an ant outside had become a pseudo-beast. Tang Long reassured the boy, "You must return now. When you encounter danger, simply call out, 'Earth, please protect me.'" "Is that truly possible, God?" The boy's voice brimmed with excitement at this divine decree. "Yes, now go back, but remember, do not call out unless it is absolutely necessary." With that, Tang Long returned to his tent. He imparted to the little boy the basic magic, stone skin technique, which would form a layer of hard rock around his body, providing protection against ordinary pseudo-beasts. However, the cost was that each use would diminish his life by 15 days. Once back in his tent, Tang Long sat in silence. Teaching magic to others was no simple task, as he had to continuously manage the signals of requests emanating from the little boy. In the forest, the little boy ran joyfully. Suddenly, a 2-meter-long evolved ant approached him, capable of hunting even in the rain. The boy, an ordinary human, stood no chance against the pseudo-beast. "Earth, please protect me." The young boy recalled the divine counsel and quickly recited the incantation. In an instant, his skin became remarkably hard, resembling stone. Just then, an ant approached and bit him, but it was as if he was clad in armor made of rock. The creature could not pierce his skin. At that moment, the boy swung his fist towards the ant's eyes. With a single strike, he shattered both of its eyes. The evolved ant, now capable of observing its surroundings like a human, found itself blinded and, in its confusion, tumbled into a ravine, rolling chaotically within. "I want to go home. I am under divine protection," the boy exclaimed, filled with excitement as he dashed back, overcoming various insects that attempted to attack him. After half an hour, he returned to the base. "Mom, I'm back," he called. "See how high?" His mother, upon seeing him, felt as though she were dreaming and enveloped him in a tight embrace. "Xiao-Hai, where have you been? You scare me to death." "Mom, I can protect you now. I have divine guardianship," he declared, attempting to recite the incantation again, yet nothing happened. "Child, do not speak carelessly. There are no gods in this world," his mother replied. However, Xiao-Hai felt his body, recalling the impenetrable hardness he had experienced earlier. He was certain that he had been invulnerable when he returned. All of this was orchestrated by Tang Long. He ceased providing Xiao-Hai with magic, believing the boy was too young to appreciate its value. In the brief time Xiao-Hai had returned from the forest, he had already used over 20 spells, equivalent to a year's worth of life. Although those life forces ultimately reverted to him, Tang Long deemed it reckless to squander a year of existence in just 1 hour. Thus, he resolved to revoke Xiao-Hai's right to wield magic. At that moment, Tang Long noticed a flicker from the spellbook, revealing text on the second page. It read, "Upon acquiring followers, one may directly transplant the limbs of the followers as one's own." Nonsense. Tang Long slammed the book shut. He would never resort to such an immoral act. In the Earth Chronicles, Chapter 38, The Mining Factory, Tang Long's right arm had vanished due to the overexertion of magic. This disappearance was irreversible and would affect his descendants. It could be said that if Tang Long were to have children, they too would be born without a right arm. Yet, he would not engage in unethical deeds. Previously, he had shared his magical essence with 11 individuals for their self-preservation, a decision he now regretted. The practice of dark magic was not reserved for the gifted, but rather relied on others sharing their magical essence. However, once one possessed magical essence, further practice necessitated the absorption of negative emotions such as fear, helplessness, and sorrow. Thus, to attain the pinnacle of dark magic, one must instigate panic. Sighing, Tang Long stepped outside as the rain had ceased. He sought out Hong Nai-Liang. At school, Hong Nai-Liang was his closest friend, always ready to stand up against injustice. Now, with half of the school's population here, he wondered if Hong Nai-Liang was among them. The second academy had been attacked by evolved beasts, resulting in 30,000 casualties, making it unlikely that Hong Nai-Liang had survived. Arriving at the registration area, Tang Long approached a female classmate who was in charge. Noticing Tang Long's solitary arm, she spoke politely. "What person are you looking for?" "Hong Nai-Liang and Lu Wen-Wen," he replied, anxiously awaiting a response. After a moment, she confirmed, "Yes, they're in Zone 2. Upon hearing this, Tang Long's heart settled. Zone 2 was not far from there. However, upon arrival, he discovered something peculiar. Very few people remained. "Where is everyone?" Tang Long inquired of a nearby individual. That person looked him up and down with sympathetic eyes and replied, "Ah, everyone from Zone 2 has gone to work at the mining factory. This is the 12th wave. If the task is not completed, the next group will be from Zone 3. With that, he patted Tang Long on the shoulder, signaling that further questions were unwelcome. Zone 2 had over 5,000 inhabitants, yet now fewer than 100 remained, indicating that most had perished. In this era of evolved beasts, certain tasks were relegated to mere cannon fodder, with ordinary people serving as the expendable. "I must find them," Tang Long insisted, asking for directions to the mining factory. Although he was uncertain of Hong Nai-Liang and Lu Wenwen's presence, he felt an instinctive belief that they were still alive. The mining factory was not far from Zone 2, a mere 2-day journey. Upon arrival, Tang Long found it deserted. What was happening? He wondered. The area appeared desolate, occasionally revealing a giant ant dragging a corpse into the forest. This was now the realm of evolved beasts. Tang Long mused that even deploying a battalion would be futile. The evolved beasts were omnipresent. Just then, he spotted a man followed by a woman, with a massive spider lurking behind them. The spider towered 10 meters high, unmistakably a level 1 evolved beast. Tang Long wished to rescue them, but he was 1,000 meters away, far too distant to intervene. Desperate, Tang Long transmitted his voice to the man. "I am a god. I can save you." "Who?" The man paused, then exclaimed, "God, please save us. Do as I instruct." Tang Long relayed the magical code to the man, along with the cost of using it. As the man ran, he suddenly clasped his hands together and shouted, "Heavenly spirits, earth spirits, grant me strength." Black marsh technique. Boom! A 2-meter-wide black marsh appeared behind him. "No." Tang Long shook his head. That marsh would not contain the spider. Only a higher-level marsh technique could ensnare it. To survive, sacrifice is necessary, he warned. "I am willing to give everything," the man replied earnestly, now convinced of the divine presence. "Very well, use that technique," Tang Long acquiesced, feeling a sense of helplessness. The man was an ordinary person. If he forced himself to use a higher-level spell, it would lead to severe overexertion, resulting in consequences akin to Tang Long's own fate, loss of limbs or senses. Life, like cells, is not guaranteed to last 100 years. An ordinary person could only sustain 5 months of life, replenishing it day by day. A mid-level spell typically required 6 months' worth of life, meaning the cost for an ordinary person would exceed their current lifespan, leading to overexertion and resulting in debilitating ramifications. Yet, with death looming, what value did such concerns hold? The man clasped his hands tightly, running while chanting, "Heavenly spirits, earth spirits, grant me strength." Great marsh technique. Boom! As he completed the incantation, a 10-meter-wide black marsh emerged, and the spider fell into it. However, a scream from the woman pierced the air. "What?" Tang Long turned to see the man reduced to just a head. His limbs vanished. How could this be? Tang Long was shocked. The man was an ordinary person. Forcibly using a mid-level spell had led to catastrophic overexertion. How could this happen? Tang Long clenched his fists, unaware that the cost of overexerting magic for ordinary individuals was so severe. The man was beyond saving. At that moment, the spider extended a leg and pierced the defenseless woman. Damn it! Tang Long, with a benevolent heart, endeavored to save others. Yet he never anticipated that his actions would hasten the demise of two individuals. As a spider emerged from the swamp, it shattered before fully escaping its murky confines. Standing beside the marsh, Tang Long sighed in despair, lamenting that had he acted more swiftly, these two lives might have been spared. The woman, still clinging to life, gazed at Tang Long in disbelief. "Who are you?" she inquired. Upon closer examination of her visage, Tang Long suddenly recognized her as the girl often seen in the company of Lu Wenwen. "Are you a deity?" She posed another question, recalling her boyfriend's bewildering utterance about divine beings, which she had dismissed as nonsense. Now, witnessing Tang Long conjure a fireball to obliterate the spider, she began to believe he was indeed divine. "I am Tang Long. What are the others?" he asked, surveying the woman. She appeared gravely injured, her condition dire. "They're behind us. Many monsters remain," she replied weakly. "Could you assist me with one final request?" "What is it?" Tang Long vowed to do his utmost for her. "Please bury me and my boyfriend together," she implored with her last ounce of strength, falling silent thereafter. "I shall," Tang Long promised, burdened by guilt, pondering that perhaps these two could have survived had it not been for him. After interring the two, he proceeded toward the rear, spurred on by the woman's words that others awaited him in the mountains. On his journey, Tang Long observed that his right arm had transformed, now bearing tattoos that were not his own. Perhaps this belonged to that man, he mused, recalling how the individual had exhausted his magic, rendering his body lost. As the source of magic, what the man had forfeited returned to Tang Long. With a heavy heart, Tang Long lamented his predicament, unwilling to reclaim his arm in such a manner. Yet fate often led him to act contrary to his desires. As he arrived at the rear, a thunderous explosion echoed from the front, the sound of a powerful projectile designed to counteract evolution beasts of level 3 and below. This location possessed such strategic munitions, strictly managed by a teacher, typically a second-level evolver. Tang Long contemplated that if a teacher were present, the chances of survival for the others would significantly increase. Following the sound of the explosion, he entered a cavern where the blast had originated. Along the way, he encountered numerous corpses, both human and evolutionary beasts, with the majority being ordinary individuals. The carcasses of evolutionary beasts predominantly belong to the pseudo-beasts, with the occasional remains of first-level evolutionaries. Tang Long surmised that the likelihood of encountering a teacher grew stronger, as the deceased first-level evolutionary beasts bore wounds inflicted by blades. Once ordinary individuals became evolvers, they rarely resorted to particle guns, opting instead for high-strength alloys. Evolutionary beasts possessed cells rich in energy, forming a protective energy membrane on their surface, rendering ordinary particle weapons ineffective. Only weapons forged from high-strength alloys could inflict damage. At that moment, Tang Long encountered a terrified individual being pursued by a 10-meter-long level 1 evolutionary beast. "Help!" the man cried out. Without hesitation, Tang Long sprang into action. Now not only was he a novice magician, but also a first-level evolver, having evolved following the first breach of the Earth Seal caused by Zhang Xiaoqiang, which unleashed a torrent of moonlight radiation, instigating the evolution of many seeds, himself included. Adnin technique. Tang Long's fist transformed into a solid form. As long as he refrained from drawing upon the magic source, he could cast spells instantaneously. Gazing at his stone-like fist and the approaching beast, he leaped and struck, piercing through the creature's head. The beast lay still. Indeed, his fist harbored energy. When this energy infused the evolutionary beast, it neutralized the healing energy within, preventing the beast from mending its wounds. Healing required immense energy, whereas a mere knife wound necessitated about 100 units of energy. The damage he inflicted demanded at least 10,000, if not 100,000 units, especially for head injuries, which often resulted in certain death for ordinary individuals. "Thank you for saving me," the man expressed his gratitude. "It was nothing. We are from the same school," Tang Long replied, inquiring about the whereabouts of others. Everyone scattered upon arrival. "There are evolutionary beasts everywhere. Many have perished," the man recounted fearfully. Tang Long stammered, "Is Lu Wenwen still alive?" The man, sensing Tang Long's concern, cautiously replied, "She should be safe, as the talented Fan Wenming has been with her." Tang Long felt a measure of relief, albeit tinged with jealousy towards Fan Wenming. For the presence of another man beside the woman he cherished stirred discomfort within him. After a moment, Tang Long inquired, "Well, the person named Hong Liang, is he alive?" The man shook his head in uncertainty. "I have not heard of him." Tang Long paused, realizing that Hong Liang, much like himself, had lacked prominence in school and remained unknown to most. After a brief silence, he advised the man, "Follow the path I just traversed. There are no evolutionary beasts left, as I have dealt with them." "Thank you," the man replied, his tone somber. He felt abandoned in this era of evolutionary beasts, where survival was a daunting challenge without protection. As Tang Long took a few steps, he glanced back to see the man still motionless, prompting him to suggest, "Then let us proceed together." The man's demeanor shifted to one of excitement. "I promise I won't be a burden." United, they journeyed onward. Along the way, Tang Long learned the man's name was Wei Yihong, a seed of an evolver with a cellular energy value of 5. He mentioned many from Zone 2 had sought refuge within this mine. Some tunnels within the mine were quite narrow, rendering them inaccessible to larger evolutionary beasts. After a brief walk, Wei Yihong pointed ahead, "Brother Long, this is where I became separated from the others." Tang Long's eyes widened at the sight of 16 paths before them. Wei Yihong explained, "In our haste, none could foresee when evolutionary beasts might intrude. To maximize efficiency in extracting minerals, we divided into 16 groups, resulting in this labyrinthine layout. The pathways were chaotic and lacked any semblance of order. Without a map, it would be nearly impossible for anyone to navigate their way out." Tang Long remained silent, pressing his ear to the ground. He could hear something. Wei Yihong followed suit, detecting the sound emanating from the 9th tunnel. Following the noise, the two made their way towards the 9th passage. Upon reaching the end, they discovered not a soul, only the lifeless body of a level 1 evolutionary beast. "Indeed," Wei Yihong remarked, confirming the creature had once been a first-level beast. "Correct," Tang Long nodded. Noting the absence of gunshot wounds, the beast had sustained injuries from a blunt instrument, indicating that a second-level evolver had been responsible for its demise. "You mean a teacher?" Wei Yihong surmised, sensing they were nearing their group. "Yes," Tang Long affirmed. "Typically, second-level evolvers served as substitute teachers." At that moment, Wei Yihong pointed to a narrow passage. "There's a small tunnel leading to another mine shaft." He found it curious that such a powerful second-level evolver would traverse such a constricted space. "Let's enter," Tang Long decided, not wanting to waste time. The other side of the tunnel should lead to the 8th mine. Footprints were evident. Wei Yihong also squeezed in and noticed the shoe prints on the ground. Tang Long's gaze was directed ahead, approaching this way. Just as he turned a corner, a caterpillar beast lunged at them. With a swift motion, Tang Long delivered a powerful punch, instantly killing the caterpillar beast. Impressive. At this moment, Wei Yihong was filled with admiration for Tang Long, as even a second-level evolver could not defeat a caterpillar beast with a single blow. Continuing forward, they encountered an increasing number of caterpillar beasts. However, it made little difference. Tang Long dispatched each one with ease. Upon reaching the end of the 8th tunnel, Tang Long's eyes widened. At the tunnel's end, Hong Liang and a group of individuals were fiercely battling a caterpillar beast, with 7 or 8 corpses of the creature strewn behind them. Tang Long. At this moment, Hong Liang spotted Tang Long and witnessed him effortlessly slay a caterpillar beast with a single punch. "It's a rescue. We are saved." The individuals behind Hong Liang expressed their excitement, as they were previously faced with dozens of caterpillar beasts and could hardly hold on. Now, with such a formidable ally, the prospects seemed brighter, as Tang Long could typically eliminate a caterpillar beast with a single strike. "Brother Hong, who is that remarkable individual?" Those behind Hong Liang whispered, curious about Tang Long's identity. In school, they had never heard of such a powerful figure. Killing a first-level evolver with one punch was beyond even some teacher's capabilities. "Haha, he's my brother." As he spoke, Hong Liang swung his hoe and killed a nearby caterpillar beast before striding towards Tang Long. At this moment, Tang Long noticed the hoe in Hong Liang's hand. It resembled his own. The hoe was originally strong, but was discarded by Chong. Tang Long felt the material was excellent and had taken it back. Earth Chapter 40, Discovery of Ruins. At that moment, Chong, influenced by the environment, lost himself in the act of digging stones. While he excavated, he wielded this very hoe. At that time, no one paid attention to it. It was quite effective for digging ordinary stones. Tang Long. This hoe is likely a prehistoric weapon. As he spoke, Hong Naoyang raised the hoe and cleaved through the body of a nearby caterpillar beast. The body of the caterpillar beast was extremely tough. Even explosives could not breach it. Within their cells, there existed a significant amount of residual energy, creating an energy shield that could only be pierced by high-strength alloys. This hoe, according to reason, should also be made of high-strength alloy, yet it was astonishingly tougher than ordinary high-strength alloys. You keep it. It may serve as protection. Observing how adeptly Hong Naoyang wielded it, Tang Long had no intention of reclaiming it. Hong Naoyang was his friend, and possessing the hoe would significantly enhance his strength, increasing their chances of survival. At that moment, Hong Naoyang produced a broken dagger, insisting, "You must take this, otherwise I will be displeased." This dagger had only a hilt, lacking a blade. Upon seeing the broken dagger, Tang Long recalled it was the first prehistoric weapon unearthed by Chong. At the time, Chong had discarded it, allowing him to pick it up. This dagger possesses an indescribable power. It has saved me from peril countless times. As he spoke, Hong Naoyang forcefully pressed the dagger into Tang Long's hand, stating, "These are your belongings, and since I have taken your hoe, it would be remiss to take your dagger as well." In truth, Hong Naoyang had grown accustomed to using the hoe. With it in hand, his strength had surged several-fold. Typically, he could slay any creature that was not a first-level evolver with a single strike. What is the situation here? Tang Long indifferently accepted the dagger while inquiring about the current circumstances. Hong Naoyang replied, "Almost all of our people from District 2 have arrived here, but the specifics are still unclear. However, I suspect most are within this mine." Hong Naoyang's group consisted of around 20 individuals, all seed evolvers, with cellular energy values ranging from 3 to 9. Tang Long stated, "Let us search for others." At this moment, Tang Long emerged as the leader of this group, guiding them with minimal risk of danger. However, his concern lay with Lu Wenwen. There were 16 tunnels here, some interconnected, making it quite challenging to locate an individual. Upon reaching the 7th tunnel, they rescued additional people. Among them, someone mentioned seeing Lu Wenwen and Fan Wenming in the 5th tunnel. Upon hearing this, Tang Long made a beeline for the 5th tunnel. Lu Wenwen was the girl he admired, and he could not ignore her if she were in danger. The journey to the 5th tunnel was lengthy, as there were no barriers in between, requiring a return to the starting point. 2 hours passed. Here lies the 5th tunnel. Someone directed Tang Long, looking at the 5th tunnel. Tang Long felt a mix of excitement and trepidation. He was about to meet Lu Wenwen and wondered if she still remembered him. In the past, he had only gazed at her from afar, never uttering a word. Perhaps she would not even recall his existence during this encounter. "Let us go." Tang Long took a deep breath and led the way inside. The 5th tunnel appeared to be cleared of evolvers, with the ground littered with their corpses. Surely, it could not be the work of that genius. It was said that the genius was nearing the 2nd level. Along the way, some individuals examined the bodies of the fallen evolvers and discovered that they had all been slain by one person, most likely the school's greatest genius, Fan Wenming. Regarding Fan Wenming, others could hardly articulate much, only referring to him as a genius. The sound of battle erupted. The one leading the group ahead hurried back to report. Upon hearing this, everyone halted, while Tang Long pressed forward. Upon rounding a bend, he spotted a cockroach beast. The cockroach beast was 20 meters long and classified as a 2nd-level evolver. In front of this cockroach beast stood 50 students, led by the genius Fan Wenming. Fan Wenming wielded a large knife that could repel the cockroach beast's legs with a single blow. Indeed, he was a genius. Observing this, Tang Long began to understand why Fan Wenming was regarded as such. Fan Wenming was a 1st-level evolver, while the cockroach was a 2nd-level beast. Under normal circumstances, a 2nd-level beast could annihilate dozens of 1st-level evolvers. Yet here, Fan Wenming was evenly matched with the cockroach beast. Lu Wenwen. In the crowd, Tang Long spotted Lu Wenwen. At this moment, she, like the others, was relentlessly firing at the cockroach beast with a particle gun. Those particle guns were heavy-duty, only usable by 2nd-level evolvers. Seeing this, Tang Long felt that Lu Wenwen and her group were not merely cannon fodder. They must have been assigned a significant task. Typically, those on missions used the best equipment. In contrast, cannon fodder tasks were executed with ordinary weapons. His previous cannon fodder mission had employed simple particle guns, with no expectation of returning alive. At this moment, Hong Naoyang approached Tang Long from behind and whispered, "Should we intervene? Let us observe for now." In truth, Tang Long was uncertain whether to step in. If Fan Wenming appeared weaker, he could intervene as a righteous ally. However, given that Fan Wenming was currently evenly matched with the cockroach beast, his involvement would be seen as stealing credit. What about their guns? Hong Naoyang also noticed that the weapons Lu Wenwen's group wielded were several tiers superior to their own. They used light particle guns, while Lu Wenwen's group utilized heavy particle guns, which were 5 to 10 times more powerful than light particle guns. Were you not part of the same group? Tang Long inquired. No, Hong Naoyang replied. We are the 11th group. Lu Wenwen and the others are likely from the first group. Oh, Tang Long began to grasp that Lu Wenwen and her companions indeed had a significant mission. An hour passed, and the cockroach beast, having exhausted its strength, gradually succumbed before being decapitated by Fan Wenming. Those from over there, come out. After the cockroach beast fell, an individual emerged from Fan Wenming's group, shouting at Tang Long and the others. What are you sneaking around for? Hong Naoyang wished to convey that he and his companions were there for rescue, but was abruptly interrupted by Tang Long, who asserted they were seeking refuge and inquired whether they could accompany him and the 50 or so individuals behind him. No, came the swift refusal from the other party. At that moment, Fan Wenming interjected, asserting that they were all from the same school and should assist one another. It was not unreasonable to join forces. However, before the other could respond, Fan Wenming silenced him with a piercing glance. He approached Tang Long and his group, stating, We are all from the same institution. We shall survive together. Suddenly, the ground quaked. What is happening? Is the mine about to collapse? Panic spread among Tang Long's group, while Fan Wenming's companions wore expressions of derision. Once the tremor subsided, all eyes turned attentively towards the end of the mine shaft, where a stone door emerged, previously obscured by a layer of stone skin. The tremor had caused this covering to fall away, revealing the entrance to what was a relic from 40,000 years ago. Some recognized the inscription on the door, Chapter 41 of the Earth Volume, Magnetic Field Martial Arts. This was a remnant of the Tibor civilization, a civilization predating humanity, existing over 40,000 years ago. The discovered relics indicated that the Tibor civilization was technologically advanced, particularly renowned for its alloy and elixir technologies. The alloys crafted by the Tibor civilization possessed an extraordinary hardness, exceeding levels of 20, even 30. Initially, people classified the hardness of Tibor alloys as 11. But with advancements in synthetic technology, many alloys surpassing 10 emerged, though none matched the hardness of Tibor alloys. Gradually, the hardest rating for these alloys climbed to 20. Yet scientists believed it still underestimated their true potential. The second technological marvel of the Tibor civilization was its elixir technology. Evidence from 20 years prior, contributed by Xu Sanxiao, demonstrated the civilization's advanced medical practices. Xu Sanxiao's formula led to the creation of the first evolutionary serum on Earth, enabling ordinary individuals to evolve into enhanced beings. However, scientists speculated that this serum was merely a standard concoction, as some Tibor stone tablets referenced an immortality formula. For humanity, the most formidable formula would indeed be one for immortality, a feat already achieved by the Tibor civilization. Before them stood a tangible relic of this ancient civilization. It is indeed a relic, exclaimed the crowd, both Tang Long's and Fan Wenming's groups, most of whom were witnessing a relic for the first time. As the designated leader of this expedition, Fan Wenming stepped forward to gently push open the grand door of the relic. At that moment, everyone held their breath, pondering the wonders that lay within. With a creak, the door swung open, and many eyes widened in awe, unwilling to blink. Inside, the relic resembled a natural city, complete with roads, buildings, and symbolic statues. At the center of the city stood a large stone structure, akin to a central hall, flanked by 3 stone pillars. Tang Long remained unfazed. He had witnessed a similar sight during his previous expedition with Qian. At that moment, Hong Naoyang noticed a tall instrument among Fan Wenming's group. Tang Long, that must be a seismic sensor. Tang Long's gaze confirmed his suspicion. It indeed was a seismic sensor. Within the base, strict regulations mandated its use only during mining or excavations of substantial relics. The presence of this device among Fan Wenming's group implied they had prior knowledge of the relic's existence. Yet, this contradicted their purported mission to repair the mine. Upon their arrival, he had inquired, and individuals from Area 2 had all claimed to be there to fix the refining plant. Yet, the current situation suggested they were excavating the relic instead. What was truly happening? Fan Wenming's group appeared to be among the first to arrive at this site, seemingly tasked with repairing the refining plant, but their mission seemed to have failed, leading to subsequent waves of personnel until Hong Naoyang's group arrived as the 11th. Regarding the relic, Hong Naoyang was oblivious. They merely knew they were there to maintain the refining plant. Something feels off, Hong Naoyang remarked. Indeed, Tong Long nodded, sensing they might have intended to excavate the relic from the beginning, yet there had been no notification. Perhaps it is a covert operation, Hong Naoyang suggested. Maybe, Tong Long replied, refraining from further speculation due to the situation's complexity. He could not fathom why Fan Wenming's group would be sent here while additional personnel were dispatched to repair the mine, putting the lives of over 5,000 individuals at risk for seemingly no reason. Tong Long, Hong Naoyang stated they have entered. Should we follow? Let us go in, Tong Long decided, stepping forward. Unearthing a relic was an unparalleled opportunity, especially one yet to be explored. Acquiring a prehistoric weapon could mean the difference between life and death. Their group currently possessed cellular energy levels averaging between 3 and 9. A prehistoric weapon could potentially rival a level 1 evolved beast. The hardness of such ancient weaponry typically exceeded 20, easily piercing the skin of evolved beasts. Fan Wenming's group made their way directly to the central hall. Tong Long, what are they doing? Hong Naoyang inquired, observing their direct approach rather than dispersing to excavate, as was customary when discovering a relic. Did the hall harbor some extraordinary treasure? Do not interfere. Let us explore the surroundings, Tong Long instructed, his gaze fixated on Liu Wenwen. From the beginning until now, she had not cast a single glance in his direction, causing him great sorrow. He had risked much to arrive here, yet it seemed to amount to nothing. Perhaps he meant nothing to her. As the 50 individuals began to scatter, Tong Long entered one of the stone rooms. Inside, there was little to be found after 40,000 years. Suddenly, he noticed inscriptions on the wall. Curious, Tong Long examined them. Though he could not decipher the symbols, he grasped their essence. Akin to the unspoken bond of love between individuals, the meaning was palpable. The inscriptions conveyed that one could employ special methods to enhance the human magnetic field, allowing individuals to unleash powers surpassing natural limits. Tong Long was aware of magnetic fields. 2 decades prior, scientists discovered the presence of a form of energy within the human body, a unique biological magnetic field capable of strengthening the body and even inflicting harm from a distance. Interestingly, the strength of this magnetic field varied among individuals. Some possessed weaker fields, while others were stronger. Elderly individuals and children typically exhibited weaker fields, while middle-aged individuals, especially law enforcement personnel, often had robust magnetic fields. Tong Long perceived that these inscriptions resembled a form of martial arts. Although he had only encountered martial arts in passing and had never believed in their existence, the descriptions on the wall bore a striking resemblance to such practices. The inscriptions claimed that one could augment their magnetic field to achieve extraordinary feats, such as channeling it into one's arm to cleave mountains or into one's legs to leap vast distances. Unsure of its authenticity, Tong Long, intrigued, attempted to amplify his own magnetic field. Following the guidance from the inscriptions, he focused on channeling his magnetic field into his right hand. I feel nothing. Initially, Tong Long believed he had failed and questioned the validity of the inscriptions. However, as he prepared for another attempt, he noticed cracks forming on his right arm, accompanied by a trickle of blood. How could this happen? Tong Long's expression turned grave. This arm was not his own, but had belonged to a man who had overdrawn his magical powers, a price paid for his own. Now it bore deep fissures, indicating severe injury. Ordinary wounds healed almost instantly, yet this particular injury showed no signs of recovery, suggesting it exceeded the threshold of healing. What is happening? As Tong Long attempted to turn, he realized he could not move. His body felt as though it were immobilized, unable to shift even slightly. However, it seemed that his right arm could move. Yet, with the slightest motion, Tong Long felt an even greater discrepancy. The strength in his hand appeared to have doubled. As a level 1 evolver, he could lift 1,000 pounds. Just moments ago, however, his arm seemed to possess the force of 2,000 pounds, effortlessly shattering a stone. Martial arts? Earth Chapter 42, Mysteriously Assassinated. Tong Long could only explain all of this through the lens of martial arts. In this realm, ordinary individuals, through the cultivation of martial arts, could wield strength equivalent to 1,000 pounds, achieving the effect of using 4 ounces to move 1,000 pounds. For instance, a common person might initially be able to lift only 100 pounds, but after training in martial arts, they could manage 1,000 or even 10,000 pounds. Yet, was everything described in the realm truly factual? For the last 20 years, and even to this day, an unsolved enigma persists: the inheritance of dreams. Some individuals, after a night's sleep or reading a book, suddenly feel as though they possess vast knowledge. Take, for example, the revered Jella Huofua from 50 years ago. At the age of 20, he was illiterate, yet after a single night's rest, he mastered all the lost Buddhist scriptures and transcribed them flawlessly. Similarly, 2,000 years ago, the Taoist sage Laozi devoted 20 years to study and ultimately grasped the profound principles of the world, becoming the progenitor of Taoism. Perhaps the martial arts in this realm also stem from dream inheritance, Tong Long mused. He hypothesized that many martial artists of the past were not merely speaking nonsense. Rather, at certain moments, they received the dream inheritance of humanity's unfathomable mysteries. It could be that the essence of martial arts is so profound, intertwining with magnetic fields, that while martial artists grasped its truths, they could not apply them to themselves. It is akin to an ordinary person knowing a principle, yet being unable to manifest it. Initially, Tong Long could not manipulate magnetic fields, but the inscriptions on the wall detailed rudimentary martial arts, including techniques regarding the manipulation and superposition of magnetic fields. This is comparable to elementary mathematics teaching that 1 + 1 = 2, while university-level mathematics would not waste time explaining this basic truth. The Taibwa civilization was indeed extraordinary. Tong Long marveled at the might of the Taibwa civilization, which boasted not only magical prowess but also martial arts. He began to dissipate the magnetic field, allowing his body to move. Previously, he had concentrated all his magnetic energy in his right arm, leaving the rest of his body devoid of it. He decided to experiment with his left hand. Earlier, Tong Long had utilized his right hand to manipulate the magnetic field, but it was not truly his own, and its capacity was limited. Now, he employed his left hand to channel the magnetic field. Upon doing so, Tong Long felt an immense surge of power. His left hand concentrated the entirety of his magnetic field, making him feel as though he could crush great stones. The ability to do so was characteristic of a level 2 evolver. With a swift motion, he tested his strength against a nearby stone, crushing it into powder. Perhaps humanity would not face extinction. Gazing at the martial arts teachings on the wall, Tong Long felt that if all of humanity mastered such martial arts, then the evolved beasts would no longer be fearsome. With the strength of a level 1 evolver, after practicing the martial arts inscribed above, he could reach the level of a level 2 evolver capable of crushing stones. If others were to train in such martial arts, they could repel higher-level evolved beasts. Just then, an individual burst in. Without uttering a word, the person threw a punch at Tong Long. At that moment, Tong Long had not yet dissipated the magnetic field and was unable to move. The punch sent him flying. "Is it you?" Tong Long lay on the ground, looking at his assailant. The individual was Wang Chuan, a lackey of Fan Wenming, and a level 1 evolver. Behind Wang Chuan followed a group of over a dozen individuals. "Kill him," Wang Chuan commanded, unwilling to dirty his own hands. The people behind him were all seed evolvers, each demonstrating strength that surpassed that of level 1 evolvers. What is happening? Tong Long summoned a magical shield, but those individuals' attacks could shatter his defenses. For instance, his hardening spell could withstand attacks from evolvers below level 1, yet could not withstand the strikes from these seed evolvers. In mere moments, he was left battered and bruised. Left with no choice, Tong Long decided to unleash his full power. Foretold technique. Channeling his magical energy, he swiftly unleashed dozens of fist-sized fireballs from his body. Boom! The encircling assailants were all pierced through by the fireballs. "What did you do?" Wang Chuan asked in fear, still unaware of the sudden appearance of the fireballs and the demise of his subordinates, pondering whether it was a haunting or divine intervention. Tong Long's eyes were solemn as he approached Wang Chuan. "Don't come any closer," Wang Chuan stammered, just as Tong Long raised his right hand. Poised to kill Wang Chuan with a single blow, a knife flew through the air and severed his right arm. "Boss!" Wang Chuan turned. and the newcomer was none other than Fan Wenming. In that moment, Fan Wenming exuded an aura of menace, starkly different from his usual demeanor. Fan Wenming, what do you intend to do? Are you here to kill me? Tong Long seethed, fueled by the desire for vengeance for his severed arm. Fan Wenming merely stood silently, making no further move. Boss, he killed our men. Wang Chun pointed at the corpses on the ground, all pierced by fireballs. Oh. Fan Wenming's gaze turned inquisitive as he scrutinized Tong Long. After a moment, he spoke. You are quite extraordinary, but you must die today. Give me a reason to die. Tong Long was not afraid of Fan Wenming. You need not know the reason. Just understand that you must die today. Suddenly, Fan Wenming appeared before Tong Long, delivering a punch that sent Tong Long crashing to the ground. What is happening? Tong Long lay on the ground, bewildered as he regarded Fan Wenming, whose displayed prowess far exceeded his own, particularly his speed, which left Tong Long nearly unable to react. Foretold technique. 5 fireballs materialized in Tong Long's hands. Yet, before he could launch them, Fan Wenming, with astonishing speed, reappeared in front of him, and after a flurry of punches, Tong Long found himself on the ground once more. How could this be? Is this the power of a genius? Tong Long struggled to comprehend why Fan Wenming possessed such strength. He had no chance to retaliate. Although he wielded magic and was a level 1 evolver, Fan Wenming, also a level 1 evolver, was simply beyond his capabilities. You shall perish. Fan Wenming aimed to finish off Tong Long, but at that moment, Liu Wenwen appeared. Wenming, what are you doing? Liu Wenwen inquired. Fan Wenming pointed at Tong Long, calmly asserting, he unjustly killed my subordinates. I cannot allow their deaths to go unavenged. Only then did Liu Wenwen notice the several bodies strewn across the ground. Tong Long found himself at a loss for words, as he indeed had been the one to kill. You unjustly killed my people. Today I shall end you, Fan Wenming declared. Just as Fan Wenming's hand was raised, poised to strike Tong Long, a thunderous sound erupted, and Tong Long's body shot forth like a cannonball, directly colliding with him. Moon's eye. Fan Wenming was momentarily stunned. At that moment, Tong Long's eyes glowed crimson, with pupils resembling 2 blood-red moons. This was the moon's eye, an exceedingly terrifying sight. After the moon was unlocked by Huaxia's foremost scholar, Li Bowen, a group of evolved beings emerged on Earth. They wielded immense power, their eyes resembling blood moons. When confronted with a full moon, they could unleash 100-fold their usual strength, effortlessly tearing apart level 3 and 4 evolved beasts. I see. Fan Wenming seemed to grasp something. Earth Chapter 43, Level 6 Civilization. Possessing the moons, I made it easy to outmaneuver foes. However, individuals endowed with the moon's eye were rare, and their lifespans were tragically short, rarely exceeding 3 years. Hence, scientists did not have a thorough understanding of those with the moon's eye. Now, upon witnessing Tong Long's moon's eye, Fan Wenming assumed that Tong Long's fireballs originated from it. At that moment, Tong Long's eyes indeed resembled blood-red moons, yet he had lost consciousness, his gaze fixated solely on Fan Wenming. He made his move. Moments later, Tong Long lunged at Fan Wenming and landed a punch that sent him flying. Not bad. Fan Wenming, unfazed, stood up from the ground and remarked dismissively, let us see whether your moon's eye or my family's martial arts is superior. As he spoke, Fan Wenming suddenly radiated heat, causing the debris on the ground to levitate as if defying gravity. At that moment, Liu Wenwen suddenly recalled something. Previously, Fan Wenming had mentioned that his family had been martial artists for generations, with each member required to cultivate a specific martial art from birth. At the time, she had been skeptical, yet now she found herself believing. The floating debris, unaffected by Earth's gravity, was indeed influenced by the cultivation of qi. The heat emanating from Fan Wenming intensified. Let me see whether your moon eye is superior or my martial arts prevail. As the heat around him ceased to escalate, Fan Wenming abruptly charged towards Tang Long. His speed was astonishing. Liu Wenwen covered her mouth in surprise, as this was the first time she had witnessed such a display of speed from Fan Wenming. Indeed, his swiftness was remarkable. When he dashed forward, only an afterimage remained. Bang! With a rapid strike, he unleashed a powerful punch. Fan Wenming struck first, yet Tang Long effortlessly caught his fist. How is this possible? Fan Wenming attempted to withdraw his hand, only to find it captured by Tang Long crack. A sound of bone fracturing echoed as Tang Long tightened his grip. Boss! At that moment, Wang Chun hurled a knife towards Fan Wenming. He caught the knife and smiled. His family specialized in knife techniques, and with a blade in hand, his strength would amplify significantly. Swish! With a single stroke, he severed Tang Long's remaining arm. Tang Long, now disarmed, displayed no emotion on his face. It is time to say goodbye. After all, you gazed upon what you should not have. As he looked at the doomed Tang Long, Fan Wenming finally articulated his reason for the impending execution. In this world of martial arts, anyone who cultivates without the consent of the Fan family must face death. Halt! Just then, Hong Naoyang and his group arrived on the scene. What is happening here? Why are you killing our people? What has Brother Long done? The crowd clamored, incessantly questioning Fan Wenming. They had come with Tang Long and had received his protection, so witnessing his impending death ignited their fury, demanding an explanation. He killed my people. Fan Wenming pointed to the numerous corpses on the ground. I seek vengeance for my kin. Do you wish to intervene? Hong Naoyang's group had already seen the bodies strewn about, yet they still believed Tang Long would not resort to wanton killing. Tang Long, what is going on? Hong Naoyang shouted at him. At that moment, Tang Long remained silent, his expression cold and detached. It was indeed he who had committed the murders. What more could he say? Wang Chun shouted defiantly. Tang Long remained mute, and Hong Naoyang's group began to feel guilty. Many fell silent. If Tang Long could offer even a few words, they might have dared to confront Fan Wenming. However, Tang Long's silence suggested acceptance of guilt. Tang Long, is it true? Hong Naoyang still believed that Tang Long would not kill without cause. Tang Long continued to be unresponsive. At this juncture, Fan Wenming approached Tang Long, raising his knife, prepared to deliver the final blow. Yet, just as the blade was lifted, numerous tendrils suddenly emerged from Tang Long's severed limbs, ensnaring Fan Wenming instantly. These tendrils appeared remarkably sturdy. No matter how fiercely he struggled, it was futile. Quickly, save the boss. Fan Wenming's subordinates surged forward. Thud! The oncoming individuals were swiftly impaled by the tendrils emanating from Tang Long's body, meeting their demise. Tang Long. In that instant, Hong Naoyang began to believe that Tang Long was indeed capable of unprovoked murder. Tang Long had transformed into a demon, or perhaps even more fearsome, killing without so much as a flicker of his eyes. Bang! Fan Wenming exerted all his strength to sever the tendrils, landing awkwardly on the ground. Tang Long remained silent. Yet the tendrils seemed to grow even more frenzied, all converging towards Fan Wenming. Faced with a multitude of tendrils, Fan Wenming felt his doom was imminent. These were no ordinary tendrils. Even with his utmost effort, he could scarcely sever one, yet now hundreds were advancing towards him, leaving him no chance of survival. Halt! At this critical moment, Lu Wenwen suddenly stepped in front of Fan Wenming. In that instant, the chaotic tendrils appeared to pause. You monster, get away! Lu Wenwen, tears streaming down her face, scolded Tang Long. At that moment, Tang Long was indeed a monster covered in tendrils. Yet, this monstrous figure could do nothing against Lu Wenwen. 10 minutes later, Tang Long remained motionless, as if frozen, the tendrils hanging limply. Take the others and leave. Hong Naoyang instructed his people to escort the survivors away. This place is no longer safe, even if Tang Long is our friend. Supported by Lu Wenwen, Fan Wenming began to depart as well. After everyone had fled, the tendrils from Tang Long's arms began to dissipate, yet he still did not move. Within Tang Long's mind, or perhaps in another realm, he confronted a figure. The individual appeared human, but spoke with an inhuman tone. Human, I saved you. How will you show your gratitude? Who are you, and where is this place? Tang Long demanded angrily, for this person had just controlled his body, causing him to behave aberrantly. Most infuriatingly, they had made Lu Wenwen believe he was a monster. This was Lu Wenwen's first conversation with him, and it had turned out thus. Human, do not be ungrateful. The figure replied, had I not saved you, you would already be dead. Tang Long ceased to argue. The situation was indeed as stated, for Fan Wenming could have killed him just moments ago. Were it not for this being's intervention, he would have perished. However, who was this entity, and what was their purpose in controlling him? Who are you? Tang Long inquired. Human, I am not from your planet. The figure began to introduce itself. My name is Sai Luo, a police officer from the planet Miso. 1,000 years ago, we discovered your planet and conducted observations, noting that your civilization was still in its primitive state, thus we paid it little mind. However, subsequently, our people began to experience a series of disappearances while traversing your world. Consequently, we suspected that an entity of higher civilization existed on your planet, abducting our kind. Why do you say that? Tang Long questioned, confused. Disappearances could easily be attributed to natural causes. Why must it be linked to a superior civilization? This is because our civilization has reached level 6, and there are no known threats to us within this portion of the universe. Chapter 44 of the Earth Chronicle, The Laws of Three Bodies. Oh, Tang Long found it incomprehensible what a level 6 civilization entailed. Even more so, to grasp the concept of a civilization immune to natural influences. The bizarre black holes and intense solar radiation were all natural phenomena. If there existed a civilization that could withstand black holes and the sun's scorching heat, their advancement must be unfathomable. The reality is that our people have encountered repeated disappearances on your planet, and it seems like 2 have vanished. Tang Long stared, bewildered. I'm a police officer. Sai Luo continued, 1,000 years ago, your civilization was merely in its infancy, not even reaching level 1, yet caused our visitors to disappear one after another. Thus, I devoted my life to investigating these mysterious disappearances, but upon arriving here, I found my powers severely suppressed, and soon after, I lost contact with others. Remaining here for a millennium likely counted among the missing. Oh, Tang Long began to understand. Sai Luo was a police officer from the planet Miso, risking his life to investigate the disappearances of his compatriots on Earth. Yet once here, he had lost contact with the outside world for 1,000 years. A millennium ago, human civilization was just beginning during the Paleolithic era. At that time, humans utilized stone tools, making it impossible for any advanced civilization to exist. Yet, Sai Luo insisted that Earth possessed a civilization surpassing theirs. It must be noted that their civilization claimed to be a level 6 civilization, impervious to any natural factors, capable of traversing black holes and settling around stars. How could they be abducted by primitive, stone-wielding humans? How did you enter my body? After a brief moment, Tang Long inquired, expressing his aversion towards the notion of controlling his own body. I have been within your body all along, but I only recently awakened. Sai Luo, concealing some truths, replied, it is possible that I was asleep at that time, and my soul essence entered the bodies of your ancestors, gradually being passed down through generations into your being. Tang Long felt this was akin to a hereditary illness, and after a moment, he questioned, why do you not depart from my body? Alas, Sai Luo sighed, lamenting, my body has vanished, and I know not where it has gone. If you can assist me in locating my body, I shall take my leave. Can I? Tang Long asked, considering himself merely an ordinary person with only a modicum of magical ability. You can, for I have perceived the power of hope within you, Sai Luo asserted. The power of hope is the most formidable force in the cosmos, possessed by only a select few. Those who harbor the strength of hope can achieve almost anything, even the annihilation of the universe itself. I did not comprehend, Tang Long responded, yet I am willing to aid you, provided I have a condition. What condition? Only if I can fulfill it. Sai Luo was prepared to agree to any terms offered by Tang Long. Assist us humans in fending off the attacks of the evolved beasts, Tang Long stated. Sai Luo appeared somewhat troubled, responding, the emergence of evolved beasts is governed by cosmic laws, and it is not something outsiders can influence. If I were to aid you humans, then even more formidable evolved beasts would arise on Earth. For instance, my current strength is equivalent to a level 6 evolved beast. And should I assist you in mitigating the evolved beasts, a level 7 evolved beast would then appear on Earth. Oh, Tang Long queried, why is that so? It is all due to the laws of the universe, Sai Luo sighed, explaining, in fact, we Miso inhabitants faced attacks from evolved beasts millions of years ago. And during that time, the evolved beasts on our planet were far more terrifying than yours, each as massive as a mountain. We sought help from other planets. But upon their arrival, rather than assisting us, they accelerated the evolution of the beasts, almost leading to our extinction. Why is that? Tang Long asked. The appearance of evolved beasts is not a coincidence. It is inevitable, as it is dictated by the three-body problem. Sai Luo elucidated, every living planet experiences this three-body problem, wherein the three bodies represent three unknown factors. Taking your Earth as an example, humanity, as the highest life form, constitutes one unknown factor, while all other life forms aside from humanity are classified as another unknown factor. The final unknown factor is Earth itself. Tang Long began to find it difficult to grasp this knowledge, as it was exceedingly complex. Sai Luo continued, apart from Earth as the unknown factor, humanity will be adversaries of other life forms. Those who win may continue to evolve, while those who lose will cease to exist. Should an external factor intervene at this juncture, Earth as the unknown factor would come into play. The specifics depend on the situation at hand. For instance, if I were to join your side, then evolve be stronger than I would emerge. Thus, external factors cannot provide assistance. Tang Long comprehended to a degree. Humanity, the evolved beasts, and Earth each belong to the three systems of the three-body problem, with Earth serving as the arbiter while humanity and the evolved beasts play competing roles. When humanity prevails, it can evolve once more. However, should humanity lose, it will vanish from Earth, marking the dawn of the next civilization. Contemplating this, Tang Long wondered if the Tabir civilization had met a similar fate. The Tabir civilization was evidently far superior to human civilization, yet they resided underground and mysteriously disappeared. After a moment, Tang Long inquired, what about the Tabir civilization? I do not know, Sai Luo replied. By the time I arrived, the Tabir civilization had already ceased to exist. However, their civilization was undoubtedly not as strong as ours. At this point, Sai Luo abruptly stated, let's discuss this later. I have been out for too long, and the energy I gathered is nearly depleted. For now, this is sufficient. Remember, you must help me find my body. With that, Sai Luo's voice faded away. Simultaneously, Tang Long felt as though he were plummeting from the void, and suddenly, he opened his eyes wide. I am back. Tang Long attempted to move his body and found that he was indeed able to do so. Everything that had transpired felt dreamlike. Alas, glancing at his severed arm, Tang Long couldn't help but sigh. Both arms had been severed by Fan Wenming, and he was determined to avenge this grievance. Tang Long resolved to venture out. At that moment, voices could be heard from outside. As the voices drew nearer, Tang Long recognized a familiar figure. San Shao, Tang Long exclaimed. There were three individuals approaching, with Su San Shao leading the way. Tang Long. Su San Shao also spotted Tang Long, yet his gaze fell upon Tang Long's arms, and with a tone of sympathy, he asked what happened. Tang Long provided a brief account. I see, Su San Shao replied. You have landed yourself in quite the predicament. What do you mean? Tang Long inquired. Alas, Su San Shao sighed. Fan Wenming is not an ordinary person. His father is a core figure in the Huaxia headquarters, overseeing 80% of the military and all level 5 evolved beings. That cannot be, Tang Long thought, struggling to believe that Fan Wenming possessed such a formidable background. The Fan family is shrouded in mystery and is an ancient matriarchal lineage. Su San Shao inhaled deeply, stating currently, there are a total of 89 level 5 evolved beings globally, 20 of whom hail from the Fan family. And these 20 level 5 evolved beings are nearly capable of single-handedly contending against level 5 evolved beasts. It is related to martial arts, Tang Long remarked, recalling that Fan Wenming's motive for attacking him was due to his unintentional learning of martial arts. Indeed, you're already aware, Su San Shao confirmed. The Fan family possesses martial arts that only a select few know. I learned of it by chance. When I discovered that I could not enhance my strength, I brought my formula to the Fan family, hoping to join them and learn martial arts, but I was unsuccessful. So it was like this. Tang Long increasingly felt that he had offended a significant individual. Earth Chapter 45, establishing a base. Tang Long side. To exact revenge, he must eliminate Fan Wenming. However, the latter's background is too vast. His father is one of the core figures of the Huaxia headquarters, and his mother seems to be equally formidable. Moreover, the Fan family appears to control the advanced combat capabilities of Huaxia, with 20 level 5 evolved beings originating from them. Even Su San Shao, the first evolved being of Huaxia, had approached them with a formula seeking guidance, only to be turned away. Tang Long was at a loss regarding what to do next. With martial arts in his possession, he would be pursued by the Fan family, which represented the entirety of Huaxia. Thus, he might find no refuge within Huaxia. In this era of evolved beasts, being cast aside equated to death. I have a solution, Su San Shao proposed. Presently, humanity teeters on the brink of danger, and the martial arts possessed by the Fan family could enable humanity to weather this crisis. However, the Fan family does not disseminate their martial arts. If you could impart your martial arts to others, enabling them to possess it as well, I believe the Fan family would not target you. Tang Long contemplated seriously, deeming this method quite favorable. His martial arts were foundational, easily comprehensible to anyone. Thus, if this were to be the case, humanity's strength would double, enhancing their chances of survival. Even the Fan family, regardless of their might, could not contend against all of humanity. With this issue clarified, Tang Long handed over the inscriptions from the wall to Su Sanshao, entrusting him with the task. Su Sanshao, eager to refine martial arts, was thus pleased. Indeed, it is martial arts. Su Sanshao exclaimed with excitement upon receiving the martial arts, declaring, "This matter is in our hands now." Though the Fan family manages martial arts stringently, as long as we do not reveal it before them, no one shall know that we possess martial arts. After a moment, he turned to the two individuals behind him, saying, "What do you think? We will follow Sanshao's lead." The two men who had been accompanying Su Sanshao were in complete accord with him. After a brief pause, Su Sanshao addressed Tang Long. "Your injuries are severe, but you can no longer return to the base. How about this? You should go to the Chang'an base and seek out my uncle. He is the leader there and will take you in and attend to your wounds." Chang'an base is a modest establishment devoid of any evolutionaries, housing approximately 50,000 inhabitants. "Thank you." Tang Long felt abandoned by humanity, yet found a sense of belonging. However, he was reminded by Xu Sanshao that he must adopt an alias to avoid attracting the attention of the Fan family, renowned for their formidable prowess, controlling nearly 1/5 of humanity's strength. Tang Long took this warning to heart and, before departing, inquired if there had been any recent misfortunes. Xu Sanshao paused, recalling Wang Dali's prophecy, and replied dismissively that he had been perfectly fine for the past 2 weeks. With that, Tang Long wished him well, refraining from mentioning the incident involving Zhang Xiaoqiang and the disruption of time and space, as well as the unsealing of the earth. Initially, Wang Dali had predicted Xu Sanshao's demise, followed by a prophecy concerning Ye Chen, who ultimately met a tragic end. Xu Sanshao, despite being forewarned, still thrived, leaving uncertainty about his future. Upon leaving the ruins, Tang Long made his way to Chang'an base. This small, fully enclosed base was fortified with 5-meter-thick metal plates and encased in 10-meter-thick stone, resembling a diminutive mountain. Nevertheless, gun ports and ventilation holes could be discerned from various caves. As Tang Long approached the entrance, the guards, noticing his lack of arms, barked, "This is not a shelter. Please leave." Undeterred, he continued onward. "Did you not hear me?" one guard shouted, firing a warning shot, yet Tang Long pressed on. "Seeking death, are we?" The guard aimed his weapon directly at Tang Long and fired again. To his astonishment, the bullet failed to penetrate Tang Long, suggesting that he was indeed an evolutionary. "Curse it!" the guard exclaimed, quickly donning a smile as he welcomed Tang Long. "My lord, why did you not announce your status sooner? Had I known you were an evolutionary, I would have treated you with greater respect." He promptly contacted the leader, for the presence of even a single evolutionary could exponentially enhance the base's strength. While the base's firepower was limited to passive defense, an evolutionary could actively combat and drive away the nearby evolutionary beasts. For the past 2 decades, Chang'an Base had been devoid of evolutionaries, leading many of its residents to rarely venture outside, some never having experienced the world beyond its confines. Thus, when an evolutionary passed through, the inhabitants would go to great lengths to retain them. Before long, a slightly haggard man approached. After exchanging words with the guards, he introduced himself. "My lord, I am Xu Jin, the leader here. How may I assist you?" Although Tang Long lacked arms, he was undeniably a genuine evolutionary. His settlement within their base would be of immense benefit to them. Tang Long was taken aback by the commotion he had inadvertently caused and stated, "I was sent by Sanshao. My name is Ma Long, and I intend to stay here." Xu Jin only caught the last few words, not fully grasping the preceding context. The news of Tang Long's residence at Chang'an Base sent ripples of excitement throughout the community. After 2 decades, an evolutionary had finally arrived. In the past, some evolutionaries had come, but upon witnessing the base's conditions, they had departed. The base was engulfed in vast forests, frequently besieged by evolutionary beasts, leaving even Tier 3 and Tier 4 evolutionaries hesitant to settle there. The base's survival hinged upon the ruins below, which provided refuge during fierce assault from powerful evolutionary beasts. However, the air within the ruins was poor, making it easy for inhabitants to fall ill if overcrowded, which resulted in the population stagnating around 50,000 over the past 20 years. Tong Long was assigned to the finest quarters, attended by 2 maidservants. For the first 3 days, he was left undisturbed, given that he was new and unfamiliar with his surroundings. On the 4th day, Xu Jin shyly broached the subject. "My lord, small groups of evolutionary beasts frequently damage the base's walls. Our guards' weapons are ineffective against them. We kindly request your assistance." Tong Long recognized the protocol of residing in a base. Once settled, one must share in the fate of the community. Previous evolutionaries who abandoned their bases had faced dire consequences, captured by the Huaxia headquarters to combat Tier 5 evolutionary beasts, with none returning alive. Stepping outside, Tong Long squinted at the scene. Before him were merely a dozen pseudo-beasts, not true evolutionary beasts, leading him to suspect that Xu Jin was testing him. Tong Long approached them directly. As he did, someone whispered to Xu Jin, "Leader, do you think this lord will be all right? How can a man without arms contend with a swarm of pseudo-beasts?" Yet, as Tong Long entered the throng of pseudo-beasts, each creature's eyes widened in fear. "This is impossible," even Xu Jin exclaimed. Tong Long strode confidently among the pseudo-beasts, which recoiled in terror, emitting anguished cries. In less than 10 seconds, all the pseudo-beasts fell inexplicably dead. "Did they die from fright?" someone remarked incredulously. Chapter 46. The Cosmic Trading System. Everyone was astounded. Tong Long had walked past them, seemingly without effort. Yet the pseudo-beasts had perished. "My lord, did you see that?" Xu Jin hurriedly inquired. "I don't know. Perhaps they were simply too weak," Tong Long replied casually. In truth, he had employed a pain spell, and given his current status as a novice mage, he could unleash hundreds of such spells instantaneously without drawing upon a magical energy source. Each pain spell caused the victim's blood to reverse flow, resulting in a painful demise. Those unaware of the truth assumed that Tong Long's imposing presence had terrified the pseudo-beasts into submission. Upon returning to his quarters, Tong Long intended to rest. But Xu Jin entered with a box, apologizing, "My lord, I previously doubted your prowess, and I offer my sincerest apologies. I have brought medicine, hoping it will assist in your recovery." He extended the box to Tong Long, who accepted it and dismissed Xu Jin, well aware of his own injuries. Although modern technology could revive any individual with a single functioning brain cell, this was only applicable to ordinary people. For evolutionaries, conventional remedies fell short. Their cells contained energy, rendering ordinary treatments ineffective. Nonetheless, there were means to heal an evolutionary. If an evolutionary sustained injuries, consuming the blood of a Tier 4 or Tier 5 dragon beast could restore their body. However, dragon beasts were not only the most formidable creatures, but also exceedingly rare, making it difficult for evolutionaries with missing limbs to receive treatment. Tong Long opened the box, having little hope for his current condition. His one arm could be treated with dragon beast blood, but the other was beyond restoration, having been sacrificed in exchange for a magical energy source, resulting in its permanent disappearance. This loss was genetic, transforming him into a distinct subspecies known as one-armed humanity, with all descendants similarly afflicted. Upon opening the box, Tong Long found, as expected, merely a vial of ordinary healing potion. Yet, upon ingesting the potion, he suddenly felt an extraordinary sensation. His arm began to reappear, gradually materializing before his eyes. "My arm." Tong Long could confirm it was indeed his own, marked by a scar from his childhood. At that moment, a voice echoed in his ear. It was the Cosmic Trading System. "Who?" Tong Long was momentarily taken aback, then said, "Salo, is that you?" The voice belonged to Salo. 10,000 years ago, Luo arrived on Earth and became trapped. Eventually, his soul essence inexplicably entered the body of humanity's ancestors, passing down through generations until it reached Tang Long's body. To his astonishment, "You have entered the Cosmic Trading System." Luo was taken aback. "What did you say?" I couldn't comprehend a single word. In truth, Tang Long grasped a fragment of the meaning, yet the entirety eluded him. The Cosmic Trading System is an enigmatic construct, capable of trading anything, including personality, soul, and even formidable bodily organs. Luo shifted his tone and remarked, "However, your phenomenon appears somewhat unique. Not conforming to the norm of trading, I cannot specify why." Sai Luo continued his monologue, oblivious to whether Tang Long could comprehend his words. After a moment, Tang Long inquired, "Are you familiar with magic?" Sai Luo hesitated briefly before responding. "Are you referring to wireless energy transmission?" "Indeed," Tang Long affirmed. "On Earth, it was once referred to as the Gusi Te coil technology." "Ah," Sai Luo reflected, "I understand now. If wireless energy transfer occurs between lifeless entities, it is merely a monetary exchange and does not enter the cosmic trading system. However, if a living being participates, it directly engages with the cosmic trading system." "Then what about my arm?" Tang Long recounted the loss of his limb. "Your arm was once traded to the entity that supplied you with magical power. Logically, it should not have returned. Yet, the emergence of the cosmic trading system indicates another transaction has taken place, which is why your arm has been restored. Are you implying?" Tang Long was puzzled by Sai Luo's explanation. "In essence, you just utilized something tenfold or even 100-fold more precious than your arm in a forced exchange." "Really?" Tang Long was incredulous, unable to recall using anything particularly valuable. However, he soon remembered the vial of potion he had consumed. "Are you referring to this?" Tang Long examined the empty vial, finding nothing extraordinary. "It appeared to be an ordinary medicine. I cannot say for certain, but the return of your arms signifies that you indeed expended a significant cost in that forced transaction. If you are curious, you might inquire about the origin of that potion." At this point, Sai Luo ceased further commentary. Subsequently, Tang Long summoned Su Jin. Upon entering, Su Jin expressed joy at Tang Long's newly grown arm, yet was puzzled as to why only one had regenerated. Tang Long held up the potion vial and asked, "Is there more of this medicine?" Su Jin hesitated. "My lord, this is the finest medicine in our base, yet it is not artificially synthesized. It comes from a spring within the ruins. However, that spring has long since dried up, only producing a drop or two at rare intervals. Ordinary individuals find it cures any ailment, but for someone like you, an evolved one, this is unprecedented." "Oh." Tang Long understood and requested Su Jin to take him to the ruins. Along the way, Su Jin elaborated that this ruin was where Su Sanshao discovered Earth's first alchemical formula, while also being one of the most severely damaged sites by humanity. After the discovery of the formula, subsequent visitors conducted extensive excavations, leaving little semblance of the original ruin. Indeed, upon entering, Tang Long found what resembled a battlefield, riddled with various craters. Su Jin pointed to the largest pit, stating that is where San Shao discovered the formula, though it has been severely excavated. Tang Long approached to find a pit with a diameter of 20 meters and a depth of over 200 meters, contemplating the enormous tools that must have been used for such digging. After a moment, Su Jin indicated a less conspicuous pit with slightly damp soil. Tang Long stood at the edge, observing the moist earth. Su Jin explained, 5 years ago, water suddenly overflowed from this pit. Initially, no one paid it any mind until someone, thirsty, drank from it and discovered their skin ailments vanished, revealing the water's miraculous properties. However, the supply was limited, and once word spread, it was quickly depleted, with people excavating but finding little. Eventually, it ceased to yield water, producing only a drop or two at rare intervals. "Oh." As Tang Long pondered, Sai Luo's voice emerged. "There's a familiar scent here. It is likely my body is nearby." "Your body?" Tang Long queried, perplexed. "Indeed," Sai Luo affirmed confidently, "my body must be here, but how it ended up in this location eludes me. I have vague recollections regarding the loss of my physical form. In fact, they are nearly non-existent. I only remember that my soul essence departed my body and entered that of humanity's ancestors, passing down through genetic inheritance over the span of 10 millennia. What should I do?" Tang Long expressed his helplessness. 20 years ago, the formula was discovered here, and those who entered subsequently excavated extensively. 5 years ago, the divine water that cures all ailments was found, leading to another round of intense digging. It can be said that little remains to be unearthed. The ground is littered with 10-meter-deep pits. My body is special. It will not be buried in the soil. Yet it is undoubtedly here. Sai Luo encouraged Tang Long, saying, "You possess the strength of hope within you. What others cannot accomplish, you certainly can." "Very well." Tang Long reluctantly acquiesced. As long as Sai Luo's essence remained within him, he felt uneasy. Moments later, He informed Su Jin that he would remain there for a few days and instructed him to seek him if any matters arose. Yes, my lord. Su Jin complied without question, having witnessed Tang Long's capabilities and trusting his commands. Once Su Jin departed, Tang Long commenced his excavation. Despite Sai Luo's assertions that his body was not buried in the soil, the area was predominantly earth, with nothing else evident. The only means to uncover anything was through digging. Tang Long chose the site where the formula was discovered, a massive pit with a diameter of 50 meters and a depth of 200 meters. However, after 3 days, he had unearthed nothing. The deeper he dug, the harder the soil became, diminishing his motivation to continue. At that moment, Sai Luo suddenly urged, "Hurry up. I sense my body is nearby." "Is that so?" Tang Long quickly ascended, following Sai Luo's directions. However, upon reaching the surface, nothing appeared out of the ordinary. "Walk 100 meters to the left and see what lies there," Sai Luo urged excitedly. Tang Long surveyed the area, realizing it was the site of the divine water discovery, and hurried over. "It is the divine water." He beheld 2 thumb-sized droplets floating in the pit, crystalline and translucent, reminiscent of what he had previously consumed. "This seems to be my blood," Sai Luo mused. "Your blood?" Tang Long was astonished. If these droplets were indeed Sai Luo's blood, then it possessed remarkable properties, capable not only of healing ailments, but also of facilitating transactions within the cosmic trading system. "Indeed, it is my blood," Sai Luo sighed. "Yet it is merely 2 drops and not my body." "What do you mean?" Tang Long's confusion deepened. Sai Luo clarified, "There was once a summoning platform here. Someone used it to summon my body. However, over time, those individuals vanished, and the platform has a capacity for energy storage. Once sufficient energy accumulates, it will activate again." "Where's the summoning platform?" "I see nothing." Tang Long scanned the surroundings without spotting any platform. The summoning platform is invisible to the naked eye. It can only be perceived through imagination. Sai Luo's explanation was vague. "Oh," Tang Long admitted his ignorance, and after a moment, asked, "Is it possible for you to reconstruct a summoning platform to call your body back?" Tang Long believed that since Sai Luo was the guardian of the divine civilization, he must possess extensive knowledge and should be capable of reconstructing the summoning platform to bring his body back. However, Sai Luo responded, "I only understand the theory behind the summoning platform. Reconstructing it is beyond my abilities. You are a magician, and your mental prowess should suffice. Try to envision it. Perhaps you will succeed." Initially taken aback, Tang Long nodded in agreement. "Then I shall give it a try." Imagining something he had never seen, yet knew to be real, proved to be a daunting challenge. At first, he struggled to conceive an image, merely envisioning a platform adorned with numerous torches, reminiscent of a beacon tower. Yet, as he pondered, a vast, swirling vortex unexpectedly materialized in his mind. It resembled a horizontal tornado, perpetually spinning. "It has appeared." Sai Luo's voice interrupted Tang Long's reverie. Upon opening his eyes, Tang Long beheld a large cross-section vortex floating in the void. "Is this the summoning platform?" he inquired in astonishment. The vortex, dark and rotating in concentric circles, seemed capable of devouring one's very soul. "Indeed, this is the summoning platform," Sai Luo replied, his voice tinged with excitement. "Step inside. It may lead to my body." "You want me to enter?" Tang Long hesitated, sensing the vortex possessed a force that could tear apart anything. Would he not be reduced to mere fragments? "Fear not," Sai Luo reassured him. "Trust me, nothing will happen." Summoning his courage, Tang Long approached the vortex. To his surprise, as he neared, the surface of the vortex seemed to bulge outward, extending toward him. "Reach out your hand," Sai Luo urged. Tentatively, Tang Long extended his hand. As he did, he noticed it transforming into a noodle-like form, swirling within the protruding vortex, accompanied by a sensation of being drawn inward. "It's all right," Sai Luo encouraged. "Go on." Gathering his resolve, Tang Long plunged his entire arm into the vortex. It was astonishing. He could see his arm morphing into twisted lines, spiraling within. He mused that this might be the secret of long-distance teleportation, compressing matter from 3 dimensions to 1 for low-energy travel across vast distances. With a swift motion, he stepped forward, his entire being twisting into lines, spiraling deeper into the vortex. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, or perhaps it was less than a second, before he tumbled out of another vortex. A statue? Upon lifting his head, he discovered a rather ordinary stone statue resembling an ancient man. This might be my body. Sai Luo's voice echoed, laced with uncertainty. Should I smash it? Tang Long inquired. The statue appeared akin to those from a former tourist site, a type of terracotta warrior. Hollow within. No need, Sai Luo lamented. This may not be the entirety of my body. It is merely a fragment. What do you mean? Tang Long asked. I may have been dismembered, Sai Luo replied, his tone heavy with resignation. He remained unaware of the events that transpired a millennium ago, resulting in his soul fragmenting while his body was severed. What should I do now? Tang Long felt conflicted. If they could not locate Sai Luo's complete body, he would remain trapped within Tang Long's form, creating an unsettling existence of two souls within a single body. Bring that statue back. We will devise a plan later. For now, we must return. Very well. Tang Long envisioned the summoning platform once more, and shortly after, the dark vortex reappeared. However, within it, he caught sight of a familiar silhouette. Dali? He exclaimed in surprise. A month prior, Wang Dali had been consumed by a black hole summoned by Zhang Xiaochong. How could he possibly be here? In the Earth chapter 48, More Void Than True Void, the figure was silent, and Sai Luo spoke. You know him? At that moment, Tang Long recalled that Sai Luo, hailing from the 6th level civilization of Miso, should possess considerable knowledge. Indeed, Sai Luo continued, that individual, lacking a corporeal form, has manifested a body that is impervious. However, such occurrences are rare, even among our kind. I cannot comprehend how he appeared. Sai Luo continued, oblivious to whether Tang Long could follow his words. After a moment, Tang Long asked, he is my friend. Can you rescue him? Wang Dali now resembled a tadpole, aimlessly drifting within the vortex. I shall attempt, Sai Luo replied uncertainly. After a brief pause, Sai Luo instructed Tang Long to approach the vortex while intending to borrow Tang Long's body. As the vortex exerted its alluring pull, the moment Tang Long extended his hand, it transformed into two tendrils, spiraling toward the vortex. As it accelerated, though he lost control of his body, Tang Long could still perceive the external world. He observed the two tendrils swirling within the vortex, which began to spin faster. After approximately 5 minutes, he witnessed Wang Dali being expelled from the vortex, as if propelled by centrifugal force. Regaining control of his body, Tang Long hurried to Wang Dali's side, finding him unconscious. Strange, Sai Luo remarked. This young man's corporeal purity exceeds theoretical expectations. What? Tang Long queried. His body surpasses that of the beings from the light star. Sai Luo explained. Each individual from the light star can transform into a beam of light, existing between the void and reality. During interstellar travel, they embody light, achieving superluminal speeds, yet when they pause, they become tangible once more. And Dali? Tang Long still struggled to grasp Sai Luo's meaning. Our Miso people have encountered the beings from the light star, yet we have failed to attain their pure essence. Those we produced, even in their void state, can still be detected by instruments, whereas the true beings from the light star elude such detection, embodying true void. However, this young man, Sai Luo began to emphasize, his corporeal purity is unparalleled, and if he were to become void, he would surpass even true void. Surpass true void? Tang Long found it difficult to comprehend such a concept. If the Miso people's light star beings, upon transforming into void, represented an absence imperceptible to the naked eye, while the true void of the light star beings could not be scanned by instruments, then what could exist that surpassed true void? Subconsciousness. Galuo interieset. The ultimate void is one that renders you unaware of its existence. Even if you had once encountered it, when it vanishes, you retain no memory of it, as if it had never existed at all. This is the essence of a reality more void than true void. Is this merely theoretical? Tang Long inquired. Typically, theoretical concepts are unreliable. Not so, Sai Luo clarified. This is not theory, but rather a hypothesis. Hypothesis? Tang Long was somewhat familiar with the term. A hypothesis is employed to assert the existence of non-existent entities, with the outcome serving to validate their existence. It may seem paradoxical, yet it is a common method in the realm of universal theory. For instance, if someone hypothesizes that the chicken came before the egg and, through experimentation, discovers the egg indeed hatches into a chicken, then the hypothesis that the chicken precedes the egg is validated. Our civilization is advanced and has conducted this hypothesis. Suppose a certain entity appears before us, yet upon its disappearance, we retain no memory of it, nor can we recall it in the future. We term this phenomenon as being more void than true void. And Wang De, Tang Long sensed a disconnect between Wang De's condition and Sai Luo's assertions. Perhaps his abilities have yet to manifest. He cannot become void. Sai Luo could only offer this explanation. Subsequently, Tang Long returned to the ruins with the statue and Wang De. 2 days passed, and Wang De stirred awake, groggily calling out, "Long Ge." Upon first laying eyes on Tang Long, Wang De hastily sat up and inquired, "Where are we? It feels as though we are amidst ruins." As Wang De surveyed his surroundings, he confirmed that they were indeed in a dilapidated relic. Moments later, Tang Long explained how he had discovered Wang De. "So that is how it is," Wang De responded, somewhat bewildered. "I was sucked into Xiao Chang's black hole, and then I felt as though I were a leaf caught in the wind, drifting aimlessly without sensation." Sighing, Tang Long remarked, "In truth, all of this was already predestined." He went on to say that everything Xiao Chang had done was mentioned in Volume 12 of the Illusion Sutra, implying that Xiao Chang's actions were fated and should not be blamed on him. "I do not blame him," Wang De replied. "I feel sorrow for him as well." Tang Long felt a sense of helplessness. The Illusion Sutra's Volume 12 referenced Xiao Chang, while Volume 50 referred to himself. Xiao Chang would tear apart the seal of earth, allowing its beings to evolve once more, while he himself would bring about its destruction. Was everything truly predestined, or merely a series of coincidences? At that moment, Su Jin, gasping for breath, shouted, "Sir, it is bad. The beast tide is coming." "What is happening?" Tang Long urged Su Jin to slow down. Unbeknownst to them, a tremor erupted from the mountain ahead, followed by a multitude of evolved beasts rushing down. Although their location was not a primary route, it remained a path. Should evolved beasts descend from the mountain, the consequences for them could be dire. Su Jin left his thoughts unspoken, but Tang Long could surmise the implications. This base could withstand an assault from no more than 5 level 1 evolved beasts, while the mountain harbored tens of thousands of evolved beasts of higher ranks. As they rushed down, it was inevitable that some would scatter and pass through their base, leading to catastrophic outcomes. Evolved beasts seemed to harbor an inherent hatred for humanity and would wreak havoc upon encountering them. Do not panic. First, let the others enter the ruins to take shelter. I will go out to investigate. Brother Long, I shall accompany you, Wang De insisted urgently. Tang Long nodded and introduced Wang De to Su Jin, stating that he was a friend and also an evolver. "Greetings, sir." Su Jin acknowledged Wang De with a nod, though his gaze bore skepticism, for he could not perceive the aura befitting an evolver emanating from Wang De. Evolvers typically exuded a certain presence, a forceful energy, even the seed of evolution itself. Wang De chuckled sheepishly, fully aware that he was no evolver. His power was akin to that of an ordinary person, incapable of defeating any evolved beast. Upon exiting the ruins, Tang Long stood at the highest point of the base. "What is that?" He pointed to a circular protrusion on the mountain, half of which was exposed. "I do not know," Su Jin replied, shaking his head. "That explosion sound originated from there. Could it perhaps be a relic?" Wang De casually suggested. Chapter 49 of the Earth Volume. Unknown relic. He mused. It might indeed be a relic. Though Wang De had spoken offhandedly, the more Tang Long observed the protrusion, the more he believed it to be a relic. It was a remnant from 40,000 years ago. A relic of the Tabor civilization, resembling a spherical spacecraft buried 1,000 meters underground. "That seems unlikely," Su Jin interjected. "After 40,000 years, it could not possibly be above ground." His point was that even if the relic had once been a spacecraft, the question remained, where would the power and life come from? After 40,000 years, everything would have turned to dust except stone and metal. At that moment, a wild boar beast sprinted towards them. It is level 1. Suzin et Kalim Alam. Standing 10 meters tall, the wild boar beast was a formidable type of evolved creature. "Leave it to me," Tang Long declared, leaping down for the outer structure. As a level 1 evolver and a novice mage, he possessed the strength to contend with a level 2 evolved beast. The wild boar beast halted 500 meters from the base, using its tusks to batter the stone wall, half of which had already crumbled. The original purpose of the wall was merely to fend off acid-spitting beasts, yet it now seemed to provide some measure of defense against any evolved beast. Tang Long halted 50 meters from the wild boar beast. Given his proximity, it would be best to employ magic, but as a dark sorcerer, using such spells drained his life force, and he would not resort to it unless absolutely necessary. He contemplated trying the martial arts technique he had learned in the previous relic, which could double his strength. However, that technique would impair his speed and, if executed poorly, might leave him nearly paralyzed. Thus, Tang Long resolved to approach the wild boar beast before attempting the move. With a swift motion, Tang Long leaped onto the wild boar beast. The creature bellowed, thrashing against nearby trees in an effort to throw him off, but it was in vain. Once Tang Long had landed on the wild boar beast, he secured himself with a half-meter-long binding, making it difficult for him to be dislodged despite the beast's wild movements. Feel my strike. Tang Long concentrated his magnetic field into his right arm. With a resounding smack, he struck the wild boar beast, but there were no visible wounds. No effect? Just as Tang Long pondered this, the wild boar beast suddenly knelt on its front legs and then collapsed onto the ground. It is dead. To Tang Long's astonishment, the wild boar beast had succumbed to his blow. What transpired? Su Jin, observing from within the base, noted that Tang Long had hardly moved. Yet the wild boar beast lay motionless, seemingly lifeless. Wang Dali, believing Tang Long had dispatched the beast using magic, merely sighed in admiration of his prowess. Yet, at that moment, Tang Long was engulfed in confusion. It cannot be, he mused, no matter how powerful his strike. It was inconceivable that he could have slain the wild boar beast. As a level 1 evolver, he possessed a force of 1,000 genes. Even with the martial arts technique amplifying his strength to 2,000 genes, a typical level 2 evolver boasted 2,000 genes of power. And none had been known to defeat a wild boar beast in a single blow. Could it be the 9-turn magnetic field? Came the voice of Sero. You know of it? Tang Long inquired. Indeed, the 9-turn magnetic field is formidable, once renowned across the universe. Each turn doubles your strength, with the first turn yielding double, the second turn yielding quadruple, the third turn yielding 8-fold, and so forth. The 9th turn can produce a staggering 512 times your strength. What you executed earlier was likely the second turn, granting you 4 times the strength, akin to the strike of a level 4 evolver. With this revelation, Tang Long instantly recognized the significance of the martial arts he had acquired. Though he remained perplexed as to why he had achieved 4 times the strength without understanding the nuances of the turns. You should practice diligently. Upon mastering the 9 turns, you will become invincible on Earth. However, to my knowledge, no one in the universe has attained the 9th turn. The highest reached is only the 6th turn, Sero added. Yet you are different. You possess the power of hope, which is the mightiest force in the universe, capable of achieving what others cannot. Let's discuss this later. Tang Long interjected hastily, aware that Sero was urging him to seek his own body. At that moment, Wang Dali and Su Jin approached in a vehicle. Sir, you were truly impressive just now, Su Jin remarked while glancing nervously at the wild boar beast, fearing it might suddenly revive. Wang Dali, peering through binoculars into the distance, announced, Brother Long, it appears that relic is emitting more energy. Let me take a look, Tang Long replied, accepting the binoculars from Wang Dali. He observed the relic on the mountain, noting that it had indeed grown larger, revealing half of its circular form. Could it truly be a relic? Su Jin had already loaded the wild boar beast into the vehicle, stating, Sir, we should return to the base. No, Tang Long contemplated for a moment. Wang Dali and I will remain here. You should return first. Then I shall depart, Su Jin said as he drove back to the base, realizing that their recent endeavors had yielded remarkable results. In all the years at the base, they had struggled to acquire even a faux beast, let alone an evolved one. The carcass of this evolutionary beast is sufficient for everyone to enjoy a meal. After Su Jin departed, Tang Long turned to Wang Dali and said, Dali, please ascend the mountain for a reconnaissance. Wang Dali was momentarily taken aback, then nodded in agreement. Very well, there is no one better suited for this task than I. His unique physique rendered him impervious to blades and bullets. Even a level 6 evolutionary beast would find it challenging to slay him. Thus, he alone among the group could traverse the throngs of beasts unharmed and reach the mountain summit. On this occasion, Wang Dali's equipment was quite rudimentary, a photon cannon, and 10 strong particle repulsion shells. The photon cannon was designed to combat lower-tier evolutionary beasts, while the strong particle shells serve as a safeguard against being snatched or consumed by the beasts. Should he be captured or devoured, he would detonate the shells. His formidable physique ensured that, upon detonation, only he would survive the blast. After exchanging a final farewell with Tang Long, Wang Dali set forth. Navigating through the mountain, fraught with beasts, proved arduous for Wang Dali, who faced intermittent assaults from the evolutionary creatures. However, his sturdy constitution had thus far kept him safe. Before long, he reached the mountain's heart, where a 30-meter-long black tiger beast confronted him. Remaining motionless, Wang Dali thought, "It is unlikely it can see me." Yet in an instant, he felt himself being lifted into the air. To his shock, he realized he had been captured by the black tiger beast. Boom! Wang Dali swiftly activated one of his strong particle shells. Generally ineffective against level 3 and above evolutionary beasts, the shell first disrupts the creature's energy membrane, followed by its flesh, and only then its vital organs. Under normal circumstances, the beast would have escaped the blast radius by the second. However, as the explosion occurred within the black tiger's mouth, the initial seconds unfolded right there. Boom! With a resounding blast, the black tiger beast was reduced to fragments. The force of the explosion propelled Wang Dali away, landing him atop a tree. What is this? He felt a round, hard object in his hand, and upon sitting up, discovered 2 watermelon-sized eggs beside him. To his astonishment, he realized he was nestled within a bird's nest. Surely not. Looking up, he was met with the fierce gaze of a 40-meter-tall avian beast, the flying eagle dragon beast. To his dismay, it was indeed a dragon beast. The flying eagle dragon beast was a level 4 evolutionary creature. How could this be? Wang Dali pressed a hand against the strong particle shell at his waist, contemplating that should the flying eagle dragon beast consume him, he would detonate the shell to eliminate it. Yet, after 10 minutes passed, the beast merely observed him, showing no inclination to attack. How peculiar! Just as Wang Dali pondered this, the flying eagle dragon beast suddenly lunged downward. Initially, he feared it was coming for him, but it merely soared past. Wang Dali then noticed another dragon beast beneath the nest. This one resembled a Tyrannosaurus rex, adorned with dragon scales. Serving primarily as a defensive creature, the red armored dragon beast. A wave of trepidation washed over Wang Dali. This level 4 beast was the undisputed ruler of the land, nearly invincible on solid ground. Bang! Moments later, the 2 dragon beasts collided. The flying eagle dragon beast's claws gripped the red armored dragon beast tightly, while the latter's jaws clamped down on the former's body. Both were colossal, evolutionary creatures, one reigning in the skies and the other on land. It was impossible to predict the outcome of their struggle. At that moment, Wang Dali noticed the egg beside him cracking open, from which a tiny hatchling emerged. This chick was also a flying eagle dragon beast, but would only achieve level 4 strength upon maturity. The hatchling, upon laying eyes on Wang Dali, fixed its gaze upon him with wide eyes. Surely, it does not mistake me for its mother? Wang Dali thought, bemused. According to scientific analyses, certain flying beasts would regard the first creature they see as their mother, forming an unbreakable bond. Regardless, Wang Dali glanced down to see the 2 dragon beasts engaged in their battle far below. The flying eagle dragon beast continued to flap its wings, attempting to lift the red armored dragon beast into the sky. However, due to its weight, the latter would soon regain the upper hand upon landing. This is my chance to flee. With that, Wang Dali leaped from the tree. But just as he touched the ground, a small, plump creature landed on him. It appears I have indeed been mistaken for a mother. The creature was the hatchling flying eagle dragon beast, about the size of a kitten, diligently following him regardless of his direction. Sighing, Wang Dali decided to accept this new companion, naming it Xiao He. Xiao He measured around 30 centimeters in length and could manage simple flight, though not exceeding 2 meters in height, just reaching Wang Dali's head. After a considerable time, Wang Dali was suddenly startled by a thunderous roar from behind. Presumably, the flying eagle dragon beast had returned, enraged by the absence of its offspring. Yet by now, the hatchling had already adopted Wang Dali as its mother, and no amount of calling would summon it back. After walking further, the sky grew dim, prompting Wang Dali to seek refuge for the night. Intending to resume his journey at dawn, he estimated that if he departed by 6 in the morning, he would reach the ruins by 9. That evening, Wang Dali climbed a large tree, carving a small hole where he and Xiao He could hide. The nighttime forest was fraught with peril. Ever since Zhang Xiaoqiang tore open the first seal on Earth, even the smallest insects had grown to over a meter in length, possessing the strength of pseudo-beasts. Although Wang Dali felt undaunted, he knew that a moment's carelessness could lead to capture, requiring considerable time to return. Once, he had been snatched by a flying beast and found himself 20 miles away in mere moments. After escaping, it took him half a day to return to his original location. That night, Wang Dali slowly drifted into slumber. Goo-goo, a strange sound echoed from outside the hole, startling him awake. He peered out to see an array of pseudo-beast corpses strewn about. Some were ant beasts, others spider beasts, and still others caterpillar beasts. Beside these remains was Xiao He, feasting on one of the caterpillar beasts. So that is it. Wang Dali felt a wave of relief. It turned out that Xiao He had been hungry, having not eaten since hatching. Just as he contemplated returning to sleep, a colossal 20-meter-tall beetle beast approached, drawn by the scent. This is bad. Wang Dali immediately raised his photon cannon and fired at the giant beetle. Bang! Bang! The shells were unleashed, but they seemed ineffective against the creature. The beetle was encased in a hard shell, typically requiring 20 consecutive shots to breach, something Wang Dali could not achieve alone. Noticing Wang Dali, the giant beetle abandoned its initial meal and lumbered toward him. I fear you not. Wang Dali continued to fire while gripping a strong particle shell tightly. At that moment, Xiao He unexpectedly appeared before the giant beetle, chirping in warning, seemingly trying to deter it from advancing. The 20-meter-tall beetle was hardly intimidated by a mere 20-centimeter-long hatchling. One swipe of its antenna sent Xiao He flying. The beetle was a level 2 evolutionary beast, while Xiao He was merely a pseudo-beast, not a match in terms of strength. How infuriating! Wang Dali discarded the photon cannon, clutching the strong particle shell, and charged at the giant beetle, intent on obliterating it. Suddenly, dark clouds swirled ominously above, casting a shadow over the land, followed by a massive vortex that began to spin, drawing in the surrounding clouds. What was happening? Wang Dali halted, gazing skyward. This scene mirrored the moment when Zhang Xiaoqiang twisted time and shattered Earth's seal. In a distant place, Tang Long gazed at the sky with a perplexed expression. Someone is manipulating time and space, said Sai Luo. Is it a blessing or a curse? Tang Long could not help but recall the moment when Zhang Xiaoqiang had turned back time to resurrect Yi Chun, which had torn open the first seal of Earth, resulting in the evolution of countless beasts and making human existence all the more arduous. I do not know. Replied Sai Luo. Such occurrences are exceedingly rare on our planet. Meanwhile, 100 miles away, Wang Dali continued to observe the swirling vortex in the sky. Within the vortex, he discerned a shadow, a 10-meter-long figure resembling a flying beast. What could that be? As Wang Dali pondered, a thunderous sound erupted from the sky, and the shadow transformed into a brilliant flash that descended upon Xiao He. Instantly, Xiao He began to radiate light and expand in size. Level 1. Wang Dali's face reflected astonishment as Xiao He's form grew to 10 meters tall. Level 2. The now 10-meter high Xiao He further expanded to 20 meters. What is happening? Wang Dali was utterly baffled. Just moments ago, Xiao He had been a mere 20 centimeters long, and now it had transformed into a 20-meter giant. With a sudden flap of its wings, Xiao He soared above the great beetle beast and, with a fierce strike of its claws, pierced through the beast's armor effortlessly. Remarkable! Wang Dali snapped out of his shock, realizing that this flying eagle-dragon beast was indeed Xiao He, and he began to cheer for it. Yet, just as his worries dissipated, the 20-meter-long Xiao He shrank back to 10 meters. Crack! The 10-meter-long flying eagle-dragon beast, now a level 1 evolved creature, was no match for the colossal great beetle beast. It was swiftly yanked from the air and crushed underfoot. Damn it! Witnessing this scene left Wang Dali at a loss. He had intended to use a powerful projectile to obliterate the great beetle beast. But with Xiao He now beneath its feet, detonation would endanger Xiao He as well. What to do? Wang Dali's brow glistened with sweat. Even his energy cannon could not inflict harm upon the great beetle beast unless he was a master marksman capable of landing 20 consecutive hits on a single vulnerable point. At that moment, Xiao He, trapped beneath the great beetle beast, suddenly opened its mouth and unleashed a beam of light. This beam seemed to possess extraordinary destructive power. shattering the great beetle beast upon contact. This, Wang De Li was taken aback. His astonishment stemmed not from Xiao Hei's ability to emit such light, but from the realization that he had seen this light before. A month prior, before Zhang Xiaochang had torn open the first seal of Earth, he had unleashed a similar beam. The light emitted now was distinct from that of the energy cannon. The energy cannon fired energy projectiles, a form of high-temperature concentrated light with limited destructive capability. In contrast, this beam appeared to harbor infinite destructive force, capable of causing a chain reaction of annihilation upon contact with its target, obliterating it instantaneously. The first time he had witnessed such a light was when Zhang Xiaochang, transformed into a silver werewolf, faced the Red Dog Dragon Beast. At that time, the Red Dog Dragon Beast had been slightly superior to Zhang Xiaochang, making him the underdog. Yet, ultimately, Zhang Xiaochang had concentrated his power, and a red beam had reduced the Red Dog Dragon Beast to nothingness. Due to Zhang Xiaochang's ancestral consciousness at play, he could not fully comprehend the phenomenon. Now, as this red beam emerged from Xiao Hei's mouth, Wang De Li wondered if there was a connection. Chirping excitedly, Xiao Hei, after vanquishing the great beetle beast, reverted to the size of a meatball and flitted joyfully above Wang De Li's head. Xiao Hei then targeted a large tree. Wang De Li pointed to a tree, instructing Xiao Hei to attack, eager to see if Xiao Hei could strike at will. With a resounding crash, Xiao Hei obeyed the command and collided with the tree. To Wang De Li's astonishment, Xiao Hei was knocked unconscious. What is happening? He could not fathom it. Just moments ago, Xiao Hei had demonstrated remarkable prowess, transforming into a 10-meter level 1 evolved beast, then a 20-meter level 2 beast capable of emitting a lethal red beam. Yet now, it was felled by a mere tree. As Xiao Hei regained its footing, it seemed to continue executing Wang De Li's command, charging once more at the tree. With 2 more impacts, Xiao Hei was once again knocked out. Sigh, it seems Xiao Hei is not always formidable. There must be some critical factor at play, Wang De Li mused, recalling the darkening sky when Xiao Hei had transformed into a 10-meter level 1 evolved beast, accompanied by ominous clouds and a great vortex. Now, those phenomena were absent. Xiao Hei returned. Having come to this realization, he summoned Xiao Hei back. Currently, Xiao Hei's strength was akin to that of a pseudo-beast with a cellular energy value between 3 and 5, insufficient to break the trees here. He needed to find a way for Xiao Hei to trigger the conditions for evolving into a level 1 beast. However, that condition eluded him for the moment. So Wang De Li resolved to proceed to the ruins, which lay a 3-hour journey ahead. As he raced towards the ruins, the encounters with evolved beasts diminished. Those he did encounter fled in terror. Upon reaching the ruins, he found that 2/3 of them had emerged from the ground. Wang De Li's expression turned to one of horror. Before him stood a colossal sphere with a diameter of 3,000 meters, continuously rising. It was undoubtedly the relic of the Tabir civilization. Wang De Li was certain that this ever-emerging sphere was the relic of the Tabir civilization. Scientists had previously analyzed all relics of the Tabir civilization, confirming that they were hollow spheres with a diameter of 3,000 meters. Their outer shells composed of rock with a hardness exceeding 20, typically featuring 1 or 2 exits. Just then, a level 5 evolved beast emerged from behind the sphere. Impossible. A level 5 evolved beast, a 50-meter behemoth, had once been the most formidable creature on Earth just a month ago. Wang De Li had gripped his projectile weapon tightly, ready to detonate it should that evolved beast approach him. Yet, with a fearsome roar, the level 5 evolved beast dashed past him at incredible speed. What was happening? Witnessing the terror on the face of the level 5 evolved beast, Wang De Li turned his attention back to the relic, baffled as to what could be so fearsome about it. Although the relic was moving, it had yet to attack any living being. It merely continued to rise. Suddenly, Xiao Hei let out a loud cry and flew onto Wang De Li's shoulder, attempting to lift him upwards. However, Wang De Li seemed too heavy, and Xiao Hei could only manage to ascend a meter before descending. Xiao Hei, what do you sense? Wang De Li was uncertain of what would transpire. Xiao Hei's frantic chirping grew increasingly rapid as it desperately tugged at Wang De Li to fly away. Perhaps there is real danger, Wang De Li said to Xiao Hei. You go ahead. I will be fine. Xiao Hei was reluctant. Truly, I will be fine. Even if the earth were to explode, I would not perish. Wang De Li assured confidently. At that moment, Xiao Hei glanced from the large sphere to the relic, flapping its wings reluctantly before taking flight. As Xiao He flew away, Wang Dali solemnly regarded the sphere, uncertain of the dangers it posed. He approached the sphere, touching its rocky surface, finding nothing amiss. The rock layer felt identical to those of other relics, all having a hardness exceeding 20. Placing his hands against the rock, Wang Dali began to climb. He thought to himself, if this is a relic, then there must be an entrance at the top. However, upon reaching the summit, he found no entrance. Strange. Could be a sealed relic? Wang Dali pondered. All previously discovered relics had featured an entrance with a diameter of at least 100 meters that led directly inside, some even having two. However, 2/3 of the ruins were already visible, yet the entrance remained elusive. Could it be beneath? Wang Dali pondered, returning to the surface, crouching down to observe the ruins that were soon to emerge. After 2 hours, the massive sphere completely surfaced, but there was no entrance to be found. What was going on? This was the first time Wang Dali encountered ruins without an entrance, and he began to doubt whether it was truly a ruin at all. All known Taber ruins, including the Xyler ruins from 80,000 years ago, had entrances at depths of 2,000 meters, but this one did not. Could it be that this was not a ruin, but a spaceship? As Wang Dali contemplated this, the sphere appeared increasingly reminiscent of a spacecraft. The defining characteristic of a spaceship is its ability to defy gravitational pull and soar away from Earth. The colossal, or before him, seemed to possess these very qualities. Just then, the sphere abruptly split open in the middle, revealing a rectangular opening through which a figure emerged. Indeed, it was a person, standing at 6 feet tall, clad in silver attire, with black hair and blue eyes. He regarded Wang Dali with a piercing gaze. An alien. Upon uttering these 2 words, the figure raised his right hand, and as it descended, a massive hand, 10 meters in diameter, plummeted from the sky, crashing down upon Wang Dali, propelling him into the ground and creating a 5-meter deep crater. Cough, cough. The sound of Wang Dali's coughing echoed from within the pit. The stranger's expression turned to one of confusion, and he stomped his foot. Crack. The ground instantly became riddled with lightning-like fissures that spread to the crater, which then shattered as if struck by a bomb. Wang Dali was propelled skyward by the explosion. Huh. The stranger's gaze shifted from confusion to fear. Earth Chapter 52. The Moonstar People. Wang Dali was hurled into the sky, yet he remained unharmed. His unique physique rendered him impervious, even to the force of an explosion. He landed 100 meters away from the stranger, who approached him with measured steps. The ground beneath was solid rock. Yet the stranger left behind a series of 2-centimeter deep stone imprints as he walked. A closer inspection would reveal that these impressions were not formed by gravitational pressure, but by powerful gusts of air. Each step the stranger took sent forth blasts of rapid air that impacted the stone, creating tangible footprints. Such force would require the full strength of a level 1 evolver to achieve, yet the stranger appeared to unleash this power effortlessly. He stood before Wang Dali and said, "Outsider, why do you appear here?" Wang Dali gazed at him, questioning the identity of this being and the arrogance in his tone, which hinted that he was not of Earth. "Outsider, you differ from the extraterrestrials I have encountered. You seem to possess an incredible strength. Tell me, from which planet do you hail?" Wang Dali was taken aback. He was a native of Earth, yet this individual referred to him as an alien. After a moment, he retorted, "And who are you, and what do you seek here?" "I am Prince Kadian of Taber," the stranger replied. Wang Dali began to doubt whether this person was jesting, yet the grandeur of the immense ruins before him quelled his skepticism. After a moment of scrutiny, he pondered if this being could truly be from the era of Taber. But that was 40,000 years ago. Could he possibly still be alive? From both scientific and other perspectives, this seemed impossible. After a pause, Wang Dali declared, "I am a citizen of Earth." "Oh, Earth?" Kadian responded, puzzled, as he had never heard of such a planet. "Earth is Taber," Wang Dali exclaimed. "The era of Taber has passed. Now it is the age of Earthlings. The Taber civilization was destroyed 40,000 years ago, and we Earthlings are the protagonists of this era." Wang Dali recited these words from his textbooks. "Is that so?" Kadian seemed skeptical. He surveyed his surroundings, his eyes filled with nostalgia. This place was indeed not of his time. He remembered a world filled with cities and bustling streets. Yet here, only dense forests and strange creatures remained. Where is this? Kadian's gaze reflected uncertainty about whether this could truly be his homeland. Yet it undeniably was. Hey, hey, Wandali thought, observing Ka Diane's vacant expression as he moved downward. Would he commit acts that could endanger humanity? Given Ka Diane's earlier display of power, Wang Dali was certain that he possessed strength well beyond that of a level 5 evolver. Such power could wreak havoc upon any human base it encountered. Ka Dian indeed descended the mountain with remarkable speed. This is bad. Wang Dali believed Ka Dian was headed to destroy a human base. He was the first to encounter Ka Dian, and Ka Dian had already attempted to eliminate him. Were it not for his indestructible nature, he would have perished. Others would not be able to withstand even a single blow from Ka Dian. Ka Dian sprinted straight down the mountain, moving with the swiftness of lightning. 500 meters away from Chang'an Base, Tang Long sat cross-legged, engaged in simple meditation. At that moment, a stranger entered his field of vision. So powerful. Upon first seeing this man, Tang Long felt an overwhelming sense of strength. He wondered if this individual had been sent by the Fan family to silence him. Having mastered the martial arts of Tay-Bear civilization, he had been pursued by the Fan family. At this moment, the stranger radiated an ominous aura. After a moment, Tang Long addressed the stranger. Are you looking for me? The man was Ka Dian, who, having descended from the mountain, approached directly. Moonstar people. Ka Dian's gaze was filled with a challenge. Tang Long's face reflected confusion. He could not comprehend the man's words. What were Moonstar people? Let us fight. Ka Dian declared as he lunged toward Tang Long. Tang Long intended to evade, but Ka Dian's speed was too great. Before he could move, he felt a sharp pain in his chest and was sent flying. So weak. You cannot even withstand 1/10 of my strength, Ka Dian remarked. You should transform into your Moonstar people battle form. Then I can unleash my full power. What do you mean? Tang Long struggled to rise from the ground. He could tell that the stranger had not fought with all his might. He pondered. Perhaps this unfamiliar man was not here to kill him. Yet what do you mean by Moonstar people and their battle form? Are you afraid? Ka Dian asked. Friend, is there some misunderstanding? Sensing the stranger's strength, Tang Long sought to diffuse the situation. You must have mistaken me for someone else. There are no Moonstar people here. I am merely a resident of this place. Named Mo Long. You can inquire with the others in the base. Oh, Mosrun. At that moment, Ka Dian's gaze shifted to Chang'an Base, where many people stood, all with puzzled expressions. They were indeed Mosrun, and Ka Dian thought to himself, has Tay-Bear truly fallen? My friend, you... Tang Long observed the stranger lost in thought, unsure of what he was contemplating. After a moment, Ka Dian scoffed at Tang Long. You Moonstar people have truly fallen so low, associating with these Mosrun. Mosrun? Tang Long was bewildered, unable to grasp the man's words. Ka Dian sensed Tang Long's feigned ignorance and said, in 5 days, I shall return to find you. By then, I hope to witness your Moonstar people's battle form. Tang Long wished to explain that he was not a Moonstar person, but by then, Ka Dian had already vanished from his sight. He thought, who exactly is this person, and what does he speak of? Half a day later, a breathless Wang Dali returned, exclaiming, this is bad. This is terrible. What is it? Upon hearing Wang Dali's cries, Tang Long hurriedly inquired about the matter. Wang Dali replied, the Prince of Tay-Bear has been resurrected. He emerged from that ruin. What is happening? Tang Long urged Wang Dali to slow down. I visited the ruins, but Wang Dali took a few breaths and recounted everything he had encountered. Upon hearing this, Tang Long suddenly grasped some understanding. The man searching for him was named Ka Dian, a prince of the Taibo air civilization. The Mosi people he referred to were likely the inhabitants of present-day Earth. However, why did Ka Dian claim to be a Yuxing person and speak of possessing some kind of combat form? What could it possibly mean? Wang Dali remarked. What should we do? I see that Ka Dian is unpredictable and kills upon sight. In the Earth chapter, chapter 53, Magnetic Field Light, Ka Dian was a being from 40,000 years ago. As for how he had survived until now, Tang Long was uncertain. Nevertheless, he understood that Ka Dian harbored a deep animosity toward humanity. One day, the base alarm suddenly blared. Sir, it's terrible. Su Jin exclaimed. Someone is relentlessly destroying our base. Tang Long's first thought was of the Fan family, and he mused, have they finally been located? However, when he arrived, he discovered that the assailant was none other than Ka Dian. At that moment, Ka Dian was in a frenzy, demolishing everything in sight. His hands resembled twin laser cannons, capable of unleashing numerous beams of light with astonishing force. Typically, a 10-meter-tall metallic building would shatter and explode upon impact. Seeing such destructive beams reminded Tang Long of the time when Zhang Xiaoqiang defeated the Qi Quan Long beast with a single devastating attack that annihilated a level 3 beast. Yet now, this incredible speed was emanating from the Prince of Taibo Air, Ka Dian, and it appeared effortless, as if no preparatory conditions were required. Wang Dali also looked astonished. The beams produced were strikingly similar to those spat out by Xiao He, both red and possessing remarkable destructive power. How could such light be generated within a corporeal form? Ka Dian continued his rampage, his hands seemingly overflowing with inexhaustible energy, leaving a trail of ruin in his wake. "Stop!" Tang Long shouted. As a resident of the base, he could not allow it to be destroyed. "Haha, you Xing person, you must save these Mosi." With that, Ka Dian aimed his hand at a building, and with a loud boom, a beam shot forth towards it. At that moment, beneath that building, a lost child lay helplessly on the ground, gazing up at the metal slab about to fall. In a moment of peril, Tang Long quickly cast a spell, encircling the child. In an instant, the ground beneath the child began to flow rapidly, forming a sturdy shell above his head. Oh, magic! Ka Dian remarqued bewildered. He had not harnessed the power of the existing entities, but had instead drawn from his own essence, which seemed impossible. Could this era have changed to allow ordinary people to cultivate such abilities? After a moment of probing, he shook his head, still in disbelief. Tang Long was oblivious to Ka Dian's musings. Magic was the precursor civilization of Taibo Air, ultimately lost to time. The excavations of the Taibo Air ruins revealed no mention of magic, indicating that it had vanished long before those structures were erected. "Tell me, how did you achieve this?" Ka Dian intuited. "What do you wish to know?" Tang Long responded, unsure of Ka Dian's intent. "Tell me how you came to possess magic." Ka Dian insisted. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Long replied, "The Fan family at the Beijing base is our center for magic on Earth. Many people there possess magical abilities. If you wish to inquire further, go there, and you shall find your answers." He effectively passed the burden to the Fan family, letting them contend with the matter. "Is that so?" Ka Dian seemed to comprehend, turning to leave. Once Ka Dian departed, Tang Long exhaled in relief. He was uncertain whether his actions were right or wrong. Ka Dian was a prince of Taibo Air, while the Fan family represented the martial arts center of Huaxia. If these two were to clash, it could pose an unknown threat to humanity, with the world already battling the evolutionary beasts. Losing even a single faction would hasten humanity's demise. Never mind, Tang Long resolved, rescuing the child and returning with Wang Dali to the ruins. Since the discovery of the statue of Sai Luo had seldom remained within Tang Long's body, often residing within the statue. Nonetheless, Tang Long did not abandon Sai Luo. As a sole entity, he could swiftly traverse between Tang Long's body and the statue, sometimes returning to Tang Long with a mere thought. Upon arriving at the ruins, Tang Long recounted the events involving Ka Dian to Sai Luo. "Indeed, there are still beings from that era." Sai Luo expressed his surprise. "I'm not well-versed in Taibo Air. Our planet's inhabitants only discovered yours a little over 10,000 years ago, and by then, the Taibo people had already vanished from your world." Tang Long sighed and asked, "Have you ever heard of the Yuxing people?" "Yuxing people?" "I have not," Sai Luo explained. "Although our civilization is classified as a level 6 civilization and has existed for tens of millions of years, we have knowledge of countless planets. Yet, yours seems to have remained hidden until just 10,000 years ago. Furthermore, whenever our people attempted to investigate your planet, they would inexplicably disappear. Thus, Tang Long was unable to glean any further information. Sai Luo had been a police officer investigating the disappearance of the Miso people on Earth a millennium ago, only to lose his physical form and remain as a sole entity. Tang Long had assumed Sai Luo would know something about the Taibo Air people, but it seemed he was as uninformed as anyone else. It appeared that many events had transpired on Earth a millennium prior. At that moment, Sai Luo suddenly said, "Perhaps the Taibo Air civilization did not completely perish. Some may have survived and taken our people captive, imprisoning me here." Tang Long nodded, recognizing Ka Dian as a prime example. Yet, judging by Ka Dian's demeanor, he seemed equally uninformed, and given his strength, he could not have abducted the beings from the Miso planet or imprisoned Sai Luo. "Let's explore the ruins," Sai Luo suggested. "Indeed," Tang Long agreed, eager to investigate. However, due to recent encounters with evolutionary beasts descending from the mountains and attacking the base, he had refrained from doing so. Now that the evolutionary beasts had mostly retreated, and with the presence of the ruins, this area was nearly devoid of them. Wang Dali accompanied him on this journey. On the way, Sai Luo listened to Tang Long and Wang Dali's descriptions of the red light and elaborated. That red light is not of ordinary origin. It is a magnetic field light. When someone employs certain methods to expel their magnetic field, it transforms into light upon leaving the body, and this light possesses lethal potential, comparable to that of a weapon. Can I learn it? Wang Dali inquired. Though impervious to blades and bullets, he struggled against even ordinary humans. When faced with someone stronger, he was often left only to endure. You cannot, Sai Luo replied. To expel the magnetic field from the body, one must possess a magnetic field of at least 1,000, while yours is merely 100. Among you, a level 1 evolutionary being possesses only 200, a level 2 only 400, and even a level 5 merely 120. This implies that only level 4 and 5 evolutionary beings can project their magnetic fields. What about my Xiao He? He seems to be only a level 1. Wang Dali remarked. At the time Xiao He transformed into a level 1 evolutionary being, he could expel red light. I cannot say for certain. Only by witnessing it can one ascertain, Sai Luo replied vaguely. However, according to his reasoning, Xiao He must have borrowed some form of power. For it would be impossible for a level 1 evolutionary beast to emit magnetic field light. In Chapter 54 of the Earth Narrative, The Power of Time and Space, upon arriving at the ruins, Tang Long gazed upward in awe. This ruin, with a diameter of 3,000 meters, floated 30 meters above the ground, resembling an artificial moon. Suddenly, Tang Long froze, his body taken over by Sai Luo, who then extended 2 tendrils, one wrapping around Wang Dali and the other shooting towards the skybound ruin. In a mere instant, they were atop the ruins. Upon reaching the ruins, Tang Long regained control of his body. Crouching down to touch the ground and remarking that it was composed of superalloy hard shells, with a hardness exceeding 20, making entry exceedingly difficult. The entire ruin resembled a super-hard hollow sphere, and without tools, they would be unable to penetrate it. Typically, all ruins feature an entrance with a diameter of 100 meters, yet this one was entirely intact, lacking even a seam. To gain access, they would need to shatter the outer shell. However, with humanity's current tools, it was impossible to damage materials with a hardness greater than 20. At that moment, a bird's call echoed from afar. Xiao He. As the sound drew closer, Wang Dali was taken aback to see Xiao He approaching. He thought to himself that after a few days of absence, Xiao He had already learned to fly to such heights. Just a few days prior, Xiao He could only manage a flight of 2 meters. This was indeed the flying eagle dragon beast. Observing the 20-centimeter-long Xiao He, Tang Long struggled to reconcile this diminutive creature with a 40-meter-long flying eagle dragon beast. The flying eagle dragon beast was a sovereign of the skies. Renowned for its territorial prowess, it had once brought down an entire squadron of 100 fighter jets in less than a minute after they trespassed into its domain. At that juncture, Seluo declared, "I have a solution." "What is it?" Tang Long inquired. This little bird is no ordinary flying eagle dragon beast. It seems to share a subtle connection with Dali, allowing it to harness the power within him. Is that so? Tang Long recalled Seluo mentioning previously that Wang Dali possessed an immense power that had yet to manifest. Seluo continued, "Although I am uncertain of the reasons, this little bird will undoubtedly be able to perform extraordinary feats under specific circumstances by borrowing Dali's strength. For instance, it could transform into a 10-meter-tall, first-level evolved beast, along with that red light, and so forth. Can I do that?" Wang Dali heard Seluo's words. "You can," Seluo affirmed. "First, try commanding Xiao He. Let me observe the nuances of your connection before I make adjustments." Wang Dali, upon hearing this, commanded Xiao He to grow larger. Ji Zha Zha. Xiao He, upon receiving the order, attempted to fly higher, but did not grow in size. Seeing this, Seluo remarked, "It appears that something is lacking between you two. Just now, I distinctly sensed that when you commanded Xiao He to enlarge, a surge of power transferred to it. Yet for some unknown reason, that energy was thwarted. Try again," he urged. Wang Dali made another attempt. Xiaohe, grow larger. Hearing the command, Xiaohe ascended once more, yet still did not change in size. Suddenly, Tong Long kicked Wang Dali. Caught off guard, Wang Dali fell downward, and at that moment, Xiaohe dove towards him, gripping him tightly and striving to lift him aloft. However, Wang Dali seemed too heavy, and they plummeted together. Just then, a thunderous roar erupted from the sky. Dark clouds gathered instantaneously, and a palpable sense of oppression descended. Concurrently, a colossal vortex manifested in the heavens, rotating first clockwise, then counterclockwise. In a matter of moments, a bird-shaped lightning bolt surged forth from the vortex, striking Xiaohe. It has grown larger, Tong Long exclaimed in astonishment. As the lightning struck Xiaohe, its form instantly expanded to 10 meters in length. With a gentle flap of its wings, it carried Wang Dali down onto the ruins and prepared to attack him. Ice wall. Tong Long swiftly conjured a spell, erecting an ice barrier before him. However, the ice wall failed to impede Xiaohe's advance. Xiaohe, stop. As Xiaohe's claws neared Tong Long, Wang Dali shouted urgently. Ji ji ja ja. Upon hearing Wang Dali's command, Xiaohe retracted its claws, hovering above Wang Dali while flapping its wings, yet remaining vigilant towards Tong Long. Brother Long, I think I understand, Wang Dali stated. Just moments ago, as he fell from the sky, he distinctly sensed a loss of something within his body. And when Xiaohe grasped him, that sense of loss intensified, akin to his blood being siphoned away. At this moment, the clouds in the sky dispersed as if they had never been there. Seiluo turned to Wang Dali and said, Your body's energy is unique. It can alter time and space. That lightning bolt I sensed was from another dimension. Another dimension? Tong Long and Wang Dali were perplexed by the concept. I'm uncertain as well. This other dimension could be from the past, the future, or even another parallel universe. In any case, the lightning that struck Xiaohe caused it to grow larger as a result of a temporal overlay effect. Seiluo pondered for a moment before continuing. On our planet, there have been instances where individuals harnessed the power of time and space to summon their past or future selves into the present, creating a temporal overlay that doubled their strength. Wang Dali began to grasp a fragment of understanding. If that lightning was an incarnation of Xiaohe from a different temporal realm, then the current Xiaohe had undergone a fusion, resulting in its enlargement into a first-level evolved beast. Seiluo elaborated, currently, Xiaohe is still small and can only instinctively access your strength. What you must do now is help Xiaohe become familiar with its own abilities, enabling it to grow at will and become your combat companion. Understood. Wang Dali nodded. He addressed Xiaohe. Xiaohe, I bestow all my strength upon you. Grow even larger. At this moment, Xiaohe was a first-level evolved beast, measuring 10 meters long. But Wang Dali wished for it to evolve into a second-level beast. Yet, unexpectedly, Xiaohe's form rapidly shrank back down to its original length of 20 centimeters. What is happening? Wang Dali questioned in confusion. Just moments ago, Xiaohe had not only failed to grow larger, but had reverted to its initial size. Seiluo contemplated for a moment and suggested, perhaps Xiaohe is still too small to control this power. When you commanded it to grow, it was already brimming with energy, and in its attempt to absorb your strength, it inadvertently released its initial power. What should we do? Wang Dali felt as though he were inflating a balloon. At first, the balloon was already full. Attempting to inflate it again would inevitably cause it to deflate. Seiluo encouraged him. Try again. Wang Dali pointed at Xiaohe. Xiaohe, grow larger, just like before, and remember to absorb my energy without pause. Xiaohe seemed to understand, flapping its wings energetically as it soared towards the sky. Once more, dark clouds gathered, thunder rumbled, and a sense of oppression enveloped the atmosphere. It has grown larger. A smile crept across Wang Dali's face. As Xiaohe expanded to 10 meters, it continued to grow, reaching 20 meters. However, at that moment, cracks appeared on its body, resembling fragile glass, threatening to shatter at any moment. Stop! Tong Long exclaimed. Just as he finished speaking, Seiluo seized control of Tong Long's body. Extending a hand, a tendril shot into the sky, ensnaring Xiaohe and yanking it downward, pulling it back. Just then, Wang Dali's body fractured once more. This is dire. Seiluo observed Xiaohe. Its body grew once again, expanding to 30 meters, becoming a third-level evolved beast, breaking free from Seiluo's grasp and spinning in the air. It has lost control. Seluo's expression turned grave. Suddenly, Wang Dali's left arm exploded, while simultaneously, Xiao He surged to 40 meters, attaining 4th level status. Commanded to stop, Seluo shouted. However, at this moment, Wang Dali appeared frozen like ice, unable to utter a single word, incapable of instructing Xiao He to cease. Alas! Seluo gazed at the sky, his countenance growing more serious, for even if Wang Dali could speak, he might not be able to control Xiao He. At this moment, Xiao He had transformed into a completely different entity. As it transitioned into a 4th level evolved beast, its gaze turned hostile, and it began to attack them atop the ruins. With a powerful flap of its wings, a gale exceeding level 10 swept towards them. Within the tempest, it felt as though blades were slicing through the air, tearing Wang Dali's clothing to shreds. I can only watch now. At this moment, Sero extended 10 tendrils from his back, 5 on each side, reaching out to grasp Xiao He. Xiao He deftly evaded in midair, occasionally striking with its sharp claws. However, those 10 tendrils were remarkably agile, capable of elongating and shortening at will, moving with astonishing speed as they engaged in a fierce struggle. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted as Wang Dali's right arm became riddled with cracks and exploded. This is bad. Sero's gaze was fixed on Xiao He in the air. Simultaneously with the explosion of Wang Dali's right arm, Xiao He's body swelled to a staggering 50 meters, evolving into a level 5 beast. With a powerful flap of its wings, it conjured a level 12 gale, causing the ruins above to tremble. Wang Dali remained frozen like a statue, unable to utter a word. Sero, controlling Tang Long's body, twisted the 10 tendrils together into a colossal hand, which surged toward Xiao He. The 20-meter-wide hand, defying the wind, struck Xiao He, sending it crashing to the ground. However, after creating a crater upon impact, Xiao He seemed even more ferocious than before. It ascended from the ground like a rocket, hurtling towards Sero, with its sights directly set on him. This is not right. Sero sensed something amiss. He noticed Xiao He's beak slightly ajar in flight, emanating a faint red glow as if preparing something sinister. This is bad. Sero stomped his foot onto the surface of the ruins, causing them to rotate backward and tilt slightly. Then, a thunderous explosion resonated as Xiao He's red beam struck the surface of the ruins just 100 meters away from Sero. Before he could stabilize his stance, Xiao He had already soared above him, its beak agape, glowing red. There was no alternative. Sero's form rapidly expanded, transforming him into a 50-meter tall giant. He extended his hand, a glow radiating from his palm. Mega light cannon. Sero unleashed a red beam, 1 meter in diameter, from his palm. In that moment, Xiao He also released its own red beam. Boom! The sound reverberated as the two beams collided in midair, akin to a multitude of bombs detonating, producing a force that not only destabilized the floating ruins, but also obliterated Xiao He from sight. Where did it go? Sero surveyed his surroundings, detecting Xiao He's lingering presence, though it remained unseen. Crack! At that moment, Wang Dali's left leg exploded, his balance compromised as he collapsed to the ground, shattering into fragments, leaving only his head intact. Sero looked down, observing that apart from Wang Dali's head, the rest of his body was vanishing. Once the remaining parts had completely disappeared, a bird's call echoed from the ground, followed by tremors as the earth quaked and convulsed, leading to a collapse for which a 90-meter-long evolved beast emerged. Sero was left speechless in shock. A level 9 evolved beast was beyond his current capabilities, necessitating an immediate retreat. He quickly shrank back to a more ordinary size. Crack! What is happening? Just as Sero prepared to flee with Wang Dali's head, the ruins beneath his feet suddenly trembled, revealing patterned cracks from which red light burst forth. These flickering red lights grew increasingly intense, transitioning from a pale red to a deep crimson. Boom! Sero sensed an impending catastrophe as the 10 tendrils behind him transformed into 2 wings, propelling him away from the ruins. What is that? Suspended in the air? Sero's gaze was filled with astonishment. He witnessed a cylindrical structure, initially 3,000 meters in diameter, rapidly elongating into a rectangular prism exceeding 5,000 meters in length. What on earth is that? Sero was at a loss. Suddenly, 5 fingers protruded from the tip of the 5,000-meter-long prism. An arm. Sero felt a flicker of realization, but could not fully grasp it. At that moment, Xiao He fixed its gaze upon the colossal arm, emitted a cry, and released a red beam towards it. This beam, 30 meters in diameter, was formidable enough to vaporize surrounding air molecules, creating a sonic boom audible to those 100 meters away. Yet this powerful red beam was effortlessly intercepted by the arm. How formidable! Sero marveled. The arm merely extended, capturing the red beam with ease. Although fragments fell away, for an arm of 5,000 meters, it was akin to losing mere skin. Xiao He cried out again, its beak agape, glowing red. However, this time, the giant arm struck first, swiftly moving in front of Xiao He and seizing it in one grasp. Such incredible speed. Sero observed intently. The giant arm appeared motionless, yet in an instant, it was before Xiao He, capturing it in its grasp. The arm was 5,000 meters long, with a palm measuring a kilometer, dwarfing Xiao He's 90-meter form, which seemed utterly insignificant within the grip of the colossal hand. No movement. Sero watched from the air. After Xiao He was captured, the giant arm remained still. Boom! At that moment, dark clouds swirled in the sky, forming a vortex. Counterclockwise? Sero gazed upward. When Xiao He began its evolution, a whirlpool of clouds would materialize, releasing a bird-shaped bolt of lightning, which served as a temporal seed that could grow within Xiao He if sufficient power was supplied, facilitating its evolution from level 1 to level 9. Xiao He had relied on Wang Dali's strength for its evolution, leaving Wang Dali in a state of disarray, reduced to a mere head. Now, Xiao He seemed poised to evolve once more, yet lacked the necessary energy. Just moments ago, Sero had sensed a peculiar force enveloping Wang Dali's head, safeguarding him. Yet, he could not identify this force, only that it was present. Previously, Wang Dali had cracks all over his body, except for his head, which remained intact as the rest disintegrated. Who is orchestrating all of this? Sero was now certain that a civilization superior to theirs existed on Earth. He had initially been dispatched to investigate the disappearance of the Miso aliens on Earth. However, before he lost consciousness, he had deemed such occurrences trivial. In a world populated by Stone Age humans, how could there be the capability to traverse time and space, let alone abduct beings from their planet? Yet now, he believed that another civilization existed on Earth, one that surpassed their own and could toy with other advanced civilizations as if they were mere playthings. Not this. Sero shifted his gaze back to the 5,000-meter-long arm, shaking his head. Although this arm was formidable enough to easily defeat a level 9 evolved beast, such power would only rank as a minor force on their planet. In his prime, he could vanquish hundreds with a single hand. Who could it be? The more Sero pondered, the more fear gripped him. This entity could not be perceived by the naked eye nor detected by instruments, only sensed through intuition. However, if this presence continued to remain hidden, believing in its existence would hold no significance. Alas, Sero sighed inwardly, observing the swirling cloud above. The vortex spun continuously, but nothing emerged from within. Looking below, the giant arm remained clenched into a fist, seemingly frozen in time. Yet, Sero noticed that debris periodically fell from the arm's palm, a result of internal assaults. Boom! A minute later, an explosive sound erupted from within the giant arm's palm, followed by a series of 9 consecutive blasts. After the 9th blast, the palm of the giant arm vanished, leaving 5 1,000-meter-long fingers protruding from the ground, akin to a mountain of fingers. Hiss! At that moment, Sero noticed something. Robots! In the fragmented remains of the giant arm, he could clearly see circuit boards sparking with electricity. This was indicative of robotics. Sero was astounded. If this were merely an arm, then in its complete form, it would reach a height of 10,000 meters. Such a colossal robot could only be crafted by a mechanical kingdom. Yet, Earth had only been discovered 10,000 years ago, while the Taibo civilization had existed 40,000 years prior. The timeline did not align unless the mechanical kingdom had discovered Earth 40,000 years ago. However, the mechanical civilization is merely a 5th-level civilization, while they belong to a 6th-level civilization. The fact that they could not even detect Earth despite being so close renders it even more improbable. Some thoughts disrupted Sero's mind. At this moment, the massive arm began to retract, swiftly returning to its original diameter of 3,000 meters. However, now the sphere bore a large hole with a diameter of 100 meters. What on earth is happening? As Sero pondered this, a small bird flew up from the ground. It was Xiao He, but at this moment, it was only 20 centimeters long. Xiao He had shrunk. Could it be related to the 9 explosions? Sarah was perplexed. Just moments ago, Xiaohei had been captured by the giant arm, and then 9 explosions erupted from the palm of that arm, severing it. At that time, Xiaohei was a 9th level evolved beast, and after the 9 explosions, it had likely reverted to a 0 level state, now resembling a pseudo-beast. Cough, cough. At this moment, Wang Dali, who had seemingly been frozen in time, slightly opened his eyes and asked, "What has happened?" Wang Dali's memory seemed to lack certain elements, specifically the events surrounding Xiaohei's evolution from the 2nd to the 9th level. Upon regaining consciousness, Wang Dali sensed that he felt nothing at all, akin to a paralyzed individual, unable to feel his own limbs. Chapter 56. Another advanced civilization on Earth. As he watched Xiaohei flutter before him, Wang Dali suddenly realized that he could not even turn his head. Turning requires a neck, yet Wang Dali found himself devoid of one. Dali. Saro entrusted his body to Tang Long, urged Dali to remain calm. Wang Dali, cannot be calm at this moment. He was reduced to merely a head, capable of only blinking and moving his lips, unable to do anything else. Chirp, chirp. Xiaohei flitted about, seemingly aware that it was all its fault. Tang Long ceased to speak. The situation was as it was, with no one having anticipated it. Just then, the clouds in the sky thickened, taking on a gray hue. "What is that?" Saro exclaimed in astonishment. "Cosmic restoration rays." "What?" Tang Long saw nothing. "Look at that black cloud in the center." Saro offered no further explanation, merely directing Tang Long's attention. "What is that?" Tang Long gazed and indeed saw a very dark cloud amidst the dense haze. It appeared as if a dye was being released from clear water, continuously spreading outward. Could that be the cosmic restoration rays? Tang Long could only interpret the term based on its literal meaning. Saro elucidated, the cosmic restoration rays exist only as a theoretical concept within our 6th level civilization. 2,000 years ago, a great scientist on our planet proclaimed that all things were created by a divine being, and that whatever the divine said would come to pass. To demonstrate this, he conducted an experiment, subjecting a substance to infinite division until it could no longer be divided. At that moment, the substance emitted a flash of light, and then it suddenly reappeared in its original, undivided state. However, when he attempted the experiment again, the phenomenon did not recur, leaving his findings as mere theory. In the case of minimal division of matter, an ultimate rebound occurs, releasing cosmic restoration rays that revert the substance to its initial state. Tang Long found it somewhat difficult to comprehend, his thoughts fixated on the concept of minimal particle division. In his logic, the smallest division was a photon, an existence that lies between matter and wave. Yet, according to Saro's explanation, it seemed the smallest division was not a photon, but something even smaller. After all, Saro's civilization was a 6th level one, capable of traversing black holes and entering stars. After Saro concluded his explanation, he instructed Tang Long to observe the sky. A mirage? Tang Long's face reflected astonishment. After the black line in the sky disappeared, a castle emerged amidst the gray clouds. This scenario indeed resembled a mirage. Is that not? Saro's tone was grave. What? Tang Long no longer contested, for he too had once harbored doubts about the mirage phenomenon. There were numerous inconsistencies regarding mirages, particularly the locations where they were said to appear, which had never been verified. For instance, a castle might materialize, yet no such place could be found on Earth, while the explanation for mirages involved the reflection of terrestrial scenery. This sounded inconsequential at first, but upon deeper reflection, it revealed contradictions. If it was a reflection of earthly scenery, then how could it not be found on Earth? Saiwen remarked, "That might be the civilization I have been searching for." Tang Long exclaimed in surprise, then added, "Are you suggesting that the individuals who abducted your people are those within that castle?" Previously, Saiwen had mentioned he was a police officer from a Miso planet, and his purpose for coming to Earth was to search for the missing Miso people. However, upon arriving on Earth, not only did he fail to locate the missing individuals, but he himself also went missing. Perhaps, Saiwen sighed, reflecting on how he had inexplicably lost his physical form to those within the castle during his prime. How could he expect better now? Currently, he was merely sustaining his 6th level evolved beast strength by absorbing residual energy. Even if he discovered the enemy now, he would be powerless. Suddenly, an individual floated down from the castle. The figure was entirely transparent, only discernible under the light, revealing a faint outline. At that moment, Tang Long did not move. Realizing he was unable to do so, the figure descended before him, hands clasped together as if in blessing, and then it slowly vanished like a bubble. As the figure disappeared, Tang Long felt a surge of sensation, the first being the heavy weight in his hands. He was still holding Wang Dali's head. Dali! Tang Long exclaimed in disbelief. Wang Dali emerged as if he were a balloon, first his neck, then his body, followed by the extension of his arms and legs. Ha! I have a body now. Wang Dali seemed to have anticipated his own restoration. Once Wang Dali regained his form, Sero suddenly took control of Tang Long's body. Lifting Wang Dali and inquiring, "What did that person say to you?" Moments ago, he had been immobilized like Tang Long, unable to see anything. It was likely that the transparent figure had orchestrated everything. Now that both the transparent figure and the castle had vanished, only Wang Dali bore knowledge of the events. Wang Dali, am at a loss for words due to Sero's sudden intervention. After a moment, he said, "That person said nothing but urged me to grow a body quickly." That's all. Sero was skeptical. Really, it was just that one sentence. Although Wang Dali was impervious to harm, he felt intimidated, particularly in the presence of the domineering Sero. Sero transferred his body back to Tang Long's side, feeling helpless about Sero's ability to seize his body at any moment. "Let us investigate that ruin," Sero stated. Their purpose for coming here was to explore the ruin, yet no one had anticipated such events unfolding. First, Xiaohe lost control, draining Wang Dali's energy and reducing him to a mere head. Next, the 9th level Xiaohe clashed with the ruin's giant arm. Ultimately, a mysterious castle appeared in the sky, and a transparent figure descended. That figure restored the incomplete Wang Dali, and everything unfolded in such a bizarre manner. Ultimately, they had merely sought to access the ruin. Originally, the ruin had no entrance, being entirely sealed, but after the 9th level Xiaohe self-destructed, it blasted open a hole in the giant arm of the ruin, creating an entrance. Now, Tang Long and Wang Dali stood at the threshold. Is this truly the ruin? Tang Long questioned uncertainly. What lay before them appeared not as a ruin, but rather as a factory, filled with various machines that operated in an orderly fashion. One conveyor belt transported a square object onto another conveyor belt, where an electric drill punctured the object, then transferred it to the next conveyor belt, which affixed a screw-like component to it. Progressing further, a robot emerged from the final conveyor belt. The robot, resembling a table, is equipped with 2 tentacle-like appendages on each of its 4 sides, enabling it to perform a myriad of intricate maneuvers. Beneath, it possesses 2 wheels that allow it to glide effortlessly in any direction. Upon witnessing such a machine, Wang Dali felt a surge of anxiety. "It's all right. It hasn't attacked us," Tang Long reassured him. The formed robot approached the entrance of the ruins, where numerous identical robots were busily engaged. "What are they doing?" Wang Dali inquired, perplexed. "It seems they are repairing the entrance," Tang Long speculated uncertainly, for at the entrance, there were hundreds of these robots, stacking themselves like a human tower, using their own bodies to shield the entryway. Chapter 57 of Earth. The relic defense system indeed. Repairs were underway. After 1 minute, Wang Dali exclaimed. The entrance, with a diameter of 100 meters, was only 2/3 filled after being attended to by hundreds of robots, while the remaining robots were hastily working to complete the task. "We must hurry." Tang Long calculated that producing a single robot took a minute, and that 100 robots could fill 1/3 of the entrance. Thus, the remaining 2/3 would require 200 minutes to seal off. They had only 2.5 hours for exploration, and time was of the essence. Their visit to this relic had 2 primary objectives. The first was to uncover why, after 40,000 years, life still thrived within this relic. The second was to ascertain whether it was a product of another civilization on Earth. This notion had originally been conceived by Sci-Fi, but given the circumstances, the latter seemed improbable, as another civilization on Earth appeared to reside within a mirage. While mirages were merely an optical phenomenon in human understanding, to Sci-Fi, a being of 6th-level civilization, they represented the existence of a superior civilization. This notion had been substantiated. Wang Dali, whose body was reduced to merely a head, found his form restored by a transparent entity descending from that mirage castle with just a single utterance. It is worth noting that Wang Dali's body was extraordinary, impervious to harm. Even Sci-Fi regarded it as miraculous, suggesting it might be a form more ethereal than void itself. The capacity for such a body to be restored by mere words indicated a civilization far surpassing the 6th level. After approximately 10 minutes of movement, they halted at a corner. A robot approached them. Standing 3 meters tall, it wielded 2 cannons in place of hands, and instead of legs. It was equipped with tank treads. "Outsiders, please retreat," the robot warned instead of launching an immediate attack. "What should we do, Dragon Brother?" Wang Dali inquired. They found themselves within an unfamiliar relic, which likely constituted the very shell of a machine, where everything was animated, as exemplified by this robot, which exhibited considerable aggression, suggesting that failure to vacate would result in lethal repercussions. "Let me assess its strength." Tang Long resolved to cast a hardening spell upon himself and approached cautiously. Bang! The robot ceased its warnings and fired a blast at Tang Long. As the beam made contact with his skin, it vanished. As expected, Tang Long's tension eased. The robots here, akin to those on Earth, were merely more agile, yet their attack power remained moderate, emitting high-temperature rays that posed little threat to an evolved being. It should be noted that high-temperature rays were already challenging for even the seeds of evolution to endure, let alone for him, a fully evolved being. Continuing forward, the robot, realizing one hand was ineffective, switched to using both hands, each now a laser cannon. The beams shot forth in rapid succession, yet still inflicted no harm upon Tang Long. While the beams did possess potential danger, Tang Long prudently avoided confronting them directly. By simply repositioning himself at opportune moments, he remained unharmed. Thus, he effortlessly approached the robot and twisted its cannon barrels into fragments. "Outsiders, flee this place at once. A multitude of annihilators will soon arrive," the robot uttered before its systems failed. "Dragon Brother, was that a warning for our benefit?" Wang Dali jested. "Let us depart," Tang Long replied, sensing an ominous premonition regarding the annihilators the robot had mentioned. Indeed, after a short distance, a crimson robot appeared before them. Unlike the previous one, this robot possessed normal human feet, creating a resonating thud with each step. "This one will be troublesome," Tang Long assessed, judging by its appearance. He suspected this to be an elite robot, likely the annihilator referenced by the prior robot. "Outsiders, entering here seals your fate," the robot declared as a blade sprouted from its arm, lunging at Tang Long. The blade was razor-sharp, effortlessly slicing through Tang Long's hardening spell. "Impressive," Tang Long acknowledged, estimating the annihilator's power to be approximately that of a level 2 evolved beast. "Let me assist you," Wang Dali offered, seeing Tang Long struggle to evade the annihilator's strikes. He leapt onto the annihilator, attempting to choke it. Bang! Bang! The annihilator retaliated with several strikes against Wang Dali, ultimately tossing him aside with great force. "We are outmatched," Tang Long admitted, feeling somewhat helpless. His 2 trump cards were unavailable. The first was his magic, which would expend his life force for a single use. It seemed unwise to waste it merely for relic exploration. Though his lower-tier magic did not consume life force, its power was negligible against the annihilator. The second was Sai Luo, who, since transforming into a level 5 evolved beast and engaging in battle with Xiao He, had not regained sufficient strength and likely would not be able to assist for 2 or 3 days. "What shall we do?" As Tang Long pondered, the annihilator charged once more. Black Swamp Technique. Tang Long hastily conjured a black swamp beneath the annihilator's feet, hoping to ensnare it. Yet, a mere second later, the swamp shattered. Tang Long sighed. After all, it was a low-tier spell and could hardly contain a being of level 2 evolution unless he employed a mid-tier spell. The Great Swamp Technique. "Outsider, your demise is imminent," the annihilator declared, extending its arms and spinning around its feet like a fan. "This is bad." Tang Long realized that the annihilator's spinning increased both speed and power, making evasion exceedingly difficult. Hardening spell. Hardening spell. Hardening spell. 9 consecutive hardening spells were shattered by the rapidly spinning blades. This could not continue. Just as Tang Long contemplated drawing upon a source of magical power for a mid-tier spell, a long, resonating cry echoed from afar, followed by the annihilator being violently thrown against the wall as if struck by a train, one of its arms snapping off and clattering to the ground. "Xiao He." Tang Long turned to see a 20-meter-long flying hawk beast standing before them. Aside from Xiao He, no other creature of that caliber resided here. "Dragon Brother," Wang Dali exclaimed triumphantly. "I can control Xiao He now." With that, he extended his hand, and a faint beam of light flowed from Xiao He back into his body. Immediately, Xiao He shrank from 20 meters to 10. What is happening? Tang Long questioned, perplexed. Typically, Xiao He's growth would be accompanied by ominous signs, such as dark clouds or swirling vortexes. I do not know. All I know is that I can freely control Xiao He, making it grow or shrink at will. Wang Dali replied, unconcerned with the underlying reason as long as he possessed the strength to fight. Now, Xiao He could easily evolve to a level 2 beast, rendering them nearly invincible here. Sai Luo interjected, it is possible that remnants of the temporal seed remain within Xiao He. As long as Wang Dali can manage the energy within his body, he can manipulate Xiao He's size at will. However, I surmise he can only elevate Xiao He to level 2. Surpassing that threshold would likely result in his body fracturing, a phenomenon possibly linked to both Dali and Xiao He. Chapter 58 of Earth. The machine sorcerer Wang Dali positioned Xiao He at the forefront. He could now effortlessly control Xiao He's evolution from pseudo-beast to level 1 or level 2, expending only a modicum of unknown energy in the process. This energy resembled the essence of his very blood. When he had been hurled by the Annihilator, he distinctly felt a sensation akin to blood being drawn from his body, with the source being Xiao He atop his head. Following this sensation, he contemplated Xiao He's evolution and attempted to harness that feeling, continually channeling energy into Xiao He. As expected, in a moment, Xiao He evolved to level 1. When he persisted in supplying energy, Xiao He ascended to level 2. However, upon further attempts, he no longer felt the sensation of blood being drawn. At that moment, he sensed an energy protection system within his body, safeguarding him. He gave it little thought, believing that possessing combat prowess was sufficient. Long ago, there is no danger ahead. Wang Dali, seated atop Xiao He, continually scouted the area, promptly reporting back to Tang Long, who followed closely behind. Initially, Wang Dali invited Tang Long to join him on Xiao He's back, but as soon as Tang Long approached, Xiao He began to shake vigorously, preventing him from climbing aboard. Tang Long mused that this was likely due to a kick he had delivered to Wang Dali earlier at the ruins, which Xiao He had evidently held a grudge over. After traversing some distance, they encountered 7 or 8 Annihilators, all of which were effortlessly defeated by Xiao He. Having evolved to level 2, Xiao He was invincible among its peers, for it was a flying eagle dragon beast, the sovereign of the skies. Long ago, there is a formidable creature ahead, Wang Dali remarked, his gaze fixed on an imposing robot. Unlike the previous Annihilators, this robot stood 5 meters tall, its arms resembling massive iron hammers as thick as a waist, resembling 3 towering pillars. Outsiders, do not approach any closer. The robot spoke with a hint of emotion, as if imbued with intelligence. We are merely observing, Wang Dali responded, emboldened by Xiao He's presence. The robot then lifted its head to regard Wang Dali, stating, outsider, I shall not repeat myself. All who enter here shall perish. With that, its massive hammers crackled with electricity, indicating formidable power. Fueled by reckless courage, Wang Dali commanded, Xiao He, eliminated. Upon receiving the order, Xiao He's body instantly swelled from 10 to 20 meters, soaring into the air with its claws aimed at the robot. A resounding crash echoed as the robot's hammers collided, producing a deafening sound, followed by a bolt of lightning shooting forth between the hammers, striking Xiao He. The bolt was so swift that Xiao He did not evade it, nor was it expected to. Crack! Xiao He was struck by the lightning. What? Tang Long exclaimed, his eyes widening. The seemingly ordinary lightning possessed terrifying power, causing several of Xiao He's fur to fall out upon impact. Xiao He! Wang Dali cried out in alarm. Following the strike, Xiao He plummeted from the sky, convulsing and quickly reverting to its pseudo-beast form, losing its combat capability. That lightning? Tang Long pondered. No matter how powerful it was, it should not have harmed Xiao He, a level 2 evolved beast, unless it was magical lightning. Magical lightning differs fundamentally from natural lightning. It is a high-frequency magnetic wave produced by the release of magical energy, exhibiting astonishing power. In contrast, natural lightning merely consists of charged particle flows. The two are fundamentally different. Natural lightning rarely inflicts harm on evolved beings or beasts, while magical lightning, due to its high-frequency magnetic wave, can easily penetrate cellular energy membranes and cause bodily harm. There is a surge of energy, said Sero, When the robot's hammer struck, an energy was injected into its body. Could it be the source of magical energy? Tang Long suddenly realized only the source of magical energy could facilitate long-distance energy transfer with such immense force. The collision of the hammers served as its magical signal. This was a robotic sorcerer, and the only way to confront it was through magic. Tang Long dashed toward the robot. Ice arrow. At a distance of 10 meters, he extended his right hand, and 5 ice arrows shot forth from his fingertips, striking the robot. Bang! The robot seemed impervious to the attack, as none of the ice arrows penetrated. Meanwhile, the robot's hammers collided again, and a massive stone manifested above Tang Long's head. Is it a meteor fall? Seeing the 5-meter diameter stone, Tang Long recalled the intermediate magic, meteor fall. Earth flow wall. Earth flow wall. Earth flow wall. To counter the rapidly descending boulder, Tang Long reluctantly cast 3 low-level spells, forming a protective barrier. The Earth Flow Wall is a defensive spell that creates a 5-meter-high, 3-meter-thick earthen wall on the ground. Highly resilient and capable of withstanding a strike from a level 2 evolved beast. Outsiders, I warn you once more, you should depart at once. The robot's tone took on a diplomatic tone. Tang Long hesitated, sensing that this robot was not easily dealt with. Yet, having come this far, retreating felt like a waste. Longu, I'm here for you. Wang Dali stepped forward, declaring, I shall be your shield. Dali. Tang Long was momentarily taken aback, but quickly recalled that Wang Dali was impervious to harm. Longu, it's fine. It harmed Xiao He, and we cannot let it go unpunished. With that, Wang Dali strode directly toward the robot. Seeking death, the robot's hammers collided, unleashing a bolt of lightning toward Wang Dali. After the lightning struck, Wang Dali remained unscathed. Well done, Dali. At that moment, Tang Long conjured magic, sending a barrage of flying stones toward the robot. As the robot's hammer struck, a resounding thud echoed. Looking down, he noticed a hole in the robot's body, revealing a circuit board sparking within. Outsiders, you have angered me. The robot's eyes flared red, and it appeared as if 2 motors were propelling its head back. What is it doing? Wang Dali inquired, puzzled, believing the robot was on the verge of explosion due to the sparking circuit board. I don't know, just be cautious. Tang Long remained vigilant, preparing a massive stone spell for an imminent attack. After a moment, the robot returned to a normal state, yet it emanated an unusual aura. First, its hammers had vanished, replaced by 2 large hands with 5 fingers, allowing for a free fist grip. Next, its gaze seemed to possess a hint of sentience, its electronic eyes deepening, as if capable of seeing through souls. What is happening? Tang Long was bewildered. The robot now resembled a living being. Rather than attacking, the robot scrutinized Tang Long and Wang Dali intently. Outsiders, you have no escape, for I have now released my seal. As it spoke, the robot clenched its fists and stretched them out, stating, I am now in my ultimate state. The ultimate state? Upon hearing this, Tang Long felt an immense pressure. The robot's previous state was merely its standard form. How powerful could its ultimate form be? Tang Long dared not imagine. They had struggled against its ordinary state, so its ultimate form would undoubtedly be formidable. The robot regarded Tang Long and Wang Dali as one would a mere pet, finally resting its gaze on Wang Dali. You, boy, possess a unique physique, capable of withstanding my strike unharmed. Thus, you shall experience my full force. With that, the robot extended its right arm, a cannon emerging from its palm. Magic? Tang Long was uncertain whether the robot was casting magic or employing a magnetic cannon. This robot was a sorcerer among machines, capable of wielding magic as well as its innate weaponry. However, it had declared that it was now in its ultimate state, which surely signified overwhelming power. Boom! A red beam erupted from the cannon. The magnetic cannon. Tang Long was astonished. Although he had suspected the attack would differ and might be a magnetic cannon, he was still taken aback, for only a level 4 evolved beast could wield such a force, yet this robot could as well. The robot's body, composed of circuit boards, should not be capable of generating a biological magnetic field. Without such a field, how could a magnetic cannon be produced? Bang! Wang Dali was immediately sent flying by the beam. Boy, your physique is extraordinary. Having endured my ultimate strike, you remain unharmed. With that, the robot's attention shifted to Tang Long, its tone softening as it remarked, You and I both possess the essence of magic, serving the 7 warriors. We are of the same kind. Tang Long was taken aback. We're the 7 warriors. He quickly inquired. You are unaware? The robot countered. Unaware? Tang Long was utterly confounded. Very well. The robot sighed, acknowledging the passage of time and the vast unknowns that lay before the present-day individual. At that moment, Wang Dali approached and said, Long Ge, do not converse with this individual. He has harmed Xiaohe. Harmed you? The robot scoffed. Had I truly inflicted harm upon you, you would no longer exist in this world, even if you possess such a physique. You think you can harm me? Wang Dali challenged. Care to test that? As he spoke, a thumb-sized insect emerged from the robot's arm, which it clasped tightly in its hand, directing its gaze towards Wang Dali. This insect is specifically designed to combat energy entities like yourself. It could consume you within a minute. Do you believe it? Are you trying to frighten me? Wang Dali retorted, confident in his invulnerability. At that moment, the insect darted towards Wang Dali's body, piercing through it with alarming speed. Subsequently, it scurried rapidly down Wang Dali's leg, resembling a small fish swimming, and made its way into Wang Dali's head, where it began to devour. A particle annihilation insect, Sarah remarked to Tang Long. This creature can consume all that exists, akin to a miniature black hole. Wherever it goes, things vanish. There have been instances where such insects have obliterated a third-level civilization within a single day. Currently, it is classified among the top 10 most dangerous entities in the universe. What do we do now? Tang Long inquired. This robot possesses significant intelligence and has developed a personality. It will reason with you, comply with its wishes, and persuade it to release Dali. After hearing Sero's advice, Tang Long felt a measure of trepidation towards the robot. After a moment, he spoke. My friend is merely an ordinary person. Please do not hold it against him. Humph. The robot withdrew the insect. Wang Dali seemed unharmed, though intricate. Tubular patterns now adorned his body, presumably from the insect's consumption. The robot suddenly addressed Tang Long. You're Tang Long, correct? You know me? Tang Long asked, perplexed. I acquired this knowledge from that boy's body. The robot indicated towards Wang Dali. Tang Long became even more intrigued by the particle annihilation insect, realizing it had the ability to devour memories. The robot continued. You should also allow the entity within your body to emerge. Which one? Tang Long thought, wondering if it might be Sero, though Sero was a being of 6th-level civilization, and the robot could not possibly discern that. Who are you? At that moment, 2 tendrils extended from Tang Long's body, coalescing into a humanoid form. Sero. And you are? The robot retorted. I am Sero, the guardian of Miswaxing. Sero spoke boldly, given the strength of his planet, asserting his dominance. The robot responded, Your people entered our planet without permission. Is that not transgression? What transgression? Sero countered. Have you forgotten the regulations established by the Elder? I have never heard of such a thing. Tension filled the dialogue between the robot and Sero, while Tang Long began to grasp the underlying implications. Advanced civilizations must not intrude upon lesser ones. This is not your true form. Otherwise, I would detain you. The robot remarked, leading to Sero's body disintegrating. He was gone. Tang Long could no longer sense Sero's presence. The robot then addressed Tang Long, stating, This is all I can accomplish. That individual is siphoning off your body's energy. Is that so? Tang Long had never felt any energy within himself. You possess the magic essence of Yajisi Darren, and that entity has been continuously absorbing it, the robot explained. This is a peculiar form of storage. When the original entity suffers severe damage, its soul particles disperse into various biological forms in hopes of resurrection in the future. This ability is something that our Darren excels at. I am unclear about this, Tang Long said, thoroughly confused, unable to discern who was right or wrong. Follow me. I wish to show you something. The robot led Tang Long into a vast chamber where a stone pillar stood. This is the Huanjingzu, Wang Dali exclaimed, while Tang Long's bewilderment deepened. The Huanjing was written 70 years ago by Xiaoyer, yet the Taiboy civilization had existed 4,000 years prior. How could there be a Huanjing pillar? Take a closer look, the robot urged, pointing to the top of the Huanjing pillar. This, Tang Long's eyes widened. He found it utterly inconceivable. It is the 51st volume. Wang Dali could hardly close his mouth. The Huanjing consists of 50 volumes. How could there be a 51st volume? Moreover, the most peculiar aspect is that the 51st volume mentions Tang Long by name. Was there truly a Tang Long 4,000 years ago? The robot spoke in a tone of reverence. The 51st volume was authored by our Darren. But Darren? Upon hearing this, Tang Long assumed the robot referred to Xiao Xiaoyer. The Huanjing comprises 50 volumes, documenting the demise of a civilization. In our Taibo, there once existed 50 volumes of the Huanjing, all of which manifested. At the end of the world, our Darren gathered the powers of several others, utilizing the hardest materials in existence to forge a Huanjing pillar, inscribing the 51st volume, hoping to alter time and space. However, the last two characters were inscribed only moments ago. The robot elaborated, pointing to two characters on the Huanjing pillar. Tang Long. Wang Dali read the characters in astonishment. Earth Chapter 60. The truth behind the destruction of the civilization 4,000 years ago. An imaginary scripture that does not exist. What is the meaning of this? Tang Long questioned. Why does this volume bear my name, especially at its conclusion? 2 months prior, in a different space-time, Su Sanxiao's future had revealed that his name appeared in the Huanjing's 51st volume, stating that he would bring about humanity's destruction. Now, yet another instance arose. With his name inscribed, what was happening? Was there a multitude of Tang Longs throughout history, one 4,000 years ago, another in the present, and yet another 50 years hence? Why did the Huanjing contain so many Tang Longs? The Huanjing consists of 50 volumes, authored by Xiao Xiaoyer, chronicling the demise of civilization over the final 50 years, with an accuracy of 99. Initially, Tang Long believed there was only one volume of the Huanjing, the current one of Earth. However, he had not anticipated that the Taibo, a civilization long extinct for 4,000 years, also possessed a volume, and they had found a way to add an additional volume to the Huanjing. The wonders of the Huanjing defied comprehension. Was this supplementary volume of any significance? The robot replied, the 51st volume was completed 4,000 years ago, but it lacked a crucial name. My Darren, despite all efforts, was unaware of whose name it was until your arrival, which enabled my Darren to inscribe your name. So you mean to say it was inscribed by your Darren just now? Tang Long inquired. This relic had existed for 3 days since its discovery, suggesting that his name was likely inscribed within that time frame. No, the robot corrected. My Darren had fallen into slumber long before the cataclysm 4,000 years ago, alongside several other Darren. This chamber embodies the will of our Darren. As long as there are surviving Taibo, should anyone know your name, the will of our Darren will inscribe your name upon the Huanjing pillar. You may consider this a coincidence or a necessity, for my Darren initially knew not whose name it was until your name was spoken. I wish to meet your Darren. Tang Long expressed a desire to encounter the one who inscribed his name. That can be arranged, the robot responded, but my Darren currently exists in a state of will, and I am the inheritor of that will. You may pose any questions directly to me. Tang Long pointed at the Huanjing pillar and asked, what does this signify? The pillar contained 200 characters, roughly signifying that one day in the future, a person named Tang Long would rescue the Taibo from peril. The robot explained, the Huanjing is not an ordinary book, but rather a prophetic tome embodying certain cosmic laws, with an accuracy of 99. Any civilization recorded within the Huanjing, regardless of its godlike advancement, will face annihilation within 50 years. Before the collapse of civilization, the elders of our family, along with several other members of the Chiwu Shi, sought means to avert this impending doom. Ultimately, they discovered a stone pillar composed of the same material as the Huanjing Zhu in a mysterious locale. Combining their strengths, they emulated the script of the diminutive wildlings and inscribed the non-existent 51st volume of the Huanjing. However, the name of one individual was omitted, left blank in anticipation of their future emergence. The robot continued. The missing name cannot be arbitrarily filled in, for the individual's appearance must embody a blend of chance and necessity, aligning with the universal order. As the one who has inherited the will of my family as elder, upon hearing your name, a resonance with a cosmic element was established, transmitting to my family as elder, thus allowing your name to be inscribed. It can now be said that this 51st volume of the Huanjing has taken form, and we, the Bai Taibwa, shall rise anew in accordance with universal laws. Upon hearing this, Tang Long scoffed. Are there still any of you Taibwa left? Just one remains. That would be Kadian. Indeed, replied the robot. Kadian is a royal lineage born after the inscription of the 51st volume of the Huanjing, boasting a bloodline of exceptional purity, akin to that of the legendary ancestor of Taibwa. Aware of the effects produced by the 51st volume of the Huanjing, the 7 elders decided to seal Kadian before the world's end, to awaken once more at a future moment. Then, you shall lead us out of peril. Tong Long queried in response. Yes, when Ka Dian awakens, you will guide him into a new civilization. Your elders must be mistaken. Tong Long retorted. How could I possibly assist you, Taibwa? If memory serves, your kind seems to be at odds with us Earthlings, labeling us as Ma Si. Indeed, the robot did not deny this. It was your ancestors, the Ma Si, who annihilated our Taibwa 40,000 years ago. Your ancestors were formidable, beyond the capacity of even the 7 elders to contend with. However, 40,000 years have passed, and they are no more, while your bodies have lost the strength of your forebears. Does this not align with the records of the 51st volume of the Huanjing, indicating your decline, while we Taibwa are destined to rise? Tong Long fell silent for a moment and then declared, In any case, I shall determine my own fate, and I will not assist you. Dali, we shall depart. At this juncture, Tong Long was prepared to unleash a potent magic, hellfire, intending to perish alongside the robot should the situation turn dire. Yet the robot spoke politely. The 51st volume of the Huanjing, inscribed by my family's elder and the other esteemed ones, has already gained recognition from the cosmic order. In the future, no matter where you go, you will act in accordance with that order until our civilization rises. My fate is my own to command. Tong Long felt suffocated, frustrated that his destiny was seemingly orchestrated by some external force, a notion that incited his ire. Initially, the current volume of the Huan Jing on Earth foretold the impending destruction of humanity, while the 51st volume of Taibwa indicated that it would lead to their ascendance. The convergence of these two narratives easily suggested that humanity must first be eradicated, followed by the rise of Taibwa. Nonsense. I refuse to believe in its authenticity. Tong Long seethed internally as he and Wang Dali made their exit. As they left, they encountered no robots obstructing their path. Indeed, when they reached a dead end, the wall would automatically part, clearing a passageway leading to the exterior of the ruins, extending towards the surface. He did not impede us, Wang Dali remarked in confusion. Logically, that robot should have restrained them and confined them to serve its purpose. Perhaps it was merely a malfunctioning robot, Tong Long reassured himself. The Huanjing is an extraordinary tome, its prophetic accuracy exceeding 99, and it had predicted the demise of the Taibwa civilization over 40,000 years ago. Yet, the absurdity of 7 elders collaborating to compose a non-existent 51st volume of the Huanjing was incredulous to him. Soon they returned to the base. Here, Wang Dali gazed upon the base with disbelief, unable to reconcile it with the former Chang'an base. The site had transformed into a desolate ruin, devoid of life, littered with collapsed structures and the remnants of humanity. To the ruins, Tong Long thought, recognizing the devastation wrought by the evolutionary beasts. The Chang'an base, lacking the protection of an evolved entity, was vulnerable to their onslaught. Ordinarily, when the base faced a severe assault from evolutionary beasts, its inhabitants would retreat to the subterranean ruins, which lay 1,000 meters deep, deterring ordinary evolutionary beasts from venturing within. Empty? Upon reaching the underground ruins, they found no one. Tong Long, a voice called out, belonging to Sail Yuo. Tong Long turned to see a stone statue lying on the ground. It was the statue of Sail Yuo. Not long ago, Sail Yuo had resided within Tong Long's body, but had been shattered by that robot, now confined to the stone effigy. Gazing at the statue of Sail Yuo, Tong Long recalled the robot's words, uncertain of whom to trust. The robot had claimed that Sail Yuo inhabited his body to absorb his energy. Yet, the robot's ultimate aim was to bring about humanity's destruction. Tong Long, I am sorry. Sail's voice was faint. I did not intend to absorb your energy. Rather, your bodily energy activated me. Earth Chapter 61. Chiwu Shi Yage Si. Approximately 1 month prior, Tong Long had fallen victim to a lethal strike from Fan Wenming. In that critical moment, an individual emerged within him, capable of controlling Tong Long's body to vanquish Fan Wenming. Subsequently, this individual identified himself as Sail Yuo, a police officer from 10,000 years ago who had arrived on the Miso planet. Due to certain circumstances, he had lost his physical form, leaving only his soul fragment. Perhaps due to the unique nature of the Miso people's soul fragments, they could long inhabit the bodies of others, passing down through generations. Thus, after 10,000 years, The soul fragment found its way into Tong Long's body and awakened at that moment. What exactly is happening? Tong Long inquired. Within that unknown ruin, the robot explained that Sailuo had entered his body to absorb its energy. I did indeed absorb your energy, Sailuo admitted. Yet he continued, what resides within you is merely a soul fragment, which, under certain conditions, may remain dormant. However, once your body acquired magical essence, my soul fragment was gradually activated, allowing me to sense my existence. What is the matter? Tong Long grasped part of the situation, yet remained perplexed. Sailuo elucidated. The magical essence within your body acts as a long-distance energy transmitter, facilitating energy transfer across space. This technique is not inherently flawed. Many beings in the universe employ it. However, the magical essence within you has been tampered with. Each time you undergo a soul exchange, another soul fragment is revived. Tong Long was taken aback. Could there be another soul fragment within him? Indeed, within that portion of her magical essence lies another soul fragment. Initially, I was unaware, sensing only that something was wrapped within your magical essence, until I was shattered within you and discovered the presence of another soul fragment. If I'm not mistaken, it belongs to Yage Si, one of the 7 elders mentioned by the robot. Why is this happening? Tong Long felt as though his body had become a vessel for other soul fragments. This may be a method of revival for Yage Si. He selects the strongest vessel through magical essence and awaits the moment of revival. Such methods are common throughout the universe. Having served as a police officer for 2,000 years, I have encountered numerous such cases. The remedy lies in expelling the magical essence from your body. How do I expel it? Tong Long inquired. By absorption from another, Sailuo replied. We Miso people often employ this method, as while the magical essence serves as an energy transmitter, it is also a potent force. My soul fragment's activation is indeed due to the magical essence within you. Tang Long remained silent, uncertain of the veracity of Sailuo's words. Very well, Sailuo declared. I swear by the name of our Miso deity that if I were to harm you in any way, I would be forsaken by the Miso god. The mention of the Miso deity puzzled Tang Long. He did not immediately acquiesce, questioning what this Miso deity truly was. After all, was not the Miso planet a level 6 civilization? Why would they still cling to such superstitions? The Miso deity is the greatest of gods. Having blessed our Miso planet for millions of years, Sailuo said, his voice imbued with awe. All right, Tang Long conceded. Though he remained ignorant of this Miso deity's nature, Sailuo's reverence instilled a sense of trust within him. A beam of light emanated from the statue, subsequently entering Tang Long's body. Is anyone there? Sailuo inquired, before returning to the statue. At that moment, a voice resonated from within Tang Long, followed by a translucent light that materialized into a figure in the air. The figure was imposing, clad in a flowing crimson robe, and gazed at the statue of Sailuo, stating, You seek to consume me. You are Agaz, Sailuo retorted. Indeed, I am Agaz, the harbinger of destruction. I have been listening to your discourse, Agaz replied, pausing briefly before continuing. I had no intention of emerging. My premature appearance would diminish the efficacy of the 51st volume of the Illusion Scriptures. However, I find it necessary to do so now. Why does your extraterrestrial race meddle in the affairs of our planet? This is the spirit of the Miso people. We cannot allow evil to prevail in the world. You inhabit another's body. What is your purpose? Sailuo's tone was commanding, particularly when asserting the identity of the Miso people, as if they represented everything. Agaz responded, Regardless of how formidable your Miso people may be, this is Earth, a forbidden realm of the universe. Anyone who arrives must adhere to its laws. I shall eradicate you. With that, Agaz advanced towards Sailuo's statue. It appeared that Sailuo lacked the means to combat him. Stop! Tang Long exclaimed urgently. It was only then that Agaz noticed Tang Long, a smirk crossing his face. The one foretold, You are remarkable. 2 volumes of the Illusion Scriptures have mentioned you, indicating that you are a pivotal factor in the cosmos. The manifestation of my magical essence within you is likely a result of these scriptures. Shifting his tone, Agaz continued, You belong to a contemporary civilization and wish to protect it. However, your power is insufficient. I propose a solution that could allow both our civilizations to survive. What say you? Pray. Enlighten me regarding your proposal, Tang Long replied, intrigued. There are few survivors of our Tabir civilization, perhaps only Kadian. If we are to attain a complete civilization, it will take an extensive duration, and the efficacy of the 51st volume of the Illusion Scriptures will not endure until then. Thus, I suggest that our Tabir civilization merge with your Earth civilization to forge a new one. Tang Long regarded this suggestion with skepticism. Oh, this sounds promising, but seems somewhat impractical. You are running out of time, as are we. Should our two civilizations merge, it might herald the dawn of a new civilization capable of enduring for 40,000 years. What must be done? Tang Long relented. With humanity's current strength, they were likely to vanish from this world in 20 years. Indeed, time was of the essence. Among the 7 warriors of Tabir, I am the only one awake. The others will awaken one by one, but only under the condition of your presence. Agaz fell silent for a moment, his expression darkening as he concluded. I can only say so much. Further discussion would render the contents of the 51st volume ineffective. After a brief pause, he addressed I Luo, outsider. You may absorb my magical essence. I am curious to see how much you can take. With that, Agaz vanished. Moments later, Sai Luo remarked, this individual is currently unreliable. However, I sense that his method is the sole means to salvage your civilization. With that, Sai Luo re-entered Tang Long's body. What is occurring? Tang Long felt increasingly troubled. Wang Dali, who had been silent thus far, interjected, Brother Long, did not Agaz mention seeking the other 7 warriors? We should begin searching for them. The Tabir ruins lay beneath the ground. With diligence, they were sure to uncover something. Chapter 62, The Divine? The search for the 7 warriors yielded no leads. The 7 warriors were revered figures of the Tabir civilization, known as the 7 Elders. They were powerful beings from 40,000 years ago, and no living person had encountered them. They likely resided within underground ruins, making the search exceedingly challenging. Regardless, their immediate concern was to locate the whereabouts of others from Chang'an Base. With a population of 50,000 at Chang'an Base and fewer than 10,000 corpses at the scene, the remaining 40,000 had likely fled or been relocated. Lacking any leads, they were at a loss as to where to search. At that moment, 2 unusual individuals appeared before them. These 2 stood out not merely for their lack of weapons, but also because they were unclothed, reminiscent of ruffians. Upon sighting Tang Long and Wang Dali, they approached with predatory gazes. Shall we capture them? One suggested. Wang Dali was poised to act, but Tang Long urgently restrained him, suggesting they allow themselves to be captured in hopes of discovering the location of the base's inhabitants. As anticipated, they were soon apprehended and led into a cave. This cave did not lead to the ruins, as it terminated approximately 300 meters underground. Ultimately, they found themselves confined in a room with a dozen others. Lord Long, how did you end up here? An elder, recognizing Tang Long, expressed astonishment. In their minds, Tang Long was a formidable entity, capable of vanquishing any adversary, and thus should not have been captured. Tang Long, feeling embarrassed, pondered for a moment before asking, we shall discuss this later. How did you end up imprisoned here? And where is everyone else? Lord Long, we are uncertain of this place's identity, but it appears to be a lost base. The elder offered his insight. Tang Long carefully examined their surroundings and concluded that it indeed resembled a human lost base. Over the past 20 years, as humanity faced assaults from evolutionary beasts, numerous human bases were destroyed. Some individuals, feeling abandoned, established their own factions and bases. For instance, 2 months prior, they had captured a bat dragon beast, only to have it seized by someone from a lost base, resulting in a fierce struggle to return. Bases that became lost were not easily dealt with, often possessing incomprehensible powers. Brother Long, what that individual? Suddenly, Wang Dali pointed to a figure in the corner. Tang Long turned to see a person resembling a stone statue, yet not entirely so, as the head retained flesh and blood, while the rest of the body was composed of stone. What is happening? Tang Long inquired of the elder. The elder replied, he was present before we entered. Initially, I thought he was a unique stone statue, but later realized he blinks, sleeps, and moves his eyes, yet he remains silent. I approached him for inquiry, but he did not respond. Intrigued by this peculiar figure, Tang Long approached and asked, is there anything you require assistance with? As he spoke, he scrutinized the man's physique. The individual was encased in stone from the neck down, composed of a material as hard as jade iron, smooth to the touch, while his head above the neck was that of an ordinary human, complete with flesh, thought, and breath. The individual did not regard Tang Long, but rather stared at Wang Dali, trembling, and uttered, "God?" Wang Dali, taken aback, pointed to himself in confusion. At that moment, all eyes turned to the figure and Wang Dali. Finally, the figure spoke, and his first word was God. The concept of Shun is universally acknowledged, even by those who are not superstitious. Shun is defined as omnipotent, possessing the ability to resurrect the dead or alter the flow of time, among other divine capabilities. "Shun!" the man exclaimed, trembling as he uttered the words. "Are you referring to me?" Wang Dali felt that the man was indeed speaking of him. There were 13 individuals present, and the man's gaze was fixated upon him. "Shun, you have finally arrived," the man wept. "Am I really?" Wang Dali was increasingly bewildered, as were the others. The man's persistent address of Wang Dali as Shun raised suspicions. However, the individual was, in fact, a peculiar entity, half stone and half flesh, motionless and rarely speaking. Yet now he articulated phrases that were incomprehensible to the others. "Shun, I am Tai Tsong," the man stammered. Tai Tsong? Wang Dali was certain he did not know this person. The man appeared to be in his 50s, while Wang Dali was merely in his 20s, having lived only among humans, and he had never encountered this individual before. "You must have mistaken me for someone else," Wang Dali cautiously suggested. "No, Shun, you are indeed Shun," Tai Tsong asserted with certainty. "But I am not a deity. I am merely an ordinary person, and I do not know you," Wang Dali replied. "Shun!" The man remained silent for a moment before stating, "At present, you are not a deity. You merely possess the body of one. However, you will undoubtedly become a deity in the future." "Oh, could you be mistaken?" Wang Dali was perplexed. "I am not mistaken. 40,000 years ago, an immensely powerful force reversed time, causing chaos in the temporal fabric. As a deity, you sacrifice your life to halt this disorder. Yet, the disruption was too formidable. Even your death could not prevent it." Upon hearing this, both Wang Dali and Tang Long were taken aback. It was an event from 40,000 years prior. At that time, the Tabir civilization had just perished. The 7 elders within had collaboratively inscribed a non-existent 51st volume of the illusory scriptures in hopes of preserving the Tabir civilization. However, that volume lacked a name until recently. Tai Tsong continued, 40,000 years ago, chaos reigned in time and space, causing many lost, deceased, and non-existent beings to appear simultaneously, shattering the established temporal order. As the guardian of time, you endeavored to eliminate them one by one. Ultimately, 7 individuals emerged, though their power was inferior to yours. They fought valiantly to seal you and your planet. Chapter 63. The Armor of the Tabir Eris Seal the Planet? Upon hearing this, everyone recalled the 12th volume of the illusory scriptures, which spoke of the earth as seal being torn asunder by the werewolf. The werewolf was Zhang Xiaoqiang, who, in a desperate attempt to resurrect the doomed Yi Chen, used an ancestral consciousness method to reverse time, resulting in the rupture of a seal on Earth. This allowed Earth to absorb an influx of lunar radiation, instigating rapid evolution among the beasts, culminating in the emergence of 6th-level evolved creatures. But how could Earth be sealed? This was not magic. How could a planet be bound? Tai Tsong explained, every planet is overseen by a deity responsible for its protection. A cosmic code envelopes the planet's surface, existing since the dawn of the universe. This code bestows life and energy upon living beings. If it is compromised, all life on the planet will perish. The deity's duty is to safeguard this code. However, 40,000 years ago, the 7 from Tabir sought to usurp divinity and engaged in conflict with the deity. Their strength was far inferior, and they were ultimately defeated. Tai Tsong continued. Subsequently, the 7, while the deity was unobservant, combined their efforts to activate a mysterious device, releasing a peculiar code that interacted with the cosmic code, causing it to lose its original function. This code is the key to all life on the planet. If it becomes ineffective, all life will perish. The deity, unwilling to witness such a catastrophe, sacrificed his life to destroy that device. Yet a significant portion of the cosmic code still lost its efficacy, resulting in a drastic reduction of energy on the planet and the regression of many life forms. At this juncture, Tai Tsong regarded Wang Dali and remarked, "The universe operates on principles. A planet cannot remain without a deity. The deity will be reborn. Oh, Wang Dali was still engulfed in shock, unable to discern whether Taitsong's words were true or false. However, some of his statements indeed aligned with what the robot had conveyed, filling in the gaps regarding the downfall of the Tabir civilization and the disappearance of those 7 elders. Shun, Taitsong declared, you have been reborn. Soon, you will become the new deity, capable of safeguarding your planet. Let us set aside this topic for now and discuss how to save you. Wang Dali felt that the subject of divinity was not suitable for the moment. Taitsong replied, I am cursed by Morphus. I must obtain Morphus's energy crystal to lift this curse. However, the crystal is located deep within, guarded by a multitude of individuals. As he spoke, Taitsong looked at Wang Dali. Given Wang Dali's current strength, he would be unable to retrieve the energy crystal. Brother Long, Wang Dali turned to Tang Long. This poses no problem. The strength of these individuals is average. I believe I can manage, Tang Long replied. Before departing, he released all the individuals present and then proceeded towards the innermost part of the base. This base was a forgotten stronghold, predominantly inhabited by evolutionary seeds, with only a few actual evolved beings. Yet, these individuals were insignificant in the presence of Tang Long. At present, Tang Long had achieved the status of a second-level evolved being, likely due to the residual energy from the previous battle, where Sero had transformed into a 5th-level evolved beast. During the Ruins battle, Sero had clashed with a 4th-level minor evolved being, breaking through to the 5th level. And some residual energy had allowed Tang Long to absorb it and evolve to the 2nd level. Soon, Tang Long reached the end of the base. At that point, a man appeared to have been awaiting his arrival for some time. Tang Long observed that the man was clad in peculiar mechanical armor, black in color, with his eyes occasionally emitting a faint red glow reminiscent of electronic eyes. Are you the leader here? Tang Long inquired. Indeed, I'm the leader here, Zate. Why have you released my captives and harmed my men? Zate appeared unperturbed by Tang Long's presence. I am an evolutionary from the Chang'an base, tasked with ensuring the safety of this base. Ah, I see. Zate pondered for a moment before saying, however, harming my men is unacceptable. This place is now independent. To harm my men is to oppose me, and opposing me is to challenge this armor I wear. Your arrival here signifies that your end is nigh. Prepare to meet your demise. With that, Zate leaped into action, delivering a swift punch towards Tang Long. How fast? Tang Long hastily retreated, regrouping his strength while contemplating the nature of the armor. How could an ordinary person don it and possess the power of a 2nd-level evolved being? Are you afraid? Zate sneered. The black disc armor is a combat armor from the Tabir era. Once donned, it grants me the strength of a peak 2nd-level evolved being. Though you two are 2nd level, you will never be my match, for your energy will inevitably deplete, while mine will never run out. With this, Zate charged once more. This time, Zate moved with greater speed and strength than before. When Tang Long's hand made contact with Zate's, his body not only recoiled, but also carved a 10-meter-long, 1-meter-deep trench into the ground. Tang Long pondered. Is this truly armor from the Taibo era? I have never heard of it before. The known aspects of Taibo civilization include elixirs and alchemy, yet it appears there are still unknown realms of magic and martial arts. And now, armor has emerged as well. The figure before him was clad in a suit of black armor, with a pair of wings on his back, though they were shattered, resembling jagged spikes. You are formidable, but today marks your demise. Let me show you that the Lost Base is not a place that just anyone can invade. With that, Zate launched another punch at Tang Long, this time aiming for his abdomen, utilizing his foot. The kick transformed into a streak of light, but upon impact, it rebounded with even greater speed, sending Tang Long hurtling backward. What has happened? Zate tumbled several times before coming to a stop, reflecting on the overwhelming force he had just encountered. Meanwhile, Tang Long was equally astonished. He had employed the 9-fold magnetic field, doubling the force, delivering a strike akin to that of a peak level 2 evolver, yet such an attack had not incapacitated Zate and instead left him reeling. The strength of that kick must have been immense, or the armor itself was truly peculiar. What did you just do? Zate demanded angrily as he rose to his feet. I did nothing. I was about to inquire about the armor you wear, Tang Long replied as he stood up as well. Ha, Zate chuckled. If you wish to uncover the secrets of my armor, you must defeat me first. But you have no chance, for I have already declared that my strength is boundless. With that, Zate kicked toward Tang Long, a flash of light illuminating the air. So swift, Tang Long could only retreat to avoid being struck. You have quick reflexes, but soon you shall meet your end. Zate leaped into the air, gathering his hands, summoning a beam of red light. What? Tang Long's complexion paled. Is that not the magnetic cannon? How can this person wield it? Chapter 64, Mophisi Crystal Stone, Part 1. The magnetic cannon is an extreme variation of the biological magnetic field. When the biological magnetic field value reaches 1000, it may expel its magnetic field externally. The expelled magnetic field, deprived of nourishment from the body, dissipates into a red energy known as the magnetic cannon, possessing destructive power comparable to that of a meteor. Yet, how can this individual manifest a magnetic cannon? His body is ordinary and even clad in armor. He is merely a level 2 evolver. According to the requirements for the magnetic cannon, only level 4 evolvers can wield it. This individual is suspicious. Faced with the oncoming magnetic cannon, Tang Long spared no effort, hastily drawing upon the power of the magical source to conjure an intermediate-level spell, the Earth Shield, raising a gray shield from the ground to block the strike of the magnetic cannon. What did you just use? Zate was astonished. It appeared as if Tang Long had conjured magic, lifting a gray shield from the earth, a capability he had never witnessed before. Indeed, few were aware of the existence of magic, and even fewer knew of Tang Long's magical prowess. Refrain from using your full power. Tang Long chose not to disclose his possession of magic. Very well, let me witness the extent of your strength. With that, Zate positioned one hand toward Tang Long's direction. At that moment, Tang Long noticed a slit in Zate's palm, resembling lips, which immediately reminded him of Dr. Sang Chuyu's Group A experiments. Dr. Sang Chuyu was once the greatest biological scientist in Huaxia, utilizing biotechnology to connect the light energy cannon with the human body, enabling it to unleash the power of the light energy cannon, enhancing its agility and precision, allowing ordinary evolvers to challenge their equal counterparts. However, this was merely the light energy cannon, not the magnetic cannon. The two are not of the same caliber. The light energy cannon is a high-temperature aggregation ray, limited in power, whereas the magnetic cannon represents a magnetic field extreme variation, disregarding intermolecular forces and directly tearing through matter. The individual before him, named Zate, bore a slit in his palm akin to those in Dr. Sang Chuyu's Group A test subjects. You're a member of Group A, Tang Long inquired cautiously. Oh, you recognized me? Zate was momentarily taken aback, glancing at his palm, not denying it. I am indeed a subject of Dr. Sang Chuyu's Group A, but I have since distanced myself from Group A and established my own base. Now, I am the supreme leader of this base, responsible for protecting the lives within from harm. You attack other human bases in this manner? Tang Long retorted angrily. The Chang'an base was destroyed, and everyone was captured here. This is the survival strategy of our base. We lack energy and can only rely on the power of the ancient formation for protection. To obtain the power of the ancient formation, blood must be exchanged. As you have seen, my strength and speed are beyond what current humanity can provide. They are gifts from the ancient formation. As he spoke, a circular magic circle appeared beneath Zate's feet, filled with various strange runes that danced within it. Some of these runes flowed into Zate's body, causing him to glow momentarily. After a brief pause, Zate wore a contented expression. My strength is replenished. Your time is up? At that moment, Zate's armor appeared to come alive, the remnants of his wings slowly regenerating into new ones. These wings, while metallic, seemed to possess a life of their own, capable of bending at any angle. This armor is called Black Butterfly, Zate declared. Yet in my current state, it only manifests the remnants of a butterfly's form. Only when my power reaches its peak will the black butterfly form emerge. Now that I am at my zenith, your demise is imminent. With that, he stepped forward, and with a resounding thud, Tang Long was sent flying like a ball. What has happened? Tang Long crashed to the ground some distance away, utterly astounded. He had anticipated Zate's attack and prepared his defenses, yet he had still been struck. The speed had left him no time to think. In the black butterfly state, even level 3 evolvers are no match for me. Zate lifted one hand, gathering red light within it. He has indeed enhanced his power. Tang Long regarded the red light with a serious expression. In the remnant butterfly state, the diameter was merely 5 centimeters. Now it had doubled to 10, exponentially increasing its potency. Tang Long dared not delay. To the entity darker than dusk and redder than blood, I vow here to grant me the power of destruction. Great fireball technique, Tang Long silently chanted, and a massive fireball with a diameter of 1 meter materialized in his hand. Zayd's gaze was filled with confusion as he questioned the nature of the fiery orb, contemplating whether it bore similarity to his magnetic cannon. At that moment, both were gathering energy. Zayd's light beam resembled an enraged serpent's sword poised to strike, while Tang Long's great fireball pulsed like a heart, expanding and contracting as it amassed more energy. 10 seconds later, Zayd bellowed, releasing the beam, which shot forth like a sharp arrow aimed directly at Tang Long simultaneously. Tang Long hurled his fireball forward, while the fireball measured 1 meter in diameter in his hand. Once thrown, it expanded along the ground, quickly surpassing 5 meters before colliding with the light beam. With a thunderous roar, the two forces collided, creating a tremendous sound that reverberated through the cavern. As the dust settled, Zayd's black butterfly state had reverted to the remnant butterfly state, while Tang Long appeared to have undergone a significant transformation, his hair turning white. Is my life force insufficient? Tang Long smiled inwardly. This is a warning from magic, alerting him that his life essence was waning. Dark magic draws upon another's magical energy, exchanging it for an equivalent soul. That great fireball technique had consumed half a year of Tang Long's life. For the centenarian Tang Long, this was initially inconsequential. However, ever since he acquired magic, he has been utilizing it almost daily, sometimes consuming 2 or 3 years of his life in a single day. Now, his life force has begun to issue warnings, with his hair turning white. The optimal solution to this predicament would be to lend his borrowed magic at a higher cost, thereby obtaining a surplus of life. For instance, he could borrow intermediate magic at the expense of a month of his own life, then lend this lower-level magic to others in exchange for more than a month of life, preventing his own vitality from depleting. Yet, Tang Long is reluctant to pursue this course. He does not wish to harm others' lives through such means. Zayd, observing Tang Long's transformation, inquired with astonishment. You are also an ancient inheritor. That fireball is not your innate power. Indeed, Tang Long acknowledged, sensing Zayd's demeanor shift as well. Zayd seemed to ponder something for a moment before asking, "What brings you to me?" "Mafasai Jingji," Tang Long replied. "What is that?" Zayd had never heard of these 5 characters and was unaware of what Mafasai Jingji referred to. "I cannot discern its nature without seeing it." Tang Long shook his head. "Wait," Zayd said, shifting his throne slightly to reveal an underground passage behind it. "This is the aura?" Tang Long suddenly felt that the essence emanating from the passage was precisely what he sought. This aura was unique, even without having encountered it before. He instinctively recognized it as what he was looking for, Mafasai Jingji. "Wait," just as Tang Long was about to enter, Zayd called out, "Only I can go in here. You must wait outside." "All right," Tang Long nodded. He found Zayd's behavior perplexing. Moments ago, they had been at odds, yet now he seemed unfazed and was aiding him. Nevertheless, Zayd was currently assisting him, and further inquiries would seem ungrateful. Zayd entered. After half an hour, Tang Long sensed something amiss. Zayd had been inside for too long. What if something had happened? The aura remained unchanged, so he decided to wait a little longer. After another half hour, disregarding Zayd's instructions, he pushed the chair aside and ventured into the passage. The passage was narrow, only allowing 2 people to pass side by side, spiraling downward. The walls. Tang Long realized that the walls were not ordinary. Their hardness was extraordinary, at least 20 or even higher. Walls with a hardness exceeding 20 were typically composed of Thai-bowl alloy. Intrigued, Tang Long continued his descent. After spiraling down 3 times, he arrived near a statue. This statue, he thought, feeling a sense of familiarity, as if he had seen it before. The statue depicted a 10-meter-tall giant, wielding a massive axe, exuding an imposing presence. As Tang Long approached, a circular magic array suddenly appeared beneath his feet, filled with swirling runes, some of which extended towards him. Instinctively, he leaped away from the magic circle, realizing that these moving runes could absorb a person's soul. A soul is life. Without a soul, life ceases to exist. What kind of malicious magic array is this? He wondered. As he landed, another magic array materialized, prompting him to spring away. However, this space was peculiar. No matter where he landed, a magic array would inexplicably appear beneath him. After exhausting all possibilities, he discovered that only the distant stone pillar remained free of magic arrays. The pillar stood 2 meters tall and had a diameter of half a meter. Tang Long stood atop it, surveying his surroundings. The area was barren, devoid of even the person who had descended. Where is he? Tang Long felt the unease of danger looming. Falling stone technique, he exclaimed, casting magic to summon fragments of stone from above. He sprinted towards the passage as the debris rained down. Yet, halfway to the passage, the statue suddenly stirred. Chapter 65, Mafasai Jingji, Part 2, The Statue Moved. This occurrence instantly reminded Tang Long of the statue he had seen in the first lost base. That statue had been 50 meters tall, and this one was only 10. However, both statues shared a common trait. They could move. Statues devoid of life, being mere stone, moving indicated some form of manipulation. Is it that person? Tang Long thought of Zate, but quickly dismissed the notion. When Zate had entered, he exhibited no signs of abnormality. He would not commit such an act. Moreover, given Zate's strength, he could have eliminated Tang Long without resorting to such trickery. The statue advanced toward him, its eyes gleaming with a red electronic light. Is it going to attack me? Tang Long sensed that the statue intended to assault him. Indeed, when it was 20 meters away, its mouth slightly parted, releasing a beam of red light. It was a magic cannon. Tang Long had dubbed this special attack magic as such. This magic did not rely on the transformation of matter for its assault. Rather, it was propelled by an immense surge of magical energy. Under normal circumstances, the power of the magic cannon was not inferior to that of a magnetic cannon. Tang Long leaped preemptively, evading the red light, while simultaneously weaving magic in the air to form a sharp arrow. Ice arrow technique. 5 ice arrows manifested, speeding toward the statue. That won't work. Tang Long chuckled bitterly, having anticipated that lower-level magic would be ineffective against the statue. Given his current physical state, he could not access the intermediate or advanced magic reliant on a source of magical energy. Borrowing magical power required a soul, yet his soul was nearly depleted. His hair had turned completely white, and further borrowing would lead to his demise. Borrowing intermediate magic would accelerate his life's decay, while borrowing advanced magic would lead to magical overexertion and render him incapacitated. He was already at a disadvantage. Further deterioration would leave him utterly defenseless. I must escape from here. In midair, he conjured the ice arrow technique again, but this time aiming at the passage instead of the statue, propelling himself toward the exit. Boom! Just as he reached the passage, a massive stone inexplicably fell, sealing the exit. What is happening? Tang Long surveyed his surroundings, sensing an unseen force manipulating everything, preventing his escape and seeking to end his life. The statue turned, unleashing a beam of red light toward Tang Long. At this moment, he found himself in a perilous predicament. The ground was a round magic array that he could not touch, and in the air, he was merely a target for the statue. With no magic and no strength left, death was merely a matter of time. The red light grazed his clothing as it passed. That was close. Now, Tang Long could only cling to the wall to avoid the statue's onslaught. Boom! Another beam of red light shot towards him, and he hurriedly dodged. What? Tang Long's eyes widened as he noticed that the first red beam was followed by another. This second red beam had caught him off guard. There was no time to evade. Am I going to die? Tang Long could already envision his body being obliterated by the force of the magic cannon. Boom! At that moment, a sword fell from Tang Long's body. This sword? He exclaimed in surprise. The sword emitted a radiant glow that repelled the red light, while simultaneously, the circular magic array on the ground ignited as if paper had met flame, vanishing in an instant. Tang Long landed, bewildered as he picked up the sword. This sword had been unearthed during the initial excavation of the ruins. At that time, it had been quite short, resembling a dagger, with 2/3 of the blade broken off, leaving only a third intact. Later, it had been left at the school, taken by Hong Nai Liang before being returned to him. Now, under certain circumstances, this sword inexplicably transformed into a 3-foot-long great sword, its blade restored and emanating a radiant light that effortlessly repelled the magical cannon of the stone statue. Could this be a weapon from the prehistoric era? Tang Long had never encountered such ancient armaments. He had only sought them during his excavation with Chong. ultimately uncovering this broken sword that bore a resemblance to the legendary relics. As he held the sword, it felt as though it had been crafted specifically for him, blending seamlessly with his being. The sword seemed to possess an inherent energy, igniting the circular magical formation on the ground wherever he tread. As Tang Long approached the stone statue, it trembled and recoiled 2 steps back. The sword? He attributed this phenomenon to the weapon in his grasp. The statue continued to retreat, and the red light it expelled either rebounded or vanished when it came within 5 meters of him. Gaining confidence, Tang Long advanced towards the statue. With a swift strike, the statue split into 2, and a crystal-like stone began to hover in the air. This stone? It defied the pull of gravity, floating effortlessly above. Recognizing this occurrence, Tang Long identified it as the Morpheus crystal, for its aura was precisely what he had been searching for. Just then, the space beside him shattered like glass, and a man clad in black armor tumbled out. Oh, that man? The sight of the armored figure reminded Tang Long of Zate, with whom he had battled outside the passage. Now, the man appeared to be unconscious. Carrying him, Tang Long departed from the scene. This man was not inherently malevolent, merely possessing a strong instinct for self-preservation, which in certain circumstances translated into a lethal defense against outsiders. Upon reaching the prison, he found Tai Tsong and Wang Dali still inside, while the others had already left. "You have obtained the Morpheus crystal," Tai Tsong stated. "Indeed," Tang Long replied, extending his right hand to reveal the levitating crystal resting in his palm. It was unmistakably the Morpheus crystal. Tai Tsong affirmed, then swallowed the gem. Tang Long was astonished. Below Tai Tsong's neck was stone, yet the crystal appeared akin to red-hot iron, miraculously sinking into Tai Tsong's abdomen and emitting a brilliant glow. Moments later, Tai Tsong began to transform, regaining his flesh and blood. After 10 minutes, he rose from the ground. "I have regained my freedom," Tai Tsong declared to Wang Dali. "I can assist you in acquiring divinity." "Divinity?" Wang Dali queried, perplexed as was Tang Long. They had never heard of such a concept. "Yes, divinity," Tai Tsong continued. "Your body now embodies divine essence, granting you the power of a deity. However, without divinity, you cannot wield this strength. You must seek out the divine essence to become complete God. How can we find this divine essence?" Wang Dali inquired, evidently convinced by Tai Tsong's words. His body was indeed peculiar, impervious to blades and bullets, able to transform the pseudo-beast Little Black into a second-level evolved creature. Yet, despite possessing such formidable power, he could not harness it and remained at the level of an ordinary person, only able to lift 200 pounds. After the death of the god, the divine essence was divided among 7 individuals, Tai Tsong explained. However, those 7 likely have not refined the power of the essence, so it remains within them. If we locate these 7 individuals, we can gather the 7 fragments of divine essence to reconstruct the complete divinity, allowing you to return to your true divine form. Chapter 66. The Transformation of Huaxia. Part 1. Is there truly such a thing as divinity? Initially, no one would believe it, but the statement came from Tai Tsong, a former attendant of the god. 40,000 years ago, after the god's demise, Tai Tsong was transformed into stone by Morpheus and cast aside. However, as time passed and Morpheus' power waned, Tai Tsong's head returned to its original form, regaining flesh and blood. Those 7 individuals are not divine beings. If they wish to integrate the divine essence into their bodies, they will inevitably face backlash. Under normal circumstances, an ordinary person who consumes divine essence would explode due to their inability to withstand its power. The 7, however, are far beyond the ordinary and may not explode, but their bodies will certainly be severely restricted. How we find them? Wang Dali asked. "I do not know," Tai Tsong replied, "but the universe has its laws. Once divinity awakens within you, those 7 will surely appear. At that time, you need not seek them. They will seek you." This phenomenon is known as the 3-body law in the universe. Besides you and those 7, there is another individual manipulating everything from the shadows, who typically aligns with your interests. Tai Tsong spoke vaguely, perhaps unwilling to divulge everything to Wang Dali. Wang Dali stroked Little Black's head, deep in thought. At that moment, Zeta woke. He had vanished since entering the mysterious passage, only to reappear after Tang Long eliminated the stone statue within. "Who are you?" Zate asked, surveying the 3 individuals. Recognizing only Tang Long. I saved you, Tang Long replied. You disappeared after entering that passage. Oh, Zate exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. That passage was terrifying. As soon as I stepped in, a glowing circular formation appeared beneath my feet, and then I lost consciousness. It was so strange. Just then, Wang Dali suddenly addressed Zate. Are you almost 32 years old? Zate froze, glanced at his watch, and smiled. In 5 minutes, I will be 32. But how did you know? Upon hearing this, Wang Dali's expression changed. I suddenly cannot see your future, but only for the next 5 minutes. What? Zate felt bewildered. Dali, what did you see? Tang Long inquired earnestly, aware that Dali possessed the ability to glimpse an individual's past and future, albeit randomly. I saw that he is nearing death, Wang Dali said, troubled. This power was indeed not a blessing. You must be joking. Zate patted his body, feeling perfectly fine. I'm not joking. Dali Kang interjected seriously. The power of the divine is beyond your comprehension. If the god says you're near death, then you're indeed near death. You should prepare for your final affairs. What nonsense are you spouting? Don't think that just because you saved me, you can speak so freely, Zate retorted as he turned to leave, unwilling to associate with these strangers. He was the leader here, tasked with guarding this place. How could he simply accept death? Just then, an individual burst in from outside. Clad in black armor, he bore an uncanny resemblance to Zate, both adorned in black butterfly armor. It's you? Zate exclaimed, astonished. Zate, the newcomer addressed him. You left the team without the doctor's permission. The doctor sent me to bring you back. I will not return. With that, Zate extended a hand, unleashing a beam of red light towards the man. Ridiculous. The man retaliated with a similar beam of red light, and their clash enveloped the surroundings in a haze. Both were using magical cannons. Tang Long pondered, realizing that this individual and Zate were likely both subjects of Sang Qiuyu's Group A experiments. As the smoke cleared, Zate was found lying on the ground, lifeless. The man appeared perplexed. He had not killed Zate, yet the latter lay dead. Tang Long assumed the man was responsible for Zate's demise. Wang Dali sighed. The 5 minutes have elapsed. Tai Tsong stated, when a god decrees that someone will die, that person will indeed die. The man carried Zate's corpse past Tang Long, casting a glance before continuing on his way. Tang Long made no move to intervene. Zate was not a friend, and in fact, they had been adversaries. Not long ago, Zate had led his men in the massacre of over 10,000 people at the Chang'an base and had captured over 40,000. At this moment, Tai Tsong's body began to undergo a transformation, gradually turning to stone, starting from his feet, then his legs, until finally, apart from his head, every part of him was encased in stone. What is happening? Wang Dali inquired. Divine intervention. Tai Tsong replied. Just now, the consciousness of Morpheus swept over me, turning me to stone. Wang Dali was taken aback. Morpheus was indeed formidable, capable of petrifying someone with mere thought. He does not possess the ability to turn things to stone at present. It is merely because my magical dissolution is not a standard one, but rather a suppression spell. The Morpheus crystal has merely subdued the magical seed within me, causing it to lie dormant. When Morpheus's consciousness passed over me, it reactivated this magical seed, resulting in this predicament. However, I have made some progress. I have determined Morpheus's approximate location, which is 300 li to the east of here. Do not worry. I shall restore you. Wang Dali gazed eastward, intending to seek out Morpheus. At this moment, Xiao He began to nod vigorously. I see, Tai Tsong remarked. This little bird is extraordinary. It too has sensed Morpheus's consciousness and can guide you more accurately to him. Really? Tang Long said, stroking Xiao He's head, and the little bird nodded joyfully. Tai Tsong continued. This bird must have been influenced by the divine, possessing a fragment of divine energy. It is indeed remarkable. Subsequently, Wang Dali mounted Xiao He and soared eastward. While Wang Dali could have traveled alongside Tang Long, Xiao He stubbornly refused to allow Tang Long to ride, likely harboring resentment from the last incident where Tang Long had kicked Dali. Nevertheless, Tang Long had no intention of joining him at this moment. He planned to set out in a few days, as matters at the Chang'an base remained unresolved. The Chang'an base had been devastated and required reconstruction. Thus Tang Long chose to remain for the time being. On the second day of the base's reconstruction, Tang Long received a letter from Su Sanshao. What is this? He exclaimed, astonished after reading the letter. The Prince Taibwa had indeed caused chaos at the Fan family estate, and for reasons unknown, after destroying half of their residence. He left empty-handed. Strangely, he subsequently garnered support from the Fan family and established a martial arts school at the Luoyang base, imparting martial knowledge to humanity. Due to the Fan family's significant influence, within a mere week, half of Huasha's evolvers had grasped basic martial arts, matching the strength of first-level evolutionary beasts. In the past, it would take 2 or 3 evolvers to defeat a beast of the same level, but now, in one-on-one confrontations, human evolvers could almost effortlessly triumph over evolutionary beasts. What could possibly explain this? Tang Long turned to the next page. Upon finishing, he was once again startled. The second page did not elucidate why Cadian established the martial arts school, nor did it explain the Fan family's support for him. Instead, it informed him that his friend Hong Naoyang had been captured by Dr. Caxiu, and his life hung by a thread. Dr. Caxiu had once been the assistant to Dr. Song Xiuyu, a genetic biologist who conducted experiments on artificial evolvers and evolutionary beasts. After Dr. Song Xiuyu's disappearance, Dr. Caxiu took over all of his projects and experiments. The letter did not state the reason for Hong Naoyang's capture, leaving Tang Long perplexed. In the minds of ordinary people, Dr. Caxiu was known to be amiable, often sending support to other bases, and had even subjected his only son to human experimentation, transforming him into a genetic warrior to assist other bases. The power of evolutionary beasts was terrifying, nearly invincible at the same level, and even genetic warriors could not contend against them. 3 years prior, his son had barely survived, losing both legs while defending the base. Such a person would not undertake reckless actions, let alone capture Hong Naoyang without cause. Had Hong Naoyang committed some wrongdoing? The following day, after arranging matters at the Chang'an base, Tang Long proceeded to the Longshou base, where Dr. Caxiu was stationed. Longshou base housed over 200 genetic warriors, capable of fending off attacks from evolutionary beasts below level 4. Unlike other bases, Longshou did not have numerous guards but rather a laser gate. This laser gate was a formidable barrier, composed of a metal box measuring 10 meters in length, 3 meters in width, and 4 meters in height, typically filled with thousands of high-temperature lasers. Only first-level evolvers could pass through. Anyone else would be sliced into countless pieces and incinerated below. Standing outside the gate, Tang Long sighed inwardly at such a stringent method for screening evolvers. He stepped through the gate, and thousands of high-temperature lasers swept across his body without a single one penetrating him. Upon entering, a fully armed individual saluted Tang Long, exclaiming, "Sir." Tang Long nodded. This was common knowledge at ordinary bases, where evolvers were typically regarded as officers, holding a rank above ordinary individuals. Inside the base, the atmosphere was bustling, similar to other bases, with everyone engaged in various tasks. At that moment, someone bellowed at Tang Long, "Young man, why do you carry a broken sword?" "Oh," Tang Long said, touching the hilt at his waist. This sword occasionally transformed into a complete blade, exceptionally sharp, and could form a special field to repel magical attacks. However, ever since it had manifested a complete blade last time, it reverted to its current broken state, lacking a sharp edge. The individual before him appeared to be a blacksmith, with a furnace nearby, flames billowing high. In this era of evolutionary beasts, only evolvers could forge, as even a heavy hammer would be unmanageable for ordinary people. "It is merely for decoration," Tang Long replied. The man seemed skeptical. "Young man, how about I forge a complete blade for you, without compromising its original abilities?" He hinted at something. Tang Long hesitated, sensing that this man was likely an evolver of at least level 2. "What do you think?" The man pressed. "Do you know the origin of my sword?" Tang Long probed, sensing that the man possessed knowledge. "I do not know, but it feels extraordinary." The man shook his head. "Very well." After a moment of indecision, Tang Long handed over the broken sword. "Excellent." Upon receiving the broken sword, the man's eyes seemed to recognize it as a prehistoric weapon. He then took out a block of iron wrapped in oilcloth and tossed it into the furnace. Tang Long observed closely, particularly the iron block, which appeared to be a rare mineral known as hanmushi. Hanmushi is a unique mineral that does not exist on Earth, found only within meteorites. It possesses the remarkable property of self-healing. For instance, if a weapon sustains a minor chip, it typically mends itself within a minute. Hence the name hanmushi. Currently, only weapons wielded by evolvers above level 3 utilize this stone. Hanmushi has an exceedingly high melting point, reaching up to 20,000 degrees. and the furnace capable of melting it is no ordinary one but a nuclear furnace, utilizing the fusion of atomic particles to release temperatures in the tens of thousands to facilitate the melting process. Surrounding the nuclear furnace is a robust radiation absorption system, ensuring that no harmful nuclear radiation is produced. Tang Long stood beside the nuclear furnace, watching as the hanmushi melted within. After an hour, the hanmushi was entirely liquefied, after which the man retrieved it and placed it on a mold to hammer it. Bang, bang, bang. As he struck, the man remarked, "Forging is akin to kneading dough. Only through 81 layers of gentle pressure can a weapon's resilience emerge." Tang Long nodded in agreement. The strength of ordinary dough derives from a 2 mm thick noodle, which is essentially composed of 81 layers of dough stacked together, equivalent to the strength of 81 individual noodles. The same principle applies to weapons. Should the blade be layered to 81 layers, then that weapon would possess the resilience of 81 weapons, allowing it to slice through iron like mud. However, some prefer even more resilient weapons and may layer them to 108 layers. After 3 more hours, the blade within the mold had been melded with 81 layers, yet the man shook his head, stating that such toughness could not possibly match the hilt of the sword. After another 2 hours, the blade reached a fusion of 200 layers. At this moment, the man connected the blade to the hilt. However, an unexpected occurrence transpired. As the blade made contact with the hilt, an immense force of attraction emanated from the hilt, and the blade seemed to plunge into it, as if drawn into a black hole. In less than 5 seconds, the blade vanished. What happened? Tang Long inquired, puzzled as he had no knowledge of metallurgy and had never witnessed such an event. "I do not know," the man replied gravely, equally baffled by the bizarre situation where the newly forged blade was devoured by the hilt. After a moment, the man examined the hilt closely and asked in confusion, "Has the hilt grown slightly longer?" "It seems so," Tang Long responded, taking the hilt and noticing that the break in the blade appeared to be about 1 mm longer than before, a detail that would be imperceptible to anyone not as observant as he was after studying the sword for several days. "What an extraordinary sword," the man remarked, retrieving a cloth-wrapped piece or from a drawer. "Oh, what is that?" Tang Long asked, startled, for the ore was a firestone, exceedingly precious and more valuable than the moose stone. With a hardness of around 16, it was not found on Earth but brought by meteorites. This stone had a melting point of approximately 30,000 degrees, requiring a nuclear furnace to melt it for a full day and night. The man did not elaborate, but placed the firestone alongside the hilt. Strangely, the firestone began to move on its own, slowly gravitating towards the hilt, then seemingly sinking into it like quicksand. At this moment, the man observed the break in the hilt and was astonished to find it expanding. After the fist-sized firestone vanished, the break in the hilt had grown by 15 mm, exceeding the moose stone by 5 mm. "This sword can devour rare ores. It is indeed exceptional. Take good care of it and ensure that no one else sees it," the man said, his hands trembling slightly. The ability to consume other ores to enhance itself indicated that the sword possessed a form of life. Although he had encountered countless peculiar weapons, he had never before seen one that could consume ores. "This sword?" Tang Long asked, his expression serious, as he pondered the origins of this extraordinary weapon. "This sword was discovered at the site of the magical energy source," the man explained. "It is related to Yags, one of the 7 great lords of Taber, and the master of your magical energy source. Currently, his corporeal form is in the possession of a powerful individual. Initially, the strong man unearthed this sword, deemed it a broken relic, and subsequently discarded it. Later, he excavated Yag's corporeal form at that location, acquiring Yag's magical essence." Tang Long placed a hand over his chest, aware that he too bore Yag's magical essence and consciousness. Ever since Yags had made an appearance and revealed a few things, he had not shown himself again. This sword? Tang Long was uncertain of the connection between the sword and Yags, but he could speculate on a couple of possibilities. Firstly, the sword could have been Yag's personal weapon, remaining by his side after his death and subsequently unearthed by the strongman. Secondly, the sword might have wounded Yags, and after his demise, it remained with him until it was eventually excavated. Regardless of either possibility, it was clear that this sword was extraordinary. "Youth," the man stated, "with the rise of more and more evolvers, a good weapon without sufficient strength cannot remain by one side." "Oh," Tang Long nodded in understanding. Due to the influence of Prince Ka of Taebear and the Fan family, a significant number of evolvers possessing martial arts had emerged in Huaxia. These evolvers without weapons could withstand similarly ranked evolved beasts, and with weapons, they could almost effortlessly defeat them. Take this, the man handed Tang Long a scabbard. It is a valuable item, easily recognizable and capable of providing some protection. Tang Long expressed his gratitude and withdrew 10,000 Huaxia coins. Keep this money. You will have plenty of opportunities to spend in the future, the man said, glancing at Tang Long's severed arm and declining the coins. Your strength is still insufficient to slay a level 3 dragon beast, and you cannot repair your arm. However, with money, you can acquire what you desire. From this man, Tang Long learned that Huaxia had undergone tremendous changes. Due to the internet, the Fan family had transmitted their martial arts to every base in Huaxia through the Ka Hall. To date, the strength of human evolvers had tripled. Now, level 2 evolvers could act independently to slay level 2 evolved beasts, while those above level 3 typically formed pairs to hunt dragon beasts. Dragon beasts were worth 10 times that of ordinary evolved beasts. The blood of dragon beasts had the power of resurrection and could restore limbs. In the struggle against evolved beasts, it was inevitable for evolvers to lose limbs. And to heal their bodies, they required dragon blood. The cells of evolvers contained energy, and only the blood of dragon beasts, with an energy value greater than their cells, could be used for limb restoration techniques without causing rejection. Presently, Tang Long remained with his severed arm and was in urgent need of 10 gene of dragon blood. The market price for dragon blood was 1 million Huaxia coins per gene, meaning Tang Long needed 10 million Huaxia coins to acquire the dragon blood he sought. The bases with some strength now all have mercenary departments, calling upon idle evolvers in society to accept temporary tasks to slay evolved beasts. If you need money, you can go there for tasks. With your strength and the sword in your hand, you can easily earn 10 million Huaxia coins, the man advised. Tang Long thanked him again. As he departed, the man kindly handed him a book. Tang Long accepted the book, which was a martial arts manual titled Rapid Step, a foundational footwork technique that could triple one's speed. Rapid Step differed from his Zhuojuan magnetic field technique. While Zhuojuan magnetic field was an accumulation of magnetic fields to gain multiplied strength, Rapid Step was a transformation of the magnetic field. In simple terms, it involved forming a spring-like magnetic field beneath the feet. When the foot struck the ground, the magnetic field compressed, allowing it to rebound and generate a force exceeding one's weight by several times, typically enabling a leap of 100 meters. However, mastering this martial art would take time, as it required the practitioner to form a spiral with their magnetic field and direct it to their soles. The difficulty in practicing martial arts lay in controlling the magnetic field. Originally, Tang Long had expended great effort to cultivate the Zhuojuan magnetic field. He estimated that it would take him over 10 days to master this rapid step. After bidding farewell to the man, Tang Long arrived at the mercenary department. The crowd was overwhelming. He could not enter because the throng of people filled the entrance. He wondered how there could be so many evolvers in this place, for in other locations, they were exceedingly rare. Eventually, someone informed him that this was an F-level mercenary department, specifically for seed evolvers to undertake tasks, typically involving the elimination of pseudo-beasts. Understanding this, Tang Long proceeded to the E-level mercenary department. While the number of people here was less than in the previous location, there were still dozens. Upon entering, he noticed a black sign displaying the day's tasks. Eliminate the golden mane rat beast and bring back its fangs for a reward of 10,000 Huaxia coins. Slay the black bull beast and bring back its horns for 10,000 Huaxia coins. Eliminate the unicorn chicken beast and bring back its claws for 10,000 Huaxia coins. Upon seeing this, Tang Long thought to himself, these are all level 1 evolved beasts. I would need to slay 1,000 of them to earn 10 million and acquire the dragon blood. He then went to inspect the D-level mercenary department. The establishment was sparsely populated, with merely 5 individuals, each indulging in libations. Upon the entrance of Tang Long, their revelry momentarily ceased, and they scrutinized him with keen interest. At that moment, Tang Long exuded an aura of coolness, clad entirely in black, his white hair cascading down, an arm severed, and a sword strapped to his waist. Such a sight led them to perceive Tang Long as an elderly, yet formidable figure. Tang Long's gaze fell upon the blackboard, which displayed but a single task: to vanquish the level 2 evolved beast, the Hui Long Shou, and procure its fangs for a reward of 200,000 Huaxia coins. Tong Long had encountered the Hui Long Shou in literature. It was a vicious, evolved beast, measuring 20 meters in length, armed with indomitable claws and remarkable speed. In essence, should one be unable to contend with the Hui Long Shou, death would be the inevitable consequence, as typically, evolved beings of equal rank could not match its velocity. As Tong Long exited, whispers began to circulate behind him. Who was that man? He seemed so cold and aloof. Could he possibly be headed to confront the Hui Long Shou? Unlikely, as since the recent purging by the authorities, these beasts no longer roam alone, but rather in packs. Is he seeking his own demise? Such musings went unheard by Tong Long, who was merely there to investigate. His true intention was to rescue Hong Nailiang, who had been captured and was imprisoned somewhere unknown. The location of Dr. Kaxiu's laboratory was a well-guarded secret, and inquiries proved futile. Thus, Tong Long resolved to confront the highest authority present. The chief's abode was a metallic structure, fortified with 4 omnidirectional energy cannons. Entry was prohibited, and guards obstructed Tong Long's path. He cast a brief glance at the guard and proceeded within. Startled, the guard fired a shot. Yet the thumb-sized energy bullet failed to penetrate Tong Long. Realizing he was facing an evolved being, the guard was taken aback. But it was clear that even an evolved being could not freely enter the chief's quarters. At that moment, one of the energy cannons atop the building pivoted. Tong Long's pupils constricted as he noted the cannon emitted a red light. Red light signified magnetic energy, possessing formidable destructive power. A bullet of that size could effortlessly slay a level 1 evolved beast, while a beam of such magnitude could dispatch even a level 3 evolved beast. How could this be? Tong Long was momentarily bewildered. Magnetic energy could only be emitted by evolved beings or beasts whose biological magnetic field reached a value of 1,000, typically those of level 4. Yet here was merely a machine, a cannon. How could it possess a biological magnetic field, let alone emit magnetic energy? With a thunderous roar, the magnetic energy was unleashed, prompting Tong Long to leap aside just in time as the ground erupted in chaos. Indeed, it was a magnetic cannon. Tong Long stood in astonishment. Recognizing the chain reaction of destruction wrought by the magnetic energy, targets struck appeared to disintegrate in a series of explosive bursts. At that moment, a figure emerged from within. This individual sported a beard and possessed piercing eyes, glaring at Tong Long with ire. "Who are you?" he demanded. "I am here to rescue Hong Nailiang." Recognizing the imposing presence of the individual, Tong Long too released his own aura, countering the man's intimidation. "Oh, a level 2 evolved being," the man remarked, momentarily taken aback by the strength of Tong Long's presence, which seemed to surpass that of an ordinary level 2 evolved being. "Here, we are allies, united against the evolved beasts. We can converse within." The man's tone softened. Tong Long shook his head. "Where's Hong Nailiang?" The man's expression faltered. "Since you inquired, I shall divulge this. I cannot make decisions regarding Hong Nailiang's fate. We must wait for the doctor to return." "What crime has he committed?" Tong Long pressed, believing this question to be permissible. "That is also beyond my knowledge. All matters rest with the doctor. However, I shall suggest you return in 2 days. The doctor will be back then and will provide an explanation." Noticing Tong Long's enwavrignora, and recognizing his caution toward the level 2 evolved being, the man continued, "Allow me to share what I know. Hong Nailiang possesses something not belonging to this universe, which the doctor has forcibly detained. Something that does not belong to this universe?" Tong Long's thoughts immediately drifted to the peculiar hoe. The most conspicuous object associated with Hong Nailiang was that prehistoric weapon-like hoe, capable of slaying level 1 evolved beasts in a single strike when wielded by an evolved seed. This hoe had been discovered during a temporal anomaly, an occurrence that rendered it quite extraordinary. The man's assertion that the hoe was not of this universe did not preclude it from being of earthly origin. Earth comprises 108 elements that can be synthesized into countless substances, totaling over 2,600 varieties. What could it mean for something to be deemed not of this universe? Realizing he had divulged too much, the man concluded, "I have shared all I can. This is contingent upon your status as a level 2 evolved being, which affords you a degree of respect at any base. After all, an additional level 2 evolved being enhances the base's security." "Very well," Tong Long sighed. I shall return in 2 days, at which point I expect a satisfactory explanation. Indeed, the man acquiesced with a sigh of relief. Once Tong Long departed, the man returned to his chamber, addressing another figure with reverence. Master, the individual has left. The one referred to as master was a short, wrinkled elder. The esteemed Ka Xiao, a figure of great respect. He commanded, Hakuan, accelerate the experiments. They are pressing us, and time is running short. He gestured towards a massive experimental vial containing a person suspended within. Had Tong Long been present, he would have recognized this individual as Hong Nai Liang, whose body was riddled with various tubes, some even penetrating through his flesh. On Ka Xiao's computer screen, Hong Nai Liang's image appeared, albeit with a peculiar detail, a hoe-shaped mark on his forehead. This mark was enigmatic. From any angle, it appeared spherical, revealing the same image from all perspectives. Obscuring the view from behind, Ka Xiao sighed, realizing the hoe-shaped mark was only visible from one side, and no matter how it was viewed, be it at an angle, vertically, or horizontally, the reverse remained concealed, something that does not belong to this universe. When will I unravel your mysteries? Ka Xiao mused, a blend of helplessness and excitement coursing through him. This was a pivotal opportunity. Should he decipher it, his understanding would ascend to a new echelon. Upon exiting the base, Tong Long ventured into the surrounding woods. He held a deep respect for Dr. Ka Xiao, who had previously saved millions of lives, a true hero among the people. Deserving of trust. Within the forest, Tong Long began his quest for the Hui Long Shou. The D-Class Mercenary Guild had placed a high bounty on the beast, amounting to 50,000 Huaxia coins. Tong Long calculated that if he were to slay 200 Hui Long Shou, he would amass 10 million coins, sufficient to procure 10 gene of dragon blood to restore his left arm. The towering trees in the forest rendered Tong Long indifferent to the level 1 evolved beasts that stood at a height of 10 meters. Conversely, these level 1 evolved beasts sensed the presence of a level 2 evolved being and either fled in terror or retreated in haste. After 3 hours of searching, Tong Long grew perplexed. This area appeared devoid of Hui Long Shou. In truth, a month prior, the Gene Warriors of the base had eradicated all Hui Long Shou within a 100-mile radius. This decision stemmed from the base headquarters' discovery that the Hui Long Shou reproduced at an alarming rate, typically birthing a litter every fortnight. If not addressed promptly, they could form a formidable pack, posing a significant threat to the base's security. Tang Long continued his journey, swiftly covering a distance of 100 miles from the base. Suddenly, his eyes gleamed as he spotted a colossal gray wolf beast, measuring 20 meters in length. However, just as he was about to take action, he hesitated. Nearby, 2 additional gray wolf beasts were present, feasting on a white sheep beast. One of the gray wolf beasts caught sight of Tang Long, glanced in his direction, and then resumed its meal. A wry smile formed on Tang Long's lips as he contemplated that the gray wolf beast likely deemed him insufficiently powerful and, noticing the meager portion of meat, chose not to attack. Thus, he abandoned the pursuit of these 3 gray wolf beasts in search of a solitary target. Before long, Tang Long discerned that the gray wolf beasts here typically traveled in packs of at least 3, with some groups boasting as many as 10, rendering any attempt to engage futile. Just as he pondered his next move, an ice arrow shot towards him. Momentarily taken aback, he quickly crouched down to conceal himself. From a short distance away, a young girl emerged. She was clad in fitted attire, her long hair cascading down, exuding a certain charm. Struck by a sense of familiarity, Tang Long realized that she resembled Xie Fei. The more he scrutinized her, the more convinced he became that this girl was indeed the same Xie sibling he had rescued at the lookout station. Yet, how could someone who was once an ordinary human now wield magic? Recalling the moment he had divided his magical essence among 11 individuals for the survival of those at the lookout station, he pondered the implications. The portion he had shared could not be further divided. Any attempt to do so would result in its disappearance, and it could not be transmitted to others. Yet, how had Xie Fei acquired her magical prowess? Currently, there were only 13 individuals on Earth endowed with magic. Himself, Chong, and those 11 others. What was happening? In the 7th chapter of the Earth Saga, titled Substances Not Belonging to the Universe, Part 2, the realization struck Tang Long that Xie Fei possessed magical capabilities. His initial thought turned to Chong, the progenitor of dark magic, whose vast magical essence could easily be shared among a few. However, he quickly dismissed this notion. After their last encounter, it had become clear that Chang was preoccupied with some significant endeavor, neglecting even his beloved, and would not disseminate magic here. Sci-Fi conjured 2 ice arrows once more, launching them in succession at the 2 gray wolf beasts. The initial strike had startled the trio of gray wolf beasts, prompting them to charge toward her, their massive forms crashing through trees in their path. At that moment, Sci-Fi levitated, ascending to a height of 30 meters, overlooking the 3 gray wolf beasts. She then summoned a colossal fireball, sending it crashing down. With a resounding explosion, the 3 gray wolf beasts were thrown into the air, collapsing to the ground, their fate uncertain. At that instant, Sci-Fi caught a glimpse of Tang Long's silhouette, though she did not discern his features, and thought to herself that he was merely a passerby, not warranting her attention. Cautiously, she extracted the fangs from the 3 gray wolf beasts and vanished. What transpired? Tang Long emerged, staring in astonishment at the spot where Sci-Fi had disappeared. She had not uttered a single incantation, implying that her magic emanated directly from her being. But how was this possible? That immense fireball was undoubtedly a form of intermediate magic. And Sci-Fi had only been 3 months in her magical journey when they last parted ways. During that time, he himself had not advanced to the level of an intermediate magic user. How could she? Yet, upon reflection, Tang Long realized that the question was not merely whether Sci-Fi was an intermediate magic user, but rather how she had become a magic user at all. The path to becoming a magic user required magical essence, which ordinary individuals could not cultivate under normal circumstances. Yet, the evidence was irrefutable. Sci-Fi was not only a magic user, but an intermediate one. What could explain this anomaly? After a brief moment, Tang Long recalled a statement made by Su San Shao about the future, detailing that the 35th volume of the Illusion canon foretold the emergence of a group of powerful magic users among humanity, who would assist people in combating evolutionary beasts during times of crisis. However, he was acutely aware that humanity had only uncovered the 12th volume of the Illusion canon, and the 35th was still a distant prospect. Meanwhile, at a certain base, the atmosphere was markedly different from ordinary facilities. There were no defensive metallic walls. Yet within a 50-mile radius, not a single evolutionary beast could be found. In the hall of this base, a man clad in a black robe, his face obscured, occupied the highest position. Beneath him lay a 30-degree tiered platform, extending 20 meters, upon which more than 50 individuals stood, including Sci-Fi. Beside her stood her brother, Xie Fong. Xie Fong stepped forward and addressed the robed man. Master, that old coot at Longsho base refuses to surrender that individual. Should we resort to force? Patience. The man gestured dismissively. We lack researchers to conduct any studies here. Although Cashew has ideas, he is the only one capable of producing results. For now, we require loyal disciples to expand our reach. In this apocalyptic world, only our dark holy sect can save humanity. Yes, the gathered individuals replied respectfully. After a moment, Xie Fong added, I have dispatched people to other bases in search of those with magical potential, and we have identified 3. As he spoke, a hint of shame washed over him. Within a month, from over 200,000 individuals across more than a dozen bases, he had only managed to find 3 with magical potential. Individuals possessing magical potential differed from ordinary humans. Whereas ordinary human cells contain mitochondria, Golgi apparatus, nuclei, and other organelles, those with magical potential also possessed a magical conductor. This magical conductor, resembling the size of a mitochondrion, functions similarly as an energy factory within cells. Mitochondria convert ingested food into biological energy, while magical conductors convert food into energy that, once released, transforms into high-frequency magnetic waves. These waves manifest as magic, resonating with human consciousness to create various wondrous phenomena, such as the basic fireball spell. When a caster envisions a radiant fireball, their magical conductors activate, generating high-frequency magnetic waves that disperse beyond the caster's body, taking on different forms according to the caster's imagination. This formidable energy is not something everyone can possess. A prerequisite is the presence of magical conductors within their cells. Xiefeng held a magical conductor detector, capable of identifying individuals with magical potential within a 10-meter radius. However, the occurrence of such individuals among humanity was exceedingly rare, nearly non-existent. Despite this, Xiefeng had managed to find 3 among 200,000. Sighing internally, Xiefeng lamented that, at this rate, the dark holy sect would struggle to grow. Just as a silence enveloped the room, a messenger arrived. Master, an attack is underway at the Dragon Beast base. They seem intent on seizing that individual. Have you identified who they are? The man inquired. No, there are only 3 of them, all third-level evolvers. Ah, the man replied, curiosity piqued. After a moment's thought, he instructed Xiefeng, take a group and investigate. We must ensure that individual does not fall into the hands of others. The individual referred to by the man was Hong Naoyang, whose name had become synonymous with notoriety among the upper echelons of all bases. A week prior, Hong Naoyang had been ambushed by 5 second-level evolvers. In a life-or-death moment, he swung his hoe, unleashing 9 black holes, each 10 meters in diameter, with tremendous force that instantaneously engulfed the 5 attackers. Subsequently, those black holes absorbed everything within a 100-mile radius, including all nearby bases and forests. At that time, Cashiu was the first to arrive on the scene. By the time he reached Hong Naoyang, the latter was unconscious, and upon bringing him back for research, it was discovered that he possessed a hoe within him. Further investigation revealed that the substance contained within the hoe was not of this universe. The universe comprises 108 elements capable of forming countless substances. Yet the material in question lacked atomic structure, resembling a worm-like substance smaller than an atom. This substance, when intertwined, resembles a sweater, intangible and undetectable, yet visible to the eye. Even more astonishing is that this material seems to rotate in accordance with one's gaze. Regardless of the angle from which it is viewed, it appears the same. In other words, the perspective of an observer in front is identical to that of one behind. Eventually, this phenomenon became known to all high-ranking officials at the base, prompting some influential figures to take notice of Cashiu and his remarkable body. However, Dr. Cashiu's base holds a significant reputation within Huaxia, housing not only over 20 evolved beings, but also 200 genetically enhanced warriors with abilities around the 2nd level of evolution. The strength of Dr. Cashiu instilled caution among those harboring ulterior motives. Yet, someone has begun to target Dr. Cashiu, launching an assault on his base. Who is this individual? In the Earth Arc, Chapter 71, The Enigma of Black Hole Formation, the Dark Holy Sect has initiated action. Xiefeng, accompanied by 3 sorcerers, makes his way toward the Longzhou base. Hong Naoyang's body is of paramount significance, tied to the mystery of cosmic matter. The existence of matter not belonging to this universe had previously been a mere theoretical construct, but now this theory has materialized. The first to unravel this enigma stands to gain immeasurable rewards. In this apocalyptic era, where evolved beasts roam freely, survival is paramount, and only those who can endure longer will prevail. While Huaxia does maintain a headquarters that occasionally supports various bases, such assistance is sporadic, with the headquarters sometimes unable to attend to its own needs. To survive longer, one must enhance their strength. Presently, Hong Naoyang's body represents a resource. Whoever is first to study and utilize it will extend their lifespan. At the Longzhou base, 3 third-level evolved beings stand on a 10-meter-high metallic structure, surveying a group of lower-level evolved beings below. The individuals below are all native to the Longzhou base, with the highest among them reaching the 2nd level of evolution. Who are you? Inquire an officer from base. The trio did not respond, merely observing the situation. They had initially anticipated capturing the base swiftly, but underestimated its defenses. After 3 hours of combat, they had achieved nothing, and curiously, they had not even killed a single opponent. It is essential to note that they are 3rd-level evolved beings, while the others are merely 2nd level. The disparity in strength suggests they should be able to handle 10 of the latter without difficulty. Proceed with caution. The leader of the assault cautioned his companions. We have yet to see the base's genetic warriors mobilize. Our intelligence was mistaken. Their capabilities exceed ours by several tiers. We must retreat. The other 2 agreed, acknowledging their miscalculation. Given their strength and weaponry, they should have been able to sweep through the Longzhou base. Yet they had only managed to destroy a few structures without inflicting any casualties. Within the base resides a peculiar artillery piece that fires a powerful beam capable of eliminating them in an instant. Had they not been quick, and if the artillery had not been slow to respond, they would have met their doom. After casting one last glance at the imposing cannon in the center of the Longsho base, the three retreated in succession. At that moment, an inexplicable barrage of meteors descended from the sky, indiscriminately striking the trio and burying them beneath the debris. While the meteors did not fall swiftly, their sheer number and size resembled small mountains, effectively entombing the three beneath them. What was happening? The personnel at the Longsho base gazed skyward, their expressions a blend of confusion and shock, bewildered by the sudden appearance of so many meteors, particularly as they entombed their attackers. Was this divine intervention? Amidst the collective perplexity, for men clad in black robes adorned with red, swirling clouds floated above. Are they deities? Observers marveled at the four individuals levitating effortlessly, leading them to perceive them as divine beings. However, is there truly such a thing as gods in this world? With current technology proving that matter consists of atoms and that the cosmos extends beyond the sky, the notion of deities seems implausible. Yet, what are these four individuals? Are they mere illusions or mirages? These four are Xie Feng and his three subordinates. Their initial mission was reconnaissance, but upon arrival, their objective shifted to seizing Hong Naoyang's body. Who are you? The base commander asked weakly, concerned the answer might reveal them as divine entities. We are from the Dark Holy Sect. In this apocalypse, we come to save humanity, but all are guilty and unworthy of salvation. We seek but one individual's body. We hope you will relinquish it willingly to avoid conflict. As he spoke, a massive meteorite materialized in Xie Feng's hand, initially measuring 10 meters in diameter before rapidly expanding to over 100 meters. This was the great meteorite technique, an advanced spell. Throughout the casting, Xie Feng uttered no incantation, indicating his status as a high-level sorcerer. In just 3 months, he transformed from an ordinary individual into a high-level sorcerer. How did he achieve such a feat? Perhaps it is connected to their leader, though the answer remains elusive. Now, the colossal meteorite hovers ominously above the heads of the evolved beings below, seemingly declaring that refusal to surrender Hong Naoyang will result in their demise. The crowd stood frozen, uncertain of how to respond. While their physiques are robust and resistant to ordinary attacks, such a massive meteorite could still crush them, potentially leading to their organs being forced from their mouths, resulting in certain death. Let us speak calmly. Someone in the crowd finally stammered, frightened. Once again, we demand the surrender of Hong Naoyang's body. Xie Feng remained unmoved, the meteorite gradually descending. At that moment, a resounding boom echoed from the center of the base, followed by a beam of red light that struck the massive meteorite, causing it to explode and vanish as if it had encountered a hot iron. What? Xie Feng gazed intently at the cannon in the center of the base, pondering the nature of this formidable weapon capable of obliterating his conjured meteorite. The red light was, in fact, a magnetic light cannon, a weapon exclusive to the Longsho base. Another boom erupted. Rather than evade, Xie Feng conjured a vast light shield to deflect the incoming red beam. What were we witnessing? The onlookers gasped in disbelief. They knew the base's main cannon was powerful, but they had never witnessed such potency before. Due to mobility issues, the main cannon rarely targeted evolved beings, making its effectiveness against them a rarity. However, they had just observed the main cannon shatter the immense meteorite, followed by yet another shot that ensnared Xie Feng. At this juncture, evasion was no longer an option for him. Had he anticipated the assault, he might have escaped unscathed, but now, with the magnetic light cannon positioned merely 5 centimeters away, retreat was impossible unless he could withstand its force. The personnel within the base would not squander this opportunity. They launched an assault on the other 3 individuals. As the latter were airborne, they resorted to heavy particle guns. Bang! Bang! The 2-finger-wide energy projectiles filled the air, raining down upon the trio. Yet, they were no ordinary individuals. One of the sorcerers conjured a magical shield to block all incoming projectiles, while the other 2 gathered fiery orbs, each measuring a meter in diameter. If Tang Long were present, he would be astonished, for these 3 were among the 11 he had previously instructed in the arcane arts. How had they ascended to the rank of intermediate sorcerers? Tang Long himself was merely a low-level sorcerer. Yet these three had achieved the status to wield intermediate magic like the Great Fireball technique. With a resounding boom, one sorcerer hurled a fiery projectile into the fray. After the fireball struck the ground, it expanded rapidly. Upon reaching the crowd, the weaker evolved ones were reduced to ashes, while others sustained varying degrees of injury. What was this phenomenon? The survivors were filled with dread at the sight of the enormous fireball. Moments ago, it had incinerated the first-tier evolved ones among them. Such an attack was utterly bizarre, something even the evolved beasts could not replicate. The fireball was formed from high-frequency magnetic waves, designed to incinerate its targets, particularly those rich in energy, such as the cells of evolved beings. The high-frequency magnetic waves could penetrate directly to the cells, igniting the energy within and turning the target to ash. It could be said that mages were the nemesis of all evolved beings and evolved beasts. Unfortunately, mages were exceedingly rare. Xiefeng had only found 3 suitable candidates for magical training among 2 million people. "We're doomed," one of the resisting individuals exclaimed in panic, beginning to retreat. This was not a fight of the same caliber. There was no hope for victory. Their adversaries hovered in the air, capable of launching immensely powerful fireballs. The weaker ones were immediately turned to ash, while the stronger ones were grievously wounded. "Surrender that person," a mage commanded. The fireball in his hand had yet to descend, serving as both warning and intimidation. Just then, a beam of red light shot from the leader's tower. The mage reacted swiftly, hurling his fireball forward. The powerful magical attack was collectively referred to as the magic cannon. With a resounding boom, the magnetic cannon collided with the magic cannon, resulting in the formation of a black sphere in the air. What was that? Some individuals felt unsteady, as if a force was drawing them towards the black sphere. At that moment, the black sphere was merely the size of a fist, and its pull was weak. However, in an instant, it seemed to absorb energy, rapidly expanding to the size of a soccer ball, with its pull increasing exponentially. "It's a black hole," one person exclaimed, realizing they could no longer control their body as they were drawn towards the black sphere, leaving behind those words. "What?" Everyone's faces contorted in fear. The black hole was terrifying to them. Once sucked in, survival was nearly impossible, if not entirely unfeasible. Just days prior, the black hole had wreaked havoc. Hong Naoyang had struck down with a shovel, producing 9 black holes that flattened the surrounding area for miles. It truly was a black hole. At the leader's tower, Kashio gazed in shock at the black sphere. His eyes had not wandered away, and he had witnessed the formation of the black hole. Now he was certain the black hole was not a celestial body. On Earth today, aside from Tang Long, who understood that black holes were the phenomenon of matter annihilated by the dual particle annihilation ray, no one else had a clue. Now, Kashio began to doubt his previous theories about black holes, believing they held deeper secrets. He observed the black hole intently. It had emerged from the collision of his red light cannon and the strange fireball from his opponent, suggesting that when 2 peculiar energies collided, a black hole would form. The red light cannon referred to the magnetic cannon, while the strange energy was the magic cannon. When a magnetic cannon and magic cannon clashed, dual particle annihilation rays would be generated, annihilating matter and producing a gravitational pull, thus resulting in the phenomenon of a black hole. Chapter 72, Organic Mechanical Beings, Part 1. The black hole in the sky continued to grow, its pull intensifying. In moments, the ground began to undulate like waves, and buildings above collapsed instantaneously. At this moment, Xiefeng shouted, pushing back the magnetic force aimed at him, then stared in astonishment at the black hole before him. Xiefeng stood alongside his 3 subordinates. Their understanding of black holes surpassed that of ordinary humans. They recognized this as a strange energy wave of immense power, one that could only be produced by the taboo magic of their leader. For a moment, Xiefeng's gaze shifted towards the leader's tower, determined to seize Hong Naoyang's body before the black hole could obliterate the area. "Leave at once." Xiefeng urged his subordinates to retreat while he dashed into the leader's tower. Outside the tower, there had initially been over 30 evolved beings. But due to the black hole, the weaker ones were immediately sucked in, while the survivors had fled far away. Although the black hole was powerful, it was merely a small one. As long as one stood in a safe position, they would remain unharmed. Xiefeng estimated the black hole's pull to be around 2,000 pounds, sufficient to draw in second-tier evolved beings. The 2,000 pound pull of the black hole did not imply it could suck in 2,000 pounds of matter. Rather, it exerted a force of 2,000 pounds per cubic meter. Considering the coverage area of 10,000 square meters, the force became immense, causing the ground to heave. The leader's tower, built from unknown materials, remained completely unaffected within the black hole's range. CF Fong entered, braving the base's defensive artillery, and entered the leader's tower. "You've arrived," Kashio remarked, seated in a wheelchair, turning to face CF Fong with an air of familiarity rather than fear. "Where's Hong Naoyang's body?" CF Fong inquired, his gaze landing on a large test tube nearby, which contained Hong Naoyang's body. At that moment, Hong Naoyang resembled a taxidermy specimen, lying in the test tube, devoid of breath or heartbeat, akin to a corpse. "You are too late," Kashio replied, producing a bottle containing a silvery, transparent liquid. He nonchalantly stated, "I have unraveled the secrets of his body. From this day forth, I shall be the strongest in this world, dancing with the divine." With that, Kashio uncapped the bottle and drank the liquid. "What is that?" CF Fong's pupils constricted. After consuming the liquid, Kashio's body began to resemble a robot shedding its skin, revealing electronic circuit boards that emerged in chaotic layers. However, the exposed circuit boards seemed to follow a discernible pattern, layering one over another, causing Kashio's height to continuously increase. "What is happening?" As Kashio's form expanded to an impressive size, CF Fong's expression shifted to one of shock. Kashio now stood as a towering 10-meter-high robot, with blade-like arms and a cannon mounted on his back. "This is the result of my research," Kashio declared, his voice transformed into an electronic tone, yet still recognizable. "I was the assistant to Dr. Sang Xiuyu, but he held the primary gene while I focused on mechanics. After his disappearance, I organized his research materials and transformed myself into a robot. However, my strength did not increase. I remained an ordinary person. Thus, I sought an energy source capable of changing inorganic mechanical beings into organic mechanical beings." He pointed towards Hong Naoyang's body, stating, "This individual's body contains that energy. His material can transform inorganic mechanical beings into organic ones." "Is that so?" CF Fong seemed to have found the answer he sought, though it remained elusive in his understanding. After a moment, he gestured toward Hong Naoyang's body and asked, "May I take him? Our dark holy sect must acquire this power." "Ah, ga shiuloga. You may take him if you can defeat me, but you stand no chance." With that, he lunged forward, his foot, larger than a double bed, aimed at CF Fong, resembling a meteor as it descended, causing the ground to shatter upon impact. How formidable! CF Fong floated in the air, observing the might of Kashio's strike and realizing that only his advanced defensive magic could withstand it. "Are you frightened?" Kashio extended a hand towards CF Fong. With nowhere to evade atop the building, CF Fong could only confront the attack head-on. "Ice arrows." He summoned a barrage of ice arrows, launching them towards Kashio's mechanical hand. With a series of sharp sounds, all the arrows struck Kashio's hand, shattering into fragments. As the ice arrows disintegrated against Kashio's hand, a thick layer of ice, 10 centimeters deep, formed upon it. "Indeed, that is the kind of power," Kashio remarked, his tone filled with anticipation as he realized the energy emanating from CF Fong's body. He remarked, "Your power and mine share a common origin. Both are capable of transforming the impossible into reality. However, my power transforms inorganic life into organic life, while yours transmutes disparate elements into a unified form." Upon hearing Kashio's assertion, CF Fong felt an increased admiration for Kashio's extensive knowledge. High-frequency magnetic waves are akin to magic, capable of converting various substances into those of one's desire. Yet, this is merely one facet of high-frequency magnetic waves. There are numerous secrets yet to be unveiled, such as the formation of black holes. Kashio declared, "I desire your body. I seek to uncover the essence of this universe." As he spoke, a cannon on Kashio's back suddenly ignited. CF Fong felt a shiver of alarm upon witnessing the crimson glow emitted by the cannon. That red light rivaled his own magical energy. Should it strike, death would be almost inevitable. With a thunderous boom, Kashio's cannon discharged a beam of red light, obliterating the rooftop of the building. At that moment, CF Fong ascended from the rooftop while brandishing a colossal meteorite. This was the great meteorite technique, allowing him to conjure a meteorite with a diameter of 100 meters in midair, a skill classified as advanced magic. I hold deep respect for your knowledge and insights. Yet, as a guardian of the dark holy church, I cannot allow such formidable power to exist. Farewell. A smile graced Xie Fang's lips as he hurled the meteorite downward. In his view, no matter how powerful Kashu may be, a direct hit from the meteorite would spell certain doom. The proximity was alarmingly close, merely 10 meters away. As the meteorite plummeted, Kashu would have no opportunity to evade. The meteorite's sudden appearance and considerable size left Kashu with no option but to withstand it. For his most powerful weapon, the magnetic light cannon, required a 5-second preparation time. I am indomitable. Kashu raised his hands, intending to withstand the impending meteorite with his own strength. With a resounding crash, the meteorite descended, leaving Kashu's fate uncertain. At last, it's over. Xiefang observed the large test tube nearby, within which Hong Naoyang was confined. As he departed with Hong Naoyang, the meteorite suddenly flickered with 2 beams of cold light, subsequently shattering into several fragments, from which Kashu emerged unscathed. Despite the meteorite's size, its proximity reduced its impact significantly, rendering it less potent upon descent. The Dark Holy Church. Upon uttering these 4 words, Kashu's form rapidly diminished, collapsing like a deflated balloon, soon reverting to his original physique. Indeed, he was not a complete organic mechanical entity. Further research was required, but he possessed replicas. In the Earth Chapter, Chapter 73, Organic Mechanical Entities, Part 2, Tang Long returned to the Dragonhead base. From a distance, he beheld the devastated base, along with the enormous gravitational pull of the black hole. He understood black holes better than anyone. They are phenomena resulting from the annihilation of matter by dual particle annihilation rays. How did this happen? Tang Long felt a sense of helplessness. To eliminate the black hole, one could only wait for it to dissipate naturally, an uncertain duration that could span a day or a year. The black hole, initially created by Zhang Xiaoqiang, with a diameter of 10 meters, had been annihilated only after he and Chang employed the Great Doomsday Technique. Now, this black hole measured 1 meter in diameter and continued to expand. Tang Long surmised that a source of power must be fueling its growth. Otherwise, it would not be enlarging. Where is this source of power? Tang Long surveyed his surroundings, which lay in ruins, a desolate wasteland devoid of any remnants. Just then, a figure emerged from the leader's building. It was Kashu. Him? Tang Long questioned in disbelief. He watched as Kashu, seemingly unaffected by the black hole's immense gravitational pull, approached it at a measured pace. What could he possibly intend to do? To Tang Long's astonishment, Kashu approached the black hole without a hint of fear, extending a hand into its depths. Tang Long's pupils constricted. He knew all too well the nature of black holes, a phenomenon born from the annihilation of matter by dual particle annihilation rays. If Kashu were to insert his hand, he would surely be obliterated. Yet, Kashu remained unscathed. His hand penetrated the black hole as if it were merely an opening, and soon the black hole began to shrink, ultimately reducing to the size of a marble, which Kashu then grasped in his hand. How is this even possible? Tang Long was left speechless in his astonishment. Not only had Kashu diminished the black hole, but he had also contained it. Kashu then entered the leader's building, and Tang Long followed suit. Upon entering, he found no trace of Kashu. It was evident that there must be a hidden passageway. After some searching, he finally discovered a spiral staircase leading downward. Descending the staircase, Tang Long found himself 100 meters beneath the ground, concealed behind a stone pillar as he observed Kashu. Kashu was engrossed in conducting experiments. The black hole appearing as a material for his research, contained within a sealed test tube in his laboratory. You've arrived, Kashu's voice echoed. Tang Long pondered who is Kashu, and how did he perceive my presence? Realizing he had been detected, Tang Long stepped forward to face Kashu. Kashu did not turn around, continuing his work. After half an hour, he seemed to conclude his experiment, holding a test tube containing a silvery liquid. He addressed Tang Long. You possess that unique power, and my body can sense it. As he spoke, he pressed a hand against his own form, opening his body like a safe to reveal a network of electronic circuits. You're a robot? Tang Long was taken aback, never imagining that Kashu had undergone such a transformation. Once a human hero who had frequently aided disaster-stricken bases, Kashu's influence had been profound, especially on the Huaxia headquarters. Yet now, this hero had converted himself into a robotic entity. Was this a tragedy or a poignant revelation? Unfazed, Kashu picked up another test tube containing a black hole the size of a marble. Humanity is currently besieged by the evolution beasts, and my role is to empower humans. However, human genetics are flawed and cannot reach the level of evolution beasts. Even Dr. Sang Xiuyu was powerless in this regard. As his assistant, after his disappearance, I turned to machinery to enhance humanity. Yet, machines are too fragile. Even if I were to create machines the size of hundreds or thousands of meters, they would still crumble under a single strike from an evolution beast. Tang Long remained silent. The idea of using robots against evolution beasts had been attempted before, resulting in the creation of towering machines. However, these robots were sluggish and frail, incapable of even defeating ordinary pseudo-beasts. In essence, these colossal machines were merely mobile metal structures, their vulnerability evident. A slight impact would lead to catastrophic failure. Kashu stated, "I am the master of machinery. I have transformed myself into a machine, and through my experiments, I have evolved into an organic machine." Organic machine? Tang Long queried, perplexed by the term. Kashu explained, "My body is still inorganic machinery, akin to the ordinary robots you refer to. It is fragile and easily incapacitated by minor collisions. However, that has changed. After 10 years of effort, I have finally discovered an energy source that can convert my body into an organic machine." Tang Long suddenly recalled. Precisely, Kashu confirmed. His body possesses substances not of this universe. I have extracted a peculiar material from him that can transform my body into an organic mechanical entity. However, there is a flaw. It cannot sustain itself without a stabilizing agent. He glanced at the two test tubes in his hand, one containing the miniature black hole and the other the silvery liquid. "What do you intend to do?" Tang Long felt a sense of foreboding. "I merely require your body," Kashu stated. "Your body contains that unique power which can serve as the stabilizing agent for my experiment." As he spoke, the walls suddenly shifted, revealing dozens of gene warriors emerging from within. In the A-group experiment conducted by the genetic warrior, Dr. Sang Xiuyu, every participant bore a wound on both hands. Yet, they could unleash energy cannons capable of threatening level 2 evolved beasts. "What will you do?" Tang Long inquired, taking a step back. However, as he retreated, a dozen genetic warriors emerged from the passage behind him. "Submit obediently, and I may spare you. I merely desire the power within your body and have no intention of killing you," Kashu declared. Tang Long, striving to maintain his composure in this unfavorable situation, heard Kashu's order, "Seize him." Instantly, 20 genetic warriors surged toward Tang Long. These warriors possessed the physical strength of an ordinary human, yet wielded agile energy cannons. In an instant, 2 energy blasts struck Tang Long's body. As a level 2 evolved being, he could withstand the energy blasts, but not indefinitely. The principle of water dripping through stone applied here. "Do not blame me for taking action," Tang Long stated, drawing his sword. This weapon, a mere remnant with a blade of only 2 centimeters, seemed to gain strength upon being unsheathed, radiating a luminous blade. "The power of hope?" Sci-Fi. The entity residing within Tang Long murmured in astonishment. With the sword manifesting a complete energy blade, Tang Long felt emboldened. For this sword could create a formidable field that would deflect the incoming energy blasts. "What is that sword?" Kashu squinted, his body having been transformed into a mechanical form, allowing him to sense special energies. He distinctly perceived a powerful force emanating from Tang Long's sword. Although not overwhelmingly strong, this force possessed immense destructive potential, seemingly surpassing even the double particle annihilation ray he had recently developed. The double particle annihilation ray could annihilate matter and create terrifying black holes. Yet the power radiating from this sword was even more formidable. What kind of force could this be? Tang Long wielded the sword, cutting through the ranks of genetic warriors. Though these warriors could unleash energy blasts, the projectiles faltered a meter away from Tang Long, as if halted by an invisible wall of air. Once these energy projectiles were intercepted, Tang Long, akin to a tiger unleashed, darted beside a genetic warrior and cleaved him in two. Indeed, these genetic warriors were better suited for long-range combat. Their physical strength was akin to that of ordinary humans, and once engaged in close quarters, survival became exceedingly difficult. Within mere minutes, all 20 genetic warriors lay defeated. "You are quite formidable," Kashu acknowledged, unfazed by the defeat of his warriors. However, now that you are here, you have no chance of leaving alive. With that, Cashew consumed the contents of 2 vials he held. Tang Long, astonished, recognized the black vial contained black hole material, saturated with radioactive double-particle annihilation rays. He was unaware of the nature of the silver vial, but the implications of combining these 2 substances in Cashew's mouth were alarming. In that moment, Cashew began to transform. His body unfolded, revealing electronic circuitry within. These circuits were not ordinary. They resembled muscle-like fine wires, occasionally sparking. Tang Long watched in disbelief as Cashew expanded, quickly reaching a height of 10 meters, transforming into a black metallic robot. Cashew reveled in his newfound form, flexing his arms filled with strength. Yet, he remained unsatisfied, gazing at Tang Long. If you grant me your power, I can fully become an organic mechanical being. With that, he reached out a massive hand toward Tang Long. The hand, imbued with extraordinary force, was blocked by Tang Long's sword. Despite its immense power, Cashew's hand was halted by the blade. Tang Long, his heels scraping against the ground, retreated several meters, declaring, "If you wish to seize me, let us see if you possess the capability." He had gauged Cashew's strength. Although massive in size, Cashew was merely a level 3 evolved beast. And with the sword in hand and the 9-turn magnetic field at his disposal, Tang Long felt confident. With a powerful leap, Tang Long launched himself like a cannonball towards Cashew, who occupied a fifth of the space in the room. No matter where he attempted to evade, Tang Long was able to close the distance. Indeed, Tang Long landed on Cashew's form, bringing his sword down upon him. The sword, already formidable, elicited a startled expression from Cashew as he felt genuine pain for the first time, despite having endured far worse in his earlier battle against Siefon. He was uncertain whether this pain stemmed from the black hole rays that had transformed him or the sword wielded by Tang Long. With a swift motion, Cashew attempted to swat Tang Long away, but Tang Long's speed allowed him to evade, reappearing in a different position and striking again. Although Cashew's organic mechanical body appeared resilient, Tang Long could feel the pain inflicted with every strike. After several minutes of relentless assault, Cashew found himself at a loss against Tang Long's agility. "You are quite the nuisance," Cashew muttered, unable to land a blow. Suddenly, Cashew broke into a grin, and his body disintegrated into countless fragments. Startled, Tang Long took a few steps back as the metallic debris began to coalesce and reshape into small robots. Moments later, 100 small robots emerged, each identical to the original large robot, armed with dual blades and a cannon on their backs. "Thank you for enabling me to achieve this." The chorus of 100 Cashews echoed. "Now, I feel like a god." In that moment, Cashew truly believed himself to be divine, unaffected by any sensory input, perceiving his surroundings with unparalleled clarity. The 10 robots surged forward, all manifestations of Cashew. Tang Long remained calm, focusing intently on one robot. With a decisive strike, he cleaved one in half, yet it quickly reformed, indistinguishable from its original state. "I am indestructible. I told you, I am a god." The space around them filled with the presence of 100 Cashews, sending a shiver down Tang Long's spine. As Cashew's voice faded, the remaining 90 robots unleashed a barrage of energy blasts toward Tang Long. His expression hardened as he pivoted, cutting down the 10 robots nearest him while using the sword's magnetic field to deflect the incoming projectiles. The blasts detonated in succession, their force akin to that of collapsing buildings, driving Tang Long's feet deeper into the ground. "Submit, child. In gratitude for helping me reaffirm my existence, I promise not to kill you. I only desire the power within your body." With that, Cashew intensified his assault, unleashing an even greater volume of energy projectiles, each capable of demolishing a skyscraper. Tang Long held his ground, knowing retreat was no longer an option. Yielding would lead to his annihilation. Suddenly, a crack appeared in his sword. A sense of dread washed over him as he realized it was on the verge of breaking. Yet Cashew's relentless projectiles offered him no opportunity for counterattack, each second bringing the weight of a mountain crashing down upon him. The cracks on the sword multiplied, spreading across the entire luminous portion. Tang Long gritted his teeth, determined to endure. A minute later, the glowing section of the sword shattered completely, and in an instant, a barrage of shells surged towards him. In Chapter 75 of the Earth Arc, as the long sword broke and the magnetic field dissipated, A multitude of shells engulfed Tang Long. The deafening explosions of hundreds of shells reverberated, shaking the ground beneath. Caxi continued to observe, sensing that Tang Long's life force still lingered. After another minute of relentless bombardment, 100 robots merged into a towering black figure. Standing 10 meters tall, this was Caxi's true form. He gazed at the crater below, approximately 10 meters deep, where he perceived a figure whose eyes locked onto his. "What?" Caxi exclaimed, only to be met by a massive fireball hurtling towards him. This fireball, an intermediate-level spell known as the fireball technique, struck Caxi, igniting him in flames. The organic mechanical body was not akin to its inorganic counterpart. It was capable of burning. Tang Long emerged from the crater, eyeing Caxi, who was now rolling on the ground, engulfed in flames. Caxi thrashed about in agony, visibly suffering. Moments later, his body unexpectedly split into 100 parts, 8 of which were ablaze. Tang Long noted that the burning 8 robots appeared to be melting, as if on the brink of death, while the remaining 92 also exhibited signs of distress, their jaws clenched tightly. Sure enough, after a minute, the 8 robots transformed into molten iron. The 92 remaining robots, now reformed, glared at Tang Long with fury, declaring, "Boy, I intend to stop playing nice and make you my permanent experimental subject." "Is that so?" Tang Long's mood seemed equally grim. He had just borrowed the magic from the source of magic, casting the intermediate-level fireball technique. To borrow another's magic required a soul as payment. Tang Long's life force was already waning, his hair turning white, and the borrowed magic from the source had aged him considerably, deepening the wrinkles on his face. At merely 20 years of age, he now bore the appearance of a 60-year-old. Caxi observed this transformation, remarking, "The energy coursing through you is consuming your life. It does not suit you. You should relinquish it to me." Caxi had an inkling of the reason, but could not pinpoint it. He only believed in the existence of unknown powers. Tang Long remained silent, feeling that his demise was imminent. His life was nearly extinguished, and he could only unleash one final intermediate-level spell. However, as a dark sorcerer, when he surrendered his last remnants of life, he could invoke a high-level spell. With no escape in sight, he silently intoned, to the entity darker than dusk, bloodier than blood, "I vow here to grant me immense power." Ultimate Doomsday Spell. Instantly, a small black sphere, rotating rapidly in the size of a fist, materialized in Tang Long's hand. The sphere spun continuously, generating an immense gravitational pull. Tang Long initially intended to cast the high-level spell Hellfire Explosion, but in the final moments of magical manipulation, he sensed the possibility of summoning the forbidden spell, the ultimate Doomsday Spell. He reasoned that since it was his last strike, a forbidden spell might prove more effective than a high-level one against Caxi. The ultimate Doomsday Spell was a forbidden magic that, once unleashed, resembled the end of the world. The ground began to tremble, rocks flew into the air, and a dark wind howled. Under the immense gravitational force, Caxi found himself unsteady, gazing at the black sphere in awe, pondering, "What is that? How can it possess such pure energy?" Caxi's knowledge far surpassed Tang Long's. He perceived that the black sphere resembled a black hole, yet it differed from an ordinary black hole. Typical black holes exert a powerful gravitational pull, swallowing even light. However, the black sphere in Tang Long's hand seemed to connect to something else, time and space. Upon contemplating this term, Caxi felt as though he had unraveled the mystery. A black hole is a phenomenon resulting from the annihilation of particles, creating a void where matter ceases to exist. Outside the black hole, light is obliterated, appearing as if absorbed. This annihilation of light creates a vacuum, resulting in a formidable gravitational pull that causes the ground to tremble and generates endless airflow, forming a whirlwind. Yet this was merely the power of an ordinary black hole. While ordinary black holes represent a phenomenon of matter annihilation, the black hole summoned by Tang Long transcended this phenomenon. In the act of annihilating matter, it seemed to give birth to something new. This was Caxi's initial reaction. The black hole, while appearing to consume everything, appeared to prepare for the emergence of another form of matter. Under the overwhelming gravitational force, Caxi swayed unsteadily, forced to anchor himself to the ground. In the presence of the black hole, all things appeared insignificant. Meanwhile, Tang Long resembled a deity. his expression vacant, yet his gaze piercing. The black hole in his hand resembled a scepter, capable of determining the fate of all beings. He observed Caxi, and suddenly, a fragment of the black hole detached and flew towards Caxi, drawing him into its depths. The black hole that had consumed Caxi shattered abruptly, and he plummeted back to the ground. You think you can absorb me? It is not that simple. My power cannot be so easily taken. Since the last encounter, Caxi had witnessed the collision of the magic light cannon and the magnetic light cannon, which produced a black hole. He had since studied the principles of black holes and understood that they were phenomena resulting from the annihilation of particles. He subsequently developed a means to counteract black holes, the dual particle restoration ray, capable of restoring annihilated matter. He had narrowly escaped death by utilizing the dual particle restoration ray just moments ago, but his research on it was incomplete, seemingly effective only against ordinary black holes. The black hole conjured by Tang Long, however, rendered him powerless. The fragment that had been expelled possessed the strength of an ordinary black hole, making it challenging for him to cope. Should he be struck by that black hole again, he knew he would meet his end. At the moment he was annihilated by the dual particle annihilation ray, he felt as if his very soul was being extinguished, an excruciating agony akin to being engulfed in flames. The pain of restoring his body was equally tormenting. Since transforming his body into a machine, he had lost all sensation of pain, yet those two experiences had inflicted immense suffering upon him. He mused, this must be the agony of the soul. Ordinary pain is transmitted through the brain's nerves, which he no longer possessed. The current torment could only be alleviated by the pain of the soul. Caxi regarded Tang Long, pondering who this young man truly was to wield such formidable power. The black hole in Tang Long's hand continued to rotate, potentially growing due to the annihilation of matter. It had expanded from the size of a fist to that of a basketball, exponentially increasing its gravitational pull and annihilation speed. Now, Tang Long floated above the void, while Caxi struggled to stand against the overwhelming force. Boy, no matter who you are, today shall witness either your demise or mine. With no path left to retreat, Caxi recognized that this place was on the brink of being consumed by the black hole in Tang Long's grasp, and should he be drawn into that vast abyss, even he, no matter how powerful, would face annihilation. Anti-black hole cannon, Caxi shouted as a large cannon behind him suddenly aimed at Tang Long, its muzzle emanating a counterclockwise, swirling black light. He resolved to risk everything, believing that perhaps his dual particle restoration ray could counter the black hole. In Chapter 76 of the Earth Arc, the dual particle restoration ray had the capability to return annihilated matter. Caxi, a mere PhD on Earth, lacked complete understanding of the underlying principles. It was akin to humanity knowing that electricity could illuminate a light bulb, yet remaining oblivious to the nature of electricity and the reasons behind its effects, with no substantial theories to support their knowledge. At present, Cascio finds himself in a predicament. He is perplexed as to why the dual particle restoration ray can return annihilated matter, yet he acknowledges the utility of this phenomenon. His cannon is aimed at the black hole in Tang Long's grasp, which represents his sole opportunity. Should the black hole in Tang Long's possession expand, this entire space would be consumed, and he would inevitably be drawn in as well. Although he possesses the dual particle restoration ray capable of reviving the annihilated, its usage would deplete his limited energy reserves, which are already scant. Tang Long remains expressionless. Within Tang Long's being, the entity known as Sai Luo senses a terrifying force that is gradually eroding Tang Long's consciousness and controlling his corporeal form. It is more precise to describe this as a transformation rather than mere control. This force possesses the capacity to consume and transmute, initiating the transformation of Tang Long's body into that of its master, Yagusi. Sai Luo suddenly recalls another entity residing within Tang Long, Yagusi, one of the 7 great beings of the Taibo air civilization. 3 months prior, Tang Long had possessed a fragment of Yagusi's magical essence, which subsequently gave rise to a portion of Yagusi's consciousness. This consciousness had previously manifested, showcasing immense power that effortlessly shattered his 6th-level evolved beast strength. For reasons unknown, it had not appeared since. Now, Yagusi's power is corroding Tang Long's body and will, intending to convert Tang Long's form into his own. Should Tang Long become Yagusi's vessel, Sai Luo would perish as well. Such an outcome is unacceptable to Sai Luo. In a realm of consciousness within Tang Long, Sai Luo encounters Yagesi. The imposing figure of Yagesi, clad in a voluminous red robe, stands within Tang Long's consciousness. Why are you doing this? Sai Luo inquires. I am saving him, Yagesi retorts. Is this truly salvation? Sai Luo doubts. To alter Tang Long's body and consciousness into another's is tantamount to extinguishing Tang Long's very existence. How can that be considered saving? A person's consciousness encompasses their soul and the essence of their being. To annihilate these is hardly an act of salvation. Given the sixth-level civilization status of their Miso planet, it is inconceivable to resurrect a soulless individual. Your Miso civilization is woefully primitive. Yagesi dismisses further conversation. What do you imply? Sai Luo takes pride in his civilization, which is indeed a sixth-level civilization capable of traversing black holes and traversing stars. It is rare to find any entity capable of threatening their dominance in this universe. Yet, this being known as Yagesi dares to belittle their civilization. I am indeed saving him. He is the savior of our civilization. Yagesi seems preoccupied and offers little elaboration. His intent is to transform Tang Long's body into his own, allowing for his resurrection. Under normal circumstances, resurrection would require significant time, but Tang Long has relinquished all of his souls to him, providing the necessary conditions for revival. Without a soul, one cannot live. At this juncture, it can be said that Tang Long has already perished. He effectively died when employing the Great Apocalypse technique. Yagesi now governs the black hole. This aspect perplexes Sai Luo, who can still perceive Tang Long's will, which is essentially the soul essence. Stop this at once. Sai Luo charges towards Yagesi. At that moment, Yagesi merely closes his eyes briefly, and a crimson light emanates from them, rendering Sai Luo's form nearly non-existent. Both of their bodies are ethereal. While damage does not result in death, it does incapacitate them. What exactly are you? Sai Luo, in a state of ruin, gazes at Yagesi. Although his current strength is only at the 6th level, he had once achieved a peak of 60. His civilization is a 6th level one, and, as a planetary enforcer, he could once navigate this universe with ease. Yet, what manner of being is this Yagesi who surpasses him in strength? This strength is not physical, but rather an overwhelming pressure, a force of will that reverberates within his very soul. As a guardian of a 6th level civilization, he is acutely aware that only a civilization transcending the 6th level could exude such dominance. Could it be that the Tai Bo Air civilization exists beyond the 6th level? Contemplating the notion that the Tai Bo Air civilization transcends the 6th level, Sai Luo comprehends why they failed to discover Earth a mere 10,000 years ago. After all, a 6th level civilization struggles to identify those above its own. 10,000 years ago, the 6th level Miso civilization stumbled upon Earth, perceiving its dominant life forms as mere monkeys, and thus disregarded it, assuming it to be a nascent life-bearing planet. Subsequently, they dispatched individuals to explore Earth, but one by one, they vanished, piquing the Miso civilization's interest, leading to the dispatch of Sai Luo to investigate. Upon arrival, he too became lost, awakening a millennium later, reduced to mere soul essence. The essence cannot exist independently. It must inhabit a living body, compelling Sai Luo to reside within Tang Long. However, with Tang Long now deceased, both body and soul are under Yagesi's control. Why have we not heard of your Tai Bo Air civilization before? Sai Luo questions. If Tai Bo Air indeed surpasses the 6th level, why has the Miso planet, as a dominant force in this universe, remained oblivious to Earth? The Tai Bo Air civilization dates back 40,000 years, while Earth was only discovered a mere 10,000 years ago. With such a formidable civilization, it is implausible for the Miso civilization to be unaware of them, especially considering that they were a 6th level civilization 300,000 years prior. This scenario is akin to a house housing an individual who has lived there a lifetime without realizing another inhabitant resides within. Such a realization leaves Sai Luo bewildered and profoundly astonished. Miso civilization remains woefully ignorant. Yagesi scoffs, offering no further explanation. At this moment outside, Tang Long's countenance remains impassive, yet the intensity in his eyes grows ever more pronounced, as though a malevolent force has infiltrated his very being. Kashio observes Tang Long, contemplating that his dual particle restoration ray must penetrate Tang Long's black hole. The black hole embodies the dual particle annihilation ray. With a thunderous boom, the cannon behind Kashio emits a flash of dark light, unleashing a vortex resembling a black tornado that surges toward the black hole in Tang Long's grasp. This swirling black vortex, composed of the dual particle restoration ray, rushes forth, causing previously annihilated matter to re-emerge, resulting in a mountain-like formation that engulfs Tang Long entirely. Is he dead? Gachu Injuitus. Earth Arc, Chapter 77. The Primordial Element, Part 1. Kashio gazes at the mountain before him, astonished by the sheer magnitude of his dual particle restoration ray, which has inadvertently created a mountain upon contact. This is hardly surprising. While the dual particle ray's power is ordinarily modest, the previous annihilation of matter by Tang Long's black hole had rendered the surrounding space into a void, imperceptible and non-existent. Therefore, when the dual particle restoration ray traverses this void, it revitalizes the unseen and non-existent, culminating in the emergence of a mountain. Kashio exhales a sigh of relief. He had nearly met his demise today. The strength of Tang Long far exceeded his expectations. He had initially believed that transforming into an organic mechanical entity would render him invincible on Earth, capable of combating evolved beasts and saving the planet. Yet, he faced defeat at his first obstacle against the magically adept CF Fong, followed by a second defeat at the hands of Tang Long Boom. At that moment, the mountain appears to cave in, forming a massive pit. What is happening? Kashio feels a surge of dread. Beneath the mountain lies a formidable force that sends shivers down his spine. Now, as a mechanical entity devoid of flesh and a nervous system, he rarely experiences sensations. Yet, this overwhelming force instills in him a sense of terror, bypassing his nerves and directly reaching his mind. Why? Kashio strives to maintain his composure. Beneath the mountain lies the oblivious Tang Long. Now, there is commotion beneath the mountain, accompanied by a chilling aura, which can only imply that Tang Long is not dead, but has grown even more formidable. Kashio soars outward. At this moment, he finds himself situated 100 meters underground, where a black hole has created a space 100 times larger than the original. With a resounding boom, he blasts a path and ascends to the surface. Yet, he is still overwhelmed by a sense of dread. In an effort to dispel this fear, he fires shot after shot, reducing the ground to rubble and burying the very space from which he emerged. The ground at this depth was already a vast void, leading to the formation of a substantial pit upon his assault. Kashio surveys his surroundings. He is at Longsho GD, an area akin to a small county. The tremors have wreaked havoc, leaving no building intact. However, a few capable evolvers remain in Longsho GD, who, sensing the shift in circumstances, have taken the initiative to evacuate the inhabitants. Kashio intends to depart, but at that moment, the ground erupts with a thunderous explosion, and a gray sphere of light shoots upward. This gray orb resembles a ferocious beast awakening or a projectile expelled by the earth. Its imposing presence rendering Kashio momentarily paralyzed. Although he is a machine, relying on commands for all movements, the inability to move his feet signifies some form of interference with his brain. Kashio strains to lift his head, gazing at the sky, where the gray sphere hovers like a colossal egg. Sure enough, moments later, the orb develops fissures, and with a series of cracking sounds, a figure emerges from within. This individual bears a striking resemblance to Tang Long, yet his skin and hair are gray. Were it not for the clothing, one might mistake him for a clay figure. This incarnation of Tang Long is Gusi, one of the 7 lords of Taibua. Gusi first attunes to the sky before quietly murmuring incantations. Meanwhile, Kashio senses an unsettling shift below, a growing weakness enveloping him. His legs, already difficult to move for reasons unknown, now render his neck nearly immobile as well. Despite being a machine, his body functions solely on commands, and this inability to act suggests either a depletion of energy or cerebral control. In a moment, Kashio discerns the source of his affliction. His brain remains unshackled, and his energy is sufficient, yet he recognizes that a portion of his energy is indeed dissipating. As a scholar, one of humanity's most astute minds, he deduces the situation with ease. My life is ebbing away. Kashio resigns himself to this truth. Although he is a machine, With only his brain retaining its organic nature, he can still perceive the draining of his life essence. This loss first manifests in the functioning of his brain. As life draws to a close, brain cells deteriorate, failing to transmit commands. With this realization, Kashio collapses to the ground. Simultaneously, a dozen evolvers escort the inhabitants of Longsho GD toward another base, yet one by one, they succumb along the way. What is happening? One evolver queries. Before the next can respond, he too collapses. In less than a minute, 50,000 individuals fall mysteriously. This phenomenon affects not only humans, but also evolved beasts. Regardless of their evolution level, they resemble victims of gas poisoning, collapsing after just a few steps. Among them, a famished level 2 evolved beast, seizing upon a fallen level 3 beast, lunges forward, but while suspended in the air, its limbs droop helplessly, crashing to the ground without rising again. Within Tonglong's being, Sailuo observes Aigusi and inquires, "What have you done?" As Sailuo resides within Tonglong, he witnesses the unfolding events outside, and due to his ethereal form, experiences a 3D holographic vision extending 10 miles. He sees living beings within that radius perishing. This death is not ordinary. It signifies the siphoning of their life essence. The cause of this inexplicable demise is none other than Aigusi. One of the 7 lords of Taibua, Aigusi glances at Sailuo and states, "As the foremost of the 7 elements, I govern annihilation. When my power awakens, it produces such effects, an understanding far beyond your primitive 6th-level civilization. I wield the force of destruction while also bearing the burden of creation. Now, I shall use my power to resurrect the savior of Taibua." Sailuo remains silent. His strength is but a fraction of his former glory, and even at his peak, he would not stand against the might of Aigusi. The disdain in Aigusi's tone towards 6th-level civilization evokes the formidable power of Taibua from eons past. A millennium ago, they traversed the cosmos, yet they failed to discover Taibua, now known as Earth. To evade the scrutiny of 6th-level civilizations undoubtedly signifies superiority beyond their reach. An unspoken truth of the universe. Moments later, Sailuo suddenly perceives something entering Tonglong's body, an entity of non-atomic structure, devoid of nuclei, electrons, protons, or neutrons. Upon closer inspection, his eyes widen in astonishment. These non-atomic, worm-like entities are, in fact, soul particles. Souls embody life. What is Aigusi attempting to accomplish? The widespread death of living beings becomes clear to him. It is the result of Aigusi extracting their souls. Yet, why would Aigusi undertake such an act? In the Earth chapter, Chapter 78, The Foremost of the 7 Elements, Part 2, the mass death of life within a 100-mile radius is alarming to Sailuo, who remains uncertain of Aigusi's intentions. Aigusi claims he seeks to revive Tonglong, but why must so many lives be sacrificed? Initially, Tonglong employed Aigusi's magic, leading to his own life force diminishing, and now, to infuse Tonglong with life, countless others must perish. What is the purpose of this convoluted approach? If Aigusi intended to save Tonglong, why not simply extract Tonglong's life essence from the outset, allowing him to utilize his magic freely? Now, with Tonglong's vitality depleted, the endeavor appears futile, akin to Aigusi using 100 units of currency to barter Tonglong's life, only to later expend billions to reclaim it. At 20 years of age, Tonglong has surrendered 80 years of life to Aigusi. Now, to resurrect Tonglong, Aigusi demands the lives of all within a 100-mile radius. What manner of salvation is this? As time passes, vast quantities of soul particles coalesce within Tonglong's body, gradually forming red, translucent orbs. Observing these spheres, Sailuo experiences a sense of clarity. These orbs represent souls. Only when their energy reaches a critical threshold will they undergo a transformation into Tonglong's soul. Presently, the orbs appear diminutive, and at this rate, it seems an immense number of lives are still required. Aigusi, what are you doing? Sailuo suddenly admonits Aigusi. Having discerned a troubling notion, to restore Tonglong's soul may necessitate the life force of all beings on Earth. Aigusi responds, "I have only just realized this predicament. However, it is too late. The resurrection ritual has only just commenced. If interrupted, I cannot fathom the consequences." With this, Aigusi creates an energy shield around himself to prevent disruption from Sailuo. Clenching his fists tightly, Sailuo, though not a native of Earth, feels profound anger witnessing the senseless deaths of its inhabitants. Yet Gusi, as one of the 7 lords of Taibwa and the foremost among them, wields the powers of destruction and creation, an authority beyond his capacity to confront. At the same time, 50 miles from Longzhou Jidi, a man trudged along, bearing a stone pillar upon his shoulder. This man appeared quite ordinary, yet the stone pillar he carried was immense, measuring 5 meters in length. At the pinnacle of the pillar, 5 characters from the 13th volume of the Illusory Scriptures were inscribed. Following the title downward, it read, "The primordial element of 7 resides in a certain location, absorbing the lives of earthlings en masse. The werewolves will endeavor to thwart it." Indeed, someone was orchestrating everything. Zhang Xiaoqiang, with the Illusory Scriptures pillar in hand, made his way toward Longzhou Jidi. Upon unearthing the pillar, he witnessed the inexplicable deaths of those around him. Initially bewildered, he soon realized that both humans and evolved beasts were perishing, prompting him to recall the account in the 13th volume and surmise that the primordial element of 7 had resurrected. Zhang Xiaoqiang was perplexed as to why he remained unscathed. But since the Illusory Scriptures had mentioned him, he resolved to seek out the primordial element of 7 in accordance with the text. Upon reaching Longzhou Jidi, he beheld the gray figure hovering in the air. Long ago, Zhang Xiaoqiang recognized it to be Tang Long, yet the aura emanating from him was markedly different. Tang Long appeared shrouded in gray, his essence seemingly overtaken by some entity. Infuriated at the thought of being possessed, Zhang Xiaoqiang immediately associated it with the primordial element of 7. The sight of over 2 million deaths was a damning indictment of this very entity. In a fit of rage, he cast aside the Illusory Scriptures pillar and transformed into a 10-meter-tall gray werewolf, leaping forward to attack August, who had taken control of Tang Long's body. Upon leaping, he noticed August remained still, prompting him to suspect a cunning ploy. However, upon contact, nothing seemed amiss. With a powerful strike, Zhang Xiaoqiang slammed August into the ground, creating a massive crater. What could this mean? He was at a loss, astonished that the formidable primordial element of 7 seemed so easily vanquished. Was he truly that powerful? In truth, August was not resisting. Rather, his soul absorption had reached a critical juncture, requiring him to stabilize the souls he had absorbed without a hint of negligence. When Zhang Xiaoqiang attacked, August could only defend. Approaching August, Zhang Xiaoqiang lifted him and gazed into his eyes, unleashing a radiant beam of light. Evil wolf judgment. This was a newfound ability Zhang Xiaoqiang had discovered within himself. Initially perceiving it as a burden, an ability to extract invading soul particles from others, he now recognized its significance in this moment. In the blink of an eye, a gray energy entity was drawn from Tang Long's body. "You are the primordial element of 7, Zhang Xiaoqiang declared. "Indeed, I am August, the primordial element of 7. "And you are?" August responded, taken aback by Zhang Xiaoqiang's existence. Though his body was ordinary, it was impervious to soul absorption, and this peculiar ability to detach soul particles was unprecedented. With eyes ablaze with battle fervor, Zhang Xiaoqiang clenched his fist, conjuring a red energy sphere. "Remarkable," August acknowledged, recognizing the red energy sphere as a compressed form of magnetic light, even more potent than a magnetic cannon. Yet, what astonished him was Zhang Xiaoqiang's ability to condense the magnetic light into a sphere in such a brief span of time. With a resounding boom, August evaded the impending strike, resulting in a massive crater on the ground. "Impressive," August remarked, hovering in the air as he observed Zhang Xiaoqiang. "No matter your strength, it is rendered insignificant before me." With that, August raised his right hand, summoning dozens of colossal meteors, each 100 meters in diameter. As these meteors cascaded down, Zhang Xiaoqiang, undeterred, summoned radiant red energy, striking each meteor as they approached. At times, before the meteors even descended, he would leap from fragment to fragment, smashing them into the falling ones. Amidst the chaos, he unexpectedly found himself before August. "Very well," August complimented before Zhang Xiaoqiang delivered a powerful blow, sending him crashing into the ground. "This is your punishment for the devastation wrought upon our earth." With that, Zhang Xiaoqiang descended rapidly, creating a tremor that propelled August 5 meters into the air. Seizing the moment, he unleashed a powerful red beam, striking August with tremendous force. Aga's, frail and vulnerable, struggled to withstand the onslaught. As he rose from the ground, Aga chuckled. You possess great potential, yet this is not your true power. I have discerned the presence within you. What do you mean? Zhang Xiaoqiang understood Aga's words, but grasped only fragments of their meaning. An ancestral consciousness within him often commandeered his body. The previous time, to alter time and resurrect Yi Chen. The black hole summoned had been the result of this consciousness's influence. How could Aga's be aware of this inner presence? Unable to fathom the implications, he attributed it to the overwhelming strength of the primordial element of 7. Aga smiled. I am intrigued by this entity within you. I wish to see what it is. At that moment, Aga's radiated an aura far more potent than before, causing the very rocks beneath him to defy gravity and swirl around him. With a resounding crash, pieces of stone shattered into dust under his formidable presence. Zhang Xiaoqiang realized that he had been trifled with. Aga's had held back his true power at the outset. As Aga's advanced toward him, the ground seemed to yield like butter, parting before him. This overwhelming force caused Zhang Xiaoqiang to take a step back, feeling the weight of its pressure. Suddenly, the ground erupted, generating a shockwave that surged toward Zhang Xiaoqiang. He attempted to evade, but the oppressive force descended upon him almost instantaneously. The sound of cracking bones echoed as he realized he had sustained injuries, an unprecedented experience for him as a level 3 evolved beast in werewolf form. Impressive, Aga's remarked. I assumed you were doomed, yet it was your inner entity that saved you. He approached Zhang Xiaoqiang. Let me see who this being within you truly is. With that, Aga transformed into a streak of light, darting toward Zhang Xiaoqiang's body. Will you allow that? To thwart Aga's, Zhang Xiaoqiang's form swelled from 10 to 15 meters, transforming into a silver werewolf. The silver werewolf represented the pinnacle of level 4 evolution, and with a single punch, he struck Aga's. As cracks appeared in Aga's form, he vanished in an instant. Zhang Xiaoqiang, bewildered, recognized that such a transformation was impossible for a mere corporeal body. Previously, he had witnessed Wang Dali's form, an existence more ethereal than corporeal, existing beyond the physical realm. At this moment, is the leader of the 7 elements also in a non-corporeal state? With a sense of bewilderment, Zhang Xiaoqiang once again struck at Agus, producing a cracking sound. The body of Agus, which had just begun to heal, once again displayed cracks. However, it healed almost instantaneously. Is your strength truly so limited? Agus remarked, seemingly indifferent to Zhang Xiaoqiang's assault, as if this body were not his own. What have you done along ago? Zhang Xiao angrily retorted. At this juncture, one could say there were 2 Aguses, or perhaps 2 Tanglongs. One was the Agus before him, and the other lay motionless on the ground. Among the 2, Zhang Xiaoqiang believed that the Agus in front of him was indeed the leader of the 7 elements. As this entity had been extracted from Tanglong's body through the judgment of the evil wolf. Agus chuckled softly, you are quite formidable, yet you will never be my match. Were it not for my desire to preserve your corporeal form and discover what lies within, I would have already ended your existence. Your audacity in speaking to me so fearlessly. Do you presume I fear you? Foolish one, let me show you what true power is. As he spoke, a black sphere materialized in Agus's hand. The moment this sphere appeared, a tremendous gravitational pull ensued, causing the ground to tremble. A black hole? Zhang Xiaoqiang recognized this formidable black sphere all too well. He had once possessed such strength, capable of bending time and space to create a black hole. Yet at that time, it had taken immense effort to control it. In contrast, the leader of the 7 elements before him could create a black hole with such ease, as if it were a trivial act. Are you afraid? Agus twisted the black hole between his fingers, causing a colossal black vortex to form around them. The winds howled, and the sky dimmed significantly. In a brief moment, a gigantic vortex, a kilometer in diameter, had manifested, enveloping them within its dark embrace. I am Agus, the leader of the 7 elements of Tabor, the arbiter of destruction and creation. Yet, I find greater pleasure in obliteration. This black vortex is my wind of annihilation. As long as this black hole exists in my hand, the vortex shall not dissipate. Zhang Xiaoqiang fell silent, realizing the vast chasm of power that separated him from Agus. Agus was overwhelmingly powerful. Crushing him would seem like a mere afterthought. He recalled the pride he felt upon landing a few hits on Aegis during his first transformation into a werewolf. Now, witnessing Aegis's might, he comprehended the true essence of strength. This black vortex had the destructive power to annihilate evolved beasts of level 5. Aiguz Loga. Now allow me to see what truly resides within you, that which evokes such trepidation in me. Trepidation? Upon hearing Aegis's words, Zhang Xiaoqiang instinctively placed a hand over his heart, pondering, if Aegis has become the most formidable entity among the 7 elements of Tabor, then it stands to reason that he fears something within my body. What could it be? Could it possibly be my ancestors? Observing Zhang Xiaoqiang's shock, Aegis seized the moment of distraction, transforming into a streak of light and penetrating Zhang Xiaoqiang's body. Within Zhang Xiaoqiang's consciousness, Aegis gazed at what lay before him. What was this? Aegis could hardly believe his eyes. Before him lay a series of wolf heads, all black, their vibrant eyes fixated upon him. Each wolf head bore a hook at the top and bottom, perfectly interlinking with the heads above and below to form a chain of wolf heads stretching 100 meters. Aegis suddenly sensed that he had stumbled upon a discovery best left unknown. Chapter 80. The Wolf Head DNA Chain, Part 1. Aegis took a step back, fear gripping his heart. This chain of wolf heads was, in fact, a DNA sequence. Ages ago, there existed a race of immense power, unrestrained in their capabilities, capable of plucking stars from the sky and retrieving moons from the depths of the ocean. Yet, for reasons unknown, this race vanished, leaving behind only a series of wolf skulls. While these skulls appeared mundane, research revealed that they constituted a DNA code. The known DNA sequence comprises 4 types of nucleotides, which pair in twos to form code pairs. Countless such codes twist and spiral into the double helix structure recognized as genetic fragments. However, to have wolf heads replace nucleotides in a DNA sequence is a concept that stands on shaky ground both scientifically and theologically. Nevertheless, Aegis could ascertain that this wolf head necklace indeed represented a hereditary factor. In his era, an experiment was conducted employing advanced technology to resurrect this chain of wolf skulls. This endeavor spanned 2 millennia, overseen by 7 elders, with at least one remaining vigilant each day. Upon decoding the wolf head DNA, the resulting form resembled what lay before him now, a chain of 99 wolf heads. Each head possessed eyes, fur, the ability to breathe, and the capacity to blink, with their eyes sometimes radiating an eerie glow. When the experiment reached this stage, the 7 elders intended to use biotechnology to restore the essence of the code. However, an unforeseen incident occurred. The wolf head code exhibited aggression the following day, transforming anyone who approached into a wolf head, which in turn would attack others, resulting in a vicious cycle. Strangely, once 99 wolf heads were amassed, they would unite, floating in the air. Faced with such an anomaly, the 7 elders combined their strength to combat the collective wolf heads. At that time, these united heads exhibited bizarre abilities, seemingly manipulating time and space to conjure extraordinary phenomena, such as colossal beasts, mountains, or even oceans. In the face of this assault, the 7 elders sacrificed half of the Tabor population, ultimately vanquishing all the wolf heads. When it was over, the Tabor population had plummeted by 60%, and all global infrastructure lay in ruins, necessitating a complete rebuild. Now, this chain of wolf heads had re-emerged. Aegis felt inadequate to confront it. In the past, even the combined might of the 7 elders struggled against this chain, and now, lacking his peak strength and standing alone, facing it seemed nearly impossible. The existence of such an entity was truly unexpected. Aegis sighed quietly, slowly retreating from Zhang Xiaoqiang's body. Though the chain of wolf heads appeared alert, it seemed to lack any immediate aggression. The wolf head code was inherently enigmatic, and even during the height of the Tabor civilization, it had remained largely unexplored, let alone in the present day. With a swift motion, Aegis exited Zhang Xiaoqiang's body and materialized before him. "You are indeed impressive," Aegis warned Zhang Xiaoqiang. "If you wish for your kind to survive in safety, it would be wise not to wield the power of your body. Otherwise, this entire universe will face annihilation." "Oh," Zhang Xiaoqiang mused, pondering Aegis's words. He did not comprehend the meaning behind Aegis's statement. Aegis had entered and exited his body in less than a second. During that brief interval, Zhang Xiaoqiang was left unaware of what Aegis had discovered about him or the ancestral awareness within him. He had always believed his ability to transform into a werewolf stemmed from Dr. Sang Qiuyu's influence, as she had once overseen experiments involving the evolution of beasts. However, Aegis's words hinted at a deeper connection. Aegis chose not to elaborate, acknowledging that he too was uncertain of the underlying reasons. I know you and Tang Long are close friends, he stated, but I must inform you that Tang Long is dead. I now require a tranquil space to resurrect him. I hope you will refrain from disturbing me during this time. Once I have brought Tang Long back, I shall no longer concern myself with the affairs of your kind. Aegis's tone had shifted, treating Zhang Xiaoqiang as an equal. Zhang Xiaoqiang remained silent. The prowess of Yaji greatly surpasses his own, leaving him at a loss for words when confronted with such statements. It is already commendable that Yaji has refrained from taking his life. Now, his remarks suggest that Yaji must have discerned something within him. This is likely tied to the ancestral consciousness residing within his being. After a moment's contemplation, Zhang Xiaoqiang inquired, "Why must Long Ge die? What means would you employ to save him? On my journey here, I have witnessed countless individuals perish inexplicably, without sacrifice. How can there be resurrection? The loss of a few ordinary lives to revive a civilization. Do you not find this to be a most advantageous transaction?" Yaji retorted, "Those who have perished were destined to die eventually, while Tang Long possesses the ability to rescue your civilization, prolonging its existence for 40,000 years or perhaps even longer. Which would you choose?" Zhang Xiaoqiang found himself at a loss for a response, weighing the veracity of Yaji's words. If Yaji's assertions were indeed truthful, sacrificing a few lives for the salvation of a civilization would be paramount. Yet, if his claims were false, the cost would be exorbitant. After a moment, Zhang Xiaoqiang stated, "I wish for you to revive Long Ge. Whatever is required, I would willingly offer my life, provided you do not harm others." Yaji scrutinized Zhang Xiaoqiang, suddenly realizing the extraordinary vitality emanating from him. "Let my life be exchanged for the lives of others," Zhang Xiaoqiang affirmed resolutely. "This is feasible," Yaji replied, transforming into a streak of light that re-entered Tang Long's body. Simultaneously, Tang Long's form levitated in the air, emanating two beams of gray light from his eyes that fell upon Zhang Xiaoqiang's own. Yaji explained, "This is known as life conversion, transferring your life force into Tang Long's. The volume required is substantial, nearly equivalent to the life force of half a planet's population. However, you shall be unharmed, as your life energy is vast. What you must do now is relax, lower your defenses, allowing me to access your life essence." Heeding Yaji's words, Zhang Xiaoqiang endeavored to unwind. After a brief interval, he sensed something flowing outward from his body, which he surmised to be the so-called life energy. As time elapsed, Yaji observed the life energy being absorbed from Zhang Xiaoqiang's form, nearing saturation. Zhang Xiaoqiang's life force was the purest, requiring minimal compression. Just then, a howl erupted from within Zhang Xiaoqiang, and the two gray energy channels shattered instantaneously. "This is dire." Yaji's expression darkened significantly. The howl of the wolf was all too familiar to him, marking the second such sound to resonate on Earth. It evoked a sensation of cosmic annihilation, causing one to instinctively feel an emptiness beneath their feet, prompting a crouch. It had awakened. Yaji sensed that events were spiraling beyond his control. During the time of their race, they had previously restored the wolf-headed DNA chain, resulting in the demise of half their population. That instance was merely a single DNA chain. Now, this wolf-headed DNA chain was within Zhang Xiaoqiang's body. Whether it was a form of revival remained uncertain. A single DNA strand had the potential to have their planet's populace. What might transpire if this DNA were to replicate? Yaji dared not imagine. Following the howl, the ground erupted as if detonated, spewing columns of magma forth. Yaji understood that the pressure of the howl had permeated the earth, compressing the subterranean magma. Zhang Xiaoqiang, losing control, tilted his head back, howling at the sky, his mouth emitting a continuous roar. The situation had taken an unexpected turn. Yaji found himself at a loss. His strength not at its peak, and standing alone against Zhang Xiaoqiang's overwhelming power. At that moment, Yaji suddenly sensed something, his expression shifting in surprise before he vanished. Concurrently, the energy sphere absorbing life force began to morph, taking the shape of Tang Long. This was Tang Long's soul, having absorbed a sufficiently potent life force to undergo transformation into a spiritual entity. With the possession of a soul, Tang Long was revived, not in the conventional sense, but in a complete resurrection. Life is synonymous with the soul, representing a person's existence within the world. Only with life can one truly exist. In the past, Sero had only the essence of a soul, yet his spirit endured, and thus he remained immortal. Now, with his soul, Tang Long resurrected from death, his form transformed. His white hair vanished, and the wrinkles from his face disappeared. Even a lost left arm had reappeared. In a moment, a brand new Tang Long emerged. As he slowly opened his eyes, he felt as if he were in hell, surrounded by torrents of magma, and before him stood Zhang Xiaoqiang. On Earth, the only werewolf towering at 15 meters was Zhang Xiaoqiang. Yet now, Zhang Xiaoqiang appeared somewhat amiss, seemingly in distress and exhibiting a feral intensity. Meanwhile, within a relic, Su Sanshao, brimming with excitement, unearthed a stone pillar. "It is the 14th volume of the Illusory Scriptures," one exclaimed. Upon fully uncovering the pillar, the top bore the inscription "the 14th volume," and the contents matched the handwriting of the little wild man gazing at the title of the Illusory Scriptures. Su Sanshao recited, "The werewolf is uncontrollable, and it shall confront the most formidable enemy of its life." Upon finishing, Su Sanshao felt perplexed. Typically, the Illusory Scriptures contained at least 100 words, yet this volume consisted of but a few lines, leaving an air of suspense. He pondered, what could the werewolf possibly encounter, and who was this greatest adversary? As a high-ranking official in Huaxia, he was aware that the werewolf was Zhang Xiaoqiang and recognized his formidable prowess, ranking within the top 100 in Huaxia. However, what kind of powerful enemy could the werewolf face? The 18th volume of the Illusory Scriptures had already been discovered, chronicling the werewolf and his beloved Yi Chen. Su Sanshao mused, Zhang Xiaoqiang encountering the greatest enemy of his life may not lead to his demise, for the 18th volume still records him. If Zhang Xiaoqiang were to perish, the 18th volume would not exist. Su Sanshao returned to the nearest base with the 14th volume of the Illusory Scriptures, informing the higher-ups of the matter. With the content of the 14th volume revealed, many were at a loss, unsure of how to proceed or what their next steps should be. The Illusory Scriptures, authored by the enigmatic Little Wild Man, serve as a prophetic tome, documenting all that shall transpire on Earth over the next 50 years with an accuracy of 99. Anything inscribed within will inevitably occur, having never erred. Now, with the appearance of the 14th volume, it foretold that the werewolf would encounter the most formidable enemy of its life. Their understanding of the werewolf's strength was that it was a peak level 4 evolved beast. Yet the 14th volume proclaimed that the werewolf would face its greatest adversary, ranking all its enemies from birth to death. This implies that throughout its existence, this unknown enemy would be the most powerful. Should the werewolf's strength advance again, perhaps to level 9 or level 10, then this unidentified adversary would certainly surpass those levels unless the werewolf were to perish in this battle or remain stagnant in growth. However, the 18th volume records the werewolf, indicating that he shall not die in this confrontation. If so, the werewolf's strength may remain perpetually unchanged. Of course, there lies another possibility. This unknown enemy is indeed exceedingly powerful, surpassing the werewolf at its zenith, yet has not slain the werewolf. The answer remains shrouded in mystery, leaving humanity at a loss before the Illusory Scriptures, resigned to fate. The situation indeed aligns with humanity's fears. At this moment, Tang Long gazed at Zhang Xiaoqiang, feeling an inexplicable dread arise within him. The aura emanating from Zhang Xiaoqiang was suffocating. Unlike his previous silver werewolf state, Zhang Xiaoqiang now bore an array of wolf heads, exactly 99, adorned around his neck, with an additional 99 at his waist. The wolf heads all possess eyes and noses, and while they appear to share a similar demeanor, upon closer inspection, each one exhibits subtle differences. As time passed, the 99 wolf heads floating above Zhang Xiaoqiang's neck coalesced into a formidable mountain that plummeted from the heavens towards Tang Long. This mountain was colossal, exceeding a diameter of 1,000 meters, and descended with astonishing velocity, leaving Tang Long with no means of evasion. Faced with the imminent threat of being crushed, Tang Long stared in a daze, uncertain whether he could escape this impending disaster. The only method he had to withstand such a force was through the forbidden magic known as the Great Doomsday Technique. However, he was plagued by the fear that he might be incapable of invoking it. He was at a loss, not knowing what had transpired during his period of unconsciousness. Previously, when confronted by the threat of Cashew, he had unleashed the Great Doomsday Technique, but afterward his memory faded. Upon awakening, he found an unsettling Zhang Xiaoqiang before him. When he attempted to harness his magic, he discovered he could still channel it, yet upon trying to connect with the source of magic, he was struck with the shocking realization that he had lost that connection. What was happening? Tang Long was momentarily stunned. At that moment, the mountain was a mere 10 meters away, and in less than a second, it would crash down. In a moment of instinct, Tang Long extended his hand to shield himself, and a black sphere materialized in his palm. This sphere began to spin rapidly and expand. Upon contact with the mountain, the black sphere had grown to a diameter of 10 meters, merging with the mountain as if it were a branding iron plunging into molten wax. The gargantuan mountain, instead of crashing to the ground, dissipated into nothingness, replaced by a massive black sphere still spinning and exuding an unfathomable power, causing the ground to fracture and debris to ascend, disintegrating in midair. Tang Long gazed at the black sphere in his hand. There was no doubt it was a black hole, capable of drawing in all things with its dual particle annihilation rays. He could distinctly feel its presence. What was occurring? Previously, he had only witnessed the phenomenon of dual particle annihilation rays obliterating matter, but now he could sense it, and, at times, even see it. This left him perplexed, wondering if there was an issue with his vision. After a moment's contemplation, Tang Long chose not to dwell on this, for Zhang Xiaoqiang was glaring at him with intense fury. Zhang Xiaoqiang remained unaffected by the immense black hole, floating in midair as the ground beneath him crumbled into void. Observing this, Tang Long surmised that Zhang Xiaoqiang had transcended the influence of Earth's gravity. Indeed, his assumption was correct. Zhang Xiaoqiang was no longer beholden to the weight of the planet, capable of traversing the air with ease. He gazed upward at the 99 wolf heads, which were, in fact, DNA chains that, when bent at various angles, produced inexplicable phenomena. Just moments prior, when the 99 wolf heads formed a triangle, they manifested as a mountain with a diameter of 1 kilometer. However, the rapidity of the wolf heads' movements had obscured their configuration from observation. Now, the wolf head DNA chains were transforming rapidly once more. Tang Long seemed to perceive something. He was no longer the same Tang Long as before. His powers had ascended to that of a third-level evolved being. Of course, this level of power was insignificant in the presence of Zhang Xiaoqiang. Yet Tang Long now possessed an inexhaustible reservoir of magical energy. He felt akin to a deity, capable of bestowing magic upon any individual without hesitation. If only he were aware that in order to resurrect himself, Argus had annihilated all life within a 500-mile radius, his mood might not have been so buoyant. At this moment, Tang Long observed the wolf head DNA chains in the sky. In a fraction of a second, they morphed into a circular shape before straightening out. Suddenly, a waterfall surged towards him without warning, mirroring the earlier mountain's descent. However, this waterfall possessed far greater potency, representing a sustained assault. Instinctively, Tang Long conjured a black hole shield in his hands to intercept the torrent. As the waterfall approached the shield, it vanished without a trace. Gazing skyward, Tang Long was astonished to witness what appeared to be an ocean in the sky. How could there be an ocean? Using the intermediate magic known as the 1,000-mile eye technique, he scrutinized the celestial expanse and confirmed that it was indeed a vast ocean, devoid of life yet teeming with endless water. Tang Long's mind raced, pondering the principle of conservation of matter. How had such a volume of water materialized? The earlier mountain could be accounted for by the rapid transformation of surrounding elements. Yet this ocean was inexplicable, as there was insufficient matter in the vicinity to account for its existence. Conventional science could no longer elucidate this phenomenon. Slowly, Tang Long lifted himself off the ground, braving the waterfall's assault as he approached the ocean. What was this sensation? As he neared the ocean, he sensed an essence within its depths that resonated with his own, evoking a profound sense of familiarity. Once again, Tang Long was left baffled. How could an ocean that had just emerged carry his essence? He ventured closer, plunging into the ocean, with a black hole shield in hand. He swiftly navigated through the aerial ocean until he reached its terminus. What is this? At the end of the aerial ocean, he beheld a black vortex, continuously swallowing and spewing forth seawater. Tang Long concentrated, recognizing that the intimate sensation emanated from this water. What was happening? The seawater contained his essence. An ice dragon erupted from his forehead, stretching 10 meters long. What was this? When the ice dragon entered the black vortex, it was expelled back into the black hole shield, only to be drawn back into the vortex in a continuous cycle. Was this peculiar spectacle a mere coincidence? Tang Long was astonished. The aerial ocean was intrinsically linked to the black hole in his grasp. Regardless of how much matter the black hole absorbed, it would seamlessly flow into this ocean. With this realization, Tang Long understood why the aerial ocean defied the conservation of matter. It absorbed void matter. The black hole transformed matter into nothingness, while the ocean utilized this void to metamorphose into water. This ocean was far more formidable than the mountain. Tang Long mused. While the mountain could be obliterated by the black hole, this ocean could convert the void into reality. With no other option, Tang Long soared away from the ocean, trailing a stream of seawater behind him. He swiftly circled Zhang Xiaoqiang, the waterfall resembling spider silk as it ensnared him. As the vortex of water intensified, forming an expansive whirlpool, Tang Long deployed the advanced magic known as the Great Ice Seal technique, solidifying the seawater into ice. Yet, he knew this assault would hardly suffice against Zhang Xiaoqiang. It was merely a temporary measure to restrain him, while his true focus remained on the enigmatic 99 wolf heads suspended in the air. These wolf heads seemed to be the pivotal command center orchestrating the entire event. With a resolute determination, Tang Long summoned a multitude of meteors to strike the cluster of wolf skulls. The impact was thunderous as all 99 wolf heads were brought down. Just as he had surmised, the moment the wolf heads fell, the ocean and the sky vanished, and the ice imprisoning Zhang Xiaoqiang dissipated as well. Zhang Xiaoqiang's expression remained inscrutable as he regarded Tang Long. At that moment, Tang Long sensed an impending dread. A more terrifying assault was on the horizon. Indeed, the 99 wolf heads at Zhang Xiaoqiang's waist began to coalesce into a rectangular formation, resembling a grand portal. The door did not vanish in an instant. Rather, it lingered in the air. Suddenly, a thunderous roar of an engine echoed from within that door. What? Tang Long's eyes widened as he beheld a colossal beast's claw emerging from the portal. The door itself was of ordinary size, yet the monstrous claw seemed to distort space, magnifying itself as it extended outward. What is this? Tang Long was momentarily stunned. The claw was undoubtedly that of a gigantic creature, yet its true magnitude eluded him. With every inch it pushed outward, it grew larger. After a minute had passed, a complete claw finally emerged from the door. This, utilizing his clairvoyance, Tang Long discerned that the beast's claw was at least 30 meters long, suggesting a total length of 80 to 100 meters for the creature. Indeed, moments later, half of the beast's head and body emerged, revealing its true nature. This creature possessed the head of a lizard, its mouth filled with formidable fangs, sharp as its claws. The door in the air remained diminutive, while the creature appeared to ooze forth as if made of flesh. Roaring, as the beast fully emerged, it unleashed a deafening roar that shattered nearby rocks. What is this? Tang Long gazed at the creature. It resembled an evolved beast, yet it was something more. Its towering height and apparent strength surpassed that of a typical evolved beast. The creature measured over 90 meters in length, nearing 100, which would classify it as a level 9 evolved beast. However, its displayed power far exceeded that classification, as even before touching the ground, the force it exuded caused the earth to tremble, as if struck by artillery fire. With a thud, the beast landed, its feet sinking 5 meters into the ground. Tang Long's mind was flooded with questions. How did this beast come to be? Does such a creature exist on Earth? Is this some form of summoning magic? He recalled that within the realm of magic he understood, summoning spells required prior existence of the summoned species. One could not conjure something from thin air. Yet, this beast had emerged without any trace of magical fluctuation. Roaring, the beast charged toward Tang Long, disrupting the ground beneath it with seismic force due to its immense size. Super swamp technique. Faced with the creature, Tang Long dared not confront it head-on. He resorted to his magical abilities, casting a high-level spell to create a swamp, forming a crater with a diameter of 100 meters. As the pit formed, the beast fell into it. Yet, within less than a second, the pit crumbled, and the beast continued its relentless charge. What is happening? Tang Long stood dumbfounded. His advanced swamp technique had failed to restrain the beast even for a moment. Just moments ago, it appeared as if the creature had vanished and reappeared. Tang Long steadied himself. The beast was now less than 300 meters away. Great Apocalypse Technique. This was his only remaining option. The Great Apocalypse Technique was his strongest spell, summoning a colossal black hole that could serve both offensively and defensively. The immense black hole expanded rapidly, transforming into an elliptical shield before Tang Long thud. The beast collided with the shield. What? Tang Long was taken aback. The black hole shield transmitted a sensation unlike anything he had experienced before. The black hole was capable of annihilating all. Any matter that came into contact with it would be obliterated. Yet, that was not the case. The beast's strike had made contact with the black hole without disintegration occurring. The black hole was composed of countless annihilation particles, designed to erase anything that touched it. Thud! Another tremendous impact reverberated through him. Tang Long struggled to maintain his composure. He could hardly believe that there existed something that could withstand annihilation particles. Yet, the evidence stood before him. This beast was indeed impervious to annihilation. Thud, thud. The beast struck repeatedly, causing the black hole shield to vanish. Without the shield, Tang Long felt as defenseless as a soldier without weaponry. He gazed at the beast, realizing that his life was truly at stake. Even his most powerful Great Apocalypse technique was powerless against it. What could possibly stop such a force? Just as the beast was about to bite down on him, Tang Long's expression shifted dramatically, and his demeanor exuded newfound confidence. In that moment, Tang Long's feet melded with the ground. Thud! The beast's massive jaws pressed down, compressing the earth by 10 meters, yet it grasped at nothing. For reasons unknown, his body had temporarily fallen under the control of Yage Si. What was happening? Tang Long regained his senses, observing Yage Si within him. This entity could enter and exit his body at will, often controlling him to do things against his will. Yage Si spoke. Had it not been for your reckless use of my magic, which led to your life being completely drained, I would not have manifested so quickly. You should be grateful to me. I saved you from the brink of death, or else you would lack the strength to converse with me now. What do you intend to do? Tang Long found himself unable to refute Yage Si's words. Indeed, during his battle with Kashio, he had completely exhausted his life force and perished. Now, standing here, he felt a sense of bewilderment. Upon reflection, it seemed Yage Si had indeed saved him. For no one else could bring back a lifeless being. Yage Si continued, "You are the savior of our Taibo heir. I will not allow you to perish. Be wary. This beast is no ordinary creature. Its scales can absorb annihilation particles, rendering the black hole ineffective against it. To defeat it, one must attack that door." The door? Tang Long suddenly recalled the one composed of 99 wolf heads. Yes, that door was formed from wolf DNA strands, synthesized from earthly materials to create an unknown beast. Yage Si elaborated. Those 99 wolf heads are not mere substances, but rather DNA strands, floating in the air and using our planet as a material vessel. When enough DNA strands accumulate, they could potentially transform our world into a monstrosity. As Yage Si pointed toward a distant mountain, Tang Long observed in confusion. The mountain appeared unremarkable at first glance, but upon closer inspection, it seemed as if its peak had been sheared away. Yage Si explained, "Matter is conserved. This beast is composed of materials from his planet. Moreover, observe closely. Does the beast not bear a wolf head upon its neck?" Indeed, Tang Long noticed a wolf head the size of a human head adorning the creature's neck. Due to its colossal size, it was difficult to discern unless one looked closely. Yage Si continued, "If such wolf heads were to gather 99 in total, the second wolf DNA strand would emerge. You have studied biology. A single DNA strand encompasses multiple genes. Biologically speaking, the human body comprises 46 chromosomes, or 46 DNA macromolecules, each controlling different aspects of form, such as arms or legs, as well as various muscles and vessels within the legs. At this moment, that wolf head DNA strand, larger than an ordinary person, floated in the sky, controlling a 100-meter behemoth. The creature bore a small wolf head upon its body. Once 99 of these wolf heads were assembled, a second wolf DNA strand would arise, and the implications of that occurrence were unfathomable, certainly catastrophic. What must be done? Tang Long inquired. At this moment, although Tang Long harbored dissatisfaction towards Yags, they found themselves united against a common foe, prompting him to temporarily set aside his animosity until they dealt with the colossal beast. Initially, Yags remained silent, but after a brief interval, he spoke. Based on my experiences from 40,000 years ago, this giant creature is invincible. The key lies in shattering the DNA chains of the wolf heads in the sky. However, I must caution you to remain vigilant against this beast. With that, Yags's voice abruptly ceased, and despite Tang Long's calls, no response came from him. Tang Long felt perplexed, yet this was not the time for doubt. The gigantic creature was now perilously close. The beast measured 99 meters in length, nearly reaching the 100-meter mark. This detail had not escaped Tang Long's notice, as it immediately evoked thoughts of Earth's seal. The so-called seal was not akin to the magical ones depicted in fantasy, but rather a cosmic code. Earth was originally enveloped by a layer of cosmic codes that bestowed life and energy upon its organisms. However, 40,000 years prior, these codes were neutralized by another form of code, rendering them ineffective. Without these cosmic codes, life and energy on Earth began to wane, leading to a regression in biological forms. 3 months ago, an aspect of Zhang Xiao Chang's consciousness sought to resurrect the deceased Yi Chun, altering the fabric of time and space, which resulted in an energy surge that reversed the dormant cosmic codes, restoring their ability to endow life and vitality. Consequently, many creatures on Earth began to evolve, giving rise to 6-level evolved beasts towering 60 meters tall. Now, confronted with this 99-meter-long giant, Tang Long sensed a connection between its final meter and the Earth's seal. The 10th volume of the Huan Jing only recorded werewolves tearing apart seals, without specifying the number of seals on Earth. Yet, the presence of this 99-meter beast suggested that at least one more seal remained. Otherwise, how could it precisely measure 99 meters? To note, if it were merely 1 meter longer, it would be classified as a 10th-level evolved beast, capable of rivaling 5 9th-level evolved beasts. Tang Long's judgments were not arbitrary. During their previous encounter in the aerial ruins, Xiaohe absorbed Wang De Li's power and transformed into a 99-meter-long 9th-level evolved beast, yet did not ascend to a 10th level. This indicated that, at the very least, another seal must exist on Earth. Observing the 99-meter beast, Tang Long refrained from engaging it directly. At that moment, he was enveloped in a black hole, akin to wearing a cloak of darkness. The creature's attacks struck him as though they were against steel, occasionally resonating with thunderous sounds. Tang Long contemplated. This beast's scales could absorb annihilation rays, confirming its formidable nature. Launching his black hole attacks against such a behemoth proved to be an arduous task, and he lacked any more potent techniques. Thus, he resorted to evading the giant, engaging in guerrilla tactics. During several skirmishes, Tang Long managed to gain the upper hand. Although the beast was massive, it possessed numerous blind spots. For instance, when Tang Long positioned himself on the creature's back, it struggled to reach him. At that moment, Tang Long stood atop the beast, suddenly gazing at the 99 wolf head DNA chains in the sky, and an idea struck him. A volley of ice arrows surged towards the DNA chains, a mid-level spell known as Ice Arrow Barrage, comprising over 100 projectiles. Tang Long mused that surely one of them would find its mark. However, he was mistaken. In an astonishing turn of events, a colossal hand emerged from the gate formed by the DNA chains, effortlessly blocking all the ice arrows as if it were a necklace. What was that? Tang Long was taken aback. The hand had instantaneously thwarted his attack. Fear gripped him as he speculated that the owner of that hand must stand over 90 meters tall. Faced with a 9th-level evolved beast, he felt powerless, let alone against two. Should he retreat? A moment of panic surged within him, yet he quickly dismissed it as the hand retracted just as swiftly as it had appeared. At that juncture, the giant beast launched another assault, a formidable claw aimed at him. Still in shock over the giant hand, Tang Long was caught off guard and was struck downwards into the earth, buried 10 meters deep. Clad in his black hole cloak, he emerged unscathed from that blow, although he felt a slight internal injury, prompting him to spit blood. Just as he regained his footing, the surrounding earth suddenly constricted. Looking upwards, he realized the beast was attacking the ground, intending to entomb him alive. However, his black hole cloak rendered him impervious. The soil disintegrated upon contact with the cloak. Tang Long maneuvered towards another direction. With his black hole cloak, he traversed the ground as if swimming through water, the soil melting away like wax meeting hot iron. Soon, he emerged from a different angle. Peering through his enhanced vision, he was astonished to find himself directly behind Zhang Xiaochang. Zhang Xiaochang was the master of all events. Yet the current Zhang Xiaochang was not the same as before. He appeared to be under the control of some force, explaining his immense power. Zhang Xiaochang seemed oblivious to Tang Long as presence. How could he not notice? This baffled Tang Long, for someone as powerful as Zhang Xiaochang, should have sensed him right behind. Since he had not, Tang Long recognized he had the advantage to strike first. Channeling his magic, the ground beneath him transformed into a vast, black mire. Zhang Xiaochang, standing atop, promptly sank into the quagmire. This should afford Tang Long some leverage. Although he too was within the mire, it posed no threat to him. To ensure Zhang Xiaochang lost all resistance, he infused the mire with numerous black holes. Each of these black holes operated like a crushing device, annihilating the surrounding sludge. Due to the black holes, vast quantities of the black mire surged towards them like a waterfall, never to return, forming swirling vortexes. Within one such vortex, Zhang Xiaochang was rapidly drawn towards a black hole. Xiaochang? At that moment, Tang Long felt a pang of compassion. He was uncertain whether Zhang Xiaochang could withstand the black hole. The black hole comprised annihilation rays, capable of obliterating anything in proximity. Among all known entities on Earth, only Kashu's dual particle restoration rays could withstand it, aside from the 9th level evolved giant summoned by Zhang Xiaochang. Zhang Xiaochang had now transformed into something extraordinary. It was uncertain if he could endure the black hole's annihilation. Within the vortex, Zhang Xiaochang was nowhere to be seen. It was as though he had truly been obliterated. Xiaochang. In truth, Tang Long had no desire to take the life of Zhang Xiaochang. However, he never anticipated that he could indeed end Zhang Xiaochang's existence. Initially, a flicker of hope lingered in his heart, believing that Zhang Xiaochang might escape the black hole. After all, Zhang Xiaochang's summoned beasts seemed capable of withstanding the black hole's pull, and he presumed he could as well. Moreover, given that Zhang Xiaochang was possessed by that terrifying entity, he thought he would be safe. Yet in reality, Zhang Xiaochang was drawn into the black hole and vanished. The disappearance signified death. The black sludge on the ground began to dissipate, and the black holes disappeared one after another. When everything had vanished, Tang Long stood upon the ground. What? Upon raising his head, Tang Long was taken aback. Although Zhang Xiaochang had disappeared, the level 9 evolved beast remained. The colossal creature gazed at Tang Long, its eyes ablaze with fury. What? A wave of trepidation washed over Tang Long. He realized he was utterly incapable of contending with this level 9 evolved beast. This creature was no ordinary evolved beast. It had developed antibodies against the dual particle annihilation ray, rendering Tang Long's black hole attack ineffective. If the beast were to strike at that moment, his only recourse would be to flee. Observing intently, Tang Long suddenly noticed that while the beast glared at him with vicious intent, it did not launch an attack. A crisp crackling sound emanated from somewhere on the beast. What was that? Following the sound, Tang Long was startled to see the wolf head on the beast beginning to fracture. The wolf head appeared to be coated in a layer of gold, its surface fragile, seemingly ready to shatter at the slightest touch. The cracking intensified, and soon it was riddled with fissures. What was happening? Tang Long felt an overwhelming aura beginning to surge forth. Indeed, when the wolf head shattered completely, a figure emerged from within. The figure radiated immense power, steam rising from its form as it descended. Upon landing, the ground beneath him was pulverized. Tang Long gazed in astonishment at the figure, which bore an uncanny resemblance to Zhang Xiaochang, almost an exact replica. What was going on? Countless questions flooded Tang Long's mind. He was uncertain whether this was indeed Zhang Xiaoqiang. He vividly recalled that Zhang Xiaoqiang had been absorbed by his black hole and had disappeared, while the figure before him seemed to have just been born. However, the connection between this figure and Zhang Xiaoqiang was profound. This individual had sprung forth from the wolf head of the beast, which was born from the DNA chains of 99 wolf heads, all derived from the werewolf form that Zhang Xiaoqiang had transformed into. There existed a significant causal relationship here. The figure remained silent. At that moment, Yag suddenly spoke, cautioning that this was his primal form, and with Tang Long's current capabilities, he stood no chance of contending with it. He should flee and devise a plan for later. What? Tang Long struggled to comprehend, wondering what was meant by primal form and whether this was indeed Zhang Xiaoqiang. Yags provided no further clarification, appearing for a brief moment before vanishing again, only to return momentarily to explain that he could only assess the situation based on size. 40,000 years ago, on their planet, that being had already reached its ultimate form. The primal form was merely the initial state, followed by the mature form, complete form, and ultimate form. Ideally, eliminating the primal form would have been the best course of action, but given Tang Long's current power, it was utterly impossible. The only option left was to escape quickly and return when his strength had increased. At this juncture, Tang Long found himself conflicted, uncertain whether to flee from the figure that resembled Zhang Xiaoqiang, who currently exhibited no signs of aggression. Furthermore, with this figure's appearance, the colossal beast also seemed to have lost its hostility, standing quietly behind him. 10 minutes passed, and Tang Long still struggled with his decision to leave. Suddenly, the figure began to move its lips. It lifted its gaze to meet Tang Long's, struggling to articulate a second word. Tentatively, Tang Long inquired, "Are you Zhang Xiaoqiang?" "Yes." The figure nodded slightly. "Oh." Tang Long found this response perplexing. If this individual was indeed Zhang Xiaoqiang, how could he have transformed so drastically, appearing as though he did not recognize himself? Conversely, if he was not Zhang Xiaoqiang, why would he acknowledge himself as such? Was it possible that the consciousness controlling Zhang Xiaoqiang also bore his name? "Do you know Yi Chen?" "Yes." "Do you know Wang Dali?" "Yes." The figure affirmed both inquiries. Still, Tang Long could not shake the feeling that this individual was not truly Zhang Xiaoqiang. "How did you become like this?" Tang Long pressed further. This time, Zhang Xiaoqiang seemed more fluent in his response, stating, "I don't know. My memories are a jumbled mess." At that moment, a flying beast approached. "Dali?" As the creature drew nearer, Tang Long recognized it as Xiao He, with Wang Dali and an elderly man atop it. This elder was none other than Taitsong, whom Tang Long had encountered in the long-lost ruins, who proclaimed Wang Dali to be a reincarnation of a deity. "Quickly stop him!" From a distance, Tang Long heard Taitsong's voice. Just then, the colossal beast behind the figure launched an attack on Xiao He. The beast's assault was fierce, its towering height nearly reaching the airborne Xiao He. At that moment, Xiao He appeared to have leveled up, now a 30-meter-long level 3 evolved beast. Yet still no match for the level 9 behemoth. "Xiao He go!" Wang Dali's body suddenly shattered with a resounding crash, leaving only his head. In that instant, the 30-meter-long Xiao He transformed into a 99-meter-long level 9 evolved beast. A fierce battle ensued between the giant beast and Xiao He, both evenly matched. Taitsong, clutching Wang Dali's head, landed beside Tang Long. Though Wang Dali had been reduced to just a head, he remained unfazed and declared, "Brother Long, this individual is not Zhang Xiaoqiang. He is a manifestation of a deity." "What do you mean?" Tang Long asked. Taitsong interjected, explaining, before the deity's demise. Sensing the darkness within himself, he forced out his malevolent side. However, that dark aspect possessed power equal to the deity's and wreaked havoc. The deity, unwilling to witness this destruction, confronted and vanquished his evil side. Yet, unexpectedly, the malevolent aspect has somehow resurrected. Taitsong's words were laden with uncertainty, as he too struggled to grasp the full implications. Chapter 86. The deity's other side. There exists a deity on earth. This proclamation emerged from Taitsong's lips. 40,000 years ago, the deity of earth triumphed over the 7 elders of Taber. Subsequently, the 7 elders, unwilling to accept defeat, conspired with a certain instrument to seal the earth. This sealing entailed destroying the cosmic code that endowed earthly beings with life, and energy. The deity, unwilling to witness the extinction of Earth's life forms, sacrificed himself, perishing alongside the instrument. Tang Long found the tale of the deity credible. However, the notion of the deity's other side was a revelation he had never encountered, leaving him incredulous. The extent of the power possessed by this other side of the deity remained shrouded in mystery, yet the wolf head DNA chain indicated its near invincibility. After all, this was merely one DNA chain, while a single life typically harbored 7 or 8 DNA chains. For humans, there were 46. Taitsong elaborated. This figure is the deity's other side, referred to as the demon god. He was obliterated by the deity, but has somehow reformed and revived. If the deity possessed such a capacity, it would be fortuitous. What is the connection? Is he Zhang Xiaoqiang? Tang Long recounted what he knew, having witnessed this figure's transformation from Zhang Xiaoqiang. Upon hearing this, Taitsong pondered briefly before exclaiming, I see. I never imagined it would be like this. Taitsong continued. Wang Dali and Xiaoqiang were originally one entity. During that pivotal moment, Dali was separated from Xiaoqiang's body by the force of time, forming an independent self. This scenario parallels the deity's separation from his own other half. For indeed, Dali embodies the deity, while Xiaoqiang represents the deity's other side. Due to the separation from the divine entity, Xiaoqiang resonated with the other aspect of the deity, resulting in its miraculous revival, an occurrence with an astronomically low probability. After the god's demise, its reemergence necessitates an immense span of time for gestation, and a newly manifested deity must undergo a temporal process to separate its own facets. This is a feat bordering on the impossible. However, by mere coincidence, it transpired within the lives of Wang Dali and Zhang Xiaoqiang. 3 months prior, the future Su Sanshao traversed the fabric of time, arriving in the present and inhabiting the body of Zhang Xiaoqiang. As a consequence of this temporal journey, Wang Dali was also ensnared in the phenomenon, transforming into a state devoid of corporeality. Subsequently, Wang Dali, akin to a soul, merged with Zhang Xiaoqiang, entering the realm of time. Within this domain, Wang Dali was separated by the force of time, acquiring a physical form, a body impervious to blades and invulnerable to all. In the aftermath, Zhang Xiaoqiang's physique underwent a metamorphosis, evolving into that of a werewolf. Was this a mere accident? Or, as Tai Tsong once suggested, is there an unknown entity orchestrating it all? Should such a figure exist, Tang Long harbored no doubt that it was the enigmatic author of the Huanjing, known as Xiao Xiao Yiren. This individual is shrouded in mystery, existing not only in the present, but also 40,000 years ago. Having prophesied the downfall of Tai Bo Air, Tang Long gazed at this figure and inquired Tai Tsong, is he Zhang Xiaoqiang, or the demon god? Tai Tsong replied, both. He possesses the memories and will of Zhang Xiaoqiang, alongside the powers of the demon god. Once the powers of the demon god awaken, so too will its will, leading to the restoration of its memories and a complete resurrection. Upon hearing this, Tang Long felt his thoughts become jumbled. He sensed a consciousness within him. This was Age C. His utilization of Age C's power had precipitated its premature awakening and the restoration of its memories. Moments later, Tang Long asked, what shall we do now? He is still Zhang Xiaoqiang. Can we awaken him? Tai Tsong responded, this relies solely on him. As he spoke, Tai Tsong surveyed the surroundings and remarked, he must have endured a great battle here, which stimulated the dormant powers of the demon god within him, causing an outburst. To quiet these powers, we must not employ a force stronger than his own. However, my strength should suffice. With that, Tang Long unleashed his own magical energy. At this moment, Tai Tsong's eyes widened in astonishment, exclaiming, is that the power of Age C, the embodiment of destruction and creation from the Taibo Air era? You have completely inherited it. Yet, why does this power evoke an unsettling sensation, as if something is amiss? What is missing? Tang Long inquired. I do not know, but it feels incomplete, Tai Tsong pondered before adding. Perhaps your power can suppress the demon god's energy within Xiaoqiang. Attempt to exert that suppression. Thus, Tai Tsong imparted a method of suppression to Tang Long. This technique, though appearing straightforward, proved to be quite challenging. Known as the sealing method, it involves utilizing one's intrinsic energy to form an energy matrix that penetrates the body of the one being sealed. Tang Long concentrated his magical energy to create an energy conduit, subsequently connecting these conduits to penetrate Zhang Xiaochang's body and form an energy matrix. After emerging from his shell, Zhang Xiaochang remained unresponsive, continuing to be inert even after Tang Long's sealing. Just as Tang Long completed the sealing of Zhang Xiaochang, Tai Tasong suddenly injected an energy matrix into Tang Long's body. "What are you doing?" Tang Long questioned. Upon the matrix entering his form, he felt his control over all magic dissipate. Tai Tasong clarified, "The power within you derives from Age C, one of the 7 great beings of the Tai Bo era, a perilous entity. Although you have wholly inherited its strength, you cannot wield it entirely. Otherwise, you risk losing your consciousness and being dominated by Age C." Tang Long nodded in agreement. Tai Tsong's words rang true. Age C's consciousness indeed resided within him, often exerting control over his body. This notion had always irked him. Was he truly himself if his body was not under his dominion? The sealing of Age C's power within him might indeed be a blessing. Tai Tasong remarked, "I have merely sealed Age C's power, but should you wish to access it, the seal can be easily broken." As he spoke, Tai Tasong expressed some confusion, recalling how he felt a rupture in the energy matrix when sealing Age C's power within Tang Long, resulting in an incomplete seal. This imperfection allowed Tang Long to utilize Age C's power whenever he wished, albeit with less fervor than before. Tang Long attempted to conjure magic, feeling nothing, realizing that indeed his magic was sealed. At that moment, a beastly roar echoed. Tang Long turned to see a shadow streaking through the sky, which upon landing, revealed itself to be Xiaohe. Upon landing, Xiaohe shrank from a height of 99 meters to a mere 20 centimeters, remaining motionless. "Xiaohe!" Wangli called out. Xiaohe had been defeated, and a colossal beast was advancing toward them, a level 9 evolved beast, the mightiest entity on Earth. "Alas, I have been remiss," Tai Tasong lamented, realizing that in his focus on sealing Age C's power within Tang Long, he had overlooked the presence of this unpredictable variable. Chapter 87 of the Earth Volume. The emergence of the little wild man, the colossal beast, was summoned by Zhang Xiaoqiang. However, at that moment, Zhang Xiaoqiang was under the control of a demon god or possessed by it. Presently, he remains under the same possession. The giant creature advanced towards them. "What should we do?" Tang Long inquired. At this juncture, he was devoid of magic and unable to unleash formidable spells. The mightiest among them, Xiaohe, had already been vanquished, leaving only this unknown Tai Tsong who might possess a solution. After all, Tai Tsong had once been a follower of the divine and should possess some skills. Moreover, the energy matrices he had just conjured had sealed his own magic, suggesting he might have the strength to defeat the beast. "I cannot do it," Tai Tsong said with a grim expression. "Allow me to devise a plan. But engaging in battle is beyond me. I am merely a subordinate of the divine." Tang Long remained silent, turning his gaze towards the giant beast, contemplating that if Tai Tsong lacked combat prowess, then only he remained. Yet, could he, with his current status as a 3rd-level evolver, truly contend against it? The beast was a 9th-level evolved creature, the foremost existence on Earth. Only a 9th-level evolver could hope to confront it. At that moment, the giant beast halted behind Zhang Xiaoqiang, refusing to advance any further. Xiaoqiang, Tang Long observed, appeared utterly dazed, as though he had lost both memory and personality. The beast crouched down behind Zhang Xiaoqiang. Tang Long was puzzled by this development. After a long pause, Tai Tsong remarked, "If Zhang Xiaoqiang still remembers us as his former friends, then the beast refrains from attacking. We must withdraw for now. At our current strength, we are no match for it." He spoke with a tinge of regret. "If we do not eradicate the demon god today, we may never have another chance. No one understands the demon god's power better than he does." After casting one last glance at Zhang Xiaoqiang, Tang Long reluctantly departed. Currently, Zhang Xiaoqiang was a fusion of the demon god and himself, bearing fragments of his own memories alongside a modicum of the demon god's might. Meanwhile, at a certain base, many individuals were observing a phantom pillar. This was the 14th phantom pillar, documenting the contents of the 14th roll of the phantom scriptures. Why these particular words? One individual gazed at the 4th phantom pillar, looking utterly perplexed. The inscriptions on this pillar were scant, merely a dozen words, while other pillars contained at least 50. The 14th phantom pillar stated, the werewolf loses control, and he shall confront the most formidable adversary of his life. Such few words seemed incomplete, as if there were more to come. Is this a forgery? Someone speculated. Impossible. Look at the handwriting and the material of this stone, countered another. Observing the inscriptions and the stone's composition confirmed its authenticity as a phantom pillar. The handwriting upon it is unmatched, and the stone's hardness exceeds 20, rendering it impossible to fabricate. Yet, many held numerous doubts. The content inscribed on this phantom pillar was far too limited to serve as any reliable reference. At that moment, a short, slightly plump man with yellowish skin and a shabby appearance squeezed into the crowd, shouting, "Let me see! Let me see! No pushing! No pushing! We're all comrades. Why shove me?" The plump man jostled his way through, squinting his small eyes in bewilderment at the phantom pillar. "Oh!" he exclaimed, a look of confusion on his face. At that moment, someone began to mock him, saying, "Look at you, as if you know so much." The plump man ignored the jeers and merely stroked his chin, still looking perplexed. "Step aside." A strong man shoved the plump man aside, pointing at a young man and declaring, "This is Dr. Miller's student, who has been studying the phantom pillars for over 10 years. He possesses remarkable talent in this field, allegedly surpassing his mentor." Many turned to gaze at the young man, parting the way for him. The young man, basking in the attention, strolled leisurely towards the phantom pillar, holding a magnifying glass to examine it. After a moment, he stated, "This phantom pillar's authenticity remains uncertain. However, based on previous experience, it is likely a forgery." From the several discovered phantom pillars, the texts typically narrate a small story, featuring characters, a timeline, a location, and a minor plot. Yet this one contains only a single character and nothing else, undoubtedly a fake. Nonetheless, given that it was discovered by Su Sanshao, I shall take it back for further study. The crowd cast admiring glances at him, acknowledging the brilliance of Dr. Miller's student. In Huaxia, only Dr. Miller has made any substantial progress in researching the phantom pillars, and his students possess some measure of capability. 5 first-level evolvers stepped forward from the crowd, preparing to transport the phantom pillar to the laboratory. "Wait!" the plump man suddenly shouted. "What are you doing?" Someone blocked his path. "I can't explain it to you," the plump man retorted, brushing aside the individual and striding towards the phantom pillar. Witnessing the commotion, the young man signaled for others to stop the plump man, thinking it audacious for someone to challenge his viewpoint. Suddenly, a peculiar event transpired. Those attempting to obstruct the plump man seemed to encounter nothing but air, unable to touch him. Strange. Su Sanshao, who had initially intended to intervene and halt the plump man, found himself astonished by the latter's mysterious ability. Su Sanshao was no ordinary individual. As the first evolver on Earth, he had encountered far more than the average person. Observing the plump man glide effortlessly through the crowd, he contemplated the notion of an alternate dimensional space. In such a space, one could traverse directly to their desired location without passing through the primary space. The plump man remained unimpeded, swiftly arriving beneath the phantom pillar. "Huh!" Su Sanshao was once again astonished, for he noticed that the plump man now held a brush. Indeed, it was a brush. The plump man picked it up and began writing on the phantom pillar. In that instant, all held their breath. The brush, resembling soft hair, managed to inscribe characters upon the phantom pillar, which boasted a hardness exceeding 20. Was the brush exceptionally hard, or was the pillar softer? Or was it all merely an illusion, a shared dream? The plump man inscribed over 30 characters. The werewolf and his summoned beast await the appearance of a person. During this time, anyone who disturbs him shall be slain. Gazing at the words on the phantom pillar, everyone slightly agape. Where'd he go? Someone, shaken from their astonishment, sought to scrutinize the plump man's appearance, yet upon casting their gaze, found nothing. Where'd he go? Was that just now? Could it be the little wild man? The little wild man is the author of the Phantom Scriptures, which chronicled the cataclysmic events on Earth over the next 50 years. Chapter 88 of the Earth Volume. The Divine Power Garden, the 14th roll of the Phantom Scriptures, has been completed. This revelation sent shockwaves throughout the entire Earth. For ages, people believed the author of the Phantom Scriptures to be deceased or perhaps an extraterrestrial being. Yet this plump man, who appeared, not only bore the visage of an earthling, but also completed the fragmented 14th roll. Staggering. No one was not astonished. The Phantom Scriptures documented the impending demise of Earth over the next 50 years, achieving a veracity of 99% with no prior inaccuracies. If this tome chronicled the death of Earth, could altering its conclusion potentially avert the impending threat? Naturally, this remains a mere supposition, yet one that holds promise. The Phantom Scriptures are inherently miraculous, and the outcome remains unknown. Those who have previously perused the text never completed it, only discerning from its classification that it depicts an apocalyptic scenario detailing humanity's extinction. At present, this tome, referred to as the Book of Prophecies, raises a profound question. If its narrative can be altered, can the fate of Earth likewise be transformed? Time does not wait for the inhabitants of this planet. Within a clandestine base, the leaders of the 4 remaining nations convene. What do you think of the third proposal? Inquired a formidable man, the head of Huaxia, a 6th-level evolver. The 3 individuals before him were also 6th-level evolvers. 3 months prior, the seal on Earth was lifted, unleashing a plethora of 6th-level evolutionary beasts. A month later, the leaders of Huaxia and the other 3 nations ascended to become the strongest beings on the planet. The essence of Huaxia's third proposal was to locate the elusive author of the Huanjing, known as Xiao Xiao Yirun, to amend its contents. Despite the uncertainty surrounding the nature of the Huanjing and whether it could indeed be altered, the current plight of humanity necessitates the exploration of all conceivable possibilities. With the emergence of 7th-level evolutionary beasts, humanity remains at a disadvantage, facing inevitable extinction within 30 years. The leaders of the other 3 nations were somewhat apprehensive upon reviewing the third proposal. Xiao Xiao Yirun has now manifested in Huaxia. The proposal stipulates that Huaxia would be responsible for locating him, while the other 3 nations would dispatch elite teams to Huaxia to fend off the onslaught of evolutionary beasts. The dilemma faced by the 3 nations was that each elite force they dispatched would require at least 1 5th-level evolver, 10 4th-level evolvers, 100 3rd-level evolvers, and 1,000 2nd-level evolvers. This represents nearly 1/10 of their national military strength. Although the temporary loss of these warriors would be insignificant, resulting merely in the sacrifice of a few bases, it would inexplicably bolster Huaxia's strength by 30%. Should they successfully locate Xiao Yirun and amend the Huanjing, Earth could be salvaged, and Huaxia would emerge as the preeminent power, potentially subsuming the other nations. What is your decision? Urged the head of Huaxia. Tapping the table for emphasis, Huaxia held the upper hand, given that Xiao Yirun was within its borders. After a moment of contemplation, the leader of the United States stated, "The third proposal is commendable. However, I must propose an amendment. The personnel we dispatch shall operate independently, only engaging in combat when your base is under threat to ensure the safety of our individuals." "Indeed," exclaimed the leader of the island nation, rising to support this notion. "We will provide military assistance, but we also require assurances for the safety of our personnel. I suggest granting our dispatched forces independent operational capabilities, free from external command." "I am of the same opinion," shamelessly chimed in the leader of the Korean nation. "Our dispatch personnel shall be limited in their engagement to no more than 2 encounters per day. Furthermore, once casualties reach 60, we shall cease all operations and require your protection." The leaders of the 3 nations, having articulated their demands, turned their gazes towards the head of Huaxia, believing their requests were reasonable, as the safety of their personnel was paramount. Upon hearing their stipulations, the head of Huaxia fell silent. What transpired? The leader of the United States mused internally, questioning whether his words had been excessive. Could they truly be deemed unreasonable? The leader of the island nation stroked his chin, uncertain. Was it truly excessive? The leader of the Korean nation also fell into silence. Half an hour passed before the head of Huaxia finally spoke. "Let us proceed with this arrangement. After all, we share the same Earth, and we must care for one another. However, if we fail to locate Xiao Yirun, we may only survive for 30 more years. Let's hope our individuals can find him and save our world." With that, the head of Huaxia departed, leaving the 3 leaders in a state of bewilderment. Simultaneously, Su Sanxiao received orders to seek out Xiao Yirun. Upon his arrival, an unusual phenomenon occurred. None could distinctly recall the appearance of Xiao Yirun. Even those who had encountered him had forgotten his visage. Ultimately, after a thorough analysis, it was found that out of the over 1,000 spectators present during the 14th volume of the Huanjing, Only Su San Shao retained a vague memory of Xiao Xiao Yiren's features. However, when Su San Shao attempted to sketch the likeness of Xiao Xiao Yiren, he found himself incapable of producing a satisfactory representation. No digital composition could adequately capture the essence of the individual in his mind. Thus, Su San Shao was appointed as the temporary captain of the search party, empowered to mobilize any evolvers within Huaxia for assistance. Huaxia is fushed, and locating an individual is no simple task. Su San Shao scrutinized the archives of all bases in Huaxia, yet none bore the resemblance of Xiao Xiao Yiren. Described as an ordinary individual without distinctive traits, Su San Shao nevertheless possessed a clear recollection of his appearance, leading him to conclude that Xiao Xiao Yiren might be an unregistered entity. His first course of action was to search within each major base. Many bases prohibited ordinary individuals from entry, yet someone resembling Xiao Xiao Yiren should theoretically have access to any facility. Su San Shao began his methodical investigation of each base, estimating that he could explore them all within 5 years. With over 1,000 bases in Huaxia and the absence of roads long since destroyed by evolutionary beasts, travel from one base to another necessitated walking, reminiscent of the journey of Tang Sung in Journey to the West. During this period, Tang Long accompanied Tai Tsong to a peculiar mountaintop. "What is this place?" Tang Long inquired, puzzled. "This location seems to exist on Earth, yet I am certain it is not marked on any map." The site was a mountain, approximately the size of half a city, floating 1,000 meters above the ground. Tai Tsong dismounted from Xiaohe and declared, "This is the Sheneng Yuan, a place that has existed since the dawn of Earth. When the gods are depleted of energy, they return here to recharge." As he spoke, Tai Tsong positioned Wang Dali's head upon a pyramid-like platform, and immediately 7 or 8 beams of light converged upon Wang Dali. "He is regenerating," Tang Long exclaimed in astonishment. Under the influence of the radiant beams, Wang Dali's form began to coalesce, akin to foam. In less than a minute, Wang Dali's body fully reformed, followed by his limbs. Once he had restored his entire being, Wang Dali descended from the platform. This rejuvenation took quite a while. 5 minutes longer than the last time, he remarked with a hint of displeasure as he stretched his arms. Tai Tsong hurriedly presented Wang Dali with a new garment, explaining, "Dali, this is a normal occurrence. Each time you recharge, a portion of energy is compressed, naturally prolonging the process. Once you attain full divinity, recharging could take millennia, so do not be disheartened. It signifies your approach to godhood." "Ah, Wang Dali nodded in understanding." Observing the scene, Tang Long inquired, "What is this place? Why is it called the Sheneng Yuan? Is it truly a sanctuary for the gods? Yet, why has it remained undiscovered until now?" Tai Tsong elucidated, "The Sheneng Yuan has existed since the inception of Earth, yet throughout known history, no mention of it has ever surfaced. It is not accessible to ordinary beings. Even with the naked eye, it remains invisible. Traditionally, only gods and their servants may enter. I, too, would not have been able to see or enter this place without divine guidance." As he spoke, Tai Tsong gazed at Wang Dali, "Brother Long, I believe I truly am a deity." Wang Dali responded, "After our separation, I sought out Mo Fei Si, only to discover that her power was formidable, rivaling that of 7th or 8th level evolutionary beasts. Ultimately, my body was shattered, and Xiaohe underwent a frenzied evolution, becoming a 9th level evolutionary beast, which allowed us to defeat Mo Fei Si." As he recounted his tale, Wang Dali expressed his frustration, revealing that Mo Fei Si was not her true form, but rather a crystallized entity known as the Mo Fei Si crystal. "I had thought I was left with nothing but my head, but Xiaohe, carrying my head, sought out Tai Tsong, breaking the enchantment placed upon him. Subsequently, Tai Tsong brought my head here, infused me with energy, and restored my body. It is as follows." Tai Tsong elaborated, stating that this place can only be discovered by deities and their reincarnations. "Without the strength of Dali, I would never have found this place. Although I have visited this location before, once I depart, I can no longer see or locate it again. This realm exists in a state of nothingness, manifesting solely through the consciousness of the gods." At this moment, Tang Long was still in awe when he suddenly noticed a familiar castle. This castle looked strikingly familiar. Tang Long was certain he had seen this castle somewhere before. After a moment of contemplation, He realized that it was the very castle from the mirage he had encountered earlier. At that time, Sero mentioned that this castle represented the second advanced civilization of Earth, one that dominated over all others and had abducted the inhabitants of their planets. The castle, circular and gray, appeared quite vast. Gazing at it, Tang Long recalled that a transparent figure seemed to have descended from this castle at the ruins of the Ka Palace. It had blessed Wang Dali, who was left with only a head, and his body had subsequently regenerated, mirroring the effects of divine energy infusion. Brother Long, Wang Dali explained, that place is indeed the mirage we saw last time. However, it truly exists. Tai Tsong, noticing Wang Dali's slight embarrassment, interjected, that place is a temple, housing a matrix left by the previous generation of gods. With Dali's current strength, he cannot breach it to obtain the Wan Shinchong. Wan Shinchong. This was the first time Tang Long had heard these words, and he felt a sense of curiosity about what it entailed. Tai Tsong clarified, Wan Shinchong is the core of the divine energy garden, predating Earth itself. To put it simply, it existed long before Earth did. The significance of Wan Shinchong lies in its ability to empower any god, hence its name. Tang Long began to comprehend Wan Shinchong. In essence, it was an entity capable of energizing any deity. However, its existence prior to Earth left him perplexed. Was it possible that Wan Shinchong existed before the gods themselves? Wang Dali remarked, Brother Long, I can now roughly control the energy within my body, allowing me to explode and facilitate Xiao Hei's evolution. However, even if I were to elevate Xiao Hei to level 9, we would still be unable to penetrate the temple. Outside the temple stands a golden lion beast. It is not an evolved beast, but possesses greater strength than one. It has an eye on its forehead, and while its light may not affect ordinary objects, for me, it feels as though a branding iron were to touch a candle, melting me away. Tang Long listened, bewildered. Tai Tsong continued, on this planet, the only individuals Dali can trust are you and Xiao Chong. However, given Xiao Chong's current state, you are his only hope. Therefore, I implore you to assist Dali in acquiring the Wan Shinchong. This way, Dali can utilize divine power indefinitely, activating the Earth's formatting system to restore the cosmic codons of Earth to their normal state. Oh, Tang Long began to grasp this concept. Currently, the outer layer of the Earth was plagued by certain cosmic codons that were ineffective, referred to as the second seal of Earth. The reason for the low biological levels on Earth was due to these cosmic codons being unable to function, thereby failing to grant Earth's organisms a higher level of life and energy. As the god of Earth, Dali bore the mission of restoring these cosmic codons to their normal state. After a brief pause, Tang Long inquired, what must I do? It is as follows, Tai Tsong replied, excitement evident in his tone. All matrices within the temple are ineffective against those who are not gods. Of course, I'm also outside the realm of gods. Yet because I possess some knowledge of what lies within the temple recognizes me as one of its own based on my subconscious. Only those who know nothing are regarded as outsiders, and, generally, they encounter no issues upon entry. Is that all? Tang Long asked, skeptical that a temple would permit an outsider to enter so easily. Tai Tsong nodded, I am not speaking falsely. The wonders of the temple surpass anyone's imagination. It can read the subconscious of any individual and alter it according to its own will. For instance, Dali, despite being a god, would have been excluded before his ascension. As for me, it can read my subconscious, alter everything I know, and may even deem me negligent, resulting in my erasure. You, however, are different. You are an outsider, completely unaware of the temple's inner workings. Once you enter, the temple will be virtually unguarded against you. However, at this point, Tai Tsong paused. But what? Tang Long, intrigued, quickly pressed for more information upon noticing Tai Tsong's hesitation. Tai Tsong took a deep breath, stating, however, once you enter, you may not see anything at all. Chapter 90. Wave function collapsed to enter the temple and see nothing at all. How can that be explained? Tang Long, perplexed, questioned Tai Tsong. Why would I not be able to see anything? I am not entirely ignorant of the temple's contents. I should not attract its attention. Why would I be unable to see anything? Tang Long gazed at Tai Tsong, feeling an innate lack of understanding about the temple. From Tai Tsong's tone, it seemed that the temple possessed extraordinary abilities. Even the god Wang Dali could be annihilated. If he were to hastily enter without any knowledge, would he too face erasure? Tai Tsong shook his head. It is difficult to articulate. I can only explain it based on the knowledge you possess. Let me put it this way. Do you understand wave function collapse? Wave function collapse. Tang Long nodded slightly. The concept of wave function collapse has long been established, stating that once an event is confirmed, it undergoes a transformation. For instance, consider a box containing an apple, where 10 individuals guess whether or not an apple is inside. Typically, there's a 50 chance that the box is empty and a 50 chance that it contains an apple, rendering it an uncertain unknown. However, if someone knows beforehand that the box contains an apple, the probability of it containing an apple becomes 100, no longer remaining at 50. If those 10 individuals were to guess again, the scientific research value would diminish, as the probability of finding an apple in the box has solidified at 100. If we represent this initial event using a function, it would begin as a wave oscillating up and down, with the probabilities of the apple being inside or absent both at 50, lying at the peaks and troughs of the wave. Now, due to someone knowing the apple is present, the uncertainty is confirmed, causing the wave function to collapse, transforming the previously wave-like unknown into a straight line. This phenomenon is termed wave function collapse. Several scholars from Huaxia have previously studied the issue of time travel in relation to this. Among them, Dr. A posited that time travel is impossible, introducing the grandmother paradox. He argued that if a person were to return to the past and kill their grandmother, it would result in the grandmother's absence, which in turn would eliminate their father's existence, and ultimately their own. This leads to a paradox, where the absence of the individual prevents anyone from killing the grandmother, creating a cyclical contradiction. In light of the grandmother paradox, Dr. B proposed the theory of parallel universes, daringly hypothesizing that time can indeed be traversed, as the universe comprises countless other universes. If someone were to travel back in time and commit an act that never occurred in history, a new universe would branch off from that event. In this new universe, the individual could indeed eliminate their grandmother, leading to the evolution of a reality devoid of her existence. However, the concept of parallel universes is too implausible. Accepting Dr. B's theory necessitates the acknowledgement of countless versions of oneself sharing identical thoughts. Such a notion is difficult for many to accept. Imagine, for instance, that while you're dining, another version of yourself is in the restroom. You are presently engaged in labor, while another version of yourself may be reigning as an emperor. Such impossibilities are difficult for many to accept, leading to skepticism. Consequently, Dr. C proposed the theory of time wave function collapse. Dr. C asserts that temporal events can be represented by functions, the outcomes of which remain unknown until someone becomes aware of them. Upon gaining knowledge, the outcome inevitably changes, resulting in collapse. For instance, consider two individuals, A and B, who are strangers to one another, their futures shrouded in uncertainty. If someone traverses time and learns that A and B are destined to marry, the instant this knowledge is acquired, the wave function representing their union collapses into a singular line, leading to an annihilation of the certainty surrounding their marriage. This may manifest as various trials and tribulations, the emergence of a third party, and so forth, rendering the probability of their marriage less than 50%. Tang Long gazed at Tai Tsong, interpreting this as his understanding of wave function collapse. Very good, he remarked. I sense your comprehension of this concept surpasses that of the average individual. This must be the reason you have entered the realm of secondary time. Tai Tsong replied, wave function collapse is intertwined with consciousness, transforming the possible into the impossible and vice versa, ultimately diminishing the certainty of what was once a guaranteed outcome. The Panama hypothesis. Tang Long recalled these 5 words. 50 years prior, the mad philosopher Panama proclaimed that time arises from consciousness. His theory posited that without consciousness, there is no time. When an individual finds themselves in a sealed void, they have no concept of time. Within this dark and confined space, they observe no growth or change, only stillness. When all is motionless, the flow of time diminishes to zero. Indeed, Tai Tsong affirmed once more, consciousness is the key to the emergence of time. No matter how the wave function collapses, it influences your grasp of the matter. If you firmly believe that things will not change, the wave function will reduce the likelihood of an event to zero. Within the temple, such phenomena occur incessantly. It is almost a secondary temporal space where everything transforms in accordance with your subconscious. For example, You may currently know that there is a knife within. However, upon entering, it may transform into a sword or vanish entirely. What should I prepare? Tang Long inquired, sensing that all preparations would be futile before entering the temple. The temple was constructed by the previous generation of gods, and their power is beyond your imagination. For now, remember 3 points. First, believe in the multitude of gods within the temple. Second, do not believe in the multitude of gods within the temple. Third, when the first and second points conflict, trust the first. Upon concluding, Tai Tsong sighed, indicating he could say no more. To elaborate further would risk Tang Long being deemed an outsider by the temple's will, leading to his eradication. Tang Long proceeded alone to the temple. Though it appeared distant, he arrived in just 10 minutes. Standing beneath the temple, he felt as though he were beneath a skyscraper. The temple soared nearly 200 meters high, and its number of stories was indeterminate. Time arises from consciousness, he recalled as he entered the temple. Upon crossing the threshold, he instantly felt as if he had stepped into a terrifying forest filled with massive evolved beasts. As he surveyed the landscape, he noted that nearly all the creatures were level 3 evolved beasts. The trees towered above, none shorter than 100 meters, and the 30-meter-tall evolved beasts concealed themselves within the foliage. Suddenly, a sharp arrow whizzed past Tang Long. Following its trajectory, he spotted a level 3 evolved beast plummeting downwards. Outsider, a girl's voice echoed in his ears. Chapter 91, The Girl Named Shinla. Upon hearing this voice, Tang Long instinctively turned his head. This girl? He felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity. As all memories flooded back, he finally recalled where he had encountered her before. The girl before him was none other than the translucent figure who had assisted Wang Dali in restoring his true form at the Kahal ruins. At that time, she had been a transparent entity, though her outline was still discernible. According to Tai Tsong, that translucent girl could very well be the multitude of gods. Tai Tsong had refrained from elaborating on the multitude of gods, for excessive discourse would alter everything. However, based on his implication, anything could potentially embody the multitude of gods. A mere stone, a breath of air, or even one shadow could represent the divine. This girl before him was highly likely to be the multitude of gods. Who are you? Tang Long inquired, gazing at her. Clad in green attire, the girl appeared slightly translucent, revealing her alluring curves. Outsider, how did you get in? She demanded, pointing her arrow at him. The arrow? Tang Long's heart raced as he observed the seemingly ordinary arrow in her hand, which emitted a red light from its tip. This red glow was all too familiar. It was the magnetic light. The magnetic light is a manifestation of the biological magnetic field, possessing tremendous power. Considering the fate of the level 3 evolved beast that had fallen victim to the arrow, Tang Long quickly grasped the entirety of the situation. The girl's power must be at least that of a level 4 evolved being, capable of projecting her body's magnetic field as an offensive force. Tang Long, he stammered, uncertain of what to ask. He understood that he was within the temple, where everything encountered defied his expectations and could morph in response to his subconscious thoughts. Whatever he contemplated would cause reality to shift in an opposing direction. Outsider, quickly answer my question, the girl insisted. I came from outside, seeking something here, Tang Long replied, unwilling to divulge the true nature of his quest for the multitude of gods. According to the principle of wave function collapse, as long as he remained uncertain about what the multitude of gods entailed, it would continue to exist within the temple. Outsider, hasten to reveal what you seek. She pressed. Tang Long was utterly at a loss for words. He dared not articulate his subconscious thoughts, as he was currently pondering whether this girl was indeed the multitude of gods. Yet, should he allow such a notion to surface, she would no longer be the multitude of gods. Tang Long found himself in a quandary. If this girl were the multitude of gods, how could he bring her out? Upon entering the temple, he had emerged in this forest, and the entrance had vanished from sight. Outsider, why do you remain silent? Is it because I have treated you too kindly? With that, the girl kicked Tang Long, causing him to kneel. Subsequently, she searched him and seized the remnants of a sword from his grasp, questioning, what is this? Why are you holding on to such a thing? Do you not possess something better? Her tone no longer conveyed reproach, but rather a curiosity for discovering if he had any more intriguing items. After her search, she found only a morsel of food. What is this? She inquired, inspecting the beautifully packaged food and inhaling its enticing aroma. It's edible and quite delicious. If you like it, feel free to enjoy it, Tang Long replied, inwardly relieved to have shifted the conversation. Initially, he had worried that she would take his light sword. In ordinary circumstances, it was merely a broken sword, but under the influence of his will, it had transformed into a blade of light. The girl unwrapped the package, gazing at its contents with curiosity. "Can I really eat this?" she asked. "It's perfectly safe to eat," he assured, taking a bite himself. Once she observed him consume it without issue, she followed suit. "This is absolutely delightful." Upon tasting her portion, she experienced a sensation unlike any she had known before, a sweetness that was entirely novel to her. After finishing her piece, the girl eyed Tang Long warily, asserting, "This now belongs to me. Should you dare to take it, I will not hesitate to retaliate." "No, it's all yours," Tang Long thought with amusement. "This entity exists outside. As long as there is a base, it can be obtained." After a brief moment, Tang Long cautiously inquired, "I accidentally wandered in from the outside and am uncertain how to exit." Upon receiving sweet pastries, the girl, with a favorable impression of Tang Long, replied, "I am not aware of the way out, but I recall my grandfather mentioning that to leave, one must traverse a terrifying mountain, where there lies a well of despair. Jumping into it will lead to the exit. However, I have never attempted it." "I see." Tang Long stroked his chin, sensing that this well of despair could indeed be the key to his escape. He looked at the girl again, pondering whether she might be the Wan Shinchong and how to take her with him. His thoughts were in constant flux. To avoid being detected by the will of the temple, Tang Long simultaneously believed the girl was an ordinary person and a Wan Shinchong. After a brief exchange, Tang Long learned the girl's name was Shenla, and she survived in the vicinity by hunting. Through Shenla's explanations, Tang Long gained insights into the forest they were in, known as Yong'an Senlin, where the creatures were all at least level 3 evolved beasts. To survive there, one must elevate their strength to above level 4. "May I visit your village?" Tang Long asked. "What do you intend to do?" Shenla replied warily, her gaze toward Tang Long now tinged with suspicion. "I am an outsider. Since you are unfamiliar with the way out, I believe someone in your village must know." "Then follow me," she said cautiously, leading the way. Tang Long trailed behind her, gaining a deeper understanding of Shenla's abilities. The level 3 evolved beasts within 100 meters of Shenla fled in panic, as if faced with a dreadful monster. Shenla, feeling embarrassed by the scene, remarked, "Perhaps it is because I frequently hunt and have killed many of them." Tang Long nodded indifferently, harboring doubts about her words. If the evolved beasts fled in fear of Shenla, why did level 4 and 5 beasts also sometimes retreat in terror upon encountering her? This further heightened his suspicions about Shenla being a Wan Shinchong. As they journeyed without encountering any evolved beasts, Tang Long and Shenla arrived at a small village, comprising merely 9 households, each constructed from circular stones resembling yurts. "Where's everyone?" Tang Long queried, having seen no one in the village. "It has been like this. Every 10,000 years, one person awakens. This time, it is I who has awakened to guard the village." Tang Long was taken aback by a Shenla's revelation, setting aside the number of villagers. The notion of one person awakening every 10,000 years was astonishing. It is worth noting that human civilization on Earth has only spanned around 10,000 years. After a moment of astonishment, Tang Long inquired, "How long have you been awake?" "Not long, perhaps 3 months," Shenla replied. Upon hearing this, Tang Long was reminded of the transparent girl he had encountered at the Kadian ruins, his conviction solidifying that the transparent girl was indeed Shenla. However, that girl appeared almost like a puppet, devoid of expression and indifferent to her surroundings, only leaving after assisting Wang Da Li in regaining his true form. Reflecting on this, Tang Long felt a mix of clarity and confusion. That transparent girl was undoubtedly a Wan Shinchong, and Shenla was certainly that very girl. Thus, the probability of Shenla being a Wan Shinchong had significantly increased. After a brief pause, Tang Long asked, "Have you never ventured outside? I feel as though I have seen you before." Shenla blushed suddenly, saying, "I heard from my grandfather that boys typically say this to girls they like." Tang Long was taken aback by Shenla's coyness. He had previously witnessed her mercilessly slay level 3 evolved beasts, yet in response to this question, she became bashful. After a moment, Tang Long earnestly asserted, "I truly feel I have seen you, just 3 months ago, on a flying stone. Think carefully." "Impossible," Shenla replied, slightly irritated. "I have always been here. It is not possible for me to have gone outside." The only exit is the well of despair. Perhaps I was mistaken, Tong Long conceded. Sensing Shen Le's irritation and feeling somewhat awkward. The girl named Shen Le had initially appeared shy, reminiscent of a young maiden, but once angered. She resembled a volcano ready to erupt, compelling one to retreat. After a moment of silence, Tong Long suddenly realized something concerning Shen Le's grandfather. Shen Le mentioned that their village awakens one person every 10,000 years to safeguard it, implying that only one person has existed there throughout time. Yet, Shen Le claimed to have conversed with her grandfather, presenting a paradox of two individuals. He surveyed the village again, but failed to perceive any second person. "May I see your grandfather?" Tong Long inquired cautiously. "No," Shen Le firmly rejected. "My grandfather cannot be disturbed until it is time for him to awaken." "I see." Tong Long sought a new topic, asking, "Being the only person in your village, do you not feel lonely? Do you not wish to explore the outside world?" "I come from the outside, where there are countless delicious foods and entertaining activities. The pastry you just enjoyed was merely something I bought casually. There are far more delectable delights outside. I do not wish to eat," Shen Le retorted hesitantly, still agitated. She felt that Tong Long had not treated her as someone he admired, just as she began to sense a warm feeling when he showed interest. His subsequent denial left her feeling sour and vexed, disrupting her peace of mind. Unbeknownst to Tong Long, he was preoccupied with how to extract Shen Le from the temple, suspecting she might indeed be a Wan Shinchong. At that moment, a noise resonated. Tong Long turned towards the sound, his eyes widening in surprise. He beheld a large stone tablet embedded in the ground, inscribed with characters he could not comprehend. "It is a divine oracle," Seiluo suddenly exclaimed with astonishment. "What?" Tong Long was startled, first by Seiluo's awakening at that moment, and then by the mention of the divine oracle. Seiluo explained, "This is a divine oracle, a true oracle." I am filled with excitement and curiosity. Residing within Tong Long, I absorb energy, and under normal circumstances, I would require more time to gain the strength to communicate. However, just now, I sensed a surge of energy, a pure energy from the planet Miso. As a police officer from Miso, I possess knowledge beyond that of ordinary individuals. There are 300 police officers and 10 special officers on Miso, and I am among the 10. The distinction between special officers and ordinary police is vast. At the core of Miso, only special officers are permitted access. Where a stone tablet exists, its inscriptions remaining unbroken to this day. The power emanating from the tablet has the ability to restore ordinary people's energy, yet the means to achieve this remains elusive. Energy is a consumable resource. Once depleted, it is gone. However, the energy from the tablet indeed has the capacity to replenish. As long as a firearm retains even a trace of energy, it can be fully charged. If a person still has breath, their stamina can be restored, and so forth. Due to the inscriptions on the tablet and its ability to replenish energy, it is referred to as a divine oracle. "What do you mean by divine oracle?" Tong Long inquired. Engaging in inner dialogue, Tong Long and Seiluo communicated almost instantaneously. 1 second in the primary timeline equates to 10,000 years in the secondary timeline. Seiluo elucidated, "A divine oracle on our planet Miso can refer to either a place or an object. 300,000 years ago, Miso entered a 6th-level civilization. The leaders convened and decided to explore the Earth's core. Upon initiating the project, they uncovered an independent space containing a stone tablet. Those who approached the tablet experience a profound sense of comfort. However, the most conspicuous among them was an injured special police officer whose wounds healed instantaneously, evolving in the process. Subsequently, the higher-ups devoted considerable time to studying the steel, which appeared impervious to further probing, as if it were a forbidden enigma that could not be deciphered any further. Eventually, this matter was shrouded in secrecy, fearing that a level 7 civilization might discover it and seize it. Upon hearing this, Tang Long grasped the general idea. The steel, referred to as the oracle, was evidently a vessel of myriad deities. This implied that there might have once been a deity on the planet Miso. A sudden thrill surged within Tang Long. If the oracle was indeed a vessel of myriad deities, then such a vessel was likely within his reach. At that moment, Shen Le had already positioned herself beneath the steel. "What is this?" Tang Long feigned ignorance, genuinely perplexed. Shen Le, gazing at the inscriptions on the steel, remarked solemnly, This is a task given to me by my grandfather. What? Upon hearing this, Tang Long was momentarily taken aback. If the stele represented a mission bestowed upon Shun Lu by her grandfather, then it likely encompassed more than one task, suggesting the presence of multiple vessels of myriad deities. Yet, was there not only one such vessel? My grandfather instructed me to take you to the well of despair. As she spoke, Shun Li's form began to dissipate, rapidly transforming into a transparent silhouette. Witnessing this transformation, Tang Long's suspicions were confirmed. Shun Lu was indeed the translucent girl who had restored Wang De Li's body 3 months prior. But why had she not acknowledged this at that time? Shen Lu, as he called out urgently, her form continued to fade, soon becoming entirely ethereal. Once in this transparent state, Shun Li's demeanor altered. She approached Tang Long and seized him by the neck. Despite being grasped by her, Tang Long did not feel asphyxiated, only that his body was rendered immobile. As Shun Lu tightened her grip, he sensed an invisible barrier behind him, pressing him against it, with the ground beneath him providing a tangible sensation of contact. This pressure felt as if it could crush him at any moment. What? As he was led by Shun Lu, Tang Long was soon astonished once more. Initially unaware, he soon realized that he felt as if he were being cradled by the earth itself. He could clearly see that he was being supported by Shun Lu, with his feet resting on the ground, yet the sensation emanating from his body resembled that of compressing soil, occasionally akin to the pressure of stone. Is this spatial power? What? Tang Long did not comprehend. This is spatial power. Sai Luo's tone was filled with astonishment, and he elaborated. Such power exists only in theory on our planet, unproven. However, a warrior from a level 7 civilization once visited our world and could manipulate the forces of time and space, causing others to feel as if they were moving through water, their actions rendered sluggish. Yet, that level 7 warrior pales in comparison to this girl. His spatial power merely rendered space as clear as water, incapable of achieving any viscosity, while Shun Lu can materialize space, akin to soil. It is truly astonishing. At this point, Sai Luo was convinced that the very individuals who had once abducted him were linked to this girl. He was further assured that Earth harbored 2 synchronous civilizations. Thus, Tang Long was escorted by Shun Lu to the vicinity of a well. Am I truly to be thrust into this? Tang Long observed the well. Rather than a well, it resembled a pit or perhaps a black hole, as it was not oriented upwards, but lay horizontally in mid-air, resembling a black tube suspended in the void. Tang Long's body was perilously close to this well. It was merely a matter of time before he was engulfed. I refuse. Just then, Shun Li's transparent form began to coalesce once more, returning to her original state. And, concurrently, she regained her senses, casting Tang Long to the ground. What has happened? Confounded, Tang Long looked at her in bewilderment. At that moment, Shun Lu appeared fatigued, beads of sweat cascading down her face. Suddenly, the ground heaved, and a stone tablet burst forth from the earth. It is the oracle, Tang Long gasped. In that instant, he found himself able to comprehend 2 segments of text inscribed upon the oracle. The first segment conveyed a directive for Shun Lu to venture to the ruins of the Kadian, to restore Wang De Li to his true form, while the second instructed Shun Lu to cast him into the well of despair. What on earth is happening? After perusing these 2 segments, Tang Long was left in a state of astonishment. The reason for his bewilderment was not merely his newfound ability to decipher the oracle's text. Rather, it was the multitude of additional inscriptions that lay beyond. Should the content of the oracle remain unchanged, then the remaining segments would inevitably manifest. This is a book of prophecies, Tang Long mused. In his understanding, aside from the Illusion Sutra, there existed no other tome of prophecy. Yet, now he found himself confronted with another such volume. The marvel of the prophecy book defied scientific explanation, and the illusions of a mere wildling provided no opportunity for humanity to rationalize, as prophecy books predominantly served as decrees of mortality. After the initial shock, Tang Long turned his gaze towards Shun Lu. At that moment, she appeared robotic, her eyes vacant, as she moved step by step toward the oracle. Quick, stop her! Sai Luo's voice broke through. This oracle seems to possess consciousness and is manipulating Shun Lu. If she approaches the oracle and comprehends the 3rd segment, unimaginable events will surely unfold. Sai Luo and Tang Long shared a mutual understanding, having both perceived the two segments of the oracle. With Sai Luo's reasoning, he quickly discerned that this oracle was extraordinary, far surpassing the one on their planet. Tang Long clenched his fists, though uncertain of what was to transpire. The memory of Shun Li's unfamiliar demeanor and her aggression towards him filled him with dread. The prospect of Shun Lu undergoing such a transformation once more was terrifying. In order to prevent her from nearing the oracle, Tang Long swiftly positioned himself in her path. Shun Lu, regain your senses. He attempted to obstruct her, but Shun Lu seemed to possess boundless strength, pushing past him. With a minimum strength of level 4, Tang Long found it exceedingly difficult to impede her. It matters not, he resolved, recognizing that he could not hope to contain Shun Lu with his own power. He drew forth his remnant sword. The moment he grasped the sword, it emitted a radiant blade of light. Of course, Tang Long did not intend to harm Shun Lu. He merely sought to halt her advance. The luminous blade formed by the remnant sword created a powerful field, repelling ordinary objects that ventured too close. Indeed, as Tang Long plunged the blade into the ground, Shun Lu found it increasingly difficult to advance, confronted by an invisible barrier. What now? Tang Long inquired, seeking a solution to restrain Shun Lu. Take her into the well of despair. The well? Tang Long gazed at the floating black void. While it appeared unremarkable, it exuded an aura of profound depth, unknown in its destination. Moreover, Shun Li's mention of the well of despair suggested that entry was reserved for moments of utter hopelessness. Now, with Sai Luo urging him to lead Shun Lu into this well, what was his intention? Hurry, I sense the oracle's power intensifying. Your sword cannot withstand this for long. Sai Luo urged. Tang Long glanced down, and indeed, the sword he had embedded in the ground was inching toward the oracle. A potent force seemed to draw the oracle and Shun Lu together, hastening their convergence. Time was of the essence. In a swift motion, Tang Long leaped into the well of despair, Shun Lu in tow. The well of despair truly resembled a black abyss, exceedingly deep. As Tang Long plunged into its depths, he felt as though he were falling into an endless chasm. This is dire, Sai Luo's voice echoed. What is happening? Tang Long queried, sensing the gravity of the situation. Whenever Sai Luo expressed concern, it usually indicated a grave predicament. We are trapped, Sai Luo replied. This section of time has been severed. We may remain ensnared here indefinitely, or perhaps temporarily. What's going on? Tang Long was left utterly perplexed. He had no comprehension of the meaning behind the notion of time being severed, nor could he grasp the distinction between being perpetually present and temporarily so. The two concepts were worlds apart, one denoting permanence, the other transience. Yet just moments ago, Sai Luo had employed both terms. Unsure of how to convey this to you, he contemplated the knowledge of a 6th-level civilization, which was beyond the understanding of Earth's current civilization. After a brief interval, Sai Luo organized his thoughts and said, "Try biting your finger and see if it bleeds." With a sense of bewilderment, Tang Long bit his finger, and indeed, the wound healed at an astonishing speed. What is happening? Tang Long inquired, perplexed. He had exerted considerable force, biting down to the bone, and logically, given his status as a 3rd-level evolved being, the wound should have taken several minutes to mend. Yet, the injury had healed in the span of a second, nearly coinciding with the time it took to inflict it. Time has been severed. Even the thought of dying is a challenge, Sai Luo replied helplessly. In this realm, time is cut off. Everything we do will revert to the starting point. When I asked you to bite your finger, it was to demonstrate that this segment of time has vanished. Our current state is our final state. By inflicting harm upon your finger, you disrupted this condition, provoking a rebound of time that returns us to the original state. Upon hearing this, Tang Long felt overwhelmed. As everything he encountered surpassed his comprehension, he was utterly at a loss. It seemed they were at the precipice of time, rendered incapable of action. After a moment, he asked, "Can we return? Back to beyond the abyss of despair?" Tang Long referred to the place of the oracles. "Probably not," Sai Luo responded, his expression strained. "We are ensnared at the end of time. This state is fixed. Even if we retrace our steps, it will require time, making it impossible to return to the original point." Tang Long found himself speechless. He had no understanding of what it meant to be at the end of time, nor did he know what awaited them there. After a prolonged silence, Sai Luo suddenly suggested, "Perhaps we can find a way through that girl." "You mean Shinlo?" Tang Long glanced at Shunlu. At that moment, Shunlu appeared vacant, like a robot. This condition only indicated that she was perilously close to the oracle. Seeing this filled Tang Long with dread. He was oblivious to the nature of the oracle, yet its ability to control individuals was terrifying. If the oracle were to manifest at this moment, their demise would be imminent. Just then, Shunlu regained a flicker of lucidity in her gaze and looked at Tang Long, saying, "Can you tell me you like me?" Tang Long was momentarily taken aback, then turned to Shunlu. At this juncture, Sai Luo conveyed the message for him to comply. "I like you," Tang Long said to Shunlu. The words carried little emotion, resembling more of an obligation. However, to Shun Li's ears, it was as if a key had unlocked all her emotional turmoil. Her body began to radiate a silvery light, tinged with hints of gold. "It is the blade of time and space," Sai Luo exclaimed in astonishment. On their planet, a 7th-level civilization warrior who once visited possessed this technique, yet that warrior could only condense a blade of light barely a finger in length. Whereas Shun Lu manifested one 10 meters long. In Chapter 94 of the Earth Arc, Shun Lu found herself enveloped by the 10-meter-long blade of time and space. The very name suggested an entity capable of cleaving through the void. Sai Luo was certain that such power could shatter an entire planet. Shenlu. Tang Long felt a pang of sorrow, sensing that he owed her something. Shen Li's actions clearly indicated her intention to sacrifice herself, using the energy emanating from her body to fracture the severed continuum of time. Once Shun Lu unleashed the blade of time and space, it appeared she would have no hope of survival. "No, I cannot allow her to do this," Tang Long resolved to intervene. "Stop," Sai Luo commanded. "What can you do? Her power is beyond your imagination. Can you shake a towering tree like an ant?" Yet, Tang Long wrestled with uncertainty. Sai Luo's words rang true, as Shun Lu seemed impervious to any intervention. Suddenly, Shun Lu leaped into action, propelling the blade of time and space forward, and a deafening explosion ensued. In the aftermath, silence enveloped the surroundings. Nothing had occurred. Shenlu. Following the explosion, Tang Long propelled himself forward, only to find Shun Lu had vanished. It dawned on him that she was gone. The force contained within that explosion had seemingly consumed Shun Li's essence. Reflecting back to the first encounter with Shun Lu, he recalled how her eyes communicated a profound affection, a sentiment he only now understood. With Shun Li's demise, a wave of regret and sorrow washed over Tang Long. What was lost could not be reclaimed. Tang Long traversed the void for 3 hours. Suddenly, a black fissure split open in the sky above, and a figure descended through it. It was Tang Long himself, landing in a vast desert. The ground felt scorching beneath him, and due to his guilt over Shun Li's death, his tears evaporated before they could touch the earth. "Tang Long," Sai Luo called out. "Do you see that? Is that Shen Lu?"